That year, the spring was in full bloom. In the kingdom of Yunshi, the imperial palace was majestic and the buildings were numerous. Officials came and went in groups of 3 or 2, 4 or 5. Some walked hurriedly, some strolled leisurely, and some talked and laughed. A young man named Li Qinghuan walked leisurely in the corridor. His black hair was casually gathered. His eyebrows were like the green smoke after the rain in the empty mountains, and he seemed to be frowning. His eyes were like the stars in the southern sky on a summer night. But he seemed to be happy, but not happy. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and a trace of laziness flowed on his thin face. He was casually covered with a wide red robe with embroidered sparrows, and he didn't know that he was wearing a sword on his waist. Li Qinghuan, today is the day of offering sacrifices to the heavens. It is such a grand ceremony. You, as a doctor of astronomy, are nowhere to be seen. How can this be a disgrace? Among the officials passing by in the corridor, a middle-aged man stopped Li Qinghuan and scolded him sternly. Li Qinghuan heard this, stopped and turned around, casually bowed to the officials, and smiled uninhibitedly. So, it's Deputy Supervisor Yao. I am a doctor, but I'm only a clepsydra doctor. I know nothing about such a grand ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heavens. How dare I show my ugliness? Seeing Li Qinghuan so lazy and rude, Yao was so angry that his sheephorn beard trembled and said, "You still know that you are a clepsydra doctor? The clepsydra you managed was a full hour and 3/4 late, almost delaying the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heavens. If it weren't for the fact that the supervisor had been on guard against you and ordered people to re-examine it, all the heads of our astrology supervisor would have fallen off." Li Qinghuan was not embarrassed when he heard this, and still had a warm smile on his face. Patting his chest, he said, "I will check it carefully next time, and I will make sure it is correct within an hour." When Lord Yao heard this, he almost fainted and pointed at Li Qinghuan's hand and trembled. "Where have you been hiding? Did you plan it in advance, just to see us make a fool of ourselves?" Li Qinghuan waved his hand innocently and said, "Well, it's a long story. A while ago, concubine Yin called me several times to ask for divination, but I refused. Today, the guard were sent to forcibly carry me away. I'm also innocent. I didn't have time to check the clepsydra. It was all concubine Yun's fault." When Lord Yao saw that Li Qinghuan dared to push the matter to the emperor and the concubine, he was immediately furious. Just as he was about to curse, he saw an old man coming from a distance. "Meet Lord Supervisor." The visitor was the chief officer of the Astrology Bureau, Supervisor Yuan Shua, and a group of officials bowed to greet him. Li Qinghuan also smiled and bowed to the old man. Yuan Shua glanced at Li Qinghuan, frowned slightly, and then sighed helplessly. "Oh, that's enough. Let's all go back. It's embarrassing to do this in public." When the people in the astrology supervisor saw that the chief supervisor had spoken, they all shook their heads in anger and left. The deputy supervisor, Yao, glared at Li Qinghuan fiercely before leaving in anger. Li Qinghuan also wanted to leave, but 2 imperial palace eunuchs came hurriedly, and when they saw Li Qinghuan, they took one side of him and left without saying anything. Li Qinghuan did not struggle and let the 2 of them lead him, but he complained. "Where are you taking me? You too? Which imperial concubine is infertile and wants to ask me for astrology? I have said it several times. I am a clepsydra doctor. I am good at clepsydra blocking, but I don't care about their business." One of the eunuchs heard Li Qinghuan's outspokenness and tried to dissuade him. "Dr. Li, be careful with your words. Be careful with your words. The emperor is looking for you." Li Qinghuan lowered his voice and said, "Is it because of the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heaven?" Another eunuch said with a grim face, "You know it, but you still ask. Hurry up, don't go too late, or we will be scolded." The Weiyang Palace in the Imperial Palace is where the king of Yunshi handles government affairs. The 30-year-old Emperor Murongqi is sitting in the palace, reviewing official documents meticulously. An old eunuch with white hair, introverted spirit, stood hunched over with eyes closed and sleeves hanging down. Li Qinghuan was brought into the hall, and the 2 eunuchs bowed and left, gently closing the door before leaving. Seeing that there were only 3 people left in the hall, Li Qinghuan hurriedly got up and sat casually on a chair under the hall, crossed his legs, picked up a cup of fragrant tea that was still warm, and drank it without caring who had drunk it. In response, the white-haired eunuch standing next to him still closed his eyes, as if he didn't see Li Qinghuan. After a cup of tea, the emperor put down the official documents, rubbed his temples, looked at the carefree Li Qinghuan, and said with a headache, Dr. Li, today is the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heavens. You are nowhere to be seen again, listening to music in the brothel, or seeking pleasure in the brothel, or getting drunk in the flower garden. Li Qinghuan smiled proudly when he heard this. Hee, you guessed wrong this time. None of the above. It was your wife, concubine Yun, who was looking for me. The emperor was a little surprised when he heard this, and he stood up and stretched his body and said, "What does concubine Yun want to see you for?" Li Qinghuan waved his hand and said, "It's not a big deal. It's because you have visited her less frequently, and her belly is not doing well. So she has been looking for you again and again. I want a child." Mu Rongqi scolded angrily. You always use some rotten fertility drugs to deceive those dignitaries. This ridiculous thing has been reported to the palace. He always speaks so recklessly. If it were someone else, I would have killed all his 9 clans. After scolding, seeing that Li Qinghuan didn't care, Mu Rongqi had no choice but to say helplessly, "Tell me, what crooked ideas did you give her again?" Li Qinghuan scratched the gap between her nails and said indifferently, "It's nothing. I was just afraid of her pestering me. So I made some aphrodisiac pills for her and asked her to secretly put them in your tea next time." Mu Rongqi heard this and slapped the table. Long Yin was furious and said, "You are a poison doctor. I'll let you do a doctoral job, but you can be wrong for an hour, even if you manage the clock. Can I take the medicine you make?" Mu Rongqi was not satisfied with scolding, so he walked to Qinghuan and pointed at his nose and said, "Tell me, do you want to poison me to death so that I can welcome my good nephew back to continue to be the emperor of mankind?" In response, Li Qinghuan said with displeasure, "I don't like to hear this. The old emperor and I have agreed that I will serve him, and the 3 generations of emperors will be my debts. But whoever becomes the emperor of mankind has nothing to do with me. I will listen to whoever becomes the emperor." Mu Rongqi was a little speechless after what Li Qinghuan said, but he said unwillingly, "You brought him up. He has been favored by you since he was a child. You must be unhappy to see me take his throne." Li Qinghuan slapped Mu Rongqi's fingers with one hand and said with contempt, "You, the children of the Murong family, have been fighting openly and secretly in the palace for a long time. But don't forget, you are the son of the old emperor who can't control his pants. The other sons of the emperor are already adults. He was afraid that he couldn't raise you, so he stuffed you into my place as soon as you were born. I also watched you grow up naked. Who took care of your shit and piss? Who washed your clothes and cooked for you? There is no one around here, and you are still claiming to be alone here? There's no one around?" The motionless white-haired eunuch heard the words, and the corners of his mouth twitched inadvertently. Chapter 2. 1,000 years after the wind rises, Mu Rongqi, having suffered defeat, wearily sank into the chair beside Li Qinghuan, yet he still attempted to argue. "Is that akin to relieving oneself? Forcing me to drown in my own trousers? Is that what you call washing? Just a mere dip in water? The meal you prepared was so unpalatable that even a dog turned away from it. Do you still have the audacity to speak?" Li Qinghuan, however, remained undeterred, his expression as calm as the wind and clouds. He shrugged his shoulders and replied, "In any case, I raised you, did I not? You are living quite well now, aren't you? And you have even assumed the guise of a human emperor." Hearing this, Mu Rongqi fell silent once more, for it was an undeniable truth, leaving him without grounds for rebuttal. Li Qinghuan pressed on, "Moreover, you witnessed the day when you sent someone to deceive me, leading to his self-immolation amidst the sea of flames. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at him, not me. Of course, this is your family matter, and it cannot be laid at my feet. By the way, what about that old eunuch from the 4 dynasties who also served him? Why do you not mention that?" The white-haired eunuch, upon hearing Li Qinghuan reference him, slightly widened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing within. He spoke slowly, "Dr. Li, do not forget that your life was saved by the late emperor. Engaging in disputes with the emperor is already inappropriate. Why drag in unrelated matters?" Just as Li Qinghuan was about to retort, an announcement came from outside the hall. "Your Majesty, the head of the Astral Monitoring Bureau, Nangang Qianyu, requests an audience, claiming there are matters of great importance to report." At this, Mu Rongqi retreated back into the hall, restoring his imperial demeanor. He seated himself and commanded, "Admit her." Faced with Mu Rongqi's somewhat threatening gaze, Li Qinghuan reluctantly knelt, feigning submission, and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I shall no longer dare to err. Next time, I will surely manage the timing of the leak." The great hall door swung open, and Nangang Qianyu entered, clad in a flowing black and dark gold robe. She was tall and graceful, with a slender waist that swayed like a willow in the breeze. Her face bore a frosty demeanor, and her eyes resembled cold autumn waters. Truly a woman of extraordinary beauty. She was the head of the Astral Monitoring Bureau, an institution tasked with supervising divine beings and suppressing demons in the realm of Yunshi. 2,000 years prior, humans, demons, including exotic beasts, ghosts, and deities battled fiercely over dominion of this vast land. The conflict, known as the War of the Four Clans, resulted in countless casualties, with innumerable bones buried in the mountains, hence the name Grave Mountain. Afterward, a truce was established, with humans settling in the central plains while deities, demons, and ghosts resided in the outer realms. The Astral Monitoring Bureau was established following this millennia-long conflict, responsible for overseeing the divine and demonic realms and quelling disturbances within the central plains. Alongside it was the Bureau for Ghost Removal, which liaised with the ghostly realm, supervising reapers who collected the souls of the deceased while suppressing malevolent spirits. Most practitioners within these bureaus were adept human cultivators, skilled in various esoteric arts, capable of extraordinary feats. Nangong Qinyu, the 35th head of the Astral Monitoring Bureau, belonged to this esteemed group. Li Qinghuan couldn't help but discreetly lift his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at the back of the room. Enough, Dr. Li, I shall spare you this time. Should you fail to control the timing again, I will not show mercy. With that, Morong Qi scolded the feigning lewdness of Li Qinghuan a few times before waving him off. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Qinghuan pretended to be contrite, exiting the great hall with a heavy heart. Nangong Qinyu, ignoring Li Qinghuan's presence, knelt before Morong Qi and respectfully stated, Nangong Qinyu pays her respects to Your Majesty. Morong Qi raised his hand, saying, Nangong, please rise. Let us converse seated. Nangong Qinyu expressed her gratitude and took her seat as a servant replaced her cup with a fresh brew. After a moment's deliberation, she solemnly reported, Your Majesty, our bureau is tasked with monitoring deities and suppressing demons. However, we have recently observed unsettling movements among the divine, demonic, and ghostly realms. Coupled with reports from the Ghost Removal Bureau, there have been frequent incidents of harm caused by these entities within our domain. I have dispatched our cultivators to investigate the situation. Morong Qi's expression darkened as he pondered for a while before asking, Is there any lead? Nangong Qinyu replied, The situation is peculiar, and we are currently investigating. Thus far, we have found no evidence suggesting a coordinated effort among the demons and ghosts. Nevertheless, unrest has arisen, and Your Majesty should remain vigilant against unsavory characters within the palace. Rest assured, the tranquility of our Yunshi kingdom shall not be easily disrupted. Noticing the implicit reference, seemingly directed at Li Qinghuan, Morong Qi found it amusing, yet he maintained a serious demeanor. Your concern is appreciated, Nangong. I will exercise caution within the palace. Matters in various regions must be investigated promptly. Nangong Qinyu stood and offered her compliance. After a brief contemplation, Morong Qi added, In the near future, we shall hold the imperial examination in our capital. The Astral Monitoring Bureau must also be on alert to ensure the safety of the candidates coming to the capital for the exam. I shall also dispatch the Imperial Patrol to assist. Nangong Qinyu accepted her orders and departed. The Grand Hall was left with only the Emperor and the white-haired eunuch. Morong Qi softly inquired, Dabin, I am unsettled. Should we not send Qinghuan to investigate the matter? The white-haired eunuch bowed, Your Majesty, I believe it unwise. Your safety must take precedence, and Dr. Li should remain in the capital. Let the Astral Monitoring Bureau and the Ghost Removal Bureau handle the investigations. If he must go out, it should be after the Imperial examination. Morong Qi sighed in resignation and nodded gently. It seems we have no choice but to proceed thus. To the east of the capital of Yunshi, 30 miles away, lies a mountain shrouded in mist. This mountain is renowned for its breathtaking scenery, perpetually cloaked in clouds and fog, with jagged rocks and steep cliffs. Birds and beasts roam freely, and the fragrance of flora permeates the air. Beyond this mountain lies the capital. Despite its beauty, tales of ferocious beasts abound, deterring travelers from crossing its rugged terrain unless absolutely necessary, preferring to take the longer, safer route. Yet, there was a young scholar named Gu Cheng'an, who, at the age of 20, possessed a refined appearance with sharp brows and bright eyes. Hailing from a humble background, he journeyed from a remote county within Yunshi to participate in the imperial examination, and thus, he risked the treacherous mountain path. As the evening sun began to wane, he hurried along, breathless from his exertions. Just as he intended to rest beneath a tree, he suddenly spotted a man not far from the precipice, preparing to leap down. Before the man could react, Gu Cheng'an rushed forward, calling out, Brother, whatever woes you bear, do not take your life in despair. The man, caught off guard, was seized from behind by Gu Cheng'an, and due to the force of the pull, both lost their footing and plunged over the edge of the cliff. Chapter 3. The visitor from the mountain. The deep ravine beneath the cliff was where the waterfall cascaded, the water flowing with great ferocity. As the two entered the water, Gu Cheng'an suddenly recalled that he could not swim at all. He struggled desperately, his belongings swept away by the current. Just as he was on the verge of choking and despair, a hand grasped him from behind, lifting him above the surface. It was Li Qinghuan, who set Gu Cheng'an down at the shallow bank, scolding him fiercely. You fool, do you not know how to swim? You are courting death. Once Gu Cheng'an caught his breath, he noticed his bag being carried away by the swift current, heading towards the next waterfall. He plunged back into the water, shouting, "My bag! Inside are my identification and examination credentials." Li Qinghuan was startled and yanked Gu Chengin back to the shore by his collar, exclaiming, "You dolt! If you can't swim, do you wish to throw your life away? Stay here." With that, Li Qinghuan dove back into the water. This time, it was Gu Chengin who urged him to return. "Brother, come back quickly. There is a waterfall over there. Do not venture near it. If you get into trouble, I shall regret it for a lifetime." Li Qinghuan waved dismissively. "Stop your nonsense, you fool. Sit tight, I shall return." He then submerged himself. Swiftly reaching the edge of the cliff, he emerged from the water, clutching the bag, and fought against the current to swim back. Gu Chengin, seeing his drenched belongings, hurriedly removed his credentials to dry them, grinning, "Brother, you truly are remarkable, but do not take such risks in the future." Li Qinghuan gazed at Gu Chengin's foolish expression and retorted, "You imbecile, who are you to lecture me? Look at you. Even if you succeed in the examination, you will soon be left with nothing." Relieved that his credentials were merely wet and not damaged, Gu Chengin chuckled and remained silent. After a brief rest, Li Qinghuan led Gu Chengin back up the mountain slope to their original location. Suddenly, a resounding tiger's roar echoed through the forest, sending shivers down their spines. The sound resonated like a dragon amidst clouds and a tiger among winds, causing the branches to tremble. Moments later, a majestic tiger leapt before them. Gu Chengin, terrified, fell to the ground, clutching Li Qinghuan's leg, exclaiming, "I am powerless against such a beast. My fate is sealed. Let this fierce tiger devour me first. You, brother, are strong. Take my bag and flee quickly. Should you survive, please inform my father that I am safe in the capital." The tiger, observing the two, let out another earth-shattering roar. Gu Chengin trembled but stepped forward cautiously. Li Qinghuan nodded with a grin, "Very well. It shall be as you say." With that, he kicked Gu Chengin towards the tiger, whose face nearly brushed against the creature's whiskers, rendering him motionless, eyes shut in terror. The tiger slowly opened its mouth. But Li Qinghuan, still dressed, interjected, "Enough. You frightened my friend here. The celestial officials will not spare you." The tiger, seemingly understanding, lowered its head and gently licked Gu Chengin's shoulder before lying down obediently. Gu Chengin, feeling a rush of relief, turned to Li Qinghuan, who remained unfazed. As the last rays of the setting sun illuminated them, Li Qinghuan gazed into the distance, his flowing blue robe dancing in the mountain breeze, his hair brushing against his face, exuding an ethereal charm. After a moment, Li Qinghuan turned and said, "The sun is setting. Let us find a cave to rest for the night." Gu Chengin, worried, replied, "I fear I may miss the examination. I must travel through the night." Li Qinghuan laughed. "You, who cannot even fend off a tiger, dare to journey through the mountains at night? Absurd." With that, he turned to leave, the tiger following closely behind. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by eerie bird calls, Gu Chengin felt a chill and hurried to catch up with Li Qinghuan. That night, in a spacious cave, a fire crackled as Li Qinghuan roasted a plump mountain chicken he had caught. The aroma wafted through the air, and Gu Chengin, his provisions lost to the water, could not resist swallowing hard. Noticing Gu Chengin's disheveled state, Li Qinghuan pointed to some wild fruits on the ground, saying, "Eat one of these wild fruits for now. The chicken needs to be fully cooked to be delicious." Gu Chengin glanced nervously at the tiger lounging nearby. However, the tiger casually batted a fruit towards Gu Chengin's feet. He picked it up, wiped it on his clothing, and said, "Thank you, brother tiger." Li Qinghuan, watching Gu Chengin munch on the wild fruit, opened up, "Fool. Let me introduce myself. I am Li Qinghuan. What is your name? Why did you not take the main road to the examination?" Gu Chengin wiped his mouth and replied, "My apologies. I interrupted your enjoyment of the water, and I have yet to express my gratitude for your rescue. My name is Gu Chengin, and I hail from Yunlin County. Due to insufficient funds, I could not afford a carriage for the latter part of my journey and took this shortcut up the mountain." Li Qinghuan chuckled, "It's no great rescue. I simply found you amusing. With 7 days until the examination, relax and allow me to guide you through the mountains." Gu Chengin, feeling the rumble in his stomach, awkwardly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, brother Qinghuan. I truly have no food left." Li Qinghuan waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of this brotherly talk. Just call me Li Qinghuan or brother Qinghuan. Rest assured, I know this mountain well. You won't starve under my watch." Gu Chengin nodded gratefully. After a few moments, the savory aroma of the roasted chicken filled the cave. Gu Chengin bit into a chicken leg, exclaiming, "Delicious. Truly delightful." Li Qinghuan, beaming with pride, replied, "Naturally. My culinary skills are unmatched. Tomorrow, I will treat you to grilled fish and rabbit from the mountain stream." Gu Chengin nodded vigorously while eating, suddenly remembering something. He glanced at the tiger and asked, "Brother Qinghuan, does this tiger know you? Should we save some for it?" Li Qinghuan shook his head, his mouth full of chicken. "No need. This tiger, I saved it from a beast when it was just a cub. It knows the mountains well and will seek its own food when hungry." The tiger let out a soft sound, its ears twitching as if in acknowledgement. Gu Chengin nodded, marveling at his extraordinary encounter. After finishing the roasted chicken, Gu Chengin lay back on a pile of dry grass, thoroughly entertained by Li Qinghuan's boastful tales. Li Qinghuan recounted his adventures, claiming, I once rode a 5-colored phoenix to chase the stars, traversing the seas on the backs of turtles and tortoises. Unafraid of demons and spirits, daring to dream with the goddess of Wushan. He continued, with a sword gliding across the horizon, I drank alone by the mountains and seas, awakening from dreams only to find myself intoxicated in the mortal realm. In Li Qinghuan's narration, all seemed trivial. Gu Cheng'an listened, increasingly captivated. Feeling that Li Qinghuan's tales surpassed those of the storytellers from his hometown, vivid and immersive. Yet, as Li Qinghuan spoke, he eventually drifted off to sleep. With the sound of Li Qinghuan's deep breathing filling the cave, Gu Cheng'an chuckled softly and succumbed to slumber as well. Oh dear! A sudden wail of an infant roused Gu Cheng'an from his slumber. He sat up and glanced around, noticing that Li Qinghuan was still sprawled beside him, blissfully asleep. The elder brother Tiger, who had been lying at the cave's entrance, had vanished without a trace. Chapter 4 Alas, this fool, Brother Qinghuan? Brother Qinghuan. Gu Cheng'an attempted to rouse him twice, but seeing that Li Qinghuan remained in deep slumber, he grew anxious, fearing that the night traveler might have encountered some misfortune. Thus, he mustered his courage and found a sturdy branch, igniting it in the campfire to bolster his resolve. The crescent moon cast its silvery glow upon the branches, and Gu Cheng'an walked alone through the chilly woods, following the sound. Wah, wah, wah. The cries grew closer, accompanied by the sound of flowing water. Gu Cheng'an spotted a distant stream, realizing that the infant's wails emanated from its banks. Could it be that a child had been abandoned by the water's edge? Or perhaps an adult had met with calamity, leaving behind an infant? With this thought, Gu Cheng'an quickened his pace, sprinting towards the stream. Upon reaching the water's edge, he searched meticulously with the burning branch. Wah! Another cry pierced the air. In a fluster, Gu Cheng'an looked down but still saw no sign of the child. He crouched closer to the water's surface, illuminating it with the firelight, yet there was still nothing. As he pondered this enigma, a shadow suddenly stirred beneath the water. Before he could react, a pair of sharp claws broke the surface, gripping his shoulders as if in a vice, dragging him into the depths. No matter how hard Gu Cheng'an struggled, he could not break free. The claws clung to his shoulders with unyielding strength, pulling him further into the stream's embrace. Underwater, Gu Cheng'an fought for a brief moment, but as cold water filled his throat, he gradually lost consciousness. It felt as though he had fallen into a deep slumber. Dreaming of Li Qinghuan standing in the water, coldly mocking him, "You fool, in the dead of night, what infant could possibly be found in this desolate mountain? You deserve to drown." He dreamt of being washed ashore, a mountain eagle soaring above him, and then it let out a piercing cry, diving toward him. Ah! Gu Cheng'an cried out and sat up abruptly, only to find himself still lying in that familiar cave, daylight streaming in from outside. He had not perished after all. Li Qinghuan lounged nearby, legs crossed, glancing over at him. Gu Cheng'an hastily checked his heartbeat, relieved to find it still strong. However, he noticed that he was clad only in a thin undergarment, and despite the fire burning beside him, he felt a chill that penetrated to the bone. His lips cracked and dry. "Brother Qinghuan," Gu Cheng'an began, "last night I heard." Li Qinghuan interrupted impatiently, "Last night? You've been dead for a day and a night. You must be referring to that creature, right?" He gestured toward a corner of the cave. Following his gaze, Gu Cheng'an beheld an odd, lifeless bird lying there. It was an impressive 6 feet long, resembling a sculpture, with a single horn upon its head and a sharp beak. Its enormous claws still clutched remnants of greenish fabric that matched his own robe. "Have you seen enough?" This creature is known as a GDO. It appears like a bird but dwells in the water, straddling the line between demon and beast. Its cries mimic those of an infant, luring in prey. "This foolish creature actually ensnared you. A fool, in this remote mountain," Li Qinghuan explained with a mocking expression. Humbled, Gu Cheng'an replied, "I, Cheng'an, am indeed foolish and shall forever remember your life-saving grace. I have caused you trouble, Brother Qinghuan." Li Qinghuan, arms crossed and shaking his leg, remarked, "I am not troubled. I merely sought a leisurely excursion. As for you, you have 5 days left. You might miss the imperial examination." Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng'an was struck with alarm. Attempting to rise, but his weakened state caused him to nearly faint. Li Qinghuan shook his head, standing up to fetch a stone bowl from the fire. Presenting it to Gu Cheng'an. "You fool, you've been scared out of your wits, injured on your shoulder, and soaked in cold water. If you set out now, you may very well lose your life. This broth made from the roots of the Qingting tree will dispel the chill and nourish you. Drink it and rest tonight. Tomorrow we shall see. 5 days should be sufficient." Resigned, Gu Cheng'an drank the warm concoction, which had a slightly bitter taste. But soon a wave of warmth spread throughout his limbs, bringing him considerable comfort. Yet, he noted something peculiar about the stone bowl, which was a naturally formed rock with a depression in the center, resembling a fist print. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Cheng'an saw Brother Tiger enter the cave, carrying some roots in its mouth and placing them by the fire. Seeing the tiger brought him an inexplicable sense of warmth, and he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Tiger." The tiger flicked its ears in acknowledgement before turning to drag the GDO out of the cave. "Brother Tiger, cough, cough." Gu Cheng'an wished to express his thanks again, but was seized by a fit of coughing. Li Qinghuan patted his back and chuckled, "Just lie down. Don't overthink it. Fools have their own blessings, you one-tea perish. Brother Tiger has gone to forage. When it returns, it will carry you down the mountain swiftly, ensuring you won't miss your examination. Gu Cheng'an nodded and reclined. In this remote wilderness, far from home, the serendipitous kindness he encountered filled him with warmth. By evening, Gu Cheng'an awoke feeling considerably better. He drank another bowl of the Qingting root broth, sampled some wild fruit, and enjoyed a few bites of roasted fish, feeling quite revitalized. Li Qinghuan treated the wound on his shoulder with some herbal poultice and urged him to rest once more. The next day, Gu Cheng'an felt nearly restored. Besides a slight pain at the scabbed shoulder, he was able to walk, though still felt a bit weak. Li Qinghuan instructed Brother Tiger to carry Gu Cheng'an, and together, the trio strolled through the picturesque mountains and waters, perfectly encapsulating the essence of adventure. A clear call broke the silence, heralding their approach to the city gates. Fool! Now you can rest easy. I told you we would make it to the examination. Li Qinghuan boasted, patting his chest triumphantly. Gu Cheng'an nodded with a smile. It is all thanks to you, Brother Qinghuan. Otherwise, I might have perished on Yunwu Mountain. The city guards regarded the duo with bemusement, declaring, the imperial examination is today. It has likely already begun. What? Both Li Qinghuan and Gu Cheng'an felt as though struck by lightning. Observing Gu Cheng'an's crestfallen expression, Li Qinghuan awkwardly admitted, I'm sorry. Fool, I may have miscalculated the days. Gu Cheng'an pondered for a long moment, finally breaking free from his despondency. He smiled and clasped his hands, saying, Brother Qinghuan, do not concern yourself. Without you, I would have long since lost my life. It is merely an examination. I shall return to study diligently for another 3 years. If you ever come to Yunling County, do remember to visit me. Li Qinghuan returned the gesture, smiling. Indeed, you fool, you have seen too little of the world. Attaining office at a young age may not be a blessing. Thus, they parted ways. Gu Cheng'an turned back multiple times, waving goodbye to Li Qinghuan, his heart brimming with gratitude and reluctance. After gazing for a long while, as Gu Cheng'an walked half a mile away, still turning back with a goofy grin, Li Qinghuan could no longer contain himself. Alas, this fool. Chapter 5. The storm approaches. Li Qinghuan swiftly seized the reins of the city guard's horse, mounted it, and galloped after Gu Cheng'an, startling the soldiers behind him into shouts of pursuit. Gu Cheng'an, still with his head bowed, was suddenly yanked onto the horse's back by Li Qinghuan's powerful grip. Come, I shall take you to the palace examination venue, Li Qinghuan declared, turning the horse towards the city gate. The city guards had already pursued them, but upon seeing Li Qinghuan produce his doctoral insignia, he bellowed. The Astronomical Bureau is conducting official business. Let all irrelevant individuals step aside. The guards, recognizing the authority of the Astronomical Bureau, promptly cleared a path, knowing that its members were formidable practitioners under direct imperial jurisdiction. Thus, Li Qinghuan led Gu Cheng'an through the city, urging the horse to a frenzied gallop, raising clouds of dust as they made their way to the imperial city. Upon reaching the entrance, Li Qinghuan quickly dismounted and urged Gu Cheng'an to follow him inside. The guards recognized Li Qinghuan and jested, Dr. Li, today is the palace examination. Do not create any disturbances. With urgency etched across his face, Li Qinghuan replied, It is precisely because it is the palace examination that I am in a hurry. The timepiece is running an hour fast. A disaster will ensue if I do not repair it immediately. Alarmed by this revelation, the guards recalled the tales of Li Qinghuan's past mishaps with the timepiece, which either ran too quickly or too slowly. One guard, visibly anxious, asked, You may go, but who is this? In a hushed tone, Li Qinghuan explained, You know my capabilities. This individual is a substitute we are sending from the bureau to assist me with the timepiece repairs. Hurry, if the emperor is enraged. I may escape unharmed, but you will certainly face consequences. The guards, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hastily opened the city gates. Li Qinghuan and Gu Cheng'an dashed through the inner palace grounds. Upon reaching the vast square in front of the main hall, they found it surrounded by the patrol guards, with officials from the Astronomical Bureau present, led by the Minister of Rites, who were overseeing the examination. The candidates had already begun to write fervently, some having filled several pages. Emperor Murongqi sat beneath the grand canopy, observing the proceedings. As Li Qinghuan attempted to push through the crowd, he was intercepted by Nangong Qianyu, who questioned, Today is the palace examination. What business does a minor doctor from the Astronomical Bureau have here? And who is this person? Glancing at the panting Gu Cheng'an, Li Qinghuan slowly introduced him. This person is a candidate for the examination. He encountered an elderly woman who had fallen and helped her home, causing him to miss the examination. He is a good man. It would be a pity for him to miss out. I kindly request a chair for him to take the exam. Gu Cheng'an, still catching his breath, replied, Li Qinghuan, I appreciate your goodwill, but integrity is fundamental to a person. My funds are insufficient, and I was delayed in my journey. There is nothing to hide. Li Qinghuan, feeling a headache coming on, exclaimed, I knew it would be like this. Nangong Qianyu, hearing this, smirked, a confession without prompting. Seize these two for trespassing into the palace examination and for deceiving this officer. 2 guards stepped forward, restraining Li Qinghuan and Gu Cheng'an. Who dares to cause a commotion here? A white-haired old eunuch, close to the emperor, approached slowly. Nangong Qianyu bowed slightly, explaining, Great eunuch. This Dr. Li Qinghuan brought an unknown individual claiming to be a candidate, and I had them apprehended for questioning before reporting to the emperor. The old eunuch observed the nonchalant Li Qinghuan and turned away, tossing a casual remark over his shoulder. The emperor has decreed that since they have arrived, after verifying their identities, they shall be allowed to take the exam. We cannot deprive the talents of Yunshi for the sake of a lazy and impudent timepiece doctor. Upon hearing this, Li Qinghuan promptly shrugged off the guard's hands, declaring, "Did you not hear what the Grand Eunuch said?" Nangong Qianyu's expression darkened. She could not comprehend the emperor's leniency towards such a reckless individual. Having discreetly investigated Li Qinghuan, she knew him to be a carefree wanderer, indulging in frivolities, with little to offer beyond concocting potions and sweet-talking. Yet, duty to the emperor was paramount. Nangong Qianyu summoned the examination supervisor. After confirming Gu Cheng'an's identity, the supervisor ordered tables and chairs to be brought for him to enter the examination room. Gu Cheng'an expressed his gratitude with a glance at Li Qinghuan, who waved dismissively, saying, "I told you, you would not miss the palace examination. Be bold and take the exam. If you do not succeed, you can return home to farm or become a private tutor. Living a peaceful life is not a bad outcome." Gu Cheng'an nodded solemnly, having come to terms with the events, and entered the examination hall with a light heart. Observing Li Qinghuan's triumphant demeanor, Nangong Qianyu leaned closer and whispered, "The Astronomical Bureau is on par with our Bureau of Rights, but your presence here is an affront to us. If you have any sense, resign and leave. Otherwise." Li Qinghuan's smile widened. "That sounds splendid. I only took this trivial post as a timepiece doctor to earn some drinking money. If you offer me 1,000 taels of silver, I will promptly submit my resignation." As Nangong Qianyu prepared to retort, a sudden gust of wind swept through the air. Li Qinghuan gazed at his flowing hair and fluttering robe, murmuring to himself, "The wind has risen. Some have their work cut out for them." In an instant, the sky darkened, resembling nightfall, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the gentle patter of raindrops. Amidst the stormy clouds, shadows darted about like serpents. The candidates, who had been fervently writing, were now alarmed, hastily pausing their work. Emperor Murongqi rose, looking skyward with concern. However, upon noticing Li Qinghuan leaning against the wall with a smile, gazing up at the heavens, a faint smile crept across his lips as he calmly returned to his seat beneath the grand canopy. Nangong Qianyu glanced at the sky and commanded the practitioners of the Astronomical Bureau, form a formation. Protect the emperor and the candidates. One practitioner produced a yellow umbrella and tossed it into the air. The practitioners surrounding the examination hall swiftly formed hand seals, focusing their energy, and beams of light shot from their fingertips, illuminating the yellow umbrella. Empowered by the light, the umbrella unfurled, expanding as it caught the wind, growing larger until it enveloped the entire examination area. Beneath the umbrella, the space remained undisturbed by wind, thunder, or rain. The candidates marveled at the miraculous spectacle. The chief examiner, Master Situ, stood at the center of the examination hall and proclaimed, as officials of the kingdom of Yunshi, we must possess the composure to face natural calamities and human misfortunes without being disturbed by celestial phenomena, bewitched by spirits, or frightened by ghosts, thereby upholding righteousness and loyalty to our emperor while safeguarding the common people. This palace examination is also a test of your resolve. Hear not the distractions. See not the chaos outside. Cleanse your minds and focus on your examination. Chapter 6. Encounter with the esteemed elder sister Murongqi silently admired Situ's words, recognizing his maturity and unwavering dedication to the nation as the impression he held. All the candidates resonated with this sentiment, gradually settling down to continue their answers. Gu Cheng'an discreetly turned his head to look at Li Qinghuan, discovering her smiling at him from a distance. After enduring various trials on Yunwu Mountain, an inexplicable feeling washed over him. He realized that his sense of peace stemmed from Li Qinghuan's carefree and unrestrained nature. Thus, he lowered his head and began to answer the questions with composure. As the torrential rain poured and thunder roared, Nangong Qianyu's face reflected a flicker of anger. Grasping her sword, she leaped into the air like a soaring swallow and landed on an umbrella. She addressed the sky in a solemn tone, whether divine or demonic. Within the borders of Yunshi, I will not allow you to wreak havoc. I advise you to cease your actions and depart swiftly. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap struck down, slithering like a serpent towards Nangong Qianyu. With her right hand gripping the sword and her left forming an ancient hand seal, she declared, "Control." In an instant, a circular radiance emerged from her hand, resembling a mirror that intercepted the thunder. Again and again, the thunder clashed, but it was rendered ineffective, as if swallowed by a quagmire. Then, Nangong Qianyu retracted her hand seal, drawing her silver sword to point skyward. The sword tip vibrated incessantly, emitting a series of dragon-like roars, while the blade shimmered with a cerulean light, resembling a glistening pool of autumn water. In a sudden motion, she swung her sword, unleashing an immense sword energy that cascaded downward like a waterfall towards the swirling tempest above. As the sword energy passed, the wind calmed, the clouds dispersed, and the sun's rays gently illuminated the scene. From within the mist, a shadow revealed its true form, a creature with a human head and dragon body. soaring amidst the clouds, exuding an aura of divine majesty. Its claws rhythmically struck its abdomen, producing the thunderous sound. Beside it stood a woman, enchanting yet slightly flawed in complexion, resembling wheat. A green serpent hung from her left side, while a red serpent adorned her right ear. She stood atop a colossal beast that resembled a pig, with a white head, white tail, and yellow body, from which a transparent vortex emanated, stirring the winds. The woman gazed at Nangon Kainev and smiled lightly, saying, "Indeed, the chi practitioners of the human race live up to their reputation. We merely passed through today, finding it intriguing to see so many gathered together. We meant no offense." After speaking, she drifted away with the winds and clouds. Nangon Kainev did not pursue them, but gracefully descended back to the ground, approaching Murong Chi to report. The chi practitioners also folded their yellow umbrellas and ceased their techniques. Murong Chi inquired of Nangon Kainev, "Have you discerned their origins?" After a brief contemplation, Nangon Kainev replied, "According to the records of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, there exists a deity known as the Thunder God residing in a certain part of the sea, named Leze. This Thunder God, with a human face and dragon body, is likely the one controlling the thunder today. Additionally, the records mention a divine beast resembling a pig that can summon winds and rains, known as Wenlin. It is the demon stirring the winds today. As for that woman, her origins are unclear, but she is not of our kind." Murong Chi nodded thoughtfully. The Thunder God is said to be a principal deity of the divine race. If he were to act, it would not be in this manner. This is merely a test. We should increase our vigilance. This storm is unusual, and there are those who do not wish for our Yunshi to prosper. Nangon Kainev bowed in acknowledgement and departed. Following this, the palace examination proceeded smoothly, and the candidates' spirits soared despite the earlier disturbances. The exam questions concerned the welfare of the people and national affairs, and Gu Chengyan poured forth his knowledge, experiences, and thoughts onto the paper. After the session concluded, Gu Chengyan stood awkwardly in place, realizing he had little money left. Without sufficient funds for accommodation, he risked being stranded on the streets until the results were announced. Li Qinghuan approached with a smile, patting Gu Chengyan's shoulder, signaling him not to panic and to wait for her. In the Weiyang Hall, the emperor was seated in the main chamber, examining a particular examination paper he had chosen to scrutinize closely. When Li Qinghuan was summoned inside, she noticed the doors had been closed, leaving only 3 individuals within. She casually took a seat on a nearby chair. The white-haired inner attendant stood silently beside the emperor's table, eyes closed and sleeves hanging. After a while, Murong Chi set down the examination paper, reflecting, "The writer's sincerity is palpable. Their nature is straightforward and kind. Yet, they lack experience and insight, appearing somewhat juvenile. You have exerted great effort to bring him here. You should take a look as well." Li Qinghuan crossed her legs, casually snatching a piece of cake and taking a hearty bite, waving her hand dismissively. "What is there to see? Just a fool picked up from Yunwu Mountain. In my opinion, his heart is simple, his nature naive, and his intellect lacking. Once the examination is over, give him a few coins for travel expenses and send him back to the countryside to tend to the fields. He seems more suited for that." Murong Chi frowned slightly at her words, but quickly broke into a smile. "You disdain him, yet I am determined to employ him." Li Qinghuan was taken aback, tossing aside the half-eaten cake and brushing off the crumbs from her hands, casting a sidelong glance at Murong Chi. "Are you trying to compete with me?" The white-haired inner attendant revealed a hint of a smile. It was rare for anything to pique Li Qinghuan's interest, and he found Gu Chengyan quite likable. While Li Qinghuan and Murong Chi continued their playful banter, Gu Chengyan stood alone in a corner of the examination hall, observing the comings and goings of guards and officials. Feeling stiff and awkward, caught between embarrassment and anxiety, Nangon Kainev lingered with the other chi practitioners for a while longer, noticing no abnormalities, and prepared to lead them away. However, seeing that Li Qinghuan's candidate remained behind after the examination, she approached him and inquired, "Why have you not left with the other candidates? This is the Imperial Palace. You cannot linger here at your leisure." Gu Chengyan, feeling as if he were a blank canvas, caught a glimpse of Nangon Kainev's breathtaking beauty, utterly captivated and momentarily speechless. He swore he could not find another woman so exquisite in his entire county. Nangon Kainev, noticing his dazed expression, felt a twinge of annoyance. "Why are you not responding?" Gu Chengyan snapped back to reality, realizing his rudeness. His face turned crimson as he tightly clutched his satchel, lowering his head in shame, stammering softly, I momentarily lost my senses and did not hear clearly. I beg you to ask again, my lady." Seeing Gu Chengyan's flustered demeanor, Nangon Kainev could not help but find it amusing. Gu Chengyan cautiously raised his gaze, catching a fleeting glimpse of her flower-like smile, and once again lowered his head, too shy to look further. Finding him amusing, Nangon Kainev teased in earnest, "You should not call me my lady. In terms of age, I could be your elder sister. In terms of position, I am the chief of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, holding the 3rd rank. As a candidate, you should address me as esteemed elder sister and pay your respects." Gu Chengyan, taken aback by her words, hurriedly placed his satchel on his shoulder and bowed deeply, Candidate Gu Cheng'an pays his respects to esteemed elder sister. Laughter erupted from a group of Qi practitioners nearby, who found the scene hilariously entertaining. Nangong Kainov, also amused, chuckled, "You certainly know how to flatter, but I assure you, I have no relatives as foolish as you." Chapter 7. The file of Li Qinghuan. It was only then that Gu Cheng'an realized he had misspoken in his panic, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. He hurriedly nodded in acknowledgement of his mistake, saying, "My lord, please do not hold it against me. I was merely nervous. All right, let's not dwell on it. Now, tell me, why have you not taken your leave?" Nangong Qianyu also noticed Gu Cheng'an's somewhat dazed demeanor and, having no intention of pressing him further, relented. Gu Cheng'an wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, explaining, "Elder brother Qinghuan asked me to wait for him here." Upon hearing Li Qinghuan's name, Nangong Qianyu's interest was piqued, and she inquired, "How did you come to know Li Qinghuan?" Gu Cheng'an reflected for a moment before replying. "A few days ago, I found myself short on funds and pressed for time, fearing I would miss the palace examination. Thus, I traveled to Yunwu Mountain, where I encountered." "Nangong, does my acquaintance with this gentleman concern you?" Gu Cheng'an interjected. "The emperor has recognized his identity and permitted him to take the exam. Are you questioning the emperor's judgment? If so, I shall confront you before the emperor today." Just as Gu Cheng'an was speaking, he was interrupted by the leisurely approach of Li Qinghuan. Seeing Li Qinghuan ambling towards him brought Gu Cheng'an a sense of relief, and he quickly grasped Li Qinghuan's sleeve, saying, "Elder brother Qinghuan, this esteemed lady has not troubled me." In a hushed tone, he added, "She claims to be the Monitor Lord, a third-rank official. We cannot afford to offend her." Li Qinghuan glanced at Gu Cheng'an and, shaking off his grip, exclaimed, "What of being a third-rank official? Your elder brother is not under her jurisdiction, so what is there to fear? You need not worry. Whether you pass or fail, it has nothing to do with her." Nangong Qianyu, having gleaned the information she sought, was disinclined to engage further with the infamous rogue Li Qinghuan. Thus she turned to leave. As she walked away, Nangong Qianyu contemplated Gu Cheng'an's earlier statement about encountering Li Qinghuan at Yunwu Mountain. This raised a pertinent question. What sort of place was Yunwu Mountain? It was known for its fierce beasts and the presence of supernatural creatures. Despite the efforts of the Bureau of Celestial Affairs and the Bureau of Ghost Suppression to eliminate these entities, they could never be completely eradicated, as they would re-emerge like weeds after a time, always in a consistent number. Fortunately, these beings had not caused any disturbances, and thus each successive Monitor Lord would periodically inspect and eliminate some, allowing the rest to remain relatively undisturbed. The previous generations of Monitor Lords believed this was merely the other three clans expressing their grievances. Why should the human race punish them for minor disturbances? Of course, Yunwu Mountain boasted picturesque scenery, and there had been instances of unwitting tourists venturing there, resulting in unfortunate casualties. But who was Li Qinghuan? To speak kindly, he was a skilled astronomer. To speak unkindly, he was a frequent patron of the city's entertainment districts, indulging in revelry and excess. Would such a person be ignorant of the dangers lurking within Yunwu Mountain? It was only natural for one to fear for their life in such circumstances. Thus, the only truth that remained was that Li Qinghuan did not regard the supernatural creatures of Yunwu Mountain with any seriousness. He was either a cultivator or a transformed creature. Perhaps even a deity. If he were merely a cultivator, it would be manageable, as he was still human. However, if he were a god or a demon, then the implications were profoundly unsettling. With this thought in mind, Nangong Qianyu instructed a nearby cultivator, "Go to the archives of the three monitors in the inner palace and retrieve Li Qinghuan's file." The cultivator hesitated, saying, "Monitor Lord, would that be appropriate?" The three monitors operate independently, each directly under the Emperor's command. To approach them so suddenly may not yield a favorable response. Nangong Qianyu frowned. "Just say it is for the investigation of the recent disturbances caused by demons and ghosts. See how it goes." The cultivator, looking somewhat shocked, ultimately nodded and departed. Within the archives of the three monitors, the head eunuch sat in the hall. Upon hearing the request from the Celestial Affairs cultivator to access Li Qinghuan's file, he did not even lift his eyelids, lazily responding, "Do you and the Celestial Affairs Bureau not understand protocol? The three monitors are separate and mutually restrictive. Such a request raises suspicions of overstepping." The cultivator had anticipated this response, thus he reported, "My lord, this matter is of great significance. May I speak with you privately?" The head eunuch raised his gaze, saying, "Come closer and speak." The cultivator approached and whispered a few words in the eunuch's ear. The eunuch's expression shifted, and he said, "Wait here. I shall return shortly." With that, he hurried out towards the Weiyang Palace. Upon arriving, he was intercepted by the guards at the entrance. There, he observed the Grand Steward standing beside Murongqi, eyes closed, attending to state affairs. "Let him in." Murongqi finally spoke, noticing the commotion outside. The head eunuch bowed. "I pay my respects to the Emperor and the Grand Steward." Seeing the eunuch drenched in sweat, Murongqi gently said, "No need for formalities. Catch your breath before responding." Once the eunuch had composed himself, he softly reported, "The cultivator from the Celestial Affairs Bureau bears the token of Monitor Lord Nangong Qianyu and seeks to access the records of Dr. Li Qinghuan from the Bureau of Astrology. The reason given is related to the recent disturbances caused by demons and ghosts. Mo Rongqi listened in silence, pondering how Li Qinghuan had incurred the displeasure of Nangong Qianyu, who seemed intent on pursuing him relentlessly. The elderly eunuch beside him exhibited a similar expression of bewilderment. Noticing Mo Rongqi's gaze, the elder nodded slightly. Very well. Instruct Nangong Qianyu to come and see for herself. Do not ask further questions. Additionally, inform her that this is a one-time exception. It shall not happen again. Mo Rongqi dismissed the head eunuch with a wave. In the hall of the archives, Nangong Qianyu sat quietly sipping tea. 3 head eunuchs produced a dusty iron box. Under their watchful eyes, they tore open the seal, and with 3 keys, they unlocked the box. A yellow document was presented before Nangong Qianyu. She gently opened the cover, revealing a single page with a few lines of text. Li Qinghuan, a man of respectable lineage. He possesses an upright appearance, is known for his integrity, and harbors a pure character, detesting evil. He is also skilled in the craft of timekeeping and is compassionate towards the elderly, returning lost valuables. He has a profound knowledge of medicinal elixirs and is well-versed in poetry and literature, truly a rare and exceptional individual. The document bore the imperial seal and the mark of the Grand Steward. After reading Li Qinghuan's file, Nangong Qianyu found herself momentarily at a loss. The document was peculiar. It did not provide any details regarding Li Qinghuan's origins, age, life history, or parental information. Instead, it was filled with absurdities. Yet the imperial seal and the Grand Steward's mark loomed large upon it. The 3 head eunuchs retrieved the file, resealed it, and locked it away once more. One of the eunuchs who had gone to report to the emperor glanced at Nangong Qianyu and announced, "Monitor Lord Nangong." A word from the emperor. Regaining her composure, Nangong Qianyu quickly knelt to receive the decree. This is a one-time exception. It shall not happen again. Once the eunuch delivered the message, he turned and left with the other 2 eunuchs. In those few words, Nangong Qianyu discerned the emperor's displeasure and a clear warning. A chill coursed through her body, and she dared not dwell on it any longer. Chapter 8. Li Qinghuan's resignation. Gu Qing'an accompanied Li Qinghuan to his dilapidated courtyard. Upon entering, he observed a tree planted on the left and another on the right. 3 rooms stood in a row, a central hall, a kitchen to the left, a bedroom to the right, and a latrine at the back. Inside the hall, there were 2 chairs, one to the east and the other to the west. A wine jug rested on the floor, another on the table, and yet another on a chair, while cobwebs adorned the corners and beams. An official robe lay carelessly crumpled over the back of a chair. Gu Qing'an was left questioning his reality. Was this truly the abode of an official from the Yunshi kingdom? It appeared scarcely better than a beggar's abandoned shrine. Eventually, Gu Qing'an could no longer endure the squalor. The place was hardly fit for habitation. He commenced tidying up, muttering, "Qinghuan, my old brother, how can you, an 8th-rank scholar, not afford a maid or a boy to assist you? This place resembles a haunted dwelling." Li Qinghuan, lounging in a chair, replied disdainfully, "You prattle on like an old woman. If I gave you a tile to shield you from the rain, you would not know gratitude. I have no spare coins to hire a maid or a boy. I live for the moment, savoring wine and the fragrance of green vines that rival the snow." Gu Qing'an shook his head, thinking to himself that his old brother was a good man, albeit a loquacious and frivolous one. Li Qinghuan went out to purchase some cooked food and wine, and the 2 of them managed a modest meal. Li Qinghuan then took out bedding and arranged a makeshift sleeping area for Gu Qing'an in the hall, allowing him to stay temporarily until the results were announced. That night, even on that meager bedding, Gu Qing'an slept soundly. Li Qinghuan reminded him of an older neighbor from his childhood, 3 years his senior, who always scolded him yet looked out for him. The following morning, as the sun rose higher, someone visited Li Qinghuan's shabby courtyard. While Li Qinghuan remained in deep slumber, Gu Qing'an answered the door, only to be taken aback by the sight of Nangong Qianyu. Flustered, he hurriedly offered his greetings. Nangong Qianyu waved her hand dismissively and entered the courtyard, surveying her surroundings, which reflected Li Qinghuan's character, light and carefree. Once inside the hall, Gu Qing'an nervously poured a cup of water and rushed to awaken Li Qinghuan. "Qinghuan, wake up. The esteemed supervisor from yesterday has arrived." Li Qinghuan, groggy and displeased, grumbled, "You disturb my dreams. This is a grudge that shall not be easily forgotten." "Wait, who did you say has come?" "The supervisor Nangong Qianyu," Gu Qing'an urged, fearing that Li Qinghuan's delay might offend her. He knew well the distinction between a 3rd-rank and an 8th-rank official. Li Qinghuan sat up, saying, "What is the rush? This is my home. Do not bring every stray cat and dog inside." He then glanced at Gu Qing'an, remarking, "You clearly lack experience. You are mesmerized by that woman. Do not say I did not warn you. She is not someone you can easily yearn for." Gu Qing'an replied anxiously, "I would not dare. I merely find her pleasing to the eye. I am worried about you, my brother. Do not inadvertently offend her superior, lest she retaliate against you." Li Qinghuan nodded. "You may have some sense after all. Allow me to meet with her. The magpies are chirping outside. Perhaps a good fortune awaits." After a casual dressing, Li Qinghuan strode confidently into the hall, with Gu Qing'an closely following. He seized a chair and turned it to face Nangong Qianyu, plopping down with an air of authority, resting his hands on the back of the chair, squinting at her. "Speak. What brings you here so early?" Nangong Qianyu glanced at the bright sunlight outside and retorted, "What a fine scholar you are, calling this early. No wonder none dare utilize your methods." Li Qinghuan, growing impatient, snapped, "Do not meander. I serve the emperor, not your family. State your business directly. Nagong Qianyu turned to him, her gaze intense. About your resignation yesterday, do you still stand by your word? At her words, Li Qinghuan perked up, straightening himself. Once I speak, my word is my bond. Nagong Qianyu appeared slightly taken aback. You are aware of the consequences of your words? She studied him closely, searching for any sign of insincerity. Li Qinghuan scoffed. Humph. The divine records are not exclusive to your Bureau of Celestial Affairs. Our Bureau of Astrology has them as well. Enough of this idle chatter. Have you brought the money? A transaction requires both cash and a resignation letter. Nagong Qianyu, feeling somewhat deflated, did not perceive any oddity in Li Qinghuan's demeanor. He was correct. The divine records indeed existed within the Bureau of Astrology. And it was not surprising for Li Qinghuan, a troublesome figure, to examine them. She then clapped her hands thrice, and a Qi practitioner entered the courtyard, startling Gu Cheng'an. The practitioner placed a box in the hall and departed. Li Qinghuan hurriedly crouched to open the box, revealing a bounty of silver, which he sampled to confirm its authenticity. Seeing Li Qinghuan's eagerness, Nagong Qianyu's expression turned contemptuous. She truly believed there was something amiss with his character. Was he truly virtuous? His greed was evident. After counting and testing the silver, Li Qinghuan closed the box, exclaiming, Excellent. You were straightforward, and I appreciate that. I shall draft the resignation letter. He swiftly retrieved paper and pen, skillfully composing the resignation letter with elegant strokes. He then found a box of red ink and stamped his fingerprint on it. After completing the task, he pondered briefly and penned another note. Today, I, Li Qinghuan, in accordance with Nagong Qianyu's agreement, willingly resign from my position as the scholar of celestial measurements in exchange for 20,000 coins. Neither party may retract this agreement. After signing and stamping it, he handed it to Nagong Qianyu. You should also sign and stamp it, lest you deny it later. Nagong Qianyu read the document and found it reasonable. So she signed and stamped it in the same manner. Li Qinghuan was elated. He quickly bundled up his official robe and handed over his official seal to Nagong Qianyu, saying, You handle the remaining formalities. I shall not see you off. Nagong Qianyu felt a sense of smoothness in the process, yet a sense of unease lingered. However, she had successfully removed this unstable element from the emperor's side. She promptly submitted Li Qinghuan's resignation and official seal to the inner court. Unexpectedly, the emperor approved it the same day, and a eunuch returned with 2 imperial edicts for Nagong Qianyu to announce. The first approved Li Qinghuan's resignation, while the second shockingly conferred upon him the title of Scholar of Celestial Measurements. Nagong Qianyu, holding the 2 imperial edicts, felt as though she had been struck by lightning. In a daze, she nearly forgot how, as a mere Qi practitioner, she had fled from Li Qinghuan's raucous laughter, abandoning her official robe and seal in his courtyard. Chapter 9. I will kick you to death, you little man in the imperial garden. The venerable white-haired courtier accompanied the emperor as he admired the blossoms. Morong Qi could not help but chuckle. Did Huan brother really swindle Nanguang Jianjing out of a fortune of 10,000 taels? The old courtier responded with a smile. To be fair, Dr. Li would be more than glad to resign from his position. However, it was indeed the emperor who deceived Nanguang, which amounts to her salary for a decade. But the Nanguang family is affluent, haha. Upon hearing this, Morong Qi exchanged a knowing smile with the white-haired courtier and resumed their floral appreciation. The streets of Yinshu, the capital of Yunxi Kingdom, bustled with prosperity and clamor, teeming with throngs of people, and carriages flowed like a river, while countless boats drifted across the lake, laden with goods for the market. Merchants in the alleys engaged in ceaseless chatter. Having unexpectedly come into wealth, Li Qinghuan strolled about with Gu Cheng'an. Today, he filled his wine gourd to the brim and carried an additional pot, sipping as he enthusiastically guided Gu Cheng'an through the city, recounting tales of its wonders. He spoke of the newly arrived star attractions at flower houses, the watered-down wines at certain inns, the indiscretions of young wives, and the frailties of various officials, sharing his insights with fervor. As Li Qinghuan's tales flowed like a torrent, Gu Cheng'an listened with rapt attention. However, as he turned to listen intently, he accidentally collided with a young man in green attire. Gu Cheng'an hurriedly apologized, reaching out to assist. I'm terribly sorry. I was lost in thought and didn't see the road. Meanwhile, a young man in white quickly helped the green-clad youth to his feet, reproaching, Why do you two walk without paying attention? Such carelessness. Feeling guilty, Gu Cheng'an continued to bow and apologize profusely. Once they had steadied themselves, the 2 young men were revealed. The one in green exuded elegance and warmth, with features akin to jade, eyes shimmering like autumn waters, truly a paragon among the youth. The one in white had a complexion like polished jade, strikingly handsome, with eyes like clear pools and skin as tender as cream, radiating youthful vitality, complemented by a hint of playful cunning. Li Qinghuan looked at the 2 with dissatisfaction, stating, It was this fool who bumped into you. What does it have to do with me? Besides, with so many people around, can't you watch where you're going? The white-clad youth, upon hearing this, glared coldly, retorting fiercely, How can you be so rude and unreasonable? In a flurry, Gu Cheng'an waved his hands. Gentlemen, it is entirely my fault. I beg your forgiveness. Is anyone injured? Seeing Gu Cheng and oppose and plead for mercy, the white-clad youth shot a glare at Li Qinghuan, exclaiming, Now that sounds like a reasonable person, unlike some whose sharp tongue and sour demeanor reflect nothing but malice. The green-clad youth hurriedly pulled the white youth back. Xiaobai, hold your tongue. Do not be overly combative. Meanwhile, Li Qinghuan's temper had already flared, and he began to hurl insults. You little brat with your sharp tongue. I rise before dawn after spending the night with 7 women. What about you? You're merely a pretty face without substance, destined to die alone. The white-clad youth immediately retaliated, and the two engaged in a lively exchange of insults in the bustling street, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Li Qinghuan was in high spirits, hands on his hips, gesturing animatedly. You, with your oiled hair and powdered face, I can see you are merely a shell, your vitality drained by wine and lust. Your demise is not far off. The crowd erupted in laughter. The white-clad youth, his cheeks flushed, spat, "Pa. I rise before dawn after spending the night with 8 women. Look at you, sunken eyes and weak knees, just a hollow shell. Your end is nigh." Li Qinghuan laughed heartily, mocking. I wager you've yet to grow out of your childhood. You're nothing but a virgin who dares to boast. Perhaps you've never even seen a woman. The crowd burst into laughter once more. Unwilling to bear the insult, the white-clad youth shot back. It seems you are merely a pretender. I have seen many women. Since you claim to be so knowledgeable, why don't you tell me, what does rouge taste like? Meanwhile, Gu Chengyan continued to apologize. Today's incident is entirely my fault along with my brother Qinghuan. I implore you, noble sirs, to forgive us. Although brother Qinghuan speaks harshly, he is kind-hearted at core, simply prone to fits of temper. The green-clad youth chuckled lightly. My cousin Bai is also just a young lad, lacking understanding. By the way, may I ask for your name? Gu Chengyan quickly responded, I am Gu Chengyan from Yuling. Just as I was speaking, I noticed the palm of your hand is slightly red. Did you hurt yourself when I bumped into you? You should visit a doctor for some ointment. The green-clad youth, feeling a bit embarrassed as Gu Chengyan held his hand, nonchalantly withdrew it. It's nothing serious, merely a minor scratch. You need not worry, Chengyan. By the way, my name is Hu Qing, and this is my cousin Baiyu. We travel from a small nation to the east of the Central Plains, exploring Yunxi. We are new to the capital, so I hope for your understanding. Gu Chengyan quickly bowed. You flatter me, brother Hu. Your words are too kind. I am also new here, participating in the imperial examination. The brother you quarreled with, his name is Li Qinghuan. He is local and well acquainted with this place. If you wish to explore the capital, you may seek his guidance. Upon hearing this, Hu Qing glanced at Li Qinghuan and Baiyu, still embroiled in their public spat, and furrowed his brows, feeling a headache coming on. Recognizing Hu Qing's predicament, Gu Chengyan steeled himself and plunged into the crowd, pulling Li Qinghuan out. Hu Qing also called back Baiyu, who was still simmering with unspent rage. This time, Hu Qing took the initiative, addressing Li Qinghuan with a gentle tone. My younger cousin Baiyu, being young and impetuous, has spoken out of turn, and I, Hu Qing, sincerely apologize to you, Li Gongzi. Baiyu wished to argue but was silenced by Hu Qing's stern gaze, resulting in him sulkily stomping his feet in frustration. Li Qinghuan felt he had only exerted a fraction of his usual prowess. This white-clad youth paled in comparison to the notorious Yao Vai's supervisor. However, seeing the other party relent, he deemed it a profitable encounter and feigned magnanimity, waving his hand, a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. I am not one to hold grudges against the less fortunate. Baiyu, still simmering with indignation, was once again labeled a little man, causing his anger to flare anew. He contemplated re-engaging in battle with Li Qinghuan but found himself deterred by Hu Qing's gaze and ultimately retreated to a nearby tree, unleashing his frustration through kicks and punches, exclaiming, I will kick you to death, you little man. Chapter 10, The Wine at Suihua Residence. Baiyu, feeling increasingly aggrieved, found herself shedding a few teardrops without realizing it. She hurriedly wiped them away with her sleeve and stood there, staring blankly for a long while. This scene left Li Qinghuan utterly astonished. He intended to press further, but noticed the remnants of tears still glistening at the corners of Baiyu's eyes. Seeing her in such a state, Li Qinghuan concluded that she was a pampered young lady who had never faced adversity. Although he felt victorious, his delight diminished by half, and his eagerness to engage in a verbal sparring waned. Gu Chengyan, the simpleton, felt guilty upon seeing Baiyu in tears and repeatedly tugged at Li Qinghuan's sleeve, signaling him to offer some words of comfort. Hu Qing, observing Baiyu's demeanor, regarded her with pity and felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards Li Qinghuan's excessive behavior. He wished to approach and console his cousin, but heard Li Qinghuan cheerfully declare, all right. Even quarrels require a sense of destiny. We might as well consider ourselves strangers who have yet to quarrel. I heard from the fool that you are from out of town. So allow me to treat you to the renowned dishes of the capital at Suihua Residence, and let us indulge in a few drinks. After speaking, Li Qinghuan stepped forward and grasped Baiyu's arm, leading her away. Come on, little brother. The elder brother is treating you. We shall enjoy a couple of drinks and move on. No need to cry like a woman. Baiyu attempted to resist, but found herself unable to break free, allowing Li Qinghuan to pull her along while glancing back repeatedly. Behind them, Gu Chengyan walked alongside Hu Qing, both of them smiling. Noticing Hu Qing's presence, Baiyu ceased her protests and lowered her head, sulking. Li Qinghuan, seeing her still sulky, chuckled, little brother, once you taste the dishes at Suihua Residence, you shall no longer be unhappy. Let me tell you, their sweet and sour fish is truly exceptional. The fish is freshly caught from the western lake, tender and delicious. I assure you, you won't be able to resist. Is it really that good? Can I order several? Baiyu, youthful and spirited, quickly forgot her displeasure upon hearing about the delectable food. But that fish cost several taels of silver each. Are you afraid of going broke on me? Li Qinghuan instinctively patted his bulging purse, feigning difficulty. Going broke would be even better. Just see if you have any money left to boast about going to the Night of Seven Maidens next time. Baiyu laughed. Li Qinghuan grinned widely. I have plenty of things to boast about. What's the Night of Seven Maidens compared to my escapades with celestial maidens? If I were to truly let loose, there would be no need for storytellers beneath the bridges in this capital. Wouldn't you agree? Hu Qing watched the two of them banter and couldn't he help but feel that Baiyu was still rather naive, easily led astray by a few words. Glancing at the simple-minded Gu Cheng'an beside him, Hu Qing felt reassured. With someone like Li Qinghuan, he could not be too bad. Suihua residence was situated by the lakeside in the western part of the city, built against the hills and overlooking the lake. The elegant building offered a comprehensive menu and picturesque scenery, making it a favored destination for the city's elite. Li Qinghuan was a frequent visitor. Though he did not possess much silver himself, the officials seeking fertility potions certainly did. Thus, he had never spent a single coin while dining there. As the four entered Suihua residence, a waiter greeted them. It's Dr. Li. Still wanting the lakeside private room? Li Qinghuan nodded, tossing a silver ingot to the waiter, saying, a little something for you. Bring out all the finest dishes, and give me 10 sweet and sour fish. Serve 2 at a time. No need for a pot of osmanthus wine. Just a few barrels will do. I want to drink straight from the barrel. Hurry up. The waiter, beaming with joy as he accepted the silver, replied, Understood. I'll make sure everything is well taken care of. Please, come this way. As they made their way, many familiar patrons greeted Li Qinghuan with smiles, to which he responded with nods. This surprised Hu Qing, who found it astonishing that someone who typically behaved like a loudmouth could be so at ease in such an elegant establishment. In contrast, Gu Cheng'an appeared quite reserved, nearly smiling along. Once they settled in the lakeside private room, Gu Cheng'an and Hu Qing engaged in casual conversation, and in just a few exchanges, Hu Qing managed to uncover Gu Cheng'an's background. Li Qinghuan lounged lazily by the window, gazing out at the shimmering green lake, his expression somewhat ethereal, as if the affairs of the world were of no concern to him. Across from him sat Baiyu, resting her chin on her hand. While Li Qinghuan was lost in thoughts of the water, she secretly observed him, intrigued by the sudden transformation in his demeanor. Osmanthus wine has arrived. The waiter's exclamation snapped Li Qinghuan back to attention. He sprang up, placing 4 barrels of wine before them, exclaiming, Let us drink a bit to whet our appetites. The food will taste even better afterward. He casually broke the seal on a barrel and began to drink heartily. Baiyu, influenced by Li Qinghuan's exuberance, immediately began to open a barrel herself. However, she quickly caught Hu Qing's disapproving glance and retorted, Brother, I'm 16 now. I can drink. Coughing, Li Qinghuan nearly choked, nearly spitting out the wine as he exclaimed, You're 16 and have never had a drink? Yet you dared to boast about being able to drink 1,000 cups and remain sober? Who said I've never drunk? Baiyu exclaimed defiantly, disregarding Hu Qing's watchful gaze, and took several swigs from the barrel. Instantly, her face flushed with color, and she exclaimed, See? I'm drinking now. Good, good. Now you look like a man. But I started drinking at 12. You're far behind me. Enough of that. Let us keep drinking. Li Qinghuan clinked his barrel against Baiyu's, causing wine to splash everywhere, the aroma intoxicating. His enthusiasm surged as he tilted his head back and drank directly from the barrel. Take it easy, Li Qinghuan. Don't get drunk. Gu Cheng'an, startled by Li Qinghuan's fervor, hurriedly advised. Li Qinghuan paid no heed, downing an entire barrel in one go, carelessly wiping the wine from his mouth, and called out, Waiter, bring all your osmanthus wine here. The waiter promptly returned, saying, We only have 28 barrels left today. Li Qinghuan nonchalantly pulled out a large bag of silver, tossing it without counting, declaring, Bring them all. If it's not enough, someone will cover the cost. As the waiter left with the silver, he was not worried about the payment. It was well known that this gentleman could drink as much as he wished, with high-ranking officials eager to cover the tab. Yet, if he took all 28 barrels, it might jeopardize the establishment's business, but such was the nature of dealing with someone of his stature. Li Qinghuan glanced at the empty barrel and seized the one in front of Gu Cheng'an, saying, Simpleton, don't just stand there in a daze. Join Brother Hu in a drink, just use a cup. After which, he resumed his hearty drinking. Seeing this, Baiyu raised her own barrel and clinked it against Li Qinghuan's. Cough, cough. Li Qinghuan choked. You should clink before drinking, little one. You really lack manners. Seeing him choke, Baiyu burst into laughter, her earlier grievances fading away in an instant. Ha ha ha. Chapter 11. Imprisonment. White Moon imitated Li Qinghuan, disregarding the consequences, and eagerly drank from the jar. Hu Qing, too late to intervene, shook his head with a sigh and allowed White Moon to continue. Good. What courage! Li Qinghuan exclaimed, pouring himself another drink. Gu Cheng'an filled a cup for both himself and Hu Qing, raising it in toast. Brother Hu, our acquaintance's fate. I toast you with this cup, both as an apology and in honor of our bond. Seeing this, Hu Qing lightly lifted his cup in return. Brother Qing'an, this cup is to our fateful meeting. Cheers. After exchanging pleasantries, they both drank. White Moon finished a jar in one breath, sticking out her tongue and fanning her hand. Her face flushed. Li Qinghuan, having downed 2 jars, remained unfazed. Watching White Moon's antics reminded him of his own first experience with alcohol, which he found amusing. At that moment, a dozen maidens gradually brought forth an array of dishes, setting them down elegantly. Li Qinghuan picked up his chopsticks. Selecting the softest piece of the vinegar fish and placing it in White Moon's bowl. Here, try the signature dish of Suihua residence. Eat it while it's hot. White Moon, slightly dazed, picked up the piece of fish and placed it in her mouth. The fish melted in her mouth, exquisitely tender, leaving a delightful flavor on her palate. Upon savoring it further, she noted the perfect balance of sweetness and acidity. Seeing White Moon enjoy the fish, Li Qinghuan chuckled. Well, I didn't deceive you, did I? Is it not delicious? White Moon instinctively nodded, her reactions becoming somewhat sluggish. Come, you silly, eat as well, don't just chat. Li Qinghuan said, placing a piece of fish brain into Gu Cheng'en's bowl. You eat what nourishes you. Go on. Gu Cheng'en hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Brother Qinghuan. I'll manage. You should drink less to avoid intoxication and eat more vegetables. We wouldn't want to waste this splendid feast. Saying this, Gu Cheng'en followed suit. Placing the most delectable piece of vinegar fish into Hu Qing's bowl. Brother Hu, eat while it's hot. Hu Qing nodded in gratitude, savoring the vinegar fish leisurely. Li Qinghuan, however, preferred to indulge without restraint, holding the jar in one hand and chopsticks in the other, devouring food and drink with abandon, oblivious to his surroundings. White Moon, initially astonished by Li Qinghuan's voracious appetite, found her own appetite stirred and began to imitate his eating and drinking. Hu Qing and Gu Cheng'en exchanged amused glances and clinked their cups together. Out of 32 jars of wine, Li Qinghuan consumed 28 alone, while White Moon had 3. And Hu Qing and Gu Cheng'en shared half a small jar. The meal continued from noon until sunset. In the room, Hu Qing and Gu Cheng'en were pleasantly tipsy, engaging in lively conversation about various topics. Hu Qing, well-versed and articulate, impressed Gu Cheng'en, leading to discussions on governance and the welfare of the people. Gu Cheng'en's passionate rhetoric garnered Hu Qing's respect. White Moon and Li Qinghuan's chairs were closely aligned. Li Qinghuan had fallen into a deep slumber, with wine still trickling from his mouth. White Moon leaned against him, murmuring in a hazy state, Li Qinghuan, let us drink another jar. Bring the wine, quickly. As the gathering concluded, Hu Qing and Gu Cheng'en agreed to meet again the following day, as Li Qinghuan had arranged with White Moon to guide them through the capital. Suihua residents offered accommodations, and Hu Qing assisted the unsteady White Moon to settle in. Gu Cheng'en, having little silver to spare, hesitated to stay overnight, but ultimately, Suihua residents arranged for a carriage to take them back to Li Qinghuan's courtyard. In the dead of night, under a darkened sky, a figure in black slipped silently into Li Qinghuan's courtyard like a falling leaf. Approaching Li Qinghuan's chamber, the figure waved a hand, and the door opened soundlessly. Entering, the figure, bathed in moonlight, beheld Li Qinghuan sprawled across the bed, the bedding cast aside. The room was filled with the scent of alcohol, and the figure frowned, muttering, how did this fellow not drink himself to death? Seeing Li Qinghuan in a deep stupor, the figure produced a talisman and pointed at it. The talisman glowed, revealing an obscure pattern, and the figure deftly affixed it to Li Qinghuan's chest. After a moment, with Li Qinghuan's breathing steady and his snoring unabated, the figure furrowed their brow. Not a demon? Next, the figure threw another talisman, placing it on Li Qinghuan's forehead. The talisman fluttered as Li Qinghuan exhaled. Not a divine being either. Pacing back and forth, the figure concluded, perhaps a ghost, and affixed yet another talisman to Li Qinghuan's left temple. After waiting, Li Qinghuan remained blissfully asleep, occasionally smacking his lips as if relishing the day as culinary delights. Could it be that his magical prowess is too strong? And I haven't placed enough talismans? Unwilling to abandon the endeavor, the figure retrieved a handful of talismans, applying them from head to toe on Li Qinghuan. Yet, none could alter the fact that he slept soundly. Suddenly, Li Qinghuan stirred, startling the figure. However, he merely reached up to scratch his face. Perhaps due to the talisman's tickling sensation, Li Qinghuan absent-mindedly tore off the talisman from his face and continued to sleep deeply. The figure quickly reached out, attempting to retrieve the various talismans from Li Qinghuan, but one remained in his grasp. Reluctantly, the figure tiptoed to the bedside, leaning down gently to pry the talisman from Li Qinghuan's hand while cautiously glancing back to ensure he remained undisturbed. Suddenly, the figure felt a weight on their neck. Li Qinghuan's right arm encircled them, pulling them into an embrace, face to face, lips to lips. The moment their lips met, the figure felt an overwhelming sensation, as if struck by lightning, leaving them dazed and breathless. Li Qinghuan began to murmur, intensifying the figure's unusual feelings, compelling them to resist moving their head. The figure was Nangong Qianyu, whose heart raced, yet she dared not shift, fearing it would awaken Li Qinghuan and complicate matters. She supported herself on the bed, remaining still. Since that day, she had delivered the emperor's decree and fled from Li Qinghuan's residence. His mocking smile lingered in her mind, becoming a burden in her cultivation. After losing 20,000 taels of silver, her frustration grew, leading her to suspect Li Qinghuan's true nature. Disregarding the emperor's warnings, She had secretly observed Li Qinghuan for several days, seizing the opportunity presented by his drunken stupor to discern whether he was a deity, demon, or even a celestial being. Only then could his actions be seen as plausible. Yet now, she found herself ensnared, caught between desire and obligation. Feeling the rise and fall of Li Qinghuan's chest and his heavy breathing beside her, she was overwhelmed with shame. Chapter 12. The Sin of Rouge. Nan Gongqian you could not help but silently lament her plight. If Li Qinghuan were to awaken now, this scoundrel would undoubtedly escalate the matter to the emperor, and she would find herself in dire straits. Should he raise a ruckus, accusing her of being infatuated and sneaking into his boudoir, her lifelong reputation, along with that of the Nan Gong family, would be utterly ruined. Moreover, she feared that her cultivation would be hindered, leaving her unable to progress. Xiaobai, come here. Let me teach you how to drink. Li Qinghuan began to mumble incoherently, releasing his hold on Nan Gongqianyu's hand, fumbling at the bedside while muttering, "Where's my wine jar?" Feeling a sense of relief, Nan Gongqianyu was about to rise when she suddenly found her cheeks cradled in Li Qinghuan's hands. "Ah, so it is here," he murmured, pressing down with both hands and gulping down the rich, vermilion brew in one go. The Sin of Rouge lingered. Was she intoxicated? Was it beautiful? With a heart fluttering in an almost suffocating manner, tears streamed down Nan Gongqianyu's face. Rage consumed her. A voice within her cried out, "Li Qinghuan, even if I must forsake my brilliance in this life, I shall kill you to quell this hatred." Yet, at this moment, Nan Gongqianyu felt weak and powerless. Her anger intertwined with shame and guilt. Just as despair enveloped her, Li Qinghuan, perhaps having tasted the salt and bitterness of her tears, carelessly flung her off the bed, spitting, "Bah! You audacious Cui Huaju, how dare you deceive me with inferior quality? What punishment shall you face for this?" His words trailed off, interrupted by the sounds of his snoring. To Nan Gongqianyu, his words felt like knives piercing her heart. Everything about him seemed to mock her, even his very breath. She took a deep breath, gazing at his slumbering visage, and drew her sword. Approaching slowly, she illuminated his lips with the sword's gleam, revealing the faint blush that marked the witness of her first kiss. Yet, as the cold blade hovered at Li Qinghuan's throat, she could not help but shed more tears. Eventually, she retracted the talisman Li Qinghuan had loosened and, cloaked by the night, fled once more. The following noon, Gu Cheng'an urged Li Qinghuan to rise, reminding him of their appointment from the previous day. Reluctantly, Li Qinghuan got up, casually wiped his face, and rinsed his mouth. He need not change his clothes, having slept in them. The two bought some pastries on the way and arrived at Cui Huaju, where Hu Qing and Bai Yu awaited them. Upon their meeting, Li Qinghuan decided to take them to Xingchen Mountain on the eastern outskirts of the capital. Xingchen Mountain features a series of interconnected pools. To the left lies one that is round like the sun, and to the right, another shaped like a crescent moon, symbolizing the union of day and night. As night falls, fireflies fill the mountain, resembling twinkling stars. Thus, the mountain was aptly named. At this time, the autumn air was crisp, perfect for ascending to admire the vistas. At the foot of the mountain, a steady stream of visitors made their way along the path. The four friends ascended the steps, their spirits high. Along the way, they admired the drifting autumn leaves, the chirping of mountain birds, the intriguing rocks, and the babbling streams. In the woods, they spotted rabbits leaping, monkeys climbing, and butterflies dancing. The autumn ambience was rich with golden foliage, while a poetic breeze whispered through the mountains. The foolish Gu Cheng'an could not help but lament, "As autumn deepens, winter is not far behind." Hu Qing chuckled in response, "Seasons change. As does the will of heaven. Flowers may bloom again, and leaves may fall anew. Why must Cheng'an dwell on such sentiments?" Li Qinghuan, uninterested in the fool's musings, concentrated on a wild peach tree in the forest, where the last peach of summer hung within reach. However, a monkey, perched on a branch 3 feet away, was equally fixated on that very peach, ready to leap. Bai Yu, beside Li Qinghuan, alternated her gaze between him and the monkey, finding the scene amusing. Yet, an odd fragrance wafted into her nose, compelling her to sniff Li Qinghuan, both intentionally and inadvertently. In a flash, Li Qinghuan sprang into action like a startled rabbit, and the monkey, akin to a dragon emerging from water, leapt toward the peach as well. In the fleeting moment of competition, Li Qinghuan ultimately triumphed, plucking the peach from the tree. The monkey, infuriated, bared its teeth from the branch. With a triumphant glance at the agitated monkey, Li Qinghuan raised the peach in a show of victory, inciting the monkey to jump around in frustration. As he wiped the peach with his sleeve, preparing to take a bite, he noticed Bai Yu's head inching closer, her nose twitching like a puppy's. He pushed her face away with annoyance, declaring, "This peach is delightful, but sharing it is out of the question. If you want one, find your own." Bai Yu swatted away his hand, retorting, "Who would want to eat that sour peach? I'm merely enjoying the scent of you." Li Qinghuan paused in surprise, lifting his sleeve to take a whiff, and chuckled nonchalantly, "I forgot to change clothes. There is still the scent of wine." "What? Are you craving wine again? We can drink at Cui Huaju after descending." Bai Yu shook her head. "Your sense of smell is inferior, even to a dog." Li Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback by her sudden remark, muttering, "Fine, fine. I am inferior. You are like a dog. Does that suffice?" Bai Yu, irritated, shot back, "Are you looking for a quarrel?" Li Qinghuan bit into the peach, savoring the sweet and tangy flavor that was both refreshing and crisp. reminiscent of the transition between winter and summer. After relishing the taste, he exclaimed, "I never argue with those beneath me. You think too much." Baiyu, fuming, replied, "I was referring to you. Besides the scent of wine and the odor of unwashed clothes, there are at least two other fragrances, one of rouge and the other of incense." Gu Cheng'an and Hu Qing, intrigued by the bickering, approached. Gu Cheng'an drew closer to Li Qinghuan, sniffing his sleeve vigorously. "I don't smell anything but wine and a hint of the scent of clothes that haven't been washed in a while." Hu Qing, standing a foot away, inhaled the mountain breeze, casting a peculiar look at Li Qinghuan. Li Qinghuan himself lifted his clothing to sniff again, looking bewildered. "Where are all these scents you claim? I only smell wine. You are all just idling. Let us enjoy the scenery without attempting to shame me for my cleanliness. I call this carefree." With that, Li Qinghuan continued to munch on the peach, striding confidently along the mountain path. "Listen." Baiyu attempted to speak again, but was silenced by Hu Qing's gesture, indicating they should continue their exploration. Hu Qing and Gu Cheng'an exchanged a few more words, subtly inquiring, "Cheng'an, where in the capital is lively at night? Did you go anywhere fun after returning last night?" Gu Cheng'an replied without hesitation, "Where could we go for fun? Yesterday, Brother Qinghuan was utterly intoxicated. It took both me and the driver from Cui Huaju to carry him to bed. As for the night scenery of the capital, I have not seen it. Perhaps tonight, Brother Qinghuan could show us around." Baiyu listened intently, observing Li Qinghuan's carefree demeanor with a look of intrigue in her eyes. Chapter 13. Where to stay tonight. Baiyu was convinced that he could detect the distinct aroma of Li Qinghuan's rouge and incense, a scent that had not been present the previous day. Could it be that Li Qinghuan was truly the debauched son of a noble, intoxicated by the allure of women? The four of them traversed the azure pond, where the sun and moon seemed to converge, having savored the picturesque scenery of mountains and waters. As the last remnants of twilight faded into a dark crimson, Li Qinghuan remarked, "I am famished." Descending the mountain was timely, as darkness enveloped the path, allowing them to observe the luminous insects that characterized the starry mountain. The other three nodded in agreement. As they retraced their steps, the path became increasingly desolate. Most locals preferred to admire the mountain's nightscape from its base, for who could bear the fear of the encroaching darkness? Once the stars began to twinkle, the entire mountain appeared to be adorned with celestial lights. Baiyu, ever playful, sprinted along the trail, chasing the glowing insects. "Don't get lost," Hu Qing called out, hastening his pace to catch up with Baiyu. "Wait for me. I'll follow suit." Gu Cheng'an was equally captivated by the enchanting scenery, trailing behind Hu Qing. Meanwhile, Li Qinghuan ambled leisurely, indifferent to the breathtaking nightscape that seemed to evoke no emotion within him. He found the trio's excitement rather excessive. As they ran, the swarm of glowing insects behind Hu Qing thickened, mesmerizing Gu Cheng'an. Suddenly, the insects began to align, forming a colossal and grotesque figure. The glow dimmed, yet the monstrous shape grew more solid, eventually transforming into a gigantic creature with the body of a bird and the head of a dragon, soaring behind Hu Qing. In an instant, the creature opened its gaping maw and lunged at Hu Qing. "Be careful, Hu!" Gu Cheng'an shouted, glancing over in alarm. He rushed forward, tackling Hu Qing to the ground, and the two of them rolled off the path. The creature missed its target, sweeping past them and ascending into the sky. Hu Qing lay on the ground, Gu Cheng'an's arms wrapped around his abdomen, a mix of surprise and mild anger coursing through him. However, upon catching sight of the creature above, a chill enveloped him. The beast circled in the air before diving once more toward Hu Qing. "Watch out!" Gu Cheng'an exclaimed, pressing Hu Qing down protectively. Li Qinghuan approached with purposeful strides down the slope, his feet barely touching the ground, but then suddenly slowed his pace. "How dare you!" A sharp voice echoed through the night, accompanied by a flash of light that shot toward the creature, piercing straight through it. With a cry reminiscent of a wounded beast, the creature lunged at Gu Cheng'an but then dissolved into a flurry of tiny insects, scattering with the wind. Baiyu arrived just in time to witness the creature's disappearance, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Hu Qing felt the tremors coursing through Gu Cheng'an's body as he held him. "Thank you, Cheng'an," Hu Qing said softly, patting Gu Cheng'an's back. "You can get up now. It's over." Gu Cheng'an glanced back, but there was no trace of the creature left. The once starry mountain had returned to its former darkness, and he struggled to sit up, his legs still trembling. Li Qinghuan, arriving belatedly, saw a graceful figure emerge from the forest, sword in hand. In the silvery moonlight, he recognized the person as Nangong Qianyu, the very one who had vanquished the creature. Nangong Qianyu scrutinized the group before fixing her gaze on Li Qinghuan. Ire evident in her expression. "What are you doing lingering on the mountain at this hour? Seeking death?" Li Qinghuan, perplexed by her persistent hostility, replied nonchalantly, "With you, the esteemed Nangong, present, what I have to fear? You can stand here all night, and I shall dare to sleep here for the night." Li Qinghuan's words were akin to pouring salt on a wound, and Nangong Qianyu recalled the previous night's humiliation, her eyes glinting with cold fury. If looks could kill, Li Qinghuan would have surely met his demise. Yet today, she moved like a marionette, trailing after Li Qinghuan without purpose, uncertain of her own intentions. Hidden in the shadows, she oscillated between rage, shame, and anguish. After a long silence, fearing the loss of control over her emotions, Nangong Qianyu sheathed her sword and departed. Watching her retreating figure, Li Qinghuan urged Gu Cheng'an and the others, "Quickly, follow her. With her leading the way, we shall have some guidance on this dark path." Gu Chengyan wholeheartedly agreed. Having heard Li Qinghuan's brief mention of the matters concerning the Citianjian, which were filled with exceptional talents, he believed that the head of the bureau must undoubtedly be among the most distinguished. Baiyu, still shaken, tugged at Li Qinghuan's sleeve. What exactly was that creature? Li Qinghuan, dismissive, chuckled. Just a trivial mountain creature. Even that woman could handle it with ease. It's nothing formidable. Oh, Baiyu replied, clearly unconvinced. Hu Qing walked silently, his complex expression obscured by the night. The four descended the mountain, eventually arriving in the bustling marketplace, where the lanterns had already been lit. And Baiyu and the others sighed in relief. Nangong Qianyu vanished into the crowd, her presence lost. They found a tavern for a meal. And Li Qinghuan continued to feast heartily. Baiyu, observing Li Qinghuan's carefree demeanor, momentarily forgot the earlier fright and joined in the revelry. Gu Chengyan, still shaken, had little appetite, while Hu Qing maintained a calm facade, albeit lacking enthusiasm. Li Qinghuan, noticing Baiyu and Hu Qing were unfazed, glanced at Gu Chengyan and remarked, "You seem different. This isn't like you. You were reckless earlier, yet now you can barely eat." Gu Chengyan, feeling warm inside at Li Qinghuan's seemingly harsh words that concealed genuine concern, quickly took a piece of food and said, "Thank you, Qinghuan. I will eat now." Li Qinghuan, preoccupied with his meal, muttered without looking up, "Why thank me? I merely wish for you to survive since you've been eating and lodging with me. You'll need to repay me for the wine someday." Gu Chengyan chuckled foolishly at this, resuming his meal. Baiyu, unable to hold back, protested. "Why are you so sharp-tongued and spiteful? Little Bai, hold your tongue," Hu Qing admonished, his demeanor steadier than Baiyu's, aware that Li Qinghuan was, in fact, comforting Gu Chengyan. Through their 2 days of camaraderie, he had gained a preliminary understanding of both Li Qinghuan and Gu Chengyan. As their meal concluded, a commotion erupted in the streets as a group of soldiers rushed forth, declaring, "Curfew tonight. The entire city is under lockdown." Instantly, the marketplace emptied as merchants shuttered their doors. In the taverness urging, Li Qinghuan and Gu Chengyan settled their bill and stepped into the now desolate streets. They knocked on several doors, only to be met with the same refusal. The authorities had issued orders forbidding guests. Baiyu, anxious, exclaimed, "What shall we do, Chinga? The merchants have closed their doors. Where will we spend the night?" Chapter 14. The emperor asked for longevity. Hu Qing was quite distressed. Today, Gu Chengyan had saved him, which was a tremendous favor, and he was reluctant to trouble him further, as he was already a guest under someone else's roof. Baiyu turned to Li Qinghuan and asked, "May I stay at your home for a night?" Li Qinghuan shook his head, saying, "My home consists of only one bedroom and one parlor. I occupy the bedroom, while the parlor belongs to the fool. There is no room left. Perhaps I could take you to an abandoned shrine where no one will bother us for the night." Upon hearing that Li Qinghuan intended to take her to a dilapidated shrine, Baiyu became furious. "How could you, Li Qinghuan, after our acquaintance, have the audacity to suggest such a place?" Gu Chengyan intervened, attempting to mediate. "Brother Qinghuan, our acquaintance is indeed a bond. Why not allow Hu and the others to stay with me in the parlor for the night?" Li Qinghuan shrugged. "If you do not mind being cramped, then it is up to you." With that, he sauntered off, and Gu Chengyan and the others hurried to follow him. As they walked, the four were stopped by the patrolling guards. Fortunately, the leader recognized Li Qinghuan, a man who could engage in casual conversation even with high-ranking officials, and thus did not question them further, only advising them to return home early and not venture out again that night. Upon returning to Li Qinghuan's modest courtyard, he suddenly heard a flurry of urgent bird calls in the night sky. Maintaining a stoic expression, he said to Gu Chengyan, "You handle them. I will return to the yamen to sleep, lest you all crowd together endlessly. You, fool, will only complain that I do not understand hospitality." With that, Li Qinghuan casually stepped outside the courtyard, disappearing into the night. In the imperial palace, the patrolling guards were fully armored, surveying the surroundings, while the practitioners from the Astronomical Bureau and the Ghost Exorcism Bureau were stationed at various points. Inside the Weiyang Palace, only 3 individuals remained. The Empress, Anu, was tending to the Emperor's wounds with a pained expression. The Emperor was tense, occasionally trembling, having sustained a sword wound to his abdomen an hour prior, inflicted by an assassin who had since withdrawn. At this moment, the white gauze could not contain the crimson blood seeping through. An elderly eunuch stood nearby, his usual stoop absent, his gaze sharp and intense. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed, and the 3 within the palace tensed. The palace doors slowly opened, and Li Qinghuan entered nonchalantly, his familiar insouciance still evident on his face. Upon recognizing the visitor, Murongqi let out a sigh of relief, his tense demeanor finally easing. The elderly eunuch reverted to his former stooped posture. Inu rose and bowed respectfully to Li Qinghuan, who nodded in acknowledgement before she quietly exited. Li Qinghuan casually approached the dragon throne and yanked the gauze that Anu had bound around Murongqi's wound. "Ow, it hurts," Murongqi complained, resembling a petulant child. The eunuch's expression twitched, but he refrained from chastising. Li Qinghuan glanced at the exposed flesh, smirking, "No poison, and it has the tea harmed your organs. You won't die from this." After speaking, he picked up a teacup from Murongqi's table and seated himself to sip leisurely. The elderly eunuch shook his head and moved to rebandage Murongqi's wound. While sipping tea, Li Qinghuan cast a sidelong glance at the eunuch. A hint of coldness in his eyes. Qinbo Yuan, you are quite an incompetent eunuch. The eunuch remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Moronqi interjected. It is not entirely the fault of Dabin. The assailant disguised himself as a maidservant serving tea and water, and he did so flawlessly. Had it not been for Dabin's timely intervention, you would now only be seeing my corpse. Pausing, Moronqi added bitterly, I have no offspring. And you could rightfully welcome Xia back to the throne. Pa. Li Qinghuan spat out a flower petal from his tea. So you still doubt he is dead, then? Moronqi replied with self-deprecation, isn't it better if he is not dead? My role as emperor feels redundant. Li Qinghuan set down the teacup and remarked nonchalantly. I have already said, the melodramatic tales of your Murong family are of no concern to me. I have no objections to who takes the stage after the curtain falls. With a devilish smile, he continued, moreover, if I wish to protect him, you wouldn't stand a chance at survival. Moronqi forced a smile. If you must kill one of us, me or Xia, whom would you spare? The eunuch furrowed his brows, eager to learn the answer. Then you should hasten to father a son. If both of you were to perish, it would be peaceful. I would then serve your son as emperor and repay the debt I owe to the old emperor. Li Qinghuan answered decisively. Moronqi retorted angrily, no way. I want to live longer, ensuring you pay that debt until the end of time. Li Qinghuan shrugged nonchalantly. A playful smile on his face, as you wish, provided you have the capability. Seeing Li Qinghuan's indifference, Moronqi's expression turned sorrowful. Brother Huan. Do you believe I have served the people of Yunxi well as emperor? Yet I live in constant trepidation. Do you think I can survive long enough to see my children born? Am I even worthy of offspring? You must know the secrets to longevity, do you not? Li Qinghuan fell silent for a moment before replying. The old emperor was not lacking in that regard. But what is the value of longevity? If everyone lives forever, how would you be able to serve as emperor? Moronqi pressed on. Do you think being emperor is easy? The 39 prefectures and 1,012 counties of Yunxi rest upon my shoulders. At merely 30 years of age, I have already seen gray hair. It is not that I covet longevity. I have many things I wish to accomplish for the nation of Yunxi. Li Qinghuan, growing weary of the inquiries, pondered before saying. There are numerous methods to achieve longevity. You could follow the eunuch's example, take matters into your own hands, and then learn his cultivation techniques. Living for over 200 years should pose no problem. The eunuch interjected calmly, doctorly, be mindful of your words. Familiarity is one thing, ultimately. The emperor is the ruler of the people, and you are also a citizen of Yunxi. Moronqi waved his hands repeatedly. I have no objections to your method. But you must discuss it with my empress and concubines. The mere thought of Moronqi's numerous beauties sent a shiver down Li Qinghuan's spine. If he were to suggest the emperor become a eunuch, the resulting scene was too ghastly to imagine. He feared he might be pummeled to death. Thus, Li Qinghuan hastily said, I have heard that in a distant land across the sea, there exists a kingdom of white people, where a rare beast known as the Qinghuang roams, resembling a fox with horns upon its back. Riding one could extend your life by 2,000 years. Moronqi's eyes lit up at this, but he soon fell into despair. The vast ocean makes finding such a creature akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. This one do, suggest another. Li Qinghuan thought for a moment and replied, in a northern land across the sea lies a country called Wu Wei, where the people can die and be reborn, their hearts never decaying. Finding a nation is surely easier than finding a mythical beast, no? You could ask Nangong Qianyu for their methods during a voyage. Li Qinghuan felt a twinge of irritation towards Nangong Qianyu, as he believed she was always antagonizing him, wishing for the emperor to send her away for peace. However, Moronqi shook his head. Is there no simpler method? Chapter 15. The fire would stick, and the sword reflecting on Moronqi's steadfastness. Li Qinghuan pondered for a moment before rising with a smile. How could there be none? Mount Kunlun is the abode of the gods. Surely there exists the elixir of immortality. Have Nangong Qianyu venture in to fetch a handful for us. Do not forget to bring me a few. With that, Li Qinghuan departed, dismissing Moronqi from his thoughts. Immortality? Surely it is not that easily attained. Within the Weiyang Palace, only two remained. Dabin, perhaps we should take the Chengwang. Arrange for some men to search domestically. There may be something available after all. By the time Li Qinghuan returned to his courtyard, it was already the third watch of the night. Upon opening his bedroom door, he was taken aback to find Baiyu and Hu Qing occupying his bed. Baiyu, still awake, lay there making faces at him, with a touch of exasperation. Li Qinghuan slammed the door shut. He made his way to the hall, discovering that Gu Chenggen was already asleep, having fashioned a bed from tables and chairs that barely accommodated him. The next day in the astrological office, Deputy Director Yu was in a furious uproar. Where's that rascal Li Qinghuan? He used to come and mark the time, pretentiously fiddling with the mechanisms. Yet now, he has not shown his face for several days. The officials of the astrological office chimed in, joining the chorus of condemnation against Li Qinghuan. Amidst the clamor, the old director Yuan Hua sat in silence, sipping his hot tea, having become accustomed to the hubbub. Li Qinghuan's position as a clockmaker had been personally appointed by the emperor, and the chief steward Qin Buiyuan had privately warned Yuan Hua that should Li Qinghuan become a source of displeasure, within the bounds of propriety, they were free to scold, discipline, or even withhold his salary, just not to dismiss him from his post. However, during Li Qinghuan and Appo's tenure at the astrological office, he had demonstrated that neither etiquette nor shame could constrain him. When reprimanded for his mistakes, he would merely chuckle, occasionally retorting with sharp words that could infuriate his accusers. Consequently, the officials had frequently sought solace from the director, who could only respond with a grimace, permitting them to administer their punishments as long as they did not maim or kill him. Fisticuffs had been attempted, with several robust officials from the astrological office and some strong servants joining forces, only to be thoroughly bested by Li Qinghuan, who left them with bruised faces. Deputy Director Yao had also experienced the humiliation of a swollen visage. Crucially, Li Qinghuan was adept at restraint, never inflicting serious harm. Withholding his salary had also been tried. But Li Qinghuan, who peddled medicine across the land, was far from destitute. In truth, Yao had long since lost his temper. His discontent stemmed from domestic strife between his wife and concubine. Thus, when the group found a common target in Li Qinghuan, their collective venting of frustrations served to lighten their spirits before returning to their tasks. In fact, Li Qinghuan's presence was vital to the astrological office. Whenever someone was in a sour mood, they could easily find fault with his work, allowing them to vent their frustrations openly in both public and private. They discovered a pattern. If one first addressed the issue and then scolded him, Li Qinghuan would typically accept the rebuke with a smile, refraining from argument. Once, when Li Qinghuan delivered a faulty clock to another office, causing them considerable trouble, the head of that office stormed into the astrological office, only to be met with a chorus of insults from the officials there, who joined in the cacophony, leaving the head utterly flabbergasted. Ultimately, he declared that since they also despised Li Qinghuan, they might as well dismiss him. However, he was met with a barrage of scorn from Yao and the other officials, who retorted that it was not the place of an outsider to criticize the astrological office. Indeed, whenever a mistake was made there, it inevitably fell upon Li Qinghuan's shoulders, leading to a reprimand from the chief steward, which would soon pass. If they were to dismiss Li Qinghuan, who else would they vent their frustrations upon? Ha! Achoo! Li Qinghuan sneezed, tumbling from the tree in the courtyard. Just then, Baiyu, walking by with his hands behind his back, caught sight of him and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, serves you right for sleeping in a tree. It didn't kill you. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Li Qinghuan grumbled, this sneeze surely came from the old geezers at the astrological office gossiping about me behind my back. Baiyu chuckled lightly. It is nearly noon. My brother has gone to procure some rice and vegetables to cook. Let us eat together shortly. Li Qinghuan glanced at the seldom used kitchen of his home, now billowing with fragrant smoke, and feeling somewhat unaccustomed, replied, your brother's cooking cannot compare to that of Cuihua residence. I shall not eat. Baiyu huffed in frustration. How rude. After staying the night at your home, cooking a meal is a gesture of gratitude, and you dare to belittle him? Li Qinghuan, unwilling to argue with someone so easily outmatched, stretched and prepared to wash up. Here, this must be your sword. It appears rather unsightly. And who uses a sword as a firewood stick? Baiyu handed him a sword from behind. It measured 3 feet and 6 inches, its blade straight as an arrow, with a bluish-white hue resembling bronze but not quite. The hilt was wrapped in a piece of white cloth, now yellowed with age, giving it an overall ancient and unadorned appearance. Perhaps due to years of neglect, the blade was marred with rust and speckled with black soot from the kitchen, remnants of Li Qinghuan's use as a firewood stick. Without even glancing at the sword, Li Qinghuan filled a bucket with water and splashed his face, saying, this sword is indeed a fine one. It can serve as a firewood stick at home. When venturing out, it can be sheathed for decoration. It may also bolster one's courage on long journeys. Return it to the kitchen. Baiyu, feeling disheartened, returned the sword to the kitchen. When mealtime arrived, Li Qinghuan reluctantly sat down but found his appetite sparked by the fragrant vinegar fish, tender blanched greens, stir-fried amaranth, and flaky pastries. He dug in with enthusiasm. Who was it that said they didn't want to eat? Baiyu watched Li Qinghuan devour his food with a mix of exasperation and amusement. With his mouth full, Li Qinghuan mumbled, it's not like you made it. What's there to be proud of? Gu Chengyan and Hu Qing exchanged amused glances as they joined in the meal. After tasting the vinegar fish, Gu Chengyan could not help but exclaim, Brother Hu, your culinary skills rival those of the master at Cuihua residence. Hu Qing smiled modestly, replying, Brother Chengyan, you flatter me. I merely hope you enjoy it. I wish to express my gratitude for your company these past few days. In the days that followed, Li Qinghuan refrained from taking Hu Qing and Baiyu to see the mountains and waters, opting instead to lead the 3 of them to enjoy performances in brothels, indulge in libations, and listen to tales in tea houses. Initially, Gu Chengyan and Hu Qing were hesitant, but they eventually succumbed to Li Qinghuan and Baiyu's enthusiasm. On one occasion, Baiyu inquired of Li Qinghuan, with all this time and money to spare, why not take a wife or concubine? Li Qinghuan responded, being solitary is the most liberating. One can indulge freely in food and drink. The harmonious life of a family is a rare occurrence. The clamor of wives and concubines, the treachery of family ties, that is the common plight. I would advise you, should you lack the means to manage several women, to refrain from marrying multiple concubines lest you find yourself in a precarious position. If you ever feel overwhelmed, feel free to seek my assistance in procuring medicine. I offer a familiar rate of 80%. This left Baiyu momentarily speechless. Days passed, and while the 4 were out in the streets, a commotion arose among the crowd, accompanied by jubilant shouts. The results are out. The palace examination results are announced. Come and see. Chapter 16. Surrounded by enemies, the throngs of people on the street surged toward a square at the end of the road. Gu Chengyan felt a surge of excitement in his heart, yet a tinge of worry lingered. Hu Qing, observing Gu Chengyan's flustered demeanor, chuckled, whether it is good or bad. We must see if we made the list. Why, you chimed in to encourage him. Indeed. You're a decent fellow. Your luck should be favorable. Come on. Let us take a look. With Hu Qing and Bai nudging him along, Gu Chengyan was swept into the crowd. Li Qinghuan, disinterested, strolled down the now empty street. Planning to head to a secluded alley to procure some strong liquor, intending to celebrate the departure of the fool. As he meandered through the desolate alley, reaching an intersection, an unsettling silence enveloped him. A sense of danger loomed. Li Qinghuan hurriedly attempted to flee. Suddenly, a massive 5-foot sword crashed to the ground before him, embedding itself deeply. A figure stood atop the sword's hilt, arms crossed, exuding an air of authority. Startled, Li Qinghuan looked up to see a striking woman clad in black armor. Her expression one of disdain. You are one of the 5 element guards of the Citianjian, the Eastern Dragon Guardian, Duge Qianxue. I haven't offended you, have I? He exclaimed, recognizing the formidable figure known for her dragon hunting prowess. Humph. Your broken hourglass for the Citianjian made me late in capturing a demon. What do you say, Dr. Li? Duge Qianxue sneered, her teeth clenched. Li Qinghuan hastily retreated. Whoosh. A gigantic blade sliced through the air like a tiger's fang, embedding itself in the ground, stirring a fierce wind. A handsome man with flowing white hair stood atop the sword's hilt, his expression cold, adorned with a tiger tooth earring, gazing down at Li Qinghuan. And no, you are not one of the 5 element guards, the Western Tiger Slayer, Chu Fenglai. How have I offended you? Please, offer some guidance. Li Qinghuan stammered, realizing he had unwittingly angered a calamity. This man had a record of slaying deities, having defeated the mountain god Baihu. With an impassive face, Chu Fenglai uttered 2 words, careless mistake. As the connection severed, Li Qinghuan fled southward. Boom. Flames erupted from nowhere as a fiery feathered arrow descended, striking the ground and blocking his path. A charming woman in red stood atop the arrow, smiling as she scrutinized Li Qinghuan. Southern Falling Phoenix Guard, Qin Yunya. What brings you here? Another careless mistake? Feeling a shiver run down his spine, Li Qinghuan mustered his courage to inquire. Qin Yunya responded with a playful chuckle. Li Qinghuan, recognizing her slightly more amiable demeanor, knew she too had a reputation for mischief. He resolved to head northward, only to encounter a burly man displaying his muscular physique, waiting with a massive iron rod. This man, towering at 9 feet, radiated strength and wore a jovial smile. He was the Northern Jinchuan Guard, El Bugue, known for his incredible might. Finally finding a moment to speak, Li Qinghuan pointed at El Bugue and exclaimed, "You rascal." About that time at the brothel, El Bugue quickly covered Li Qinghuan's mouth, glancing around nervously. "I know you cleared that debt for me, but this time, your careless mistake has drawn their ire. I might be able to plead for you once they finish dealing with you." Li Qinghuan forcefully removed El Bugue's hand, whispering a threat, "Let me pass, or next time. I want to invite you to stay at the flower house, or else you will repay me for that debt." El Bugue appeared troubled, ready to explain, but was interrupted. "Li Qinghuan, letting you go is futile." A voice boomed. Turning his gaze, Li Qinghuan saw a gentle-faced man lazily leaning against the wall in the alley behind El Bugue, a long spear resting beside him. This was the Zhiluan Guard, Yu Zhifei. Surveying his surroundings, Li Qinghuan noted the 5 element guards of the Citianjian had all converged. Today, he had clearly neglected to heed the omens. He shouted past El Bugue, "What do you all want? Even if I made a careless mistake, I am with the astrological office. What right do you have to take justice into your own hands? Who are you trying to intimidate?" Duge Qianxue retorted loudly. "Before coming here, we consulted with Yuan Jianzheng and Deputy Yao. They stated that as long as you don't kill or maim him, you may deal with him as you see fit." Li Qinghuan felt conflicted, contemplating further arguments, but suddenly, the world spun, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed unconscious. Qin Yunya approached, kicking Li Qinghuan twice. When he showed no reaction, she marveled. Truly, the powder from the butterfly's body creates such a tranquil sleep. El Bugue returned with a large burlap sack, grumbling as he stuffed Li Qinghuan inside. "If this kid finds out it was my doing, I'm finished." Duge Qianxue taunted. "If you keep visiting brothels, next time you'll struggle even to lift a rock." El Bugue smiled helplessly. It was just a small indulgence. A chill enveloped him, and when Li Qinghuan awoke, he found himself stripped to just his undergarments. In the dungeon, his hands were suspended in midair, and his feet were bound. Before him stood Qin Yunya with a small whip and Duge Qianxue wielding a heated branding iron. Crack! 3 lashes struck Li Qinghuan's abdomen, leaving behind vivid welts. "What are you doing? A careless mistake doesn't warrant this." Li Qinghuan struggled and shouted. Duge Qianxue regarded him with a cold smile. "Save your breath. The bindings are enchanted to restrain demons, and the shackles are meant to bind gods. Speak, speak, speak." Qin Yunya unleashed 3 more lashes. Li Qinghuan dodged frantically, fuming. "You unreasonable woman, what do you want me to say? You lot are using my careless mistake to shirk responsibility, and if something goes awry, you'll pin it on me. Please, I beg you, don't use it again next time. Crack. Another trio of lashes met him. Dugu Qinxue brought the branding iron close to Li Qinghuan's face, the heat radiating towards him. Don't you dare. If you burn me, I will take this matter to the emperor, he exclaimed, alarmed. Dugu Qinshue's expression turned serious. We want to know why the emperor dotes on you so much. You committed such a grave oversight at the celestial ceremony, yet faced only a few scoldings. Li Qinghuan felt cold sweat trickling down his back. In the end, it was resolved, right? You and Jianzheng simply swapped out the hourglass. Qin Yunya giggled. Are you trying to deceive us? Anyone else would face the death penalty for such a blunder. Li Qinghuan gritted his teeth, determination surging. Are you certain you truly wish to know? Dugu Qinxue inched the branding iron closer. We truly wish to know. Speak. Did you employ any trickery to deceive the emperor? Chapter 17. The money for wine. Li Qinghuan swiftly averted her gaze, stating, You have forced my hand. The truth is, during the grand ceremony to honor the heavens, the Cloud Empress summoned me and said. At this point, Li Qinghuan hesitated, her expression troubled. What did she say? Qin Yuni pressed with urgency, sensing a monumental secret that could lead to great merit. Li Qinghuan hastily continued, Very well, I shall disclose it, but heed my warning. Do not regret what you hear. The Cloud Empress mentioned that the human emperor is lacking in certain aspects and requested that I procure some aphrodisiac to enliven the occasion. You are aware that I am quite adept in this area. With that, Li Qinghuan regarded the two women with a cold smirk. As anticipated, the two women were taken aback, for this was a royal secret beyond their comprehension. Should the inner palace become aware, it was entirely possible for the chief steward to dispatch the 10 inner guards to eliminate any witnesses. These 10 guards were formidable Qi practitioners, having sworn an oath of loyalty to the human emperor. No wonder Li Qinghuan appeared so fearless. She understood the emperor's unspoken dilemmas and possessed the prescription. They were also aware of her proficiency in concocting such substances, as many high-ranking officials had praised her skills. Humph. You conspired against me and now resort to coercive interrogation to pry into the emperor's private matters. Or perhaps, you are remnants of the former dynasty. A chill ran through the two women. The implications were vast. On a minor scale, they merely intended to reprimand Li Qinghuan for her negligence, attributing her ramblings to panic. On a larger scale, the former dynasty was a significant taboo for the human emperor. If Li Qinghuan were to embellish her tale, not only would their 5 elements guard face dire consequences, but the entire Celestial Monitoring Bureau could be purged by the emperor. Release me. In just 1 hour, I must deliver medicine to the palace. If the emperor cannot see me, humph. Li Qinghuan noticed the rising panic in the two women, which brought her satisfaction. She paused before continuing her thread. It is not the patrol guards who are coming, but the 10 inner guards. You truly know of the 10 inner guards. Dugu Qinshue's face paled in fear. These guards were the pinnacle of authority, unknown to ordinary officials. Even the highest-ranking ministers could only speculate about the terrifying existence within the inner palace. The Celestial Monitoring Bureau was primarily composed of Qi practitioners. The 5 Elements Guard held esteemed positions, and due to certain special missions, they were aware of the existence of the 10 inner guards. Many believed that the human emperor's benevolence had won over the Qi practitioners, yet that was but one facet of the truth. The might of the Qi practitioners was not to be underestimated. Without the presence of the 10 inner guards, how could the emperor maintain complete control over a bureau filled with such powerful individuals? Qin Yuni's face flushed, and she argued weakly, You speak nonsense. We merely wish to reprimand you for your negligence. What is wrong with that? At this point, they could only insist that their focus was on her misconduct. Li Qinghuan smiled ominously. Little girl, do you think the 10 inner guards will believe you? Do you think Chen Buiyuan will believe you? At the mention of Chen Buiyuan, the two women felt a surge of fear. The emperor's chief eunuch, the chief steward, was merely a Fade. In a prior dynasty, there was a chief of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau who, in his arrogance, abused his power and conspired with supernatural beings, leading to his gruesome demise at the hands of the chief steward. It was said that before his execution, the members of the 5 Elements Guard mysteriously vanished, rumored to have been dealt with by the 10 inner guards. With such a cautionary tale, both Chen Buiyuan and the 10 inner guards had no need for justification to eliminate Qi practitioners. Mere suspicion was sufficient for them to ruthlessly eradicate any threats to the Cloud Qi dynasty. Although Qi practitioners were rare, many sects and families within the vast Cloud Qi were willing to offer their services, ensuring a plethora of capable individuals remained. Thus, when Li Qinghuan mentioned Chen Buiyuan and the 10 inner guards, the two women truly felt fear, realizing they had landed themselves in a grave predicament that could endanger the entire Celestial Monitoring Bureau. After much contemplation, Dugu Qinshue drew her massive sword and, with determination, declared, Yuni, you must leave. This matter does not concern you. I shall bear the consequences alone. Qin Yuni hastily grasped Dugu Qinshue's arm, pleading, Sister Qinshue, do not act recklessly. Let us think of another way. Li Qinghuan sensed the brewing trouble. Dugu Qinshue appeared ready to risk everything. Yet, she feigned calmness, saying, To kill me would not be a matter for your Five Elements Guard. It would implicate the entire Celestial Monitoring Bureau. Just then, the prison door swung open, and Nangong Qinyu stepped in, followed by 3 other members of the Five Elements Guard. Release him, Nangong Qinyu commanded coldly upon glancing at Li Qinghuan. But Chief, Du Gu Qinshue began, anxious to explain. Release him. Do not invite disaster upon the entire Celestial Monitoring Bureau. Nangong Qinyu's tone grew firmer. Having assessed the situation herself, she concluded that Li Qinghuan was neither a deity nor a demon. Bringing him in would undoubtedly cross the Emperor's threshold. Understood, Qin Yuni acquiesced, releasing Li Qinghuan and providing him with his garments. Once dressed, Li Qinghuan regarded the members of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau with a triumphant smile, proclaiming, "It is easy to invite me in, but releasing me is another matter entirely. I shall not leave. I shall wait here for the 10 inner guards." Nangong Qinyu and the 3 newly arrived guards exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave as they regarded Du Gu Qinshue and Qin Yuni with confusion. Qin Yuni lowered her head. Feigning innocence, I merely struck him lightly 12 times, and he revealed the Emperor's secrets. Du Gu Qinshue quickly interjected, "It was I who pressed him. It had nothing to do with Yuni." Nangong Qinyu and the other 3 were momentarily stunned. Was this something they were permitted to hear? If Li Qinghuan were to report that they had coerced him into divulging the Emperor's secrets, the 10 inner guards would indeed come. The members of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau fell into silence. After a moment of contemplation, Nangong Qinyu regained her composure and addressed Li Qinghuan. "You do not wish to leave. You must have conditions. Speak." Li Qinghuan burst into laughter. "Ha ha, the chief is truly astute." He pulled back his robe and pointed at the whip marks on his back. 12 lashes, at a cost of 10,000 silver coins each. Present the silver notes. 1 tael less, and prepare for a bloodbath in the Celestial Monitoring Bureau. Qin Yuni gritted her teeth. "You are too ruthless. I merely struck a few times. 1,000 taels per lash would be more appropriate." Li Qinghuan remained silent, merely grinning at Nangong Qinyu. With furrowed brows, Nangong Qinyu ultimately tossed a note for 80,000 taels, turning to leave. "The rest you shall gather among yourselves. This is all I can provide." Li Qinghuan eagerly picked up the banknote, secretly marveling at Nangong Qinyu's wealth. Previously, he had only required 10,000 taels. He had underestimated her. After securing the note, he spread his hands toward the remaining 5 members. Aside from El Bugue, the others pooled their resources to amass 40,000 taels. El Bugue, with only a few coins to his name, awkwardly scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Watching Li Qinghuan depart with a carefree demeanor, Qin Yuni felt apprehensive. "He won't take the money and immediately report us, will he?" El Bugue chuckled. "No. Once he takes the money, his first order of business will certainly be to procure some wine." Chapter 18. Li Qinghuan, reluctant to leave the capital, made his way to the narrow alley where he filled his wine gourd and embraced 2 large jars, feeling content as he returned home. Outside his small courtyard, a gathering of women dressed in vibrant colors surrounded the entrance. They were matchmakers, and Hu Qing was politely engaging with them at the door. Is it possible that Murong Qi has managed to elevate even a fool to such heights? Li Qinghuan stood outside his yard, observing the bustling scene with a sense of disbelief. He then turned and leaped over the wall into the yard. Inside the hall, Gu Chengyan sat in a daze before a neatly arranged set of bright red official robes, everything appearing dreamlike and surreal. Bai Yu, standing in the courtyard, was astonished to see Li Qinghuan return after several hours. "Where have you been?" she inquired. "I went to buy wine and settle a debt," Li Qinghuan replied casually, patting the jars he held. "The entrance is blocked. How did you get in?" Bai Yu asked again. "I climbed over the wall," he answered as he entered the hall and set down the jars. Bai Yu found it amusing. Who returns home by climbing walls? Upon seeing Li Qinghuan, Gu Chengyan excitedly rose and grasped his sleeves tightly, saying, "Brother Qinghuan, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness." A chill ran through Li Qinghuan as he replied, "I understand you are talented and ambitious, but please, do not tear my sleeves." He shook off Gu Chengyan's hands and added quietly, "The sleeves are not meant to be torn." Noticing Gu Chengyan's continued excitement, Li Qinghuan called for Bai Yu to bring 3 large bowls. He opened a jar of wine, releasing a rich aroma that intoxicated the senses even before tasting. He poured 3 bowls, raising one and declaring, "Come, Bai, let us toast to our foolish friend," wishing him a splendid future. Bai Yu's face brightened at the prospect of wine, and she eagerly lifted her bowl. "On this joyous occasion, you both indulge while I am left to deal with the matchmakers," Hu Qing remarked with a smile as he re-entered, having successfully sent the matchmakers away. The group laughed, and Bai Yu quickly fetched another bowl. Gu Chengyan, noticing this, asked with a grin, "Hu, shall we change to another cup?" Hu Qing waved his hand dismissively. "No need today. Let us honor Brother Chengyan with a grand toast." Li Qinghuan joined in the merriment, exclaiming, "Excellent. After this drink, I shall take you to the flower pavilion to select a top beauty, rewarding you with a delightful experience." Feeling embarrassed, Gu Chengyan hurriedly raised his bowl, and amidst laughter, they all drank deeply. Gu Cheng and Oppos, and felt a rush of exhilaration he had never experienced before. The fiery liquor burned as it slid down his throat. Yet he relished every moment. After downing one bowl, his cheeks flushed, he began to share his aspirations with Hu Qing, who patiently listened. Li Qinghuan glanced at Bai Yu, who was panting heavily, and asked, "Would you like to join them in conversation?" Bai Yu vigorously shook her head. With a smile, Li Qinghuan encouraged, "Then why are you still standing there? Pour the wine." Bai Yu hesitated, contemplating the strength of the liquor, but under Li Qinghuan's teasing gaze. She quickly filled the jar with wine. One bowl after another, they downed 7 bowls in total. Eventually, Bai Yu, swaying, collapsed into a chair, her face flushed and a sheen of sweat appearing on her brow, unable to continue the revelry. Seeing her state, Li Qinghuan shook his head, feeling a tinge of loneliness in the drinking, and downed 3 bowls by himself. Suddenly, the courtyard door was kicked open, and a eunuch led a group of patrolling guards into the courtyard, startling Gu Cheng'an and Hu Qing. Gu Cheng'an, Li Qinghuan, the emperor's decree has arrived. Li Qinghuan was taken aback to see the old eunuch Chen Buiyuan delivering the summons. Gu Cheng'an promptly pulled Li Qinghuan to kneel in the courtyard, ready to receive the decree. Chen Buiyuan proclaimed, "Gu Cheng'an, you rank 3rd in the palace examination. You are appointed as the magistrate of Guihu County and are to depart for your post in 3 days. You are granted the imperial sword. As you travel, you will serve as the emperor's envoy, and wherever you go, it shall be as if the emperor himself is present. Should any demons or spirits cause chaos, or if you encounter any misdeeds, you are to rectify them. Do not seek comfort on an easy path, but aspire to traverse mountains and seas." Soothing the hearts of the people, Gu Cheng'an solemnly accepted the decree and the splendid sword, expressing his gratitude with unwavering determination. Chen Buiyuan raised his voice, inquiring again. "Gu Cheng'an, the emperor wishes to know, do you have the confidence to undertake this great responsibility?" Gu Cheng'an knelt again, resolutely declaring, "Though I am but a scholar, I am willing to dedicate myself to the Yunshi kingdom and the emperor until my last breath." Chen Buiyuan nodded approvingly at Gu Cheng'an's steadfastness. Li Qinghuan, somewhat dazed, thought it absurd for this fool to be sent to subdue demons and spirits. Surely, Murongqi was desperate and grasping at straws. Chen Buiyuan turned to Li Qinghuan, pulling out another decree and glancing at him. "Li Qinghuan, the astrologer of the Astronomical Bureau, your management of the timekeeping has drawn the ire of the populace. Thus, you are to accompany Gu Cheng'an to assume his post, following his orders along the way, while still retaining your title as doctor." With that, Chen Buiyuan tossed the imperial edict into Li Qinghuan's arms, adding with a smile, "Dr. Li, the emperor commands you to accompany me to the palace immediately to repair the timekeeping apparatus once more." Li Qinghuan rose, teeth clenched. "Oh really? You expect me to wait here? Let us go to the palace. I wish to understand why my timekeeping has become so despised." Gu Cheng'an hastily tried to restrain Li Qinghuan, urging him not to speak recklessly, but Li Qinghuan shrugged off his hand and departed. Inside Weiyang Palace, everyone had withdrawn. Li Qinghuan, with a flourish, moved a chair and sat face to face with the emperor, brimming with anger. "Do you simply detest seeing me living freely in the capital?" Murongqi refrained from arguing, personally handing Li Qinghuan a cup of tea. Li Qinghuan stared at the cup in silence for a long while before finally accepting it and taking a sip. Observing Li Qinghuan drink, Murongqi took a seat beside him and sighed deeply. "If anyone wishes for you to remain in the capital, it is surely I." Li Qinghuan glanced at the resigned expression on Murongqi's face and fell silent once more. Murongqi grasped Li Qinghuan's hand, his tone serious. "I am Murongqi of the Murong family, and also the emperor of the Yunshi kingdom. With the chaos caused by demons and spirits across the land, surely you, with your wisdom, understand that there must be a grand conspiracy behind this turmoil. If we do not uncover the truth soon, the Yunshi kingdom shall descend into chaos." Li Qinghuan withdrew his hand, blowing on the steaming tea before him, and replied coolly, "Let the Astrological Bureau and the Demon Exorcism Bureau investigate." Murongqi, sensing Li Qinghuan's refusal, appeared somewhat helpless. "You know, the Astrological Bureau and the Demon Exorcism Bureau are primarily composed of Qi practitioners. Many capable practitioners are nurtured by powerful families, and while they may seem to heed my command, it is not unusual for these families to have dealings with demons. Only someone in my position can truly prioritize the citizens of Yunshi." At this point, Murongqi stood, sighing. "The 39 prefectures and 1,012 counties of Yunshi rest upon my shoulders, not theirs." Chapter 19. According to the law, they must be executed in response to Murongqi's lengthy moral lecture. Li Qinghuan waved his hand to interrupt, saying, "Do not emulate the old emperor by attempting to coerce me with such rhetoric. I shall go as you wish." At this point, Li Qinghuan glanced at Murongqi and, with an air of mystery, produced a porcelain vial, stating, logically, "You sent me out yourself. You have no heirs, and should you perish in the interim, I would find joy in it. However, since I have watched you grow, there is some bond between us. This vial contains a secret elixir for begetting children, and I shall accept 5,000 taels of gold from you." Upon hearing this, Murongqi's composure shattered as he retorted angrily, "I speak of the plight of the common people, the safety of Yunshi, yet you can think of nothing but selling medicines? Have you not sold enough to those officials over the years? When have I ever concerned myself with your affairs? Li Qinghuan chuckled. If you remain without heirs, many will surely grow restless. Can you assert that this matter is insignificant? Mu Rongqi fell silent, knowing Li Qinghuan's motives were less than pure. Yet he could not refute him. He resignedly waved his hand. Very well, I shall pay. But without you by my side, with chaos still afoot, I dare not allow the heir to be born. Seeing the transaction concluded, Li Qinghuan did not linger on the matter and, with a casual farewell, departed. Upon returning to his small courtyard, he discovered Gu Chengyan and Hu Qing poring over a map, their expressions grave, while Baiyu sat nearby, chattering excitedly about wine. Li Qinghuan cast a glance at the map, noting that Guihu County lay to the southeast of the Central Plains, bordering the south. Beyond that stretched the eastern mountains, home to the Demon Clan's influence. The capital, situated slightly to the north of the Central Plains, meant the journey would be a considerable one. Mu Rongqi had essentially instructed him to journey eastward. As Li Qinghuan entered, Gu Chengyan quickly said, Brother Qinghuan, the journey ahead is long. We must prepare early. Li Qinghuan poured himself a bowl of wine and drank it down in one gulp, saying, What is there to prepare? Just bring enough silver. Speaking of silver, Gu Chengyan's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, I have yet to take office, and thus have no salary to draw upon. Li Qinghuan burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. Resign from your post, claiming you cannot fulfill the duties, and remain in the capital to be bestowed a noble title. Many wealthy merchants lack power and would gladly accept you as a son-in-law. Marrying a rich wife would be even better. Gu Chengyan felt a flush of humiliation at Li Qinghuan's teasing. Observing this, Hu Qing interjected, Brother Chengyan, do not fret over finances. We brothers still have some gold leaves among us. Conveniently, our paths align, so we can watch over each other on the road. Gu Chengyan hurriedly protested, that is absolutely out of the question. Li Qinghuan interrupted, You fool, it is only right to accept what I offer. Why act so coy about taking from them? Hu Qing added, Brother Chengyan, there is no need for formality. I have yet to thank you for your previous assistance, and this is a fitting way to express my gratitude. A mere penny can thwart a hero, after all. Ultimately, Gu Chengyan, albeit bashfully, agreed. He was delighted to be traveling with Hu Qing and Baiyu, as they would provide companionship along the way. Thus began their preparations. Li Qinghuan exchanged 20,000 taels of silver for gold leaves at the money house, depositing the 5,000 taels of gold sent by the emperor in the bank. He had little to carry, just a set of clean clothes, a firewood sword, and a wine gourd. For the long journey ahead, Hu Qing purchased 4 donkeys, as they were more temperate than horses and possessed greater endurance and carrying capacity. Baiyu, upon hearing that they would be traveling together, was also pleased, relishing the thought of being in Li Qinghuan's company. With Li Qinghuan, he could drink, bicker, and listen to his boasts, making the journey far from dull. The emperor had not dispatched any soldiers to accompany them. Thus, the 4 set off, each mounted on a donkey. Once outside the capital, they found themselves in early winter. The scenery along the official road was uniquely enchanting, with countless frost-kissed leaves ablaze in red, and evergreen pines standing tall against the wind. The clouds were thin, hinting at snow, while streams flowed gently. The plum blossoms had yet to open, but the chrysanthemums had already bid farewell to autumn. Li Qinghuan, riding backward on his donkey, reclined leisurely, gazing at the sky while occasionally sipping from his wine gourd, mindful that outside the capital, opportunities for wine were scarce, and he needed to conserve. Gu Chengyan and Hu Qing rode side by side, animatedly discussing the scenery, while Baiyu felt somewhat out of place. He could not articulate his enjoyment of the landscape. And Li Qinghuan, engrossed in his own revelry, showed no inclination to engage him in light-hearted banter, leaving Baiyu to ride in silence. As they traveled, they soon reached a densely wooded area, where suddenly 8 robust figures emerged, brandishing an array of weapons, knives, guns, and clubs, blocking the path of the 4. The ruffians shouted, You little scholars, hand over your silver and donkeys, and we might spare your lives. The donkeys brayed in alarm, and with a sudden jolt, Li Qinghuan was thrown from his mount. Gu Chengyan, panicked, struggled to calm the donkey before drawing the imperial sword from behind, declaring, Gentlemen, I am the appointed magistrate of Guihu County. We are on official business. Why do you obstruct our path? The bandits erupted in laughter. Ha! We are mere mountain bandits, and we only acknowledge silver. The last magistrate who claimed the same is still buried on the hillside. Li Qinghuan, now aware they were being robbed, attempted to regain his footing but stumbled again, spilling his gold leaves everywhere and pleading, Please spare us. We will pay you. Hu Qing frowned at the scene, unsure of Li Qinghuan's intentions. Baiyu, witnessing Li Qinghuan's disarray, muttered under his breath, You boast of your prowess. Yet you are nothing but a coward. The 8 bandits, spotting the scattered gold leaves, had their eyes gleam with greed. Who would have thought we stumbled upon such fat sheep? If we let you go, who knows what trouble you might cause later. Today, you shall not leave alive. As their words fell, the bandits lunged forward. Hu Qing gestured to Gu Chengyan to remain calm, and with a swift leap, he and Baiyu soared into the fray, weaving through the assailants with grace. Li Qinghuan observed, a contemplative smile gracing his lips as he took a sip from his wine gourd. Meanwhile, Hu Qing and Bai Yu showcased their remarkable agility, dodging the bandits' flailing weapons with ease, inflicting injuries upon their foes in mere moments. Before long, the bandits lay scattered on the ground, groaning in pain. Hu Qing and Bai Yu confiscated their weapons and set them aside. Hu Qing turned to the bewildered Gu Cheng'an, saying, "Brother Cheng'an, these are still subjects of Yunqi. We, as outsiders, should not interfere too heavily. You ought to deal with them." Gu Cheng'an, finally snapping back to reality, looked at the fallen bandits and commanded, "You must not provoke us again. Leave at once." Li Qinghuan interjected, "The emperor has bestowed upon you the imperial sword, granting you the authority to execute as you see fit. Did you not hear them speak of killing officials and robbing the road? According to the law, what must be done?" Gu Cheng'an suddenly awoke to the gravity of the situation, exclaiming, "According to the law, they must be executed." Chapter 20. The Yunzhao clan. Upon hearing this, Li Qinghuan approached Gu Cheng'an with a playful smile and swiftly seized the imperial sword from his grasp. As the sword was drawn, a chilling light emanated, and a deep dragon's roar resonated. The group of strong men, upon hearing this, were filled with terror and hastily pleaded for mercy, saying, "My lord, spare us. We shall never dare to offend again. We have elderly mothers at home and young children who depend on us. We are simply compelled by circumstance." The naive Gu Cheng'an, being a simple-minded individual and inexperienced, hesitated upon learning of their familial responsibilities. Bai Yu, observing Gu Cheng'an's inner turmoil, waved his sleeve in anger and rebuked him, "Fool, do not believe their deceitful words. They are able-bodied and skilled. They can hunt in the mountains, gather firewood, fish in the rivers, and catch shrimp. What prevents them from earning a living?" He continued with a mocking tone, "Moreover, if they have elderly and children, does that justify their highway robbery and murder? What of those whose families have been victimized by them? If you govern in such a manner, you are nothing more than a soft-hearted, inept official. The human emperor must be blind." Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Gu Cheng'an felt a wave of shame wash over him, as if a cloud had parted, leading him to a sudden realization. He quickly dismounted, straightened his attire, and respectfully bowed to Bai Yu, saying, "Your wise counsel is like a refreshing elixir to me. Bai Yu, I am grateful for your instruction." Afterward, Gu Cheng'an addressed the group of strong men. "By the emperor's decree, I am bound to confront demons and protect the common people. I cannot afford to be oblivious to right and wrong. Your acts of robbery and murder are utterly unforgivable." Li Qinghuan, overhearing this, chuckled, "Fool, you aren't so naive. You merely lack experience." With that, he brandished his sword and advanced toward the fallen strong men. The group, realizing they would not be spared, angrily shouted, "Even if we become ghosts, we will not let you off." They cursed and attempted to rise, ready for a desperate struggle. Bai Yu, concerned for Li Qinghuan's safety, swiftly intervened with a kick, incapacitating one of the men. Li Qinghuan looked at Bai Yu and grinned, "Little Bai, you please me. I shall reward you with a drink." He then produced a gourd and took a swig before tossing it to Bai Yu. Bai Yu, delighted, drank heartily but soon recalled that Li Qinghuan had already drunk from it, and his expression turned to one of distaste. Li Qinghuan continued his swift and decisive actions, piercing the hearts of the fallen with precision. "Good." Bai Yu applauded from the side. Hu Qing observed Li Qinghuan from a distance, noting that while he appeared carefree, he could also be petty like Bai Yu. It was puzzling how, moments ago, Li Qinghuan had shown cowardice, yet now he wielded his sword as if slaying chickens, unfazed. Hu Qing could not fathom him entirely, but one thing was certain. The emperor must have confidence in allowing Gu Cheng'an, a mere scholar, to wield the imperial sword, either by secretly assigning a skilled protector or, undoubtedly, relying heavily on Li Qinghuan. Li Qinghuan skillfully rummaged through the bodies, collecting a considerable amount of silver, which he swiftly packed into his bag. Gu Cheng'an watched in astonishment, feeling that something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint what. The four continued their journey for several days until the setting sun cast its warm glow. Ahead lay a vast village where welcoming villagers greeted the four travelers. Under the leadership of the village chief, they hosted a lively celebration, slaughtering sheep and cattle, dancing, and singing joyfully. Through their conversations, they learned that the villagers were of the Yunzhao clan, numbering over 20,000. The Yunzhao people had resided there for generations, living a stable life through farming, herding, fishing, hunting, and gathering. Today, Li Qinghuan and his companions coincidentally arrived on the day of the Yunzhao clan Solua wedding, a local custom signifying the coming-of-age ceremony for young men and women reaching the age of 14. This evening's festivities would feature songs and dances performed by the youth, during which those who exchanged glances would have the opportunity for a clandestine meeting later that night. If both parties found favor in each other, they would maintain this Suoluo relationship, while the woman would continue to reside with her family and work, even after having children. Gu Cheng'an and the others marveled at the concept of Suoluo marriage. Li Qinghuan, with a drunken grin, exclaimed, "Fool, why don't you continue your journey? I shall remain here and contribute to the Yunzhao clan's lineage." The villagers erupted in laughter, leaving Gu Chengyan feeling extremely embarrassed and speechless. However, Bai Yu scorned Li Qinghuan, saying, "You merely wish to evade the responsibilities of parenthood. How lowly you are." Li Qinghuan shook his head, responding, "You do not understand. One must adapt to local customs." With that, he staggered into the center of the singing and dancing. Unfortunately, amidst the beautifully adorned young men and women of the Yunzhao clan, Li Qinghuan found himself jostled and laughed at. This scene elicited hearty laughter from the onlookers. As he struggled to find a place to fit in, he noticed a lovely young girl seated at the side, adorned in similar attire. With a melancholic expression as she gazed at the festivities, filled with envy, he approached her, took her hand without hesitation, and led her into the crowd. The village chief and some elders exchanged glances, their expressions turning stern, yet they said nothing. Li Qinghuan and the girl joined the throng, singing and dancing together, and she was soon swept up in the vibrant atmosphere, singing back to him. As they danced, she sang in an ancient dialect, Amo Asha Yue. Li Qinghuan, unable to comprehend, imitated the other young men of the Yunzhao clan, responding, "Asha Amo Yi." The girl blushed deeply, her face glowing as she danced closer to him, taking his hand and repeating, "Amo Asha Yue." Li Qinghuan, undeterred, chuckled as he caressed her hand, responding, "Asha Amo Yi." The girl, upon hearing this, shyly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed even more. Bai Yu, observing Li Qinghuan reveling in the festivities, felt a twinge of annoyance and quietly tugged at Hu Qing's sleeve, asking, "What are they singing about?" Hu Qing glanced at the dancing pairs and replied, "It is the Amo wedding ceremony," merely inquiring if both parties are fond of each other. Bai Yu was taken aback, looking at the girl dancing with Li Qinghuan, her innocent smile evident, and inquired, "So, does that mean the girl has poor judgment and has taken a liking to Li Qinghuan?" Hu Qing, surprised by Bai Yu's words, nodded slightly. By the look in her eyes, it seemed so. The lively bonfire continued to blaze until deep into the night. Li Qinghuan, feeling fulfilled, bid farewell to the girl before departing. The village chief arranged for 2 rooms for the 4 of them to stay in. Li Qinghuan claimed one for himself, shooing Gu Chengyan out, claiming he would not spoil his good fortune. As Hu Qing and Bai Yu prepared to change clothes, a knock at the door interrupted them. Upon opening, they found Gu Chengyan standing there, his face filled with embarrassment. Chapter 21. "Guest, may I have another drink?" Gu Chengyan explained extensively. And only then did Hu Qing and Bai Yu come to a realization. Bai Yu, her face flushed with indignation, exclaimed, "What a lecher! He truly intends to tarnish the virtue of that maiden. This cannot stand. I shall confront him tonight. I cannot allow him to succeed." Hu Qing was about to shout a warning, but Bai Yu had already stormed toward Li Qinghuan's chamber. Gu Chengyan, feeling awkward, turned to Hu Qing and reassured him, "There is no need to worry. Although Li Qinghuan appears carefree, he indeed possesses his boundaries. He likely just wishes to avoid sharing a bed with me." With that, Gu Chengyan looked at Hu Qing with an apologetic expression and asked, "Brother Hu, may I impose upon you for a night's lodging? I can sleep on the table." Hu Qing hesitated for a moment, then, seeing Gu Chengyan's earnest smile, replied, "Brother Chengyan, you are too polite. You may take the bed." Gu Chengyan scratched his head and suggested, "If Brother Hu doesn't mind, we could share the bed for the night." Hu Qing chuckled, "Brother Chengyan, please feel free to sleep. I still need to meditate and recuperate." Having witnessed Hu Qing's martial prowess and understanding that practitioners have different schedules, Gu Chengyan thanked him and retired to rest. Meanwhile, in the darkness, Li Qinghuan sat leisurely in his room, sipping wine and reminiscing about the maiden's visage, a blend of purity and a unique beauty absent in the women of the Central Plains. In his inebriated state, she appeared even more enchanting. Unlike the courtesans of the Shihua Pavilion, the natural and unrefined innocence of the maiden captivated Li Qinghuan, who was used to drowning his sorrows in the capital. Yet, Li Qinghuan also observed the flicker of melancholy in the maiden's brow, igniting an impulse within him to soothe her worries. Suddenly, with a creak, the door swung open, and someone entered, promptly closing the door behind them. Li Qinghuan was taken aback. It seemed fate had aligned for him this evening. He rose gracefully and embraced the newcomer, laughing, "My lady, it appears we are destined to meet tonight." With another creak, the door opened again, and another figure stepped in, closing the door behind them. Li Qinghuan was momentarily stunned and hastily released the person in his arms, scrambling to light a candle. As the flickering candlelight illuminated the room, he recognized the 2 individuals, Bai Yu, who was making a comical face at him, and the maiden, who stood there, flustered and bewildered. Li Qinghuan glared at Bai Yu. "What are you doing here? The maiden is interested in me. You must leave at once." Bai Yu pouted defiantly, "I refuse. I cannot allow you to succeed in your wicked schemes." She then turned to the maiden, advising her, "Do not be deceived by him. He is a pleasure seeker without responsibility. Once he has taken your virtue, he will simply depart." Upon hearing this, the maiden stole a glance at Li Qinghuan and, with her head bowed in shyness, replied, "In our Yunzhao tribe, the Soraro marriage does not require the man to take responsibility." Bai Yu was struck dumb by this revelation, momentarily frozen in shock. Li Qinghuan, beaming with pride, declared, "Did you hear that? There is mutual affection between us. It concerns you not. As he spoke, Li Qinghuan pushed Bai Yu toward the exit. Just as they reached the door, a figure entered, a villager carrying a lantern. Upon seeing the villager, the maiden quickly bowed her head, trembling slightly. After a moment of silence, the villager addressed Li Qinghuan, esteemed guest, should any other Yunzhao woman share a bond with you, even choosing to follow you, I would not oppose it. However, Mahaya cannot. Bai Yu's face lit up with schadenfreude as she pushed Li Qinghuan's hand away. Did you hear that? The head of the household has spoken. Li Qinghuan, observing the trembling Mahaya, approached her and gently took her cold hand. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Mahaya seemed to calm slightly. He guided her to sit at the table, reassuring her with a gentle pat on her shoulders, indicating she need not fear. After settling her, Li Qinghuan unscrewed his flask and filled it with the strong liquor he had brought. With a smile, he extended his hand toward the villager, saying, "Since you treat me with such sincerity, allow me to toast you with this drink." The villager, setting down the lantern, stepped forward to grasp the teacup with both hands. Savoring the rich aroma of the liquor before downing it in one gulp, he closed his eyes in contemplation and eventually uttered a single word, "Strong." Li Qinghuan chuckled, "Excellent. Refreshing. This liquor is as vibrant and sincere as the people of your village." However, he swiftly changed his tone, yet, at this moment, your evasiveness pales in comparison to the courage of this maiden. Upon hearing this, the villager sighed deeply and sat down, a look of anguish on his face. "Guest, I do this for your sake, and for the sake of the village." Noticing the genuine sorrow etched on the villager's features, Li Qinghuan poured another cup for him. As he raised the gourd to drink, unexpectedly, the maiden, emboldened by an unknown source of courage, snatched the gourd from him and gulped down several mouthfuls. The inebriated maiden, Mahaya, turned to the villager and declared, "Father, I will return with you." She then stood and earnestly gazed at Li Qinghuan, saying, "My beloved, I have feelings for you. Yet we cannot be together." Her voice caught in her throat, tears streaming down her face as she dashed out the door. This scene left Bai Yu in awe, marveling at the maiden's audacity to love openly. Simultaneously, he found himself curious about the charm that this carefree fellow, Li Qinghuan, possessed. "Go after her," Li Qinghuan commanded Bai Yu in an authoritative tone. Bai Yu, taken aback by Li Qinghuan's serious gaze and slightly irked by his tone, nevertheless pursued her. Li Qinghuan then turned to the villager. "Now, tell me, why can she not?" The villager, gazing at the mountain of liquor before him, downed another gulp and sighed. It is a long story." The elderly villager began to recount, revealing that 10 years prior, the Mogu River near the Yunzhao village had inexplicably become turbulent, often claiming the lives of tribesmen who ventured to fish. Several times, the river's floods had ravaged the village, destroying crops and scattering livestock. Eventually, a man named Nangong Yi arrived, claiming to be a Qi practitioner, and informed the villagers that the river god was angered. He gathered the villagers by the riverbank and summoned the river god. The river god, half man, half serpent, emerged from the water, towering at over 9 feet. With a flick of its tail, the Mogu River roared with monstrous waves, capable of transforming into a colossal form. Nangong Yi explained to the villagers that they had once enjoyed the river god's protection, but their ingratitude had incited its wrath. He declared that as long as they offered a maiden as a companion to the river god each year, along with numerous cattle and sheep for sacrifice, and maintained daily incense offerings, the river god would once again safeguard the Yunzhao tribe. Moreover, he promised that should the river god conceive a divine child with a Yunzhao woman, the village would enjoy an even better life. Fearing the river god's power, the villagers complied, and for 9 consecutive years, they experienced favorable weather. However, the maiden offered in sacrifice was never seen again, nor had any divine child been born. Mahaya, the villager's daughter, had been chosen as the maiden to be offered to the river god this year. At this point, the elderly villager's eyes brimmed with tears as he trembled. "Esteemed guest, may I have another cup of that strong liquor?" Chapter 22. The river god Li Qinghuan silently poured a glass of wine for his father, who was burdened with sorrow. In the night, Bai Yu and Mahaya sat by the still-burning bonfire, engaging in conversation and gradually becoming acquainted with each other. Bai Yu remarked, "Mahaya, you are being rather hasty. You do not even know what kind of person he is." Mahaya shook her head and replied, "The women of the Yunzhao tribe have always lived this way. We possess an innate intuition regarding such matters, determining our fate at first glance." Bai Yu, with a serious expression, countered, "But I tell you, that fellow is not a good person. He is cowardly, utterly lacking in merit, and he loves to drink, boast, and argue." Mahaya, with an innocent demeanor, responded, "Then he must be quite good at making people happy, right?" Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was amusing to listen to Li Qinghuan's boasts. Yet he quickly shook his head, stating, "Those are mere sweet words, not genuine humor." As the night deepened, the village chief emerged to escort Mahaya back. Bai Yu returned to Li Qinghuan's room, where the candlelight flickered dimly, revealing Li Qinghuan lying soundly asleep. With no place to rest, Bai Yu sat in a chair, gazing at the slumbering Li Qinghuan, resting his chin on his hands, murmuring, "To fall for someone, one cannot be so reckless." The following morning, after breakfast in the village, the four returned to their room to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. Li Qinghuan addressed Gu Chengyan, fool. If the Qi practitioners conspire with the gods to create chaos, forcing the people of Yunshi to sacrifice their children for divine amusement, what should be done? As an official? Gu Chengyan paused his actions, his expression grave as he replied, since the emperor has granted me the imperial sword, it is my duty to protect the people. Li Qinghuan chuckled. You are as helpless as a chicken. How will you face the Qi practitioners and gods? Without hesitation, Gu Chengyan declared, even if I must die, I shall die first. Li Qinghuan stood and patted Gu Chengyan on the shoulder, saying, then you may die here. Gu Chengyan appeared bewildered, suddenly realizing, could it be that there is a god causing chaos here? Li Qinghuan gazed out at the blue sky, stating, today is the day of sacrifice for the river god by the Yunzhao people, and the location is by the Mogu River. If you arrive late, that girl will be lost. I hope you act in accordance with your words. Gu Chengyan, alarmed, swiftly grabbed the imperial sword from the table and rushed out the door toward the Mogu River. Li Qinghuan watched Gu Chengyan depart in haste, murmuring, Murong Qi. Your judgment in choosing people is quite discerning. Chengyan, where are you going? Hu Qin and Bai Yu happened to arrive just then, seeing Gu Chengyan in such a hurry. Hu Qin called out, where are you going? I'm going to save someone. Gu Chengyan replied anxiously without looking back. Li Qinghuan, lazily slinging a modest sword sheath over his shoulder, strolled out. Who are you going to save? Hu Qin inquired, puzzled. Li Qinghuan leisurely walked ahead, responding without turning. It has nothing to do with you. The fool is fulfilling his duties as an official, while I am merely going to collect his corpse. Bai Yu promptly followed alongside Hu Qin. By the Mogu River, amidst a herd of cattle and sheep, the Yunzhao tribe knelt in prayer. A young man, Nangong Yi, stood at the riverbank, one hand holding a sword and the other making gestures as he recited incantations. On a solitary boat by the riverbank stood Mahaya, adorned in splendid attire, her cheeks still bearing traces of dried tears. As Nangong Yi completed his recitation, the waters of the Mogu River began to churn, slowly revealing the river god, whose body was that of a man and whose tail was that of a serpent. Upon seeing the exquisite girl before him, the river god's eyes gleamed with lust as he slithered toward her, his serpentine tail writhing. Overwhelmed by fear at the river god's terrifying visage, Mahaya trembled uncontrollably. She turned to the shore, looking at her bowed tribe members and her parents, her heart filled with sorrow and despair. Stop! Let go of that girl. Gu Chengyan rushed toward the riverbank, shouting at the river god, who was about to seize Mahaya. The Yunzhao tribe members, recognizing Gu Chengyan as the guest from the previous day, were taken aback, but dared not rise. The river god, momentarily startled, flicked his tail, causing the entire Mogu River to surge. Who dares to interfere with my affairs? The river god glared at Gu Chengyan, displeased. Nangong Yi on the shore reprimanded. Who is this reckless individual? You are ruining the river god's sacrifice. Can you bear the consequences? Gu Chengyan drew the imperial sword and rebuked the Qi practitioner. Silence. You are a disgrace to our humanity. He then pointed his sword at the river god, declaring, I am the county shepherd of Hu County in Yunshi, favored by the emperor, granted the imperial sword to rectify the misdeeds of gods, demons, and monsters. How dare you bully the people of Yunshi? The Yunzhao tribe stirred, realizing that this guest was an official sent by the emperor, igniting a flicker of hope within them. A mere county shepherd dares to speak so boldly here, wielding a broken sword as if it were an imperial sword. Do you not know that Nangong Qinyu of the Nangong family is the head of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau? How dare you, a mere 7th-rank official, act impudently? Nangong Yi mocked upon learning of Gu Chengyan's status. Furious, Gu Chengyan retorted, you are a relative of Lord Nangong Qinyu. Then it is even more disgraceful. The Celestial Monitoring Bureau exists to suppress the chaos of gods and demons. How can you conspire with the gods and oppress the people of Yunshi? Just as Nangong Yi was about to argue further, the river god grew impatient and disdainfully said, you insignificant humans are but ants. It is already your unparalleled honor that I wish to grace your women. How dare you show such disrespect before my divine presence? With that, the river god struck his serpent tail, unleashing a towering wave from the Mogu River. Facing the monstrous wave, Gu Chengyan trembled but did not falter. Instead, he stepped forward, declaring, it is my duty, and I fear not death. The Yunzhao tribe gazed upon Gu Chengyan's thin yet resolute figure, their blood boiling as they rose in defiance, glaring at the river god and Nangong Yi. Seeing the Yunzhao tribe rise and the river god become furious, Nangong Yi hastily exclaimed, River god, please restrain your anger. I shall handle this. With that, he performed a gesture, murmuring incantations, and unleashed a blazing fire dragon toward Gu Chengyan, who stood defiantly facing the river god. Be careful, Brother Chengyan. Hu Qin, rushing from a distance, shouted a warning upon witnessing the fire dragon. Upon hearing this, Gu Chengyan turned, only to see the fire dragon barreling toward him. Suddenly, Li Qinghuan casually took a swig from a gourd and sprayed a jet of wine toward the fire dragon, intensifying its flames and causing it to backfire toward Nangong Yi. Nangong Yi, caught off guard by the sudden flames, instantly became scorched. panicking as he jumped into the water to extinguish the fire. Furious, the river god declared, "You insignificant ants, you are audacious." With a swift motion, he conjured a colossal wave, transforming it into a water dragon aimed directly at Li Qinghuan and Gu Cheng'an. Seeing this, Bai Yu's expression turned urgent. She leaped into action, unleashing a beam of white light to counter the water dragon, creating a temporary stalemate in the air. Chapter 23. Dr. Li, a name long held in reverence, casually turned his head to glance at Bai Yu, a faint smile of mild surprise gracing his lips. Yet, the urgency of the moment compelled Bai Yu to exclaim, "Hurry and save Mahaya." She struggled under the weight of the situation. The river deity, astonished that his strike had been thwarted, let out a cold laugh and, with a mere flick of his hand, summoned 3 water dragons to attack Bai Yu once more. Hu Qing, sensing the impending danger, swiftly formed a hand gesture, conjuring forth a radiant blue net that ensnared the 3 water dragons midair. The river deity mocked, "A mere parlor trick. Witness the true prowess of this god." With that, he spread his arms wide, causing the entire Moga River to convulse violently, its waters cascading upwards in a celestial waterfall, poised to crash down at any moment. Standing precariously on a lone boat was the maiden Mahaya, who lost her balance and began to fall into the river. In a moment of desperation, she felt a gentle embrace, turning to find Li Qinghuan striding through the waves towards her. In that instant, serenity enveloped her, overshadowing the peril above. With a single arm encircling Mahaya, Li Qinghuan returned to safety. Hu Qing, filled with urgency, implored the village chief, "Quickly, instruct your people to retreat." As the village chief prepared to disperse the crowd, Li Qinghuan interjected with a smile, "There is no need for such trouble." He gently set Mahaya down beside the chief, then leaped into the air, raising his hand to strike down upon the celestial waterfall. A colossal handprint descended from the heavens, shattering the waterfall above, sending the river's waters and the entangled water dragons crashing back into the river. The waves roared like thunder, tossing the fish and turtles in turmoil, rendering the river deity as insignificant as a drifting leaf amidst the tumult. Both Hu Qing and Bai Yu, witnessing this spectacle, felt their pupils constrict in disbelief, rendered speechless by the sheer might of Li Qinghuan's strike. The river deity, now stricken with fear, gasped, "The sea-covering seal, how can you possess such power?" Realizing he had encountered an insurmountable foe, he attempted to flee beneath the surface of the river. Yet, Li Qinghuan would not allow his escape. Transforming his palm into a claw, he grasped the air, unleashing a torrent of true energy that twisted the river like a giant serpent, ultimately propelling the river deity into the sky. You are no ordinary practitioner." The river deity, stripped of his previous arrogance, trembled in midair, fear surging within him. Having witnessed Li Qinghuan toy with the river deity, Nangong Yi, who had managed to crawl ashore, collapsed in shock. Gu Cheng'an stood nearby, astonished, finally understanding why the emperor had ceased sending guards and instead entrusted his safety to Li Qinghuan. In the blink of an eye, as the river deity was flung into the air, Li Qinghuan surged towards him like a hawk diving for its prey, delivering a powerful strike to the deity's abdomen. The impact sent the river deity crashing to the shore like a falling star, raising a cloud of dust. Li Qinghuan swiftly followed, landing beside him, and firmly planted his foot on the deity's belly, rendering him unable to escape despite his futile writhing. Addressing the village chief and the gathered Yunzhao clan, Li Qinghuan declared, "Do not believe in malevolent spirits or wicked gods. Simply report any issues to the authorities." The village chief, grateful, led his people in profound thanks, while Mahaya gazed at Li Qinghuan, her eyes alight with joy. Meanwhile, Bai Yu seethed, cursing Li Qinghuan for his hidden depths, deeming him a petty trickster. Yet, she could not help but admire Mahaya's intuition. Li Qinghuan instructed the village chief to return with his people, for the interrogation would commence. He began to strike the river deity's face with the sword sheath, questioning, "Who spoke of ants?" "You, a mere insect." The once arrogant river deity, now bloodied from the mountain-shaking blow, writhed beneath Li Qinghuan's foot, reduced to a squirming worm. Bai Yu stood agape, astonished by the unfolding scene, while Hu Qing too felt as if he were in a dream, increasingly perplexed by Li Qinghuan's capabilities. The river deity, unable to bear the humiliation, screeched, "What do you intend? Do you wish to incite a war between gods and mortals?" Li Qinghuan scoffed, striking the deity's face again with the sword sheath. "How absurd. You, a petty river deity, dare to discuss a war with me? What of it? Such a conflict has occurred 1,000 years ago." The river deity, witnessing Li Qinghuan's indifference to the notion of war, wilted in despair. "Speak the truth. What schemes do you harbor? Why are you here? Answer me now. For if you fail to respond, you shall not have the chance again. There are many like you in the Yunshi realm. Losing one is of no consequence." Li Qinghuan urged impatiently. The situation weighed heavily upon the river deity, who, trembling with fear, confessed, "I came here seeking a peaceful existence, wary of attracting the attention of the Heavenly Monitoring Bureau. Thus, I conspired with Nangong Yi to stage a charade, I taught him the methods of energy cultivation, and he arranged for the Yun Zhao clan to offer sacrifices to me. Li Qinghuan paused, taken aback. Is that all? The river deity, eyes pleading, replied, indeed. That is all. Please spare me. Li Qinghuan turned to the now slumped Nan Gongyi, saying, it is your turn. Nan Gongyi, panic-stricken yet defiant, retorted, is it a crime to aspire to become a practitioner? What wrong have I committed? Li Qinghuan nodded, stating, there is nothing wrong with aspiring to become a practitioner. You could seek assistance from your own Nangong family. Why turn to this insect? Nan Gongyi erupted with rage. You speak so easily. The Nangong family reserves all resources for the direct descendants. I, a distant branch, have no chance. Why you interjected, exasperated. You seek to learn the river deity's tricks of fire breathing and blade swallowing? How is that any different from seeking fish in a tree? The river deity, feeling wronged, protested. With his meager talent, achieving this much is already commendable. As their bickering continued, Li Qinghuan, losing interest, turned to Gu Chengyan and said, fool, you are the emperor's envoy. It is your duty to judge. Hearing this, Gu Chengyan stepped forward, sword in hand, demanding, river deity, how many women from the Yun Zhao clan have you harmed? The river deity hastily waved his hands. Not many, not many. I've been here for 10 years, only one per year. If they cannot bear children, I consume them. This year's offering does not count, so it's only 9 in total. Gu Chengyan, infuriated by the river deity's casual tone regarding such atrocities, bellowed, you are utterly shameless. 9 lives are not merely a few. Your crimes are unforgivable, and you shall be executed. As he approached, sword raised, a figure clad in black approached, moving with grace. Her form, reminiscent of rolling hills, her skin radiant and translucent, her eyes gleaming with an enchanting allure, and a small beauty mark accentuating her charm. Li Qinghuan narrowed his eyes at the newcomer. Deputy Monitor of the Heavenly Bureau, Luo Wu, you certainly know how to make an entrance. Luo Wu smiled brightly, rendering Gu Chengyan spellbound. She softly spoke, Dr. Li, I have long admired your name. I never expected you to be a practitioner of such hidden depths. Chapter 24, The Rift of Mountains and Seas. The fall of the azure sky. Li Qinghuan swiftly resumed his carefree smile and exclaimed, I am not a fish. Nor are you water. Without the joy of fish and water, is it fair to blame me for my hidden depths? In response to Li Qinghuan's jest, Luo Wu, her smile radiant as a blooming flower, replied, this water of mine is but weak water, incapable of bearing weight. Should you wish to be a fish, you may come as you please. With that, Luo Wu approached the river deity and addressed Li Qinghuan. The Bureau of Celestial Affairs is tasked with matters concerning gods and demons. You have no objection if I take him away? Li Qinghuan shrugged, a nonchalant expression on his face as he pointed at Gu Chengyan. The emperor's decree is for me to accompany that fool. He wields the imperial sword. Thus he speaks for himself. Upon hearing this, Luo Wu turned to Gu Chengyan and inquired, what say you, Lord Gu? Gu Chengyan quickly responded, since it is the Bureau of Celestial Affairs, I have no objections. However, he has committed numerous misdeeds. Luo Wu chuckled, rest assured. Once we ascertain the facts desired by the Bureau, I shall ensure he is sent on his way. Gu Chengyan nodded in tacit agreement. Luo Wu then raised her hand and summoned a binding rope, lifting the river deity effortlessly as she prepared to depart. Do you not want that one? Li Qinghuan pointed at Nan Gongyi. Luo Wu laughed heartily. Dr. Li, you truly know how to stir trouble. Taking him would only embarrass Lord Nangong, and should she choose to make things difficult for me, he would suffer greatly. With that, Luo Wu took the river deity and left. After all, it is not the first time I have offended that Nangong woman, Li Qinghuan remarked, glancing at Nan Gongyi before pointing at her chest. Instantly, flames engulfed Nan Gongyi, and after several anguished cries, she was reduced to a charred corpse. Gu Chengyan looked upon the burnt remains, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Gu Qing, witnessing Li Qinghuan's decisiveness, thought to himself, this person is truly unfathomable. Within the village, the Yun Zhao clansmen, having learned that the river deity had been dealt with and Nan Gongyi had fallen, erupted in joyous celebration. The four were warmly treated to a feast. During the meal, Baiyu reminded Gu Chengyan not to forget his appointment. Gu Chengyan readily agreed, and after finishing, he politely declined the village chief's repeated invitations to stay longer. In a drunken stupor, Li Qinghuan intended to bid farewell to the young maiden Mahaya, hoping to take her along, but he could not find her. Thus, he mounted a donkey and departed. As the four journeyed a mile away, a clear, melodious, and distant song resonated from a nearby hill. Soluo Asia. Yue? They halted the donkey and gazed towards the verdant hill, where a beautifully adorned maiden was singing. Captivated by her voice, Li Qinghuan, reminiscent of the previous night, joyfully responded with a loud refrain. Asia, Sua Luo Iei. The resonant melody soared into the heavens. After several exchanges of song, the maiden waved goodbye to Li Qinghuan. The four resumed their journey, and Li Qinghuan did not look back. Hu Qing, observing Li Qinghuan and Appo's drunken state, suddenly remarked, Brother Qinghuan, I asked the village chief about the lyrics you sang. Would you like to know their meaning? What does it mean? Li Qinghuan inquired nonchalantly. Hu Qing grinned. The maiden is asking you if you would marry her, and you respond that you are willing. With a sudden loss of balance, Li Qinghuan fell from the donkey, nearly sobering up. Gu Qingyan, wearing an expression of grievance, lamented, "Brother Qinghuan, you have truly deceived me. It turns out you are all skilled cultivators. How could I not appear a fool in your eyes?" Li Qinghuan, lazily reclining on the donkey, chuckled, "You were a fool to begin with. What difference does it make if you are one more?" You attempted to console Gu Qing and Apos, in saying, whether a fool or a simpleton, at least Brother Qing and Apos, and you were honest. That is far better than being a deceiver. Li Qinghuan opened one eye and glanced at Baiyu. "It seems you were criticizing me?" Baiyu retorted. "Shouldn't I? After all, what is your hidden agenda with all this secrecy?" Li Qinghuan dismissed her with a smile. "I have never concealed anything. You simply never asked." "Did you?" Baiyu, now curious, pressed on. "Can you recognize gods, demons, and monsters at a glance?" Li Qinghuan shook his head. "What purpose would that serve? If they choose to transform into humans, let them. If they wish to cause chaos, that is their affair. It concerns me not." Hu Qing interjected. "Traveling through mountains and seas at will, brotherly, how did you cultivate to such a realm?" Li Qinghuan replied, "Well, that is a long story." Baiyu urged, "Then make it a short one." Li Qinghuan, momentarily stumped, casually remarked, "It is quite simple. First, you need an ancient and wise master to teach you some skills. However, while the master leads you to the door, true cultivation relies on oneself. With courage, one might venture to Kunlun Mountain to pilfer some of the Queen Motheress elixirs. With even greater audacity, one could seek out the Emperor's medicines in Wushan. After consuming these, one would shed their skin multiple times like a serpent, nearing immortality. Finally, you might meet the imperial princesses and goddesses, sacrificing a bit of charm to swindle some cultivation techniques. That should suffice." Baiyu listened, her mouth agape in disbelief. Kunlun Mountain is the abode of the gods, and Wushan is the territory of the imperial princess. Every single action Li Qinghuan described could lead to death at the hands of the deities. After a long moment of contemplation, Baiyu complained, "If you do not wish to share, then do not. After all, cultivation is a personal secret. But there is no need to put on such a performance to deceive us. You are a liar." Li Qinghuan closed his eyes, irritated, "Believe it or not. It matters not." Baiyu felt a flicker of annoyance but found the prospect of not conversing with Li Qinghuan equally dull. Thus, she glanced at the firewood sword bound to his pack and asked, "You are so powerful and not short on funds. Why do you not carry a fine sword instead of that firewood stick?" Li Qinghuan laughed. "What do you understand? This is a multi-purpose sword. It can light fires, serve as decoration, and be wielded in battle. What could be better?" Baiyu, with a look of disdain, challenged, "That? You can fight with it? Show me a strike." Li Qinghuan shook his head. "I usually do not draw my sword unless it is to start a fire, roast skewers, drive away mosquitoes, or what?" Baiyu pressed, noticing Li Qinghuan's hesitance. Li Qinghuan sat up, staring intently at Baiyu, making her uneasy, as if there were flowers on her face. After a prolonged gaze, Li Qinghuan reclined back on the donkey and, in a deep voice, declared, "Or to slay demons, vanquish gods, extinguish ghosts, rift mountains and seas, and bring down the azure sky." Baiyu was momentarily stunned by Li Qinghuan's expression, but soon returned to mockery. "With that firewood stick of yours? You were just boasting." In the Weiyang Palace, Mo Rongqi sat upon the dragon throne, while Qin Boyuan stood beside him. A kneeling eunuch was delivering a report. Upon hearing the eunuch's words, Mo Rongqi chuckled, "A mere river deity, ha." His memories began to drift into the distant past, recalling a blood-red night. At the age of 4, he was still a carefree child in a secluded courtyard. Yet, on a stormy night, he could not sleep, as a sharp blade aimed at his heart. Chapter 25 is passed in a moment of peril. It was Li Qinghuan, who was sleeping next door, that burst through the door and rescued himself. That night, Li Qinghuan, barefoot, wielded his sword in one hand while cradling himself in the other, navigating through the curtain of rain. The sword struck mercilessly, slaying the 27 Qi practitioners, 12 demons, and 6 deities amidst the stormy night. Mo Rongqi still vividly remembers the courtyard piled high with corpses, rainwater mingling with blood flowing everywhere. Now that Li Qinghuan has left the capital, a slight unease lingers in his heart. Yet, as the emperor, Mo Rongqi could not afford even a hint of timidity. So he spoke solemnly. "At last, Brother Huan is willing to reveal his prowess. Being in the open, he will undoubtedly attract attention from all quarters." Qin Boyuan nodded in agreement. "I suppose Dr. Li understands the emperor's concerns. Rather than keeping him in the shadows, it is better to let him stir up a storm. Those who ought to reveal themselves will naturally do so." Mo Rongqi nodded and chuckled heartily. "Gu Chengyan is indeed remarkable. I, Yunshi, am in dire need of such a relentless talent. Brother Huan has a keen eye for people." Qin Boyuan displayed a rare smile. "Few can cause Dr. Li to feel troubled. Gu Chengyan is certainly one of them." Hearing this, Mo Rongqi slowly raised his gaze to the dome of the grand hall and sighed. That is because he is genuinely sincere. He recalled a long time ago when Li Qinghuan had taken him on a journey through mountains and seas, witnessing the splendid landscapes of the central plains and the suffering of the common people. At the age of 16, he had earnestly asked Li Qinghuan, "Brother Huan, if one day I wish for the common people to live better lives without yielding to those divine demons, and I become ruthless and unscrupulous, Severing ties with kin to seize the imperial throne to realize my ambitions, would you still protect me? Li Qinghuan had not answered at the time, but later. He tacitly allowed Mu Rongqi to claim the throne. It was not merely because his nephew, Mu Rongqi, was a foolish monarch. Rather, upon ascending the throne, he sought to eradicate the families colluding with the divine demons, acting too hastily. As the saying goes, the rigid are easily broken. Such a backlash, combined with the manipulation of the divine demons, placed the imperial throne of the Murong family and the entire kingdom of Xi in jeopardy. Thus, Mu Rongqi had to resolutely claim the throne and adopt a strategy of conciliation, gradually regaining control of the situation. Mu Rongqi speculated that the old eunuch Chen Buiyuan and the 10 inner eunuchs likely shared similar thoughts to Li Qinghuan. For aside from their loyalty to the emperor, they were also devoted to the Murong family and the kingdom of Yunqi. The inquiry regarding Li Qinghuan's elixir of immortality stemmed from the fact that both the divine and demonic beings possessed methods of extending life and cultivating power, which served as leverage to sway the hearts of men. The vast lands of the Central Plains, acquired by humanity during a millennium of warfare, were filled with fertile grounds and hidden paradises, all of which appeared as tempting morsels to the divine demons, eager to take a bite or even swallow them whole. Mu Rongqi collected his thoughts and addressed the kneeling eunuch below, Jiashan. Keep a close watch on the Bureau of Astronomy to prevent any of them from secretly engaging in mischief. Jianshan nodded and retreated. He was indeed one of the 10 inner eunuchs. The 10 inner eunuchs were Jinqiu, Mingyi, Jianshan, Hanglei, Wuwang, Huanshui, Lindai, Xianze, Tiangjin, and Ditu. Each of them was a formidable Qi practitioner, possessing unique skills. This time, Mu Rongqi had dispatched the 10 inner eunuchs to investigate the disturbances caused by the demons and gods. Sitting in the grand hall, Mu Rongqi fell into deep contemplation. Feeling somewhat perplexed, the Li Qinghuan he had known in childhood was not the same as the current one. Back then, Li Qinghuan spoke little and was indifferent to everything. However, ever since Mu Rongqi ascended to the throne and appointed him as the doctor of timekeeping, Li Qinghuan seemed to have intentionally displayed his emotions more openly. Now, he could laugh and joke with Gu Chengyan and treat two strangers like brothers. A significant step forward from his time as the doctor of timekeeping at the Bureau of Astronomy. Perhaps this was for the best. The current Li Qinghuan was easier to get along with. Li Qinghuan and his companions traveled for several days, spending nights either at the homes of fishermen and woodcutters or at the government relay stations. One day, as they journeyed, the chilly sky of early winter began to snow. Li Qinghuan absent-mindedly brushed the snow-drenched hair from his face, shaking his hand in slight irritation. It seemed he did not favor winter. Yet, the snowflakes danced gracefully, captivating Baiyu, who at times cupped her hands to catch them and at other times shooed them towards Li Qinghuan. It was indeed a flurry of delicate snowflakes. Gu Chengyan and Hu Qing marveled at the picturesque scenery of the snow-laden plum blossoms. Baiyu excitedly urged her donkey closer to Li Qinghuan's, tugging at his sleeve. You are truly dull. Such a beautiful snowfall, and yet you refuse to admire it. Li Qinghuan disdainfully replied, what is there to see? We witness this every year in the capital. Baiyu's face gleamed with uncontrollable excitement and delight. She caught a snowflake, feeling the coolness as it melted. But we do not have this where I come from. This is my first time seeing snow, do you know? Oh, then perhaps you should be a bit more delighted. Li Qinghuan replied dismissively, continuously swatting away the snowflakes. Observing Li Qinghuan's deliberate indifference, Baiyu was about to lose her temper when she noticed he was wearing only a thin blue robe. Are you cold? Which is why you are so impatient? She asked, halting her donkey and rummaging through her bag for a light blue cotton robe, catching up to stop Li Qinghuan's donkey. Here, wear this, and you can enjoy the snow properly. Li Qinghuan initially intended to refuse, but when he saw Baiyu's flushed face and eager expression, he reluctantly donned the robe. Due to his taller stature, the robe appeared somewhat ill-fitting, drawing laughter from the other three. As dusk fell, the sky darkened. The path ahead seemed distant and obscured, and the snowflakes continued to drift down. Li Qinghuan looked up at the sky and mused aloud. It seems we won't reach a populated area tonight. We may need to find a cave or a hollow to rest. Suddenly, Gu Chengyan exclaimed, gazing ahead. There is someone ahead. The group focused their eyes and saw a figure in black lying on the roadside, seemingly a woman. Baiyu and Gu Chengyan quickly dismounted to investigate. But Hu Qing called out to them, you two wait. Let me and Brother Qinghuan check it out first. Having witnessed the river god and the strange occurrences in Star Mountain, Gu Chengyan understood the caution and felt a twinge of regret as he turned to Li Qinghuan. With everyone watching him, Li Qinghuan sighed and dismounted, saying, look at your lack of courage. Stay here, I will go alone. As Li Qinghuan approached, he kicked the figure to turn her over, and upon seeing her face, he gasped in astonishment. Luo Wu? Seeing Li Qinghuan's astonishment and the lack of other reactions, the other three hurried over. The person lying on the ground was indeed Luo Wu, who had taken away the river god a few days prior. At present, her complexion was pale, her lips cracked, and her appearance was gaunt, with dried blood at the corners of her mouth. Li Qinghuan bent down to check Luo Wu's breath. Finding a faint pulse, he then pressed down on her chest. Hey, what are you doing? She's in this state, and you're trying to take advantage? Baiyu exclaimed. Chapter 26. His past even Gu Chengyan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Li Qinghuan withdrew his hand, disdain evident on his face. You know nothing. I am merely assessing whether her heart pulse has been compromised. It was apparent that her heart pulse was feeble, her internal energy chaotic, and her organs had been adversely affected. Glancing at the darkening sky, Li Qinghuan remarked, I shall scout the vicinity for a cave to shelter us for the night. Wait here. With that, he lifted his foot and, like a falling leaf, glided into the swirling wind and snow towards a nearby mountain. Is this the prowess of a Qi practitioner? To soar through the heavens and traverse the earth with such ease? Could it be that what Brother Qinghuan said was true? Gu Qingyan murmured, watching Li Qinghuan's disappearing figure. Ordinary Qi practitioners cannot ride the wind. It is rare for someone like Brother Li to possess such abilities. Gu Qing explained. However, Bai Yu was intrigued by Gu Qingyan's latter remark. What did that trickster deceive you with before? Gu Qingyan's gaze became distant as he reminisced about his first encounter with Li Qinghuan on that fateful night in the cave. With a dreamy look in his eyes, he recounted, Brother Qinghuan spoke of his past, riding a colorful phoenix to chase the stars, treading upon turtles and tortoises to traverse the seas. He feared neither gods nor demons, daring to pursue the divine maiden of Mount Wu. He spoke of a sword that could slice through 1,000 miles, of rain and sky as two separate entities. He would drink alone by the mountains and seas, waking from dreams, sword in hand, intoxicated by the mundane world. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu envisioned a scene that stirred his heart, yet shook his head in disbelief. Only a fool like you would believe such a charlatan. He possesses some skill, but he is far from a true master. Before long, Li Qinghuan returned. Let us go. There is a large cave not far from the mountain's foot where even a donkey can pass, he said, attempting to lift Luo Wu, but Bai Yu swiftly intervened, scooping her up instead. Do not think you can take liberties with her again. Li Qinghuan was momentarily speechless and turned to lead the way on the donkey. Bai Yu placed Luo Wu atop the donkey, steadying her as they trudged through the intensifying snow to the cave. They secured the donkey inside with wooden stakes. Li Qinghuan then ventured out with his firewood sword to gather branches and effortlessly caught a wild rabbit for food. As the bonfire crackled to life, Gu Chengyan felt warmth envelop him and hurriedly huddled around the flames. Li Qinghuan prepared the rabbit for roasting. Luo Wu was laid upon a pile of dry grass as Li Qinghuan decided to eat before attending to her. Outside, the snow danced in the wind, while the cave was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted meat, arousing the appetites of all four. After finishing the rabbit along with the rations, they found the meal to be exquisite and satisfying. Li Qinghuan indulged in half a gourd of wine before leisurely rising to approach Luo Wu, followed closely by Bai Yu. Li Qinghuan shot Bai Yu an exasperated glance and said, Must you be so paranoid? If you're so worried, why not take my place? Bai Yu chuckled. I just wanted to see how things were going. Li Qinghuan ignored him, reaching out once more to check Luo Wu's breath and pulse at her wrist. He sensed several foreign energies swirling chaotically within her. Thus, he assisted Luo Wu into a seated position, legs crossed, and extended his finger, a white light flickering at its tip, which he pressed against her back. After a brief moment, he withdrew, allowing her to recline once more. You can heal? Bai Yu asked, astonished. Not really, Li Qinghuan replied succinctly. Bai Yu was baffled. Then what were you doing just now? Li Qinghuan, slightly irritated by Bai Yu's incessant questioning, clarified, there are chaotic energies inside her, which exacerbate her injuries. I merely suppress them temporarily. I am not skilled in treating physical wounds. Hu Qing approached, contemplating for a moment before inquiring, is this person significant to you, brotherly? Li Qinghuan paused, regarding Hu Qing's earnest expression. She is of no particular importance to me. However, the river deity was taken from me by her. If she dies, I fear the court of celestial monitoring will trouble me. Hu Qing pondered, hesitating before saying, I possess a technique that might heal her wounds, but can I trust you, brotherly? Li Qingdong glanced at Hu Qing, silently amused by his apprehension about revealing his methods. He then observed Gu Chengyan, who lay drowsily on the grass, and said, if it can save her, then so be it. I shall check on the night snow. I will return after a short while. If it fails, consider it a favor owed. As Hu Qing watched Li Qinghuan's retreating figure, he was touched by his candidness regarding his own methods, realizing that the favor he sought was indeed what he desired. It was evident that beneath Li Qinghuan's seemingly carefree demeanor lay a person of integrity, for otherwise, he would not associate with someone like Gu Chengyan. Bai Yu, puzzled, asked, should we involve ourselves in their affairs in Yunxi? Hu Qing shook his head, speaking softly, I have no intention of intervening. It is merely beneficial to forge good ties. After a moment of meditation, Hu Qing released a gentle green light from his palm, which enveloped Luo Wu. After a short while, her pale complexion regained some color. Her breathing steadied, and her chest began to rise and fall more robustly. In the night snow, Li Qinghuan sat alone atop a rocky cliff, sipping wine and gazing at the sky. A dull ache from an old injury in his dantian stirred memories of the past. At 18, he had been pursued by the imperial princess, a divine maiden, and had suffered a wound to his dantian, plunging into the Kunlun's weak waters, where he struggled to breathe. The weak water, unable to overcome a mere blade of grass, trapped him beneath its depths. The lifelike corpses of gods and demons below seemed to assure him that he would remain in eternal slumber. He held his breath for days, desperately seeking an escape, yet found nothing. Finally, at the brink of suffocation, he flailed wildly, seizing a sword from beside a divine corpse, fueled by resentment and fury, unleashing a stunning strike. Miraculously, that blow parted the weak water just enough for him to escape. He kept that very sword by his side, using it as a makeshift firewood stick. Afterward, Li Qinghuan roamed the mountains and seas, reveling in freedom. Yet he discovered that he had swallowed several mouthfuls of weak water that refused to expel. Through relentless exploration, he realized that the weak water flowing through his Dantian wound could alleviate his pain. Thus, he used his power to envelop the wound with the water. The pain persisted but had dulled. Utilizing his power did not result in the collapse of his Dantian, turning misfortune into fortune. Subsequently, he experienced several periodic shedding episodes, attributing this phenomenon to either the Queen Mother of the West elixirs or the imperial medicine. Each time before and after shedding, he felt exceedingly frail, nearly falling prey to beasts or giant fish on numerous occasions. Eventually, he became wise to the pattern. Sensing impending weakness, he would seek a secluded spot to bury himself, emerging only after recovery. However, an odd occurrence arose. With each shedding, his Dantian wound would heal a fraction, and his cultivation would elevate. Yet he grew increasingly indifferent to many matters. This disquieted him. Upon returning to Yunshi, he could not locate his ancient master and instead encountered the elder emperor, leading him to temporarily remain in Yunshi. Chapter 27. Avalanche. After taking another sip of wine, Li Qinghuan felt his emotions settle a bit. He reminisced about the carefree days spent amidst mountains and seas, yet he found himself confined within the boundaries of Yunshi, waiting for his ancient master to return and seeking solace in this place. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice echoed from below the mountain. Li Qinghuan, where are you? You can come back now. Upon hearing this, Li Qinghuan rose and gracefully floated back to the cave entrance. Baiyu exclaimed with excitement. That person has improved significantly. Remember, you owe her this favor. Favor? Li Qinghuan paused, entering the cave without looking back. It's not like I owe you anything. So why are you so happy? Baiyu, taken aback by Li Qinghuan's retort, followed him inside with an annoyed huff. When Hu Qing saw Li Qinghuan return, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and gently nodded. Her injuries have lessened. Li Qinghuan nodded in acknowledgement, squatting down to examine Luo Wu's wounds, which had indeed improved considerably. He then reached out to pat her exquisite face. Hu Qing, observing this, chuckled, with a beauty before you, brotherly. You truly lack the tenderness towards delicate flowers. Whoever marries you might end up regretting it for life. In agreement, Baiyu added. This cruel fraud is certainly no good man. Li Qinghuan, unbothered, smiled and replied, you don't understand. The Celestial Monitoring Bureau is filled with mad women and venomous serpents. What delicate flowers or precious jade could one expect? As the three conversed, Luo Wu let out a soft moan and slowly awoke, opening her beautiful eyes to gaze at Li Qinghuan. Dr. Li, do tell, am I a madwoman or a venomous beauty? Li Qinghuan, meeting her enchanting smile, felt a rush of allure from her sickly visage and quickly averted his gaze, chuckling. How would I know? Please, enlighten me about what happened. Luo Wu wore a melancholic expression and rolled her eyes at him. I consider myself quite charming, despite being grievously injured. You show no concern and instead question me right away. Seeing this, Hu Qing pulled Baiyu aside. Brotherly, Baiyu and I will step out for some fresh air. As they walked, Baiyu grumbled. What if he does something despicable? Be careful. That girl might take advantage of you. Once Hu Qing and Baiyu exited the cave, Li Qinghuan asked again. So, what happened? Noticing Li Qinghuan's demeanor had grown indifferent, Luo Wu refrained from teasing him further. I was with the river god, intending to meet with the head of the Nangong Bureau, but we were ambushed along the way. The assailant was highly skilled, and I lost my way while fleeing, eventually succumbing to my injuries and losing consciousness. Li Qinghuan was taken aback. Nangong Qianyu has come out too? Luo Wu, noticing his apparent concern for Nangong Qianyu rather than her own plight, smiled knowingly. Dr. Li, it seems you care quite a bit for Lord Nangong. Do you perhaps have feelings for her? Li Qinghuan shook his head with a wry smile. Feelings? That woman is a madwoman who constantly targets me, either intentionally or unintentionally. Luo Wu pondered this while smiling sweetly. It appears that Lord Nangong's instincts were correct. You are indeed a deeply concealed individual. Li Qinghuan waved his hand, wishing to change the subject. When will you leave? Luo Wu feigned a look of grievance. Dr. Li, how cold-hearted you are. Given my current state, how can I leave? If I were to perish on the road, would you not be implicated? The death of a deputy in the Celestial Monitoring Bureau is a grave matter. Are you not afraid the entire bureau will come after you? Li Qinghuan, touched by her words, remained aloof. No one knows, so why should I care if you die? To his surprise, Luo Wu laughed instead of getting angry. We in the Celestial Monitoring Bureau always leave behind subtle markers when we undertake tasks. Furthermore, Lord Gu can vouch for our meeting. Do you truly believe he would lie for you? Li Qinghuan had no desire to keep someone from the Celestial Monitoring Bureau around, especially not a deputy. Yet, unable to devise a better solution at the moment, he relented. Do as you please, but I shall not cater to you. Luo Wu chuckled behind her hand. It's evident that you should help me recover from my injuries. If I rest for a night, I might manage to walk. Besides, since you mentioned Lord Nangong is concerned about you, I can wait for her arrival by your side. Li Qinghuan waved his hand dismissively. Suit yourself. As the night passed, the wind and snow ceased, leaving the mountains and trees draped in silver, the snow covering everything like a vast ocean. with only 4 donkeys available. It became a dilemma as to where Luo Wu would sit. Hu Qing suggested that he and Bai Yu share 1 donkey, leaving another for Luo Wu. However, she insisted that her frail condition required her to share a donkey with Li Qinghuan. Bai Yu disagreed, leading to him sharing a donkey with Luo Wu. Throughout the journey, she wrapped her arms around Bai Yu's waist, resting her head on his shoulder, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Luo Wu playfully teased him, whispering, "Young master, why are you so tense? I won't bite." Feeling the ticklish sensation near his ear and the softness behind him, Bai Yu's face flushed crimson, though he feigned nonchalance, retorting, "Miss, I'm merely afraid that I might lose control and consume you instead." Luo Wu laughed like silver bells. "Oh, consume me? I didn't underestimate you, young master. But you smell delightful. You might be all show and no substance." Faced with such blatant provocation from Luo Wu, Bai Yu felt embarrassed yet continued to argue. "I am the one who can court 7 women at night. I have witnesses." He then pointed at Li Qinghuan, caught off guard by the sudden reference. Li Qinghuan initially stared in surprise before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, indeed. You can court 7 women, but only when you are arguing with me." He then looked at the flustered Bai Yu with glee. "You thought this woman would be easy to deal with? Now you are the one suffering." Hu Qing silently shook his head, exasperated by Bai Yu's impulsive nature. Gu Cheng'an, standing nearby, felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement, struggling to contain his laughter. It seemed that only Li Qinghuan and Bai Yu's playful banter could evoke such joy from the typically serious Gu Cheng'an. As they continued their journey, a sudden gust of wind swept through the mountains, followed by a thunderous rumble. "Oh no, an avalanche!" Hu Yu exclaimed, glancing at the mountain peak nearby in alarm. Before their eyes, a torrent of snow cascaded like a wave, instantly obliterating the foliage and trees in its path. The mountain winds howled ferociously, propelling the avalanche forward, sending snowflakes flying and sweeping down boulders and splintered wood. The 4 donkeys became restless, braying wildly in panic. The snow surged forth so rapidly that the group had no time to flee. Hu Qing and Bai Yu worked together to clear scattered rocks and branches. Yet they felt powerless against the towering wall of snow. Gu Cheng'an focused on calming the donkeys, utterly helpless against the impending avalanche. Li Qinghuan stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing upward, his hair billowing in the wind, his robes fluttering dramatically. Luo Wu, feeling the weight of the situation, still found herself intrigued as she watched Li Qinghuan's resolute silhouette, silently urging him, "Li Qinghuan, this should not be a challenge for you, should it? Let me witness your capabilities once more." As the snowstorm loomed ominously overhead, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast ready to engulf them all, Bai Yu instinctively shouted 3 words, "Li Qinghuan." Chapter 28. "I only draw 1 sword." Li Qinghuan moved, stepping forward with a decisive stride. He raised his right hand to the heavens, forming a seal, and bellowed, "Shake the mountains." A torrent of energy surged forth like a silken ribbon from his hands, violently cleaving through the snow waves, which cascaded as the force continued unabated, crashing heavily against the mountainside. Instantly, the earth trembled, the snow waves parted to the sides, leaving a clear gap above where the onlookers stood. For a full incense stick's worth of time, as the last massive boulder rolled down into the snow-laden path, splattering snowflakes, the avalanche subsided. Observing Li Qinghuan's silhouette, Luo Wu's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, akin to a hunter admiring its prey. A fleeting pang of anguish pierced Li Qinghuan's abdomen, causing him to frown slightly. After a moment, he turned to Bai Yu and smiled. "What do you need me for?" Bai Yu, roused from her reverie, solemnly replied, "I merely wished to ascertain whether you were a fraud." Before anyone could engage in idle chatter, a series of roars echoed through the mountains. A horde of wolves, tigers, leopards, bears, and wild dogs emerged from the caves, their eyes glowing crimson, charging towards the group below like a dark cloud blotting out the sun, their roars deafening. The spectators, aside from Li Qinghuan, were once again taken aback. Even Luo Wu furrowed her brows, concern flickering in her eyes. Li Qinghuan squinted slightly, glancing towards the summit. "You all hold on for a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, he leapt into the air, deftly dispatching several large beasts from the wave, making his way up the mountain. Bai Yu continued to call out, "Where are you going? Are you abandoning us, you fraud?" Hu Qing spoke in a low voice. "Do not shout. Cheng'an, you and that esteemed figure should retreat a bit. I and Bai will hold them off for a while." Gu Cheng'an nodded, recognizing his current helplessness. He hurriedly led 4 donkeys backward, which had been paralyzed with fear by the roars of the beasts. Luo Wu had already dismounted, weakly standing beside Gu Cheng'an, with no option but to trust that Li Qinghuan would not abandon them. Meanwhile, Li Qinghuan had reached the mountain's peak, landing before a woman. Her skin bore a hint of darkness, yet it could not conceal her enchanting beauty. Beneath her dark green veil skirt, her figure was alluring and elusive, her eyes shimmering with a bewitching allure. 2 serpents coiled around her arms, a slender azure one hung from her left, and a delicate crimson serpent dangled from her right ear. At her feet lay a colossal beast resembling a pig, with a white head, white tail, and yellow body, each breath stirring the mountain winds. Li Qinghuan smiled as he regarded the woman, who reciprocated with a radiant smile of her own. He felt an inexplicable familiarity about her, yet could not place it. After a moment, he spoke calmly, "Cease the beast tide. I wish to avoid unnecessary conflict with you." The woman laughed melodiously, her voice as sweet as a lark. Are you afraid? Yet I harbor no intention of conflict. Is everything not well? Afraid? Li Qinghuan shot a glance at the surging beasts. His fingers splayed as he smiled and struck towards the woman's throat, just as he was about to grasp her. The massive beast beside her unleashed a gale that sent Li Qinghuan flying several dozen feet. At the foot of the mountain, Hu Qing and Baiyu combined their powers to conjure a wall of white light, attempting to stem the tide of beasts. However, the relentless onslaught of creatures continued to batter against them, and the white light flickered ominously, dimming. Hu Qing and Baiyu silently lamented, struggling to maintain their defense. Although they could have retreated, they were hindered by Gu Chengyan and Luo Wu. In a fit of anger, Baiyu shouted towards the summit, Li Qinghuan. I can barely hold on. Prepare to collect the fool's remains. Gu Chengyan pounded his chest in frustration, lamenting his own helplessness. Hu, Bai, take Miss Luo and flee. I do not wish to burden you. Hu Qing replied solemnly, do not speak such nonsense. We will hold as long as we can. Meanwhile, the airborne Li Qinghuan faintly heard Baiyu's cries. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he understood this wind was unlike any other, akin to a divine tempest. He could not delay. He had to strike with lethal precision. Resolutely, disregarding the pain in his abdomen, Li Qinghuan executed a swift maneuver, letting out a piercing cry that resonated through the heavens. Excellent! 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 My sword has remained sheathed for too long, burdened with infamy for decades. His cry reached the foot of the mountain, where Hu Qing and the others saw the long sword from Li Qinghuan's donkey's pack soar into the air, transforming into a magnificent streak, shooting towards the sky. As the sword descended, Li Qinghuan landed, sword in hand, his expression serene as a placid lake. At the moment his left thumb pressed against the sword's hilt, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The colossal beast sensed an unsettling aura and began to growl ominously at Li Qinghuan. Hu Qing and Baiyu could no longer endure. The white light dissipated, and they were forced to evade the oncoming horde. Strangely, not a single beast charged towards Gu Chengyan and Luo Wu, as though they were rendered invisible to the creatures. Li Qinghuan regarded the woman coolly, stating, I will only draw one sword. If you survive, you may leave. The woman gazed at the seemingly inconspicuous sword still sheathed in his hand. An instinct warned her that should he strike, she would undoubtedly perish on the spot. In the blink of an eye, she made her decision, restoring her charming smile as she replied, My lord, I was merely teasing you. You seem to have taken it to heart. With that, the woman produced a jade-like short flute and began to play. The melodious notes floated on the mountain breeze, reaching the ears of Hu Qing and Baiyu, who were battling the beast tide. Suddenly, the wolves, tigers, leopards, bears, and wild dogs, upon hearing the enchanting melody, ceased their crimson-eyed frenzy and scattered. The group let out a collective sigh of relief. On the mountain, Li Qinghuan sensed the change below, his expression shifting to one of mockery. I am merely curious. I have yet to see what a beautiful heart looks like, and I wish to cleave it open to take a look. The colossal beast glanced at Li Qinghuan, shrinking to the size of a newborn pup, and flew onto the woman's shoulder, whispering something in her ear. She set down her jade flute, feigning fear. I am so frightened, my lord. Your words are too terrifying. No need to cleave it. My heart is racing as it is. You can listen for yourself. As she spoke, she strutted towards Li Qinghuan, until they were face to face. The two serpents dangling from her ears slithered forth, winding around Li Qinghuan's ear, their narrow pupils reflecting his slender visage, hissing softly, unable to resist the allure of the woman's enchanting and beguiling beauty. Li Qinghuan instinctively wrapped one arm around her delicate waist, drawing her into an embrace. A fleeting expression of disdain flickered across her lips, yet her smile widened. The two serpents at her ear revealed their glistening fangs, slithering menacingly around Li Qinghuan's neck. Chapter 29. Rain Yin. While Li Qinghuan lowered his head, leaning closer to the woman's face, pausing his lips just before hers. In that fleeting moment, her breath caught in her throat, her smile froze, and her body stiffened slightly. Li Qinghuan felt a chill against his neck, as if two small serpents were slithering behind him. Yet, he remained unfazed, whispering softly, Can you guess whether I could pierce your heart with a single stroke before those little creatures bite me? The woman, taken aback, gazed at him with misty eyes, her expression a blend of grievance and melancholy, murmuring softly, Then I shall yield to you. With that, she closed her eyes shyly, biting her lip, presenting herself as one to be plucked at will. Li Qinghuan chuckled lightly, Are you beginning to fear? I am unrestrained by gods or demons alike. Do not provoke me lightly, lest you regret igniting the flames of conflict. Her brows furrowed slightly, lips trembling, and as she opened her eyes, she found Li Qinghuan had released her, his eyes gleaming with mischief. This eased her heart, but a hint of reluctance stirred within her, prompting her to wrap her arms around his neck, rising on tiptoe to bring her lips near his. A fragrant wave enveloped him, and the gentle breath of the woman brushed against his lips, leaving Li Qinghuan momentarily stunned. Could there truly be such delightful folly in this charade? Observing the dazed expression on Li Qinghuan's face, a sly smile crept onto her lips, and with a soft laugh, she parted her enticing mouth, whispering, What a coincidence. I too fear neither gods nor demons. Do not provoke me, or you may find it hard to escape. Li Qinghuan, upon hearing this, responded with delight. What are we waiting for? Seize the day. Let us proceed. With that, he closed his eyes, leaning in. A soft pop. Something felt amiss. Li Qinghuan opened his eyes to discover he had kissed the palm of her hand, leaving him feeling disappointed. The woman gazed at his expression of disappointment, her eyes mirroring the same playful mockery. Just as Li Qinghuan was about to withdraw, she again rose on her toes, leaning closer to him. In a moment of eager anticipation, she passed him by. As Li Qinghuan felt a pang of loss and confusion, a lingering warmth at his ear reminded him that her lips had indeed brushed against him. He heard her whisper softly near his ear. The wind spirit has revealed to me that in the moment you wield your sword, though silence reigns and a terrifying stillness envelopes, it can sense your breath. Each breath reveals subtle flaws, telling tales of your past wounds. Such flaws against a truly formidable deity are fatal. As her whispers danced in his ear, Li Qinghuan felt a sudden chill within, realizing he had underestimated the creature perched upon her shoulder. After a moment, he once again embraced the woman, who had attempted to withdraw. She blinked in surprise, and then a smile, soft and alluring, graced her lips, her eyes hinting at the nascent stirrings of affection. She remained still, gazing at Li Qinghuan, yet he disappointed her again, merely leaning closer to her ear, chuckling softly, "You are exceedingly bold to unveil my secrets. I fear you may not be long for this world." The woman smiled sweetly, her fingers gently caressing his cheek as she shook her head lightly. "Before you consider my demise, should you not inquire about my name? Or do you deem me, Yu Yanhua, unworthy?" Upon hearing this, Li Qinghuan abruptly pushed Yu Yanhua away, turning to descend the mountain without a backward glance. "This is tiresome. Before I change my mind, you should leave." In a quick motion, Yu Yanhua tossed her wind spirit into the air, commanding, "Follow him." The creature, reluctant yet obedient, transformed and soared into the wind. Yu Yanhua gracefully leaped onto the wind spirit, pursuing Li Qinghuan as she called out, "Are you not afraid I will raise a ruckus?" Li Qinghuan replied nonchalantly, "Suit yourself. It would be best if you summoned all your companions. I shall deal with them all at once to spare future troubles." Seeing her threats fail, Yu Yanhua pressed on, "Do you not wish to know why I have come to Yunxi?" Li Qinghuan's expression hardened, and he turned to her coldly. "I have spared you this time out of mercy. I hope there will not be a next." With a disdainful look, Yu Yanhua retorted, "Do not presume I am unaware. Your failure to draw that sword does not guarantee you can withstand the wind spirit. If you were to wield that sword, it would come at a price. Moreover, I have discerned one of your secrets." Li Qinghuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Pray tell?" Seeing his interest piqued, Yu Yanhua spoke confidently, "Your technique, the shaking mountains and parting seas, appears akin to that of a chi practitioner. Yet it closely resembles the divine laws of a deity. You wield divine power." Li Qinghuan laughed. Well, are you inciting me to slay you?" Yu Yanhua, unfazed, chuckled, "If I accompany you, you need not fear my secrets spilling. You might even win my heart, and perhaps I may share some secrets with you." Li Qinghuan felt a headache coming on. This woman was a formidable opponent and had become quite clingy. Thus, Yu Yanhua followed him down the mountain, where 4 others, witnessing the serpentine woman trailing behind Li Qinghuan, were expressions of trepidation. Yu could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Li Qinghuan, while we face life and death, where have you been?" Li Qinghuan shrugged casually, "The instigator stands behind me. Seek vengeance as you will." With that, he stepped aside, allowing Yu Yanhua to be seen. As if the matter were of no concern to him, Yu's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Yu Yanhua. "Did you conjure the avalanche and the beast tide?" With an enchanting smile, Yu Yanhua replied, "And if I did?" Yu, incensed by her nonchalance and taunting demeanor, snatched the imperial sword from Gu Chengyan, brandishing it as he lunged toward Yu Yanhua. Yu Yanhua remained motionless, allowing Yu to approach. As the sword tipped near her heart, she glanced at Li Qinghuan, a smirk of cold amusement and innocence playing on her lips. The wind spirit, resting upon Yu Yanhua, stirred, unleashing a gust that swept Yu, sword and all, into the sky. "Stop!" Hu Qing exclaimed in shock, attempting to intervene. But it was too late. He too was caught in the tempest. "Brother Hu!" Gu Qingyan cried out, rushing to grasp Hu Qing's hand. Yet the fierce winds lifted them both. The 3 in the whirlwind felt dizzy and disoriented. Hu Qing, in a mix of anger and surprise, glanced at Gu Chengyan, who held onto him tightly, filling him with a sense of gratitude. Luo Wu, leaning against the donkey, watched the scene unfold with a complex expression. Seeing Gu Chengyan caught in the winds, Li Qinghuan turned to Yu Yanhua, saying solemnly, "You had better pray that one of those swept up remains unharmed. Otherwise, I shall demand your and your beast's heads as recompense." Yu Yanhua felt a jolt of surprise. She had assumed Li Qinghuan indifferent to their fates. But now she sensed a shift. Nevertheless, she maintained an innocent smile. "You see, when they attacked me, you remained unmoved, yet now you await me here. Intentional, is it not?" Though she spoke lightly, the wind spirit gradually ceased its fury. It could sense the gravity of Li Qinghuan's words. Despite his calm demeanor, he meant every word. As they approached a yard's distance, the 3 tumbled to the ground. Chapter 30. Hu Jingjing, however, as Gu Chengyan gazed at Hu Qing, her hair disheveled by the howling wind, 3,000 strands cascading down, he found himself momentarily entranced. Yu, rising in indignation, was about to unleash her wrath when she noticed Li Qinghuan's keen gaze fixed upon her, causing her to hastily cover her face. Yu Yanhua, with a teasing expression, remarked to Li Qinghuan, "I wondered why you were so concerned. It turns out you were entangled with this audacious vixen. Let me guess. Were you referring to this brazen woman? Does her arrogance stem from your support behind the scenes?" Yu could no longer contain herself, feeling both shame and fury. Her voice ringing clear as she retorted at Yu Yanhua. Who are you calling a vixen, you shameless hussy? Li Qinghuan, somewhat uncertain, reached out towards Baiju's chest. Slap. Baiyu swiftly swatted Li Qinghuan's hand away, her cheeks flushed with anger as she scolded. What are you doing, you lecher? Li Qinghuan, taken aback, inquired. Are you truly a woman? Baiyu pouted, feeling aggrieved. So what if I am? And what if I am not? At that moment, Hu Qingyan regained his composure and exclaimed towards Hu Qing, Brother Hu, could it be that you are also a woman? Hu Qing gathered her scattered hair. A charming smile illuminating her face, captivating Gu Cheng'an. With a hint of playful reproach, Hu Qing stated, Brother Cheng'an, now that you are aware, shouldn't you refrain from calling me Brother Hu? Gu Cheng'an instinctively nodded. All right, Brother Hu. How should I address you then? Puff. Hu Qing found Gu Cheng'an's naivety endearing and gracefully replied, I traveled with my cousin and adopted the name Hu Qing for convenience. My real name is Hu Jingjing. You may call me Jingjing. Gu Cheng'an, still somewhat befuddled, nodded again. All right, Brother Hu. Observing Hu Jingjing introduce herself, Li Qinghuan turned to Baiyu and said, Your sister's name is Hu Jingjing, so what about you? Baiyu must also be a pseudonym, right? Baiyu turned her head defiantly. I want to tell you. Yu Yanhua, watching with amusement, remarked, Could it be that your name is so unpleasant that you are embarrassed to say it? Hu Qing interjected to diffuse the tension. Stepping in front of Baiyu and addressing Li Qinghuan, Li Ge, my cousin's name is Bai Qingwei. As a lady traveling outside, she faces many inconveniences. I hope for your understanding. Li Qinghuan waved his hand dismissively. No worries, we are merely passing through. The group soon faced a dilemma as the path ahead was obstructed by rubble, fallen branches, and accumulated snow. Li Qinghuan contemplated for a moment, forming hand seals to conjure a way through, but was restrained by Yu Yanhua's grip on his arm. With a smile, Yu Yanhua suggested, Let me handle it. But I must accompany you. Li Qinghuan chuckled. That sounds splendid. Upon receiving Li Qinghuan's agreement, Yu Yanhua signaled to the creature on her shoulder. The creature unleashed a gust of wind, clearing the path of grass, stones, and snow, rendering it unobstructed. Li Qinghuan nodded, mounting the donkey and addressing Gu Cheng'an. Fool. Let us depart. Gu Cheng'an joyfully replied, Jingjing, let us go. Hu Jingjing nodded, still feeling a hint of discomfort after being revealed as a woman disguised as a man. Bai Qingwei led the way with the donkey, moving forward. Watching the group ride away, Yu Yanhua fumed. What about me? Did we not agree to go together? Li Qinghuan, without turning back, replied, It's just one path. No one is stopping you. Unwilling to relent, Yu Yanhua hurriedly caught up and climbed onto Li Qinghuan's donkey, wrapping her arms around his waist. Hearing the soft hissing of the snakes behind her, Li Qinghuan felt a headache coming on, yet considered that her presence might help lure out her companions, allowing for a gradual resolution of the situation. Baiyu, noticing that Li Qinghuan showed no intention of dismissing Yu Yanhua, grew even angrier and snapped at Bai Qingwei. Don't you have accomplices? Hurry and call them to deal with her. Bai Qingwei scoffed. If you concern yourself with someone like her, you've already played into her hands. Why make things difficult for yourself? Baiyu thought about what Bai Qingwei said and quickly pressed. What do you mean? Bai Qingwei grinned mysteriously. Moreover, did you not notice that the previous beast tide was aimed at you and your cousin? She is clearly trying to put you both in peril. It is easier to guard against her when she is open. In the shadows, she becomes far more troublesome. Bai Qingyue's words were unambiguous, eliciting varied expressions from the group. Gu Cheng'an, filled with righteous indignation, turned to Li Qinghuan. Qinghuan, with such a dangerous enchantress by our side, what shall we do if she turns against us? He. Yu Yanhua laughed, her body shaking as she teased. Enchantress? Little brother, do you even know what an enchantress is? Gu Cheng'an retorted angrily. Someone like you. Yu Yanhua, far from offended, lazily rested her head on Li Qinghuan's shoulder, softly asking, Aren't you going to explain to him? Li Qinghuan shrugged indifferently. What is there to explain? This world is filled with absurdities. I am not a teacher. Upon hearing Li Qinghuan speak, Gu Cheng'an suppressed his emotions and refrained from further comment. The group hurried along and finally arrived at a small town by dusk. The town was bustling, with exquisite buildings and a cacophony of voices. At the street corner, looking inward, one could see lively taverns and tea houses on either side, while shops selling rice, oil, and salt were bustling with customers. The street was filled with people adorned in fine clothing, each carrying large and small bundles, their faces radiating joy. Gu Cheng'an and his companion stopped in front of a tavern, where a sprightly young waiter approached with a smile, asking, Esteemed guests, will you be dining or seeking accommodation? Feeling the pinch of their finances, Gu Cheng'an glanced at Li Qinghuan. Li Qinghuan casually produced 4 golden leaves and handed them to the waiter, a private room. With fine wine and dishes, hurry up. For lodging, arrange 1 room per person. Feed the 4 donkeys well. Anything extra will be your reward. Certainly, esteemed guests. Please follow me inside. The waiter beamed as he led them upstairs to a private room. In the room, there was a round table and several stools. Li Qinghuan took the lead, selecting a seat by the window. Yu Yanhua quickly followed, sitting beside him. The remaining 4 glanced around, with Baiyu sitting next to Li Qinghuan on the other side, followed by Hu Jingjing, Gu Cheng'an, and Bai Qingwei. 2 seats remained empty beside Yu Yanhua. Gu Cheng'an, glancing at the 2 snakes dangling from Yu Yanhua's ears, felt a chill run down his spine and addressed her. Could you possibly get rid of those snakes? They are quite frightening. Yu Yanhua shook her head with a smile. I cannot. You have witnessed the beast tide. How can you now fear two little snakes? Hu Jingjing looked at Yu Yanhua and asked, why do you wish to harm us? Do we have any enmity? Yu Yanhua shook her head and chuckled lightly. No enmity. No information to divulge. But you, watching Li Qinghuan engrossed in the scenery outside the window, felt a surge of anger and coldly remarked, Sister Jingjing, no need to inquire. This deceiver, accompanied by a demoness, merely seeks to irritate us. Tomorrow, we shall part ways and continue on our own. Yu Yanhua, hearing this, wore a disdainful expression. That way, you shall meet your end even faster. Chapter 31. Shackles. After listening for a long while, Luo Wu interjected, what she said is indeed correct. Perhaps there are more than just her who wish to harm you. If I am not mistaken, your identities are rather special. Might you disclose them to me? In response, Yu Yanhua smiled silently. However, both Hu Jingjing and Bai Qingwei fell into a contemplative silence, feeling that having Li Qinghuan present might offer them a modicum of safety. A sense of desolation washed over Bai Qingwei, and she suddenly felt a pang of homesickness. Dear guests, your dishes are ready. The young waiter entered, carrying a large platter of poached chicken and a jar of wine with great enthusiasm. Let us feast. Li Qinghuan broke the silence, seizing his chopsticks to grab a piece of chicken and promptly bringing it to his mouth, followed by filling his bowl with wine after breaking the seal. Yu Yanhua, too, wasted no time in enjoying her share of the chicken. Noticing that something was amiss, Li Qinghuan observed Bai Yu sulking in silence. He set his wine bowl down and placed a piece of meat in her bowl, saying, Little girl, do not sulk. Come. Have some and join me for a few drinks. Bai Yu's expression softened slightly at his concern, but she still huffed. I won't eat. Li Qinghuan chuckled, attempting to take the piece of meat from her bowl. Then I shall take it away. Bai Yu swiftly grabbed her chopsticks and swatted his away, exclaiming, Get away. She quickly stuffed the piece of meat into her mouth. Soon, a variety of dishes began to arrive, and everyone started to eat. Hu Jingjing called over the waiter and asked, Young man, why do the people here dress in fine silks and seem so prosperous? Gu Cheng'an pondered this, marveling at Hu Jingjing's keen observation. The waiter, noticing the change in his expression, lowered his voice and said, Dear guests, simply enjoy your meal and drink well. There is no need to inquire further. You may wander about at night, but do avoid the river at the end of the street. Intrigued by the waiter's mysterious demeanor, Hu Jingjing slipped a gold leaf into his hand and smiled. We will stay for one night before departing tomorrow, but we would like to hear a story. The young waiter beamed as he accepted the gold leaf and replied, Since it is a story, I shall share it, and you may listen. Hu Jingjing nodded, encouraging him to continue. The waiter began, We, like you, come from a county 100 miles away. To be precise, this entire street is lined with businesses run by outsiders. Those you see dressed in fine silks, carrying large bundles, are the locals of this town. They seem to possess endless wealth. They come here to do business, and it is always a profit. At the end of this street, there is a river. Beyond it lies their true residence. Once, a bold soul attempted to cross the river at night to explore, and the next day, their body was found floating in the water. As for you, dear guests, indulge in your merriment here without worry. That is all I have to say. With that, the waiter departed. Noticing Bai Yu lost in thought, Li Qinghuan, feeling bored alone, poured a bowl of wine for her and said with a smile, Stop meddling. Let us drink. Bai Qingwei fixed Li Qinghuan with a stern gaze, articulating each word. If you get me drunk and I am poisoned tonight, will that bring you joy? Li Qinghuan waved his hand dismissively. What nonsense. A drinking companion is hard to come by. Who would dare to kill you? Hearing this, Yu Yanhua seized the wine jar, pouring herself a bowl. I drink, and so shall she. Li Qinghuan clapped his hands, addressing Bai Qingwei. See? This is even better. If we get her drunk, we need not fear anything. Bai Qingwei, seeing the logic in this, filled her own bowl, and the three began to drink heartily. After downing 7 or 8 bowls, as the alcohol took effect, Yu Yanhua, her face flushed and eyes glazed, looked at Li Qinghuan and mused. If I were to become intoxicated, what would happen if they came to kill me? Li Qinghuan, belching slightly, replied, I could never bear to see you left to rot in the wilderness. I would surely find a beautiful spot to bury you. Their laughter echoed in the air, and Bai Qingwei felt a sense of exhilaration at the carefree atmosphere. Yu Yanhua, observing Bai Qingwei's delight, remarked, Are you not overjoyed? But if I told you that I have a means to summon beasts, and with it, I could send snakes, insects, and vermin to crawl into your bed at night, would you still be laughing? Upon hearing this, Bai Qingwei's face turned pale. The thought of a swarm of snakes and insects crawling on her filled her with dread, and she burst into tears. Taking advantage of the moment, Li Qinghuan wrapped his arms around the trembling Bai Qingwei, comforting her. What are you afraid of? If you're this scared, just sleep with me tonight. Bai Qingwei, still sobbing, instinctively nodded. At that moment, besides Hu Jingjing, the only one she could rely on was the unreliable trickster Li Qinghuan. Hu Jingjing intended to intervene but, seeing Bai Qingwei's state, decided against it. As Li Qinghuan held Bai Qingwei close, memories surfaced of a time when he had embraced another woman after drinking, youthful and reckless, unaware of the complexities of love, uttering grand promises without understanding the cost of such vows. Afterward, the carefree Li Qinghuan found himself pierced by a sword, falling into the depths of the weak water, marking the end of his journey. This thought caused a flicker of pain in his lower abdomen, abruptly sobering him. Yu Yanhua, initially ready to mock Li Qinghuan, noticed him discreetly releasing Bai Qingwei and naturally raising his bowl to drink it all. Whether it was love or duty, these were burdens Li Qinghuan could not escape. And perhaps drowning his sorrows in wine or wandering the mountains was his true solace. However, he realized that shedding the past did not free him from his shackles. Rather, it diminished his joys, filling him with unease. Thus, he deliberately allowed his emotions to fluctuate, fearing he might become indifferent and dull. After consuming 3 more bowls of wine, just the right amount to feel intoxicated, he staggered to his feet, instructing the waiter to lead him to a room for rest. Once he departed, the remaining 4 exchanged wary glances at Yu Yanhua. Yu Yanhua cast a scornful glance at them, her ever-present smile fading, her eyes filled with disdain. She held no regard for them and made no further moves, instead rising leisurely to leave. Luo Wu watched Yu Yanhua's departing figure and self-deprecatingly thought, "We have overestimated ourselves. She is clearly an exceedingly arrogant individual." Meanwhile, Bai Qingwei, tipsy and disoriented, lay in bed unable to sleep, every time she closed her eyes. The sound of rustling insects seemed to crawl beneath her, a profound fear gnawed at her, and ultimately, she burst into tears in the darkness and fled the room. Chapter 32. Longevity. Li Qinghuan sat gracefully on the windowsill, observing the bustling street gradually emptying. He relished this kind of uproar, which allowed him to remain an observer, akin to sipping wine in a secluded corner of a brothel while watching the courtesans dance amidst the guest cheers. He favored this not hollow and vacuous silence, reminiscent of watching wild creatures frolic and birds chirp in the mountains. Suddenly, a loud bang disrupted his reverie. The flickering candlelight revealed Bai Qingwei, her face stained with tears, rushing into the room. A fleeting glance towards him, she dashed onto the bed, covered herself with the blanket, and lay down. Initially, soft sobs escaped her lips, but soon only the sound of even breathing remained. Perhaps she had drifted into slumber. Li Qinghuan shook his head, waving his sleeve to summon a gentle breeze that softly closed the door. Yet, the door swung open again, and Yu Yanhua entered with poise. Glancing at Bai Qingwei lying on the bed, she smiled. "Ah, so you fancy this youthful innocence? You could have simply told me, and I would have changed my appearance." As she spoke, 2 small serpents slid into her sleeves, disappearing from sight. In the next moment, Li Qinghuan beheld her expression transform, losing all allure, becoming pure and ethereal. Her eyes sparkling with clarity, gazing at him with a hint of navet, as if silently inquiring, "Do you find this appearance pleasing, my lord?" Li Qinghuan felt a momentary daze. The only word that came to mind was terrifying. This was different from the personas he had encountered in brothels, devoid of any traces of artifice. He had previously seen this visage in the imperial princess, a gradual transformation from an aloof and unworldly demeanor. But it was a phase that had never returned once past. After a moment of shared gazes, Li Qinghuan succumbed, discreetly averting his eyes, only to find Yu Yanhua's expression regain its seductive charm, a victorious smile gracing her features. Finally, Li Qinghuan chuckled softly. "You are playing with fire, and shall surely burn." Yu Yanhua stepped closer, delicately lifting her hand to embrace his neck, saying, "I am fire itself. How could I burn? I only grow more radiant." Noticing his silence, she nestled her head on his shoulder and continued, "In this world, there are countless forms of love, yet I believe in but one, that of love at first sight." She continued, "Promise me, do not entangle yourself in this web of intrigue and deception. A person of your caliber is suited for the vastness of the world, not to be confined within a mere corner of the realm." In that instant, Li Qinghuan felt as if his heart had been pierced, his body trembling slightly. Sensing his quiver, she held him tighter, continuing her soliloquy, "Stay away from those 2 girls. They are harbingers of misfortune. Protecting them will only invite endless calamities." With that, Yu Yanhua released him, her demeanor regaining its allure and composure as she turned to leave. Li Qinghuan remained rooted to the spot, expressionless. Yet his heart had already been ensnared. He recalled the elder emperor's advice to linger in Yunshi Kingdom for a while, whether wandering the markets or mingling in the political sphere, as it would benefit someone of his abilities, yet ignorant of worldly affairs. However, upon reflection, while he had left traces in both the market and the court, he had never truly integrated. Thus, he found it difficult to discern the truth in Yu Yanhua's words. Unable to determine which were genuine and which were falsehoods, lost in thought, a sudden clamor arose from downstairs. The townsfolk had vanished for the night, and the guards by the bridge were nowhere to be seen. A monumental secret lay hidden in their town. It was said that a divine being resided there, bestowing upon them their wealth. Tonight, the divine being was to grant them immortality. No wonder they forbade passage over the bridge. It concealed an immense secret. Such an opportunity could not be monopolized. Everyone must partake. Li Qinghuan then observed through the window as taverns and tea-houses flung their doors wide open, with townsfolk emerging, torches and lanterns in hand, brandishing brooms, kitchen knives, and other implements. Merchants, shopkeepers, and travelers formed a throng, heading towards the end of the street. Among them was the very shopkeeper who had beckoned Li Qinghuan earlier. The allure of wealth was somewhat resistible, but immortality was different, regardless of its authenticity. Every person was drawn to witness it. Once more, Li Qinghuan's door swung open, and Hu Jingjing, Gu Chengyan, and Luo Wu entered. They were guarded by Qing Wei, still sprawled across Li Qinghuan's bed, with varied expressions. Noticing the neatly arranged bedding, devoid of disorder, and by Qing Wei remaining clothed, Li Qinghuan merely perched on the windowsill, causing Hu Jingjing's anxious heart to settle. Before Gu Qingyan could speak, Li Qinghuan smiled and said, "If you are interested in immortality, go and see for yourselves. I, however, have no desire to join the fray." Gu Qingyan, gripping the emperor's sword, wore a worried expression. "I fear these people may fall prey to some malevolent spirit or demon, just as they did with the Yunzhao clan." Luo Wu chuckled lightly. "There is no need for excessive concern. I saw the celestial monitor's mark. They must have sent people as well. If there are divine beings or demons causing trouble, they will handle it." Upon hearing that the celestial monitor had arrived, Gu Cheng'an felt reassured. However, Luo Wu continued, "If the celestial monitor is indeed here, could you let Dr. Li know and inform them that I am present? If any unforeseen events arise, your presence would offer some assurance." Li Qinghuan reluctantly nodded. "Then wait here and prepare your belongings. If the situation turns dire, depart immediately." With that, he summoned his sword from the table and leaped into the night from the window. Negong Qianyu mingled among the crowd rushing towards the end of the street, traversing the bridge and passing through the deserted town. After walking for 3 miles, they arrived at a valley, illuminated brightly with torches set alight all around. The townsfolk knelt before an altar, their faces radiant with fervor, eyes ablaze, regardless of age or gender, all fixated on a towering platform. Upon the platform stood a creature, resembling a dragon with a human face, over 10 feet long. Its visage was that of a youthful man, with fiery red hair and serpentine pupils. Its lower half bore 2 dragon claws, while its upper half sported 2 human arms. It addressed the crowd in a resounding voice, "Come forth, drink from my blood, and you shall attain immortality. What are you waiting for?" As soon as the words left his lips, an elderly man, trembling and clutching a knife, ascended the platform. Presumably the town's patriarch. His face bore a sickly crimson hue, and he stammered, "I am nearing the end of my days. Allow me to test it for everyone." The dragon man regarded him with encouraging eyes. 70 years ago, you were but a child. Fear not, I shall not perish. Drink my blood, and you will live as I do, eternal under heaven and earth." The elder bowed respectfully, gazing up at the massive dragon form, plunging the knife into its flesh and withdrawing it swiftly. In an instant, blood flowed forth, imbued with a fragrant aroma. The elder greedily filled a large bowl, his hands trembling uncontrollably. "Drink. Restore your vitality. What are you waiting for?" The creature's words dripped with an irresistible allure. Chapter 33. The serpent folk. The elder hesitated no longer. Tipping his head back, his withered throat undulated like a leech as he drained the bowl of blood before the astonished crowd. A crimson tongue flicked out to lick his lips as he marveled at the transformation, his shriveled frame swelling with vigor, his pallid complexion flushing with vitality. White hair shed like autumn leaves as thick black locks sprouted anew. "Immortality! I've attained immortality!" The elder shrieked in ecstasy, stumbling down from the platform. The spectacle ignited a frenzy. At first, decorum prevailed as the town's elderly were permitted to drink first. But as each elder emerged rejuvenated, restraint dissolved. The strong shoved forward, trampling women and children who clawed their way back into the throng. The dragon-faced creature, now riddled with wounds, maintained its ghastly grin. When blood alone could no longer sate them, someone carved flesh from the monster's body. Pandemonium ensued. Merchants, even the Qi cultivators from Negong Qianyu's retinue joined the savage feast. Only Negong Qianyu and Qin Yunya of the 5 Phoenix Guards remained apart. "Chief Astrologer, they've gone mad," Qin Yunya cried. Nangong's lips curled coldly. "To them, we're the fools spurning eternal life. Let the traitorous dregs go." Soon, only a gleaming skeleton remained, its bony jaws still locked in that eerie smile. Then the transformations began. The first elder retched violently as his pupils slid into reptilian verticals. Fangs erupted from his gums, obsidian scales sheathed his body, and his tongue forked into his serpent's flickering ribbon. Within moments, he stood transformed, a man-shaped serpent. Like a curse tide, the metamorphosis spread. Even the astrology bureau's cultivators became scaled horrors, staring at each other in mutual revulsion. "Congratulations on your immortality," boomed a voice. The skeleton on the platform pulsed with light, flesh knitting over bones until the monster stood whole again. "You deceived us," the serpent folk roared. "We wanted eternal life, not this abomination." The creature's laughter rolled like thunder. "Did I? This form grants endless years. Is vanity worth mortality?" When the enraged mob charged the platform, a gale flung them back. "Dislike your gift?" the monster crooned. "Eat 100 humans, and I'll restore your pitiful forms. Refuse, and serve as my eternal subjects." At the valley's mouth, Qin Yunya knocked a flaming arrow to her great bow. So this vermin's true aim was to corrupt Yunshi's people. Nangong observed coldly, calculating whether these creatures could be spared. As Qin's arrow streaked like a meteor, the monster plucked it from its belly and snapped the shaft, extinguishing its fire effortlessly. "Behold your so-called elite cultivators." It mocked as serpentine Qi masters recognized Qin's legendary phoenix fire arrow. "Can mortal weapons harm the deathless?" The horde turned, hissing toward Nangong and Qin. "None leave this valley," Nangong commanded. Qin loosed a barrage, stitching a firewall with 10 flaming shafts. But the pure serpent folk rose again, marveling at their regenerating wounds, until arrows found their brains. "Chief Astrologer," Qin gasped. "They withstand fire and steel. Are they truly immortal?" Nagong answered with seismic hand seals. The earth heaved like a waking dragon, toppling the advancing horde. Strike the head while you hold the body, Qin cried, leaping onto another arrow to ride it straight toward the grinning monstrosity. Chapter 34, Can Love at First Sight Occur? The monster, upon seeing Qin Yunya, surged forward like a tempest, remaining utterly unfazed. As she approached, the creature extended its colossal hand to grasp both her and the arrow. In a deft motion, Qin Yunya kicked the arrow back up, executing a soaring backflip that evaded the monster's grasp, and then aimed her great bow directly at its forehead. The arrow embedded itself into the creature's massive hand, yet it seemed impervious to pain. Instead, reaching out with its other hand to pinch the bow held by Qin Yunya between its fingers. Despite her utmost effort, she was unable to retrieve her bow from its vice-like grip. The monster chuckled. You are quite impressive. Your beauty and talent are exceptional. I offer you immortality if you submit to me. Gritting her teeth in defiance, Qin Yunya retorted, Leave me be. I have no desire for such a repugnant immortality. Unyielding. The monster persisted. Fear not. I shall not transform you into one of them. You will become like me, one of my many consorts, bearing my offspring to rule over this land. Infuriated by the creature's audacity to claim her, Qin Yunya shouted, Die. If you cherish that bow so much, keep it. Releasing her grip, she leaped away. The monster swiftly reached out with its other hand to seize her. A sly smile graced Qin Yunya's lips as she released the bowstring, aiming for the monster's neck. With a sharp twang, the bowstring flew free, unleashing a lethal wind blade that sliced through the creature's enormous neck, drawing forth a trickle of blood. As the monster's head began to slide off with a clean cut, Qin Yunya's heart soared, believing she had succeeded. To her astonishment, the monster's severed head grinned malevolently as it reattached itself, the gaping wounds sprouting clusters of flesh that merged seamlessly, restoring it to its original state. The creature twisted its neck, expressing not anger but rather admiration as it gazed at Qin Yunya. You are unlike those base and greedy beings. I appreciate your disdain for immortality. Only one who scorns it is worthy to be my consort. Startled, Qin Yunya formed a hand seal, preparing to cast another spell. But the monster reached out and enveloped her in an overwhelming force, rendering her immobile. In an instant, she found herself held captive in the creature's grip. Just as it was about to speak, a swift shadow sliced through the air, severing the monster's grasp on Qin Yunya. She felt a release as the giant hand fell away. It was Nagong Qianyu, descending from the skies with her sword drawn. Having sensed Qin Yunya's peril and hastened to her aid. Monitor, be cautious. This creature can reattach its head, Qin Yunya warned urgently. Nagong Qianyu nodded, surveying the monster with care. The creature laughed heartily, its severed hand rejoining as it declared, another with considerable potential. My patience is finite. I shall guide you both to share in the path of immortality. Prepared for this, Nagong Qianyu struck with a thunderous palm, unleashing a bolt of lightning upon the monster. Sparks erupted as the electricity danced across its form, yet it emerged unscathed, relishing the sensation. This feeble lightning merely tickles, it mocked. Behold the true might of heavenly thunder. With a mere flick of its hand, the sky darkened, and two bolts of thunder descended upon Nagong Qianyu and Qin Yunya. The two women screamed in agony as the lightning struck, tearing their garments and exposing their delicate shoulders, leaving them vulnerable before the monster. On the mountainside, Li Qinghuan observed the unfolding drama with quiet intensity. What a surprise, it is him, she murmured. A voice emerged from behind her, as Yun Yanhua approached, her shoulder companion. Wen Lin, whispering anxiously in her ear. Li Qinghuan glanced at Yun Yanhua, noticing her troubled expression. Who is he? She inquired. Yun Yanhua, her face clouded with worry, replied. Do you not recall my warning? Do not get involved. With a playful smile, Li Qinghuan wrapped her arms around Yun Yanhua's slender waist. Then you must enlighten me about his identity. Yun Yanhua, overwhelmed by a wave of weakness, sighed in resignation. He is the celestial deity, Yao Yu, a supreme god. Far beyond the ordinary mountain and river deities. He instigated the war between the gods, humans, and demons a millennium ago. Even after the truce, he remained unsatisfied, relentlessly harassing the human race. One of the supreme gods, Erfu, could no longer tolerate his antics and joined forces with his subordinate, Wei, to vanquish Yao Yu, casting him into the 3,000 weak waters. Later, the heavenly emperor learned of this and imprisoned Wei in Shushu Mountain. 500 years later, Erfu's body was discovered in the northwest seas. Contemplating the mention of the 3,000 weak waters, Li Qinghuan idly glanced at her sword. The very blade she had retrieved from those depths. Considering what you've said, since the heavenly emperor did not eradicate even Wei, it seems unlikely he would eliminate Erfu. Thus, you should avoid provoking Yao Yu. Even the mighty Erfu met an ambiguous end. Do you believe you can compare yourself to a supreme god? Yun Yanhua interjected. Li Qinghuan sighed. I wish to pose a question. Yun Yanhua regarded her with suspicion. Ask away. If there exists a person who has spent their life observing mountains and oceans, indifferent to the world's turmoil, would you find yourself falling for such an individual? Laughter erupted as Li Qinghuan ascended towards a high platform, leaving Yun Yanhua behind, lost in thought. On the ground, Nagong Qianyu and Qin Yunya lay in shock. As the monster reached for them once more, Nagong Qianyu summoned her strength, executing a mighty strike. A fierce gust surged toward the creature, yet after the blow, it remained unmoved, chuckling, Your strike lacks mastery. Even if perfected, it would be futile. Know that even the mountain gods do not instill fear in me. Join me and share in the gift of immortality. Despairing, Nangong Qianyu closed her eyes, yet an unwelcome figure invaded her thoughts, the man who had clumsily stolen her first kiss, Li Qinghuan. Compared to him, she found this grotesque monster even more repugnant. Resolute, she decided to end her own life, just as she prepared to channel her energy. A familiar and loathed voice echoed through the air. Chapter 35, The Sword's Dazzling Flight. Are you truly as formidable as you claim? Allow me to demonstrate my mountain-shaking seal. Li Qinghuan charged forward with great speed, swiftly turning to collide his shoulder heavily against the monster's abdomen. A thunderous roar echoed as energy erupted, sending the creature staggering back a full 30 paces before it finally came to a halt. It's you, exclaimed Nangong Qianyu and Qin Yunya in unison, recognizing the newcomer. Shortly thereafter, Nangong Qianyu, with a hint of disappointment, remarked, you have indeed concealed your true abilities, but do not waste your efforts. You are no match for him. Depart now and refrain from making such tardy appearances in the future. Li Qinghuan, taken aback, retorted. Shouldn't you be eager for me to stay and meet my demise? Why the sudden change of heart? Nangong Qianyu simply shook her head in silence. Qin Yunya urged. Hurry and leave. Go back and call for the celestial supervisors to rescue us. With a dismissive wave, Li Qinghuan replied, with your lot. You're of no better use than I am. What good would calling them do? The monster, momentarily stunned, burst into wild laughter. Thinking of escaping? Now that you've arrived. Why not stay? With a fierce sweep of its tail, the creature unleashed a force akin to a tempest aimed at Li Qinghuan. Come on then, Li Qinghuan shouted. Disregarding the pain in his dantian, channeling his energy as he struck back at the colossal tail with a powerful fist. A resounding impact reverberated through the air as their strikes met. Both Li Qinghuan and the monster were forced back several steps, each bearing expressions of mild astonishment. After a moment, Li Qinghuan laughed heartily. It has been ages since I encountered a worthy adversary. You are impressive. The monster chuckled in return. You're quite audacious, lad. Soon enough, you will learn how to write the word death. It opened its massive hand, summoning a gale that sliced through the air like a chilling blade toward Li Qinghuan. In response, Li Qinghuan's flowing robes danced as he extended a finger, releasing a spiral of energy. Wind clashed with wind, the mightiest would prevail. As they stood mere paces apart, a tempest raged between the fingertips and the palm, the air around them swirling violently. Li Qinghuan's garments were torn by the chaotic blades of wind, revealing wounds that began to bleed beneath. The monster, too, had lost several scales. Observing the scene before her, Nangong Qianyu scoffed. That monster can regenerate even a severed neck. How foolish of you to engage him in such a manner. The creature, grinning, regarded Li Qinghuan. You're quite the intriguing character. You're different from the others. Li Qinghuan returned the smile. Likewise, you have your own tales to tell. Should I call you the celestial Xiaoyu or the wretched Xiaoyu? The monster, taken aback, replied, you recognize me? Impressive. How amusing. Li Qinghuan continued with a grin. Do enlighten me. How did Erfu and Wei manage to slay you? Xiaoyu paused, astonished that Li Qinghuan knew so much about him, but quickly regained composure, contempt flashing across his face. Them? Without the Heavenly Emperor's tacit approval. What are Erfu and Wei truly worth? Nangong Qianyu and Qin Yunya, supporting each other, managed to stand, utterly astonished by Li Qinghuan's casual banter with Xiaoyu, as well as the content of their dialogue. The name Celestial Xiaoyu was unfamiliar to them, and the Heavenly Emperor was an entity far beyond their reach. Li Qinghuan, sensing a convoluted tale behind this, inquired, your ability to return from death is indeed remarkable. Yet, do you possess a legitimate method for achieving immortality? Xiaoyu, intrigued, replied with a cryptic smile, you, of all people, wish for immortality? Li Qinghuan smirked, his expression contemplative. Even a deity such as yourself speaks of immortality. Is it strange for me to desire it? After all, wouldn't both humans and demons wish for such a fate? Xiaoyu's smile widened. What of deities? Above them exist higher deities. And above those, the great gods, along with the Heavenly Emperor. A lifespan as enduring as the mountains does not equate to immortality. Even gods must plead with the Heavenly Emperor for longevity. Li Qinghuan could not help but exclaim, I detect your dissatisfaction with the Heavenly Emperor. Speak freely. If you have a legitimate method for immortality, perhaps you could negotiate with the Emperor for a domain of your own, to reign as a mountain king. Of course, if you and the Emperor share enough courage, you might even conspire to overthrow him. Xiaoyu erupted into laughter, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. In the end, it seems you all long for immortality. You speak of true immortality as if it were a mere wildflower, easily attainable. To resemble those down there, living nearly 1,000 years, even able to regenerate from loss, is already a form of longevity compared to your brief human existence. Li Qinghuan, growing impatient, declared, I merely sought to inquire on behalf of the Emperor. After all this talk, you still have no genuine method for immortality. Therefore, you are of no further use. Xiaoyu was taken aback. You speak boldly. Should you possess enough prowess, I might allow you to accompany me. And those 2 women could be granted to you as well. Li Qinghuan's aura intensified, his fingertips glowing with energy. With a thunderous crack, the air exploded, propelling Li Qinghuan and Xiaoyu apart by 30 paces. Standing resolutely with his sword drawn, Li Qinghuan gazed calmly at Xiaoyu. Upon witnessing Li Qinghuan's demeanor, the figure of Yu Yinhua atop the valley revealed a glimmer of anticipation, soon overshadowed by melancholy. Xiaoyu spread his arms wide, causing the earth to tremble as he boasted, "Boy, watch closely." Yet before he could finish his sentence, a swift sound resonated. As Li Qinghuan drew his sword, a dazzling arc of light emerged, slicing through Xiaoyu and soaring over the peaks, ascending towards the heavens. In that moment, Xiaoyu, having slightly turned, was unable to rise again. His upper body began to slip away from the dragon-like lower half. The towering mountain behind him quaked, fissures forming from summit to base. The clouds above parted, revealing a slender crescent moon, its silvery glow casting a gentle and enchanting light across the winter landscape. As Li Qinghuan sheathed his sword, the moment of brilliance passed, and he remained as still as a statue. Yet Xiaoyu, with a look of horror, stammered, "This sword. This one sword. You intend to kill me." As he spoke, he struggled to drag his upper body back to align with his dragon form. But despite his desperate attempts, he could no longer reassemble himself. The pain from his Dantian wound was excruciatingly clear, yet Li Qinghuan gazed skyward, murmuring, "It has been long since I last wielded my sword. I seem to be somewhat out of practice." Drawing the sword feels slower than before. Could it be that a woman has stirred old wounds within me, affecting my state of mind? Behind him, Nangong Qianyu and Qin Yunyu were left in awe, shaken by the breathtaking strike. They had scarcely witnessed the motion of Li Qinghuan drawing his sword, only the lingering echoes of its dragon-like cry resonating in their ears. While the cracked mountains and torn clouds bore witness to the fact that Li Qinghuan had indeed unleashed his sword. Equally astonished were Yu Yanhua and the wind beast perched upon her shoulder. Yu Yanhua felt her heartstrings tugged by Li Qinghuan's restraint in not directing his sword at her. Yet the very act of him wielding his sword left her in a tumult of emotions, lost in a haze of confusion. Chapter 36, The Celestial Serpent. The Celestial Serpent, feeling a surge of panic, tightly clutched her dragon tail as if to flee. However, Li Qinghuan languidly remarked, "You may attempt to escape, but question whether you can outrun my sword. One strike splits into two, and two strikes yield four." With a facade of bravado, the serpent inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Li Qinghuan chuckled, "I harbor no interest in your demise. Should you revert that group of fools below, you may take your leave." After a moment's contemplation, the serpent clenched her teeth, plunged her hands into her half-dragon form, and, with a flash of crimson light, recited an ancient incantation. She then cast the blood-soaked remnants towards the crowd below. The blood, suspended in midair, transformed into countless minuscule droplets, infiltrating the bodies of the bewildered serpent folk. All at once, they erupted in anguished cries as if engulfed in flames, with azure smoke billowing forth. Gradually, their scales began to shed, and their heads contorted back into human forms. Observing these fallen beings regaining their humanity, the serpent fixed her gaze on Li Qinghuan, asking, "May I depart now?" "Absolutely not. He must not be allowed to escape. Keeping him alive poses a persistent threat to me and Yunxi," interjected Nangong Qianyu. The serpent gasped, her eyes riveted on Li Qinghuan, fearful of his impending action. Li Qinghuan, however, paid no heed to Nangong Qianyu, waving dismissively at the serpent. "Go on, I keep my word. But be wary next time we meet, should my aim falter. You may find yourself in peril." The serpent, with trepidation, cast a final glance at Li Qinghuan, hoisted her half-dragon form, and vanished into the winds. Nangong Qianyu, discontent, exclaimed, "Li Qinghuan, you are allowing a tiger to return to the mountain." Turning to her, Li Qinghuan was momentarily captivated by the sight of her exposed shoulder, her beauty striking like snow upon a hill, causing him to gulp. "If your prowess matched your exquisite form, you could have intervened yourself." Realizing his gaze lingered too long, Nangong Qianyu gasped, covering her bosom, and scolded, "What are you staring at? You are shameless." Qin Yuyan quickly followed suit, shielding her own form, and cautiously addressed Li Qinghuan. "Dr. Li, our debts have been settled. You wouldn't take advantage of us, would you?" As Yu Jinhua floated over, she gently grasped Li Qinghuan's arm, her imposing presence casting a disdainful glance at the two women. With such meager talents, they presumed to hold their ground here. Li Qinghuan waved his hand. "Do not underestimate yourselves. There is still pride to be found within." Yu Jinhua pouted slightly, visibly displeased. Nangong Qianyu, observing the interaction between Li Qinghuan and Yu Jinhua, felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy. She could not fathom why, after everything, having been kissed, embraced, and teased by this man she detested, she now felt a twinge of heartache upon seeing him with another. Had he become a burden upon her heart? The onlookers, having witnessed the transformation, dispersed in disarray. Even the practitioners from the Celestial Monitoring Agency discreetly blended into the crowd, too ashamed to face Nangong Qianyu again. For them, the concept of immortality had transformed into a mere jest, devoid of humor. Li Qinghuan remained indifferent to their retreat, for after all, it was a matter of immortality. Gu Chengyan and his companions arrived shortly thereafter. Luo Wu and Hu Jingjing removed their cloaks, draping them over Nangong Qianyu and Qin Yunyan. The serpent, intent on subjugating the two women, had spared them from her wrath, and with the aid of some elixirs, they had regained their strength and mobility. Feeling fatigued and with his wounds throbbing, Li Qinghuan decided to return home for a drink to soothe his discomfort. Yu Jinhua followed closely as they traversed the tranquil valley. She tightened her grip on his arm, whispering, "When Lin informed me that your breathing has grown alarmingly irregular, He even believes there is a 50% chance it could claim your life at this very moment. When Lin, perched upon Yu Jinhua's shoulder, was startled by her words. Li Qinghuan chuckled nonchalantly. Ah, but see, there remains a 50% chance. That is sufficient to instill fear. He added, inform me when we surpass the 9 levels. Yu Jinhua, releasing her hold, retorted, by the time we reach the 9 levels, you shall be rendered a mere husk, and I shall have lost all interest in you. At that point, I won't even spare you a glance. Li Qinghuan, unfazed, continued his stride forward, proclaiming, with sword in hand, I traverse mountains and seas for the dreamers. Heedless of the passerby who may not hear my name. He was acutely aware of his injuries. The weak water encasing his dantian would not shatter. And with a brief period of rest, he would wield his sword again. Seeing that Li Qinghuan was unresponsive, Yu Jinhua hastily caught up, stating, do not grow too complacent. While the serpent possesses an uncanny immortality, her strength is no longer what it once was. By the way, that sword of yours is quite peculiar. It seems to inhibit her healing. Li Qinghuan smiled silently, pondering that while immortals may exist, true immortality is elusive. His sword, salvaged from the depths of the weak water, had been forged through countless trials and perils upon its retrieval. It was no mere gift of talent. It was the result of relentless endeavor within the depths of the weak water. On their journey back, Bai Qingwei discreetly eavesdropped on the conversation between Luo Wu and Nangong Qianyu. Upon hearing of Li Qinghuan's decisive strike against the celestial serpent, which cleaved the mountains and the clouds above, she found herself glancing back at the fissured mountains and the stunning arc in the sky. Inadvertently, she recalled Li Qinghuan's words, I do not wield my sword lightly, unless to roast skewers or to cleave the mountains and the heavens. Bai Qingwei felt a sense of regret for not witnessing Li Qinghuan's swordplay firsthand that night. The following day, at the behest of the Celestial Monitoring Agency, officials arrived to maintain order and reassure the townsfolk that the monster had been vanquished, allowing them to rest easy. Nangong Qianyu, Qin Yunyan, and Luo Wu invited Gu Cheng'an and Li Qinghuan to discuss recent occurrences. They convened in a private room of a tavern, and after a few cups of tea, Nangong Qianyu regarded Li Qinghuan with a complex expression. You seem to possess knowledge regarding the origin of the monster from yesterday. Do you not intend to enlighten us? Li Qinghuan found little reason to conceal the truth and chuckled. You heard it yesterday. The serpent was originally a deity of the divine clan, instigating a multi-clan war a millennium ago before being vanquished by the god Erlang and his subordinate. Somehow, they have returned to cause chaos. Nangong Qianyu pressed further. How did you come to know this? Li Qinghuan shrugged. That is of no concern to you. I am not part of your celestial monitoring agency. If you doubt my words, ask the fool. The emperor's edict merely commands me to follow him. The rest is beyond my purview. Chapter 37. The blessing of the Zhiyu grass. Although Li Qinghuan wore an air of arrogance and indifference, Gu Cheng'an nodded in response to his words. Indeed, the emperor's decree aligns with what brother Qinghuan has stated. Nangong Qianyu's face flushed with mild anger as she retorted, Li Qinghuan, we at the Tianjian are also aware of the emperor's intentions. However, you must understand that the decree received by Lord Gu is to wield the imperial sword and restore order along the troubled path. You must heed his command. Investigating the conspiracy behind the disturbances caused by the divine beings is inherently part of our duties. Lord Gu, I implore you to rein him in and compel him to clarify the truth. Gu Cheng'an scratched his head, realizing the validity of Nangong Qianyu's statement. And feeling unable to refute her, he awkwardly addressed Li Qinghuan, Brother Qinghuan, perhaps you should converse with Lady Nangong? Li Qinghuan shot Gu Cheng'an a dismissive glance and languidly responded, since Lord Gu has instructed, I shall speak. I know nothing. Just as Nangong Qianyu was about to erupt, Qin Yunya restrained her, saying, Director, based on what the Xian mentioned yesterday, it appears that the Heavenly Emperor tacitly permitted Erfu to slay him, indicating that he has evidently been resurrected. Dr. Li also noted yesterday that Xian seems to harbor discontent towards the Heavenly Emperor. So the one who revived him must be. Nangong Qianyu suppressed her urge to argue with Li Qinghuan and nodded. According to the information our Tianjian has gathered over the years, the divine clans have never been a united front. This was Gu Cheng'an's first encounter with such information, leaving him profoundly impacted. A sense of confusion washed over him. Divine beings had previously felt distant. Mere fragments of folklore he had only heard in passing. Yet, the myriad experiences he had encountered during this time had completely reshaped his understanding of the world. As Gu Cheng'an stood in a daze, a hand patted his shoulder. Turning around, he found Li Qinghuan regarding him with a mocking expression. Fool, do you find yourself perplexed? Why overthink? Just do what you can. Gu Cheng'an felt a warmth in his heart and nodded in agreement. Nangong Qianyu was greatly irritated by Li Qinghuan's detached demeanor, suspecting he was likely a trump card for the human emperor. Thoughts of Li Qinghuan muddled her mind. That night, had he truly been intoxicated? Or was it a deliberate act? After a brief moment, Nangong Qianyu made a decision regarding their next steps. Yunya, Luo Wu, you two should return to the capital to report our findings to the emperor. Yunya nodded and inquired, Director, what about you? Nangong Qianyu replied seriously. I will remain to continue investigations and keep an eye on certain ambiguous individuals to prevent anyone from being tempted by longevity and beauty, conspiring with divine beings to deceive the emperor. Her words were pointed, nearly revealing her suspicion of Li Qinghuan, which proved troublesome for him. As he felt a slight apprehension towards Nangong Qianyu, who seemed to regard him as a potential threat. After a day of rest, Gu Qingyan and the group set off once again. However, with only 4 donkeys available, they had to share them. Hu Jingjing and Bai Qinghua shared one. Nangong Qianyu sat on another, while Li Qinghuan and Yu Yanhua occupied one, leaving Gu Qingyan with the final donkey. Throughout the journey, Bai Qinghua became less cheerful. Her fear of Yu Yanhua was compounded by the presence of Nangong Qianyu, who frequently scrutinized them with a watchful gaze. Nangong Qianyu attempted to probe Yu Yanhua with her true energy, but was met with a silent counterattack from Wenlin, leaving her at a disadvantage and further deepening her wariness of Yu Yanhua. The path ahead was fraught with mountainous trails, the peaks rising and falling in a daunting manner, creating an oppressive atmosphere. At night, they could only seek refuge in caves or beneath trees, enduring the hardships of sleeping in the wind and rain. Days later, during a midday rest beneath a large tree, their provisions ran out. Just as Li Qinghuan prepared to venture out to hunt for game, he noticed Wenlin returning with a handful of grass. This grass was peculiar, resembling chives, but blooming with green flowers. Observing Yu Yanhua pick a piece of grass and eat it, she offered another to Li Qinghuan. He accepted it, examining it for a moment before expressing his surprise. I never expected to find such grass here. As he was about to eat it, Nangong Qianyu swiftly slapped it from his hand, admonishing, "Do you not fear the consequences of recklessly consuming unknown plants?" Li Qinghuan stared at her in disbelief and retorted, "Why should you concern yourself with what I eat?" Nangong Qianyu, surprised by her own actions, felt a conflict within. Ideally, she wished for Li Qinghuan's demise. Yet, she maintained her composure, stating, "Since the emperor has assigned you to protect Lord Gu, you must exercise caution." Just as Li Qinghuan and Nangong Qianyu were about to argue, Hu Jingjing approached, picking up the grass and saying, "To the south lie a range of mountains known as the Xiaoyao Mountains, within which grows a grass resembling chives that bears green flowers, called Jiyu, which can stave off hunger. If I am not mistaken, this should be Jiyu." Yu Yanhua smiled at this, remarking, "You have some knowledge. Unlike certain scatterbrained individuals who cannot even identify a piece of grass." Nangong Qianyu, taken aback, replied, "This grass is known to grow in the southern Xiaoyao Mountains. Its appearance here seems rather peculiar. Moreover, I recall that the records in the Xitian Jian mentioned that this grass flourishes due to the spiritual winds that sweep through Xiaoyao Mountains, aiding plant growth." A hint of sarcasm crossed Yu Yanhua's lips as she countered, "There are countless birds that travel thousands of miles, inadvertently scattering the seeds of Jiyu. Is that truly so strange? And as for the gathering of spiritual winds, could it not simply be the wind god passing by, lending a hand? Besides, I have already consumed it. Why must you meddle?" Nangong Qianyu, displeased, pointed to the Wenlin perched on Yu Yanhua's shoulder. "That is merely a beast of the wind. Yet it carries the essence of the divine clan. What connection do you have with them?" Seeing the two women on the verge of an argument, Li Qinghuan interjected, "What are you all quarreling about? Is it not a good thing to have something to eat?" He then snatched 2 more pieces of grass from Wenlin and tasted them, finding the grass fragrant and slightly sweet, filling him immediately. He offered more to the group, except for Nangong Qianyu, whom he chose to ignore. Gu Qingyan, after eating a piece, exclaimed, "This Jiyu grass is indeed remarkable. If it were used in military campaigns, it would alleviate the burden of provisions." Nangong Qianyu, feeling irritated at the others consuming the grass, brightened at his words. "Lord Gu speaks wisely. This is of great importance and must be reported to the emperor." Gu Qingyan paused, then responded excitedly, "Indeed, that is the course of action." Yu Yanhua laughed heartily at their exchange. Gu Qingyan, bewildered, inquired, "May I ask, what is so amusing?" Yu Yanhua, suppressing her laughter, replied, "You think a mere patch of grass in these mountains could serve as military provisions? Do you believe that beyond this valley, the grass will continue to thrive? Unless you can summon the wind god to establish a vast area of spiritual resonance here, that might be feasible. But it seems you are at odds with the divine clan, are you not?" Both Nangong Qianyu and Gu Qingyan felt somewhat disheartened by her words. Li Qinghuan then commanded, "Stay here, I will gather more. It will save us from carrying dry rations." With that, Li Qinghuan seized the Wenlin from Yu Yanhua's shoulder, tossing it into the air while grabbing a satchel and leaping forward, instructing, "Lead the way." Chapter 38. The conflict between 2 women. Wenlin glanced back at Yu Yanhua, and, seeing no objection from her, reluctantly took to the skies with Li Qinghuan, flying toward a distant valley. The duo, a person and a beast, soared over 2 mountains and descended into a low valley. Upon witnessing the abundance of Jiyu grass blanketing the valley, Li Qinghuan realized that Yu Yanhua had lied. This was no small patch, but a vast expanse. Though it was winter, the breeze in this valley felt warm and humid, evoking a sensation akin to spring. Li Qinghuan couldn't help but marvel at the wondrous spirit gathering here, acknowledging that the powers wielded by the divine were indeed beyond human capabilities. As he plucked the grass, he turned to Wenlin and asked, "As the son of the wind god, surely you can gather the essence of the spirit as well?" The plump Wenlin lounged on the hillside, nodding his rotund head in agreement, but then shaking it vehemently. Li Qinghuan chuckled, "I knew you could. I want to divulge your secret. What are you afraid of? Noticing Wen Lin's continued displeasure, Li Qinghuan chose not to press further. Understanding that both humans and gods have their own struggles, after filling a large satchel with Zhuyu grass, Li Qinghuan felt quite satisfied. He had encountered this grass during his previous wanderings. Just one could sustain a person for 10 days or more, proving to be quite a treasure. Having organized his finds, Li Qinghuan and Wen Lin rode the wind back home. As they neared their original location, Wen Lin suddenly let out a furious roar, stirring up a tempest that propelled them forward. Li Qinghuan sensed the anger in Wen Lin's cry and hastened to keep up. From a distance, he spotted Yu Yanhua and Nan Gongqianyu locked in a standoff, with Gu Qingyan standing between them, arms outstretched in an attempt to mediate. While signs of a recent scuffle surrounded them, Hu Jingjing and Bai Qingyu observed coldly from a distance. Wen Lin, upon seeing the scene, darted back to Yu Yanhua's shoulder and emitted a low, menacing growl toward Nan Gongqianyu. As Li Qinghuan arrived, he noticed a wound on Yu Yanhua's shoulder, blood seeping from it. He also saw that Nan Gongqianyu was flushed with purple, indicating she had been poisoned. Gu Qingyan sighed with relief upon seeing Li Qinghuan return, wiping the sweat from his brow. Brother Qinghuan, you've finally returned. These two quarreled for a bit before it escalated into a fight. They wouldn't listen to any persuasion. Li Qinghuan waved dismissively. What is there to persuade? Their fight is their own affair. Yu Yanhua, initially aggrieved, scoffed at his words. Not your concern? If you hadn't taken Wen Lin, would I have been hurt? Li Qinghuan scratched his head, feeling a headache coming on, and turned to Nan Gongqianyu. Speak up. Why did you resort to violence? Furious. Nan Gongqianyu trembled as she retorted. You don't even want to know the context, do you? Which of your eyes saw me strike first? It was her who summoned a swarm of mountain ants to attack me, prompting my response. Li Qinghuan then looked toward Hu Jingjing and Bai Qingyu. Bai Qingyu seemed poised to speak, but Hu Jingjing pulled her back, saying, if there are questions, best to ask Brother Qing and Gu Chengyan. Feeling the pressure, recounted, it was nothing serious. Lady Nan Gong merely inquired about that girl's origins, and when the girl took offense, she summoned the mountain ants. This led to a confrontation, and subsequently, the girl was injured by a sword, while Lady Nan Gong was bitten by the girl's serpent. Yu Yanhua coldly interjected. Did you hear that? She instigated the trouble. My origins have nothing to do with her. Li Qinghuan's mind raced. He realized that Nan Gongqianyu was significantly weaker than her predecessors and lacked composure. It was time for her to learn her lesson. Although she was insufferable, she still had her uses. Thus, Li Qinghuan fixed his gaze sternly upon Nan Gongqianyu, saying, Lady Nan Gong, if you haven't mastered your abilities, it would be wise to quench your curiosity. Otherwise, you may find yourself in dire straits. Nan Gongqianyu clenched her teeth, wanting to retort. But a trickle of dark blood escaped from her lips. Observing her bruised state, Li Qinghuan inwardly acknowledged that Yu Yanhua was indeed formidable. He turned to her with a wry smile. Do you have an antidote? We can't let her die over this trivial matter, can we? Yu Yanhua seethed with anger. What about my injury? This is the first time I've ever been stabbed, and it's all because you took Wen Lin. I suspect it was deliberate on your part, as you couldn't strike her yourself, so you let her do it instead. Didn't you? Wen Lin, in agreement, bared his teeth in a show of support from Yu Yanhua's shoulder. Li Qinghuan quickly waved his hands. Don't overthink it. If I wanted someone dead, I wouldn't hesitate. I am also looking out for your interests. Her death could lead to endless troubles. I doubt you could survive leaving Yunxi. After a pause, seeing that Yu Yanhua remained impassive, Li Qinghuan solemnly added, this time, consider it my debt to you. Yu Yanhua noticed Li Qinghuan's concession, her demeanor softening slightly, a sly smile creeping onto her lips as she remarked, if you want my help with the poison, it comes at a price. You must agree to 3 requests. Li Qinghuan was taken aback. What 3 requests? Yu Yanhua chuckled. I'll let you know when I think of them, but you must agree first. Li Qinghuan's expression darkened. That's impossible. You're not asking me to take my own life, are you? I'm not done living yet. Besides, a mere monitoring officer has no business agreeing to so much. Nan Gongqianyu, humiliated by the thought of relying on someone she despised for salvation, protested, Li Qinghuan, I don't need your pity. If I die, so be it. The emperor and the Nan Gong family will avenge me. Seeing her stubbornness, Li Qinghuan scoffed. Be quiet. Your death would only bring me unnecessary trouble. This isn't pity, it's self-preservation. Yu Yanhua teased. Oh, I thought you were smitten. Turns out you're just looking out for yourself. That simplifies things. I can agree to 3 requests without imposing anything detrimental to your well-being. How does that sound? Li Qinghuan's mind raced with thoughts, recalling his peculiar transformation. Perhaps he nodded. All right then, let us get on with it. Seeing his agreement, Yu Yanhua extended her right hand, allowing a small yellow snake that dangled from her ear to crawl into her palm. She offered it to Li Qinghuan, saying she was bitten by a red snake. This yellow snake will neutralize the poison if it bites her again. Li Qinghuan received the cold little creature. Skepticism etched on his face as he questioned. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? If this snake kills her, it will be on my head. Yu Yanhua smiled sweetly. Do you truly think that 3 requests are worth less than her worthless life? Are you underestimating me or yourself? Li Qinghuan nodded in agreement. That is a valid point. Thus, he approached Nan Gongqianyu with the snake in hand. To his surprise, she brandished her sword at him, gritting her teeth. I told you, I don't need your pity. Despite her words, tears streamed down her cheeks. Just days prior, Li Qinghuan had saved her from the clutches of the Yao Yao, leaving her mind in turmoil. Being saved once more left her uncertain of what she might become. Chapter 39. Who pities whom? Suddenly, Nangong Qianyu was struck by a thought. If it were possible, she would indeed wish to slay Li Qinghuan with a single stroke of her sword, and then turn that very blade upon herself. Observing Nangong Qianyu's demeanor, Li Qinghuan sighed in exasperation. My dear aunt, who is it that pities you? I am the one pleading for your compassion. If you must perish, do not do so in my presence. Should you die, both the Nangong family and the emperor would trouble me. Am I to be blamed for my selfishness? Seeing Li Qinghuan in such a state, a torrent of emotions coursed through Nangong Qianyu, leaving her utterly at a loss. Just as she stood there, lost in thought, Li Qinghuan swiftly knocked the sword from her grasp and enveloped her in an embrace. Nangong Qianyu sought to struggle against him, yet found herself utterly weak, whether from hunger, poison, or dizziness, she could not tell. Ultimately, much like that previous night, she collapsed into Li Qinghuan's arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. Li Qinghuan brought forth the yellow snake and placed it near Nangong Qianyu's hand. The serpent opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and bit down upon the back of her dark hand, releasing her only after a moment. Turning to Yu Yanhua, Li Qinghuan inquired, will this suffice? Yu Yanhua observed Li Qinghuan holding Nangong Qianyu and let out a cold laugh. You could allow Qi to bite her a few more times. That would introduce another form of poison. Upon realizing that the two snakes were mutually antagonistic, Li Qinghuan released the small yellow snake, which swiftly slithered back to Yu Yanhua's ear. As the visible purple and blue hues on Nangong Qianyu's skin began to dissipate, Li Qinghuan returned to her side with a sprig of zhuro grass. Nangong Qianyu clenched her lips tightly and turned her head away. Unperturbed, Li Qinghuan grasped her face, forcing her to open her mouth, and flicked the zhuro into her mouth before covering her lips with his hand. When Nangong Qianyu fixed her gaze upon him, tears welled up again, soaking his hand. She swallowed the grass, realizing that while Li Qinghuan was indeed saving her, he had also coerced her into doing something against her will for the second time that day. After completing his task, Li Qinghuan addressed Hu Jingjing. Let us find a cave for the night. Take care of her. She has lost her curiosity. Hu Jingjing nodded, aware of the precarious situation. Yu Yanhua's intent to kill both her and Bai Yu was unmistakable, while Nangong Qianyu's desire to dig deeper into the truth was evident on her face. Choosing to remain neutral, she felt that the demise of either party would be advantageous. Mutual destruction would be ideal. This time, Nangong Qianyu did not refuse. Fear gripped her. She dreaded Li Qinghuan mocking her for her inadequacy, yet she yearned to uncover the truth. Li Qinghuan clapped his hands, ready to search for a cave. But Yu Yanhua interjected, my wound is still bleeding. Can you not see? Li Qinghuan paused. A woman can bleed for days and not perish. Your injury should not be fatal, correct? Upon hearing this, Bai Qingwei could not help but retort, bah, shameless. Yu Yanhua looked aggrieved. Then will you not assist me in bandaging it? Li Qinghuan grinned, revealing his broad smile. I shall tend to it right away. He scanned his surroundings, finding no cloth, and then tore a piece from his own robe. Bai Qingwei, upon witnessing this, was infuriated. Scoundrel! That is my robe. How dare you deceive me so? Li Qinghuan dismissed his concerns. I shall buy you a new one to replace it later. With that, he swiftly bandaged Yu Yanhua's wound, brimming with pride as he declared. Done. Now only 2 tasks remain. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Yu Yanhua's face, soon replaced by a smile. Very well, I shall accept that. Seeing her graciousness, Li Qinghuan found it rather uninteresting and sighed. All right, let us count it as 3 tasks. Yu Yanhua chuckled softly. Perhaps this was the unique charm of the man before her, capable of stirring her emotions. Bai Qingwei, increasingly agitated, shouted, Great deceiver. Do not forget that you owe me one as well. Li Qinghuan covered his ears. I know. Wishing to search for a cave, yet anxious that his absence might lead to complications, Li Qinghuan instructed Wen Lin, go find a cave. We shall rest there tonight. Wen Lin, nestled against Yu Yanhua's shoulder, shook his head vigorously. Li Qinghuan, irritated, demanded, what are you afraid of? I will be here to oversee matters. Let us see who dares to cause trouble. Yu Yanhua gently patted Wen Lin's head, encouraging him to go. Reluctantly, Wen Lin let out a few disgruntled growls at Li Qinghuan before taking flight. That night, everyone carried their own burdens and concerns as they spent the hours. By the next day, Nangong Qianyu's poison had healed, indicating that Yu Yanhua had spoken the truth. Li Qinghuan suggested that Nangong Qianyu return to the capital, but she firmly refused, stating that the emperor had issued orders for the Bureau of Divination to assist Gu Chengyan in his endeavors. Li Qinghuan felt a twinge of sympathy for Gu Chengyan, as the fool had become nothing more than a pawn for the emperor, willingly so. After traveling for about 10 days, they finally beheld a city at sunset. Gu Chengyan gazed at the characters on the city gate, reading aloud, Jishan County. However, he found it peculiar that there were no guards at the gate, and it stood ajar with no one entering or exiting. Just as they were contemplating this, a voice emerged from a nearby mound. If there is no one, naturally, no one enters or exits. They turned to see a man in a black robe, his hair streaked with gray, seated atop the small hill. A wooden sword slung across his back and a bell tied at his waist. He was so inconspicuous that one could easily overlook him. Nangong Qinyu hesitated. Xia Wuming, deputy supervisor of the Ghost Exorcism Bureau, what brings you here? Xia Wuming stretched lazily, rising to observe the sky. I am here because there are indeed ghosts present. With that, he ambled towards Jishan County, alone. Bai Qingyue, astonished, exclaimed, this city feels off. Are there really ghosts? Should we still enter? Li Qinghuan feigned a ghostly visage, declaring ominously to Bai Qingyue, you, with your delicate skin, are precisely what ghosts crave. Bai Qingyue jumped back in fright, clinging tightly to Hu Jingjing. This trickster is trying to scare me. Gu Cheng'an looked troubled. Lady Nangong, the city appears deserted. Could something have happened? Nangong Qinyu shook her head. Let us venture inside and see. Gu Cheng'an looked to Li Qinghuan for his opinion. Li Qinghuan shrugged. You wield the emperor's sword. Why fear ghosts? While there is still light, and with an exorcist among us, let us investigate. If trouble arises, we can always make our escape. Feeling embarrassed by Li Qinghuan's words, Gu Cheng'an recalled the emperor's orders and mustered his courage. Then let us enter the city. Thus, the group mounted their donkeys and passed through the desolate city gate. Inside, they found the streets eerily empty. Every household had its doors tightly shut, yet smoke wafted from chimneys, accompanied by the distant cries of children and the scolding of adults. Bai Qingyue could no longer contain herself. Isn't there someone here? Gu Cheng'an echoed her confusion. But why are all the doors barred? Nangong Qinyu suggested. Let us first check the county office. Chapter 40. The demon face. After several attempts to search, the crowd arrived at the county office, only to find its doors firmly shut. Just as Gu Cheng'an was about to knock, Li Qinghuan stepped forward and forcefully kicked the door open with a resounding bang. Who goes there? Came a voice from inside the office. As the group entered, they discovered the hall was eerily empty, with the county magistrate in official robes slumped weakly upon the elevated platform, while another official sat below him. Upon seeing the newcomers, the magistrate feebly urged, leave the city before nightfall, do not linger here. Gu Cheng'an produced the emperor's decree and the imperial sword, publicly reading it aloud, which caused the two officials to hastily kneel in fear. After the reading, the two introduced themselves. The elder with a white beard was the magistrate, and the middle-aged man was the deputy magistrate. With a face full of emotion, the magistrate exclaimed, Imperial envoy, this place is perilous. I urge you to leave swiftly and seek out some cultivators to save our people. It may soon be too late. Gu Cheng'an, perplexed, asked, what has transpired? Why are the city gates unguarded, and why are all the homes shuttered? The magistrate shook his head slowly, removing his official hat and turning away. The group gasped upon seeing the back of the magistrate's head, which bore a ghastly face of a blue-skinned demon, with sharp teeth and glaring eyes. Bai Qingyue clutched Li Qinghuan's sleeve in terror, exclaiming, how horrifying. Nangong Qinyu stared at the demon face for a long time, murmuring, has the demon clan risen to cause chaos as well? After the shock wore off, Gu Cheng'an inquired urgently, what is the cause of this? The deputy magistrate sighed heavily. Oh, it is a long story. 20 years ago, Jishan County was prosperous, situated at the foot of the mountains, a favored stop for merchants. The people were simple and hardworking, living quite well. But one day, a man-eating demon appeared, terrorizing the county. Merchants began to avoid the area, and the citizens suffered greatly. Many cultivators were invited to assist, but all returned in vain. Some even lost their lives to the demon. The demon demanded a woman born on a specific date. And in desperation, the magistrate and deputy magistrate reported the matter to the higher authorities, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. Eventually, the demon continued its torment, and the townsfolk began to search for a suitable woman. However, no one could be found. A pregnant woman was discovered, and it was calculated that her child would be born on the ominous date. Several prominent families negotiated with the demon, agreeing to wait for the child's birth to determine its gender. The demon consented, and for a time, the disturbances ceased. However, on the fateful day, the child was taken from the mother, who bled to death, and the infant was indeed a girl. She was raised until the age of 14, only to be offered to the demon king on her wedding day. Understanding the grim fate that awaited her, the girl severed her own face with scissors in the bridal sedan, vowing to curse the entire city into becoming demons. For 30 years, neither the demon king nor the girl reappeared, and the townspeople tacitly agreed to forget the incident, allowing the county to regain its former vibrancy. Yet, a month ago, she returned, now a powerful demon, trapping the entire populace within the city. To leave meant death. Gradually, every person, young and old, even infants, grew a demonic face, with the demon proclaiming that the appearance of these faces signified the town's transformation into demons. After hearing the deputy magistrate's tale, Gu Cheng'an felt a tumult of emotions stirring within him. The fragrant mist circled in the air before returning to Yu Yanhao's shoulder. She turned to the deputy magistrate and asked, why is it that you alone have not been afflicted with the demon face? At this, The deputy magistrate's eyes glimmered with pain. The magistrate sighed, explaining, "It is because he was the only one who attempted to stop the girl on her wedding day, but could not withstand the collective fear of the townsfolk, who beat him until he was unconscious." Nangong Qinyu glanced at the magistrate and asked, "And you?" The magistrate lowered his head, a look of remorse washing over his face, rendered speechless. It was the deputy magistrate who spoke next. The magistrate bears a heavy heart. He, too, was unwilling to see the girl suffer, but with no response from above and no means of help. He was caught between the lives of the townspeople and the girl's tragic fate. The magistrate had even offered one life for the peace of the county. But the girl would not agree. The magistrate waved his hand. "I am powerless. I have failed the emperor above and the citizens below, and I have lived on with this guilt." Gu Chengyan contemplated for a long while before stating, "If what you say is true, then the true culprit must be that initial demon." Li Qinghuan, taken aback by Gu Chengyan's assertion, asked, "Fool, if you were the magistrate at that time, what would you have done?" Gu Chengyan opposed and shook his head and murmured, "I would have had no good solution, only to sacrifice myself." Yu Yinhao smiled at Li Qinghuan, teasingly asking, "Instead of posing such heart-wrenching questions to others, let me ask you, if I were your woman and a deity offered an elixir of immortality in exchange for my sacrifice, what would you do?" Nangong Qinyu, by Qingwei, and Hu Jingjing all turned their gaze to Li Qinghuan. Curiosity mirrored on Gu Chengyan's face as well. Li Qinghuan, feeling embarrassed, broke into laughter. "If you were mine, you shouldn't pose such a question. Rather, you should ask how we might conspire together to slay that deity and obtain the elixir for ourselves, ensuring our immortality." Nangong Qinyu scoffed. "Is there truly a way to achieve both? You think you can have your cake and eat it too?" Bai Qingwen nodded in agreement. "Indeed. He is a deceiver. He would surely sacrifice you to secure the potion for himself, and then seek another woman for pleasure." Yu Yinhao's gaze sharpened, fixating on Li Qinghuan, demanding a response. Li Qinghuan's smile faded, his expression growing solemn and cold. This sudden demeanor startled Yu Yinhao. She had never seen him like this during their time together. Had her question been too probing? Yet, Li Qinghuan soon wore a mischievous grin, casually glancing at the encroaching darkness outside, muttering, "But you have asked the wrong person. Believe it or not, I no longer seek the elixir of immortality." Upon hearing this, Yu Yinhao's enchanting smile returned, and she chose to believe that Li Qinghuan spoke the truth. "Lord Gu, the sun is setting. You must depart quickly," the magistrate urged, glancing anxiously at the sky. Gu Chengyan waved his hand, stating, "I wish to meet that girl, or rather, the demoness." No sooner had he spoken than a chilling wind swept through, and a red figure appeared outside the hall. Chapter 41. Xie Wuming He. "Do you wish to see me? Are you, like the others, advising me to cease my efforts?" A chilling and eerie voice echoed. Everyone turned to behold a figure at the door, unmistakably a blood-soaked, faceless female ghost clad in red. Gu Chengyan, upon seeing her, hurried to the entrance and said, "I understand your grievances, but..." The ghost fixed her gaze upon Gu Chengyan and replied with a ghastly smile, "But what? Do you, like the people of Jishan County, wish to sacrifice me for the sake of the entire county's virtue?" Gu Chengyan shook his head and presented the imperial sword to the ghost, his expression solemn. "I have been entrusted by the emperor to wield this sword in my journey. You are a citizen of Yunxi and deserve the protection of the court. Alas, fate is unkind. I am willing to sacrifice myself to atone for their sins." Upon hearing this, the ghost unsheathed the imperial sword without hesitation and lunged at Gu Chengyan, exclaiming, "Do not perform your self-sacrificial theatrics posthumously. You must die first to earn the right to speak." Boom. A flash of fire erupted, forcing the ghost back, and the imperial sword fell to the ground. Emerging from the shadows was Xie Wuming, who picked up the sword and handed it to Gu Chengyan, saying, "You officials must grapple with such troubling matters. But my duty is to exorcise spirits." Gu Chengyan accepted the sword and shook his head helplessly. "This not, this debt. This sin, there is no remedy other than to repay it with death." Xie Wuming chuckled, "Then let it remain unresolved. Once I vanquish her, I shall bear this debt." With that, Xie Wuming cast a crimson talisman towards the ghost. "Stop!" Gu Chengyan exclaimed in alarm. With a thunderous explosion, the talisman struck the ghost, igniting a searing red flame. Gu Chengyan, witnessing this, collapsed to the ground, utterly despondent. What we owe her should not be settled in this manner. Li Qinghuan, leaning against the porch with a wine gourd, took a sip and carelessly observed the fallen Gu Chengyan. "Fool, such occurrences are plentiful in this world. Your actions may leave you with few lives to spare." Yu Yinhua sauntered over, lazily resting against Li Qinghuan's shoulder as she gazed at the flames. "I believe she is justified. Had it been me, I would have acted with even greater ruthlessness." As they conversed, a piercing laugh emerged from within the flames. "You exorcists do splendidly, arriving late, only to confront those who have turned into ghosts." The ghosts sauntered from the fire, unharmed by the flames. Xie Wuming, taken aback, remarked, "She possesses formidable abilities. Her resentment runs deep. The debt I am to bear may be quite burdensome." The ghost displayed her white teeth in a smile. "I fear you may not be able to bear this debt." Xie Wuming shook his head slightly and turned to Li Qinghuan. "Could you offer me a drink?" Li Qinghuan shook his head with a light laugh. I fear that is not possible. To bear a debt, one must possess the resolve. Such debts must be settled with clarity. Xia Wuming smiled wryly and slowly drew a wooden sword from his back. You speak wisely. As he spoke, Xia Wuming leaped into action, unleashing a flurry of radiant sword energy upon the ghost. The ghost, unfazed beneath the onslaught, sneered. Those living who wish to bear the debts of vengeful spirits act out of sheer folly, akin to fish in water yearning to dwell upon the shore. Before the word folly left her lips, the ghost struck the air with her palm, unleashing a similar radiant energy that surged forth from her hand. The two energies clashed, stirring a tempest. Xia Wuming's pupils narrowed. This ghost not only resisted his radiant sword energy, but could wield it against him, surpassing his understanding. With a thunderous crash, the energies collided and exploded. The ghost waved her red sleeves, which elongated like crimson waves, threatening to ensnare Xia Wuming. Startled, Xia Wuming summoned a bell from his waist. Its clear chime resonated through the night sky, captivating all who heard it. The county magistrate, the deputy, and Gu Cheng'an were momentarily entranced, as if their souls had been momentarily lost. The ghost, too, faltered at the sound, her eyes growing hollow, causing her red sleeves to lose control and drift aimlessly in the air. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Wuming evaded the reach of the sleeves, casting 5 peachwood stakes into the ghost's shoulders, knees, and brow, then aimed his sword at her heart. Just as he approached, the ghost abruptly snapped back to awareness, grinning sinisterly as her red sleeves ensnared Xia Wuming entirely. Thud, thud, thud. A surge of energy erupted as the stakes were easily forced from her body and lodged into Xia Wuming's shoulders and knees. Had he not turned his head at the critical moment, the 5th stake aimed at his brow would have claimed his life. The ghost casually seized Xia Wuming's peachwood sword, taunting, "Is this how you intend to repay your debts? How many debts can a ghost wounded by peachwood truly bear?" Xia Wuming and Appo's face contorted in bitterness. The ghost and Appo's strength exceeded his expectations. As the bell and Appo's chime ceased, Gu Cheng'an regained his senses. Seeing Xia Wuming bound, he rushed forward to implore the ghost once more, only to be tripped by Li Qinghuan, tumbling unceremoniously. Li Qinghuan remarked coolly, "You, who seek to repay your life, did not intervene when he acted. Now that he is bound, you seek to preach. Are you not providing the ghost with amusement?" Ha ha. The ghost laughed heartily, her laughter tinged with sorrow and desolation. After a time, she regarded the fallen Gu Cheng'an with disdain. "Your virtue is as laughable as the name of your county, Jishan." Awakened to her words, Gu Cheng'an was consumed by shame, burying his face in the ground, unable to meet the ghost's gaze. Meanwhile, Nangong Qianyu could no longer restrain herself. Drawing her sword and addressing the ghost with a stoic expression, "I bear you no grievance, nor hatred. It is my duty, forgive me." With that, Nangong Qianyu unleashed a frost-laden sword strike aimed at the ghost's red sleeves. The sword energy howled, severing the sleeves as Xia Wuming escaped his bindings, joining forces with Nangong Qianyu against the ghost. The duties of the Exorcism Bureau and the Heavenly Bureau differed, yet both comprised practitioners of Qi. However, the exorcists focused more on the arts of spirit banishment. In that moment, Xia Wuming and Nangong Qianyu gained the upper hand, taking advantage of a moment's respite. Xia Wuming bit his finger, allowing his blood to trace an enormous talisman in the air. "Master Nangong, stand back," he urged, directing the talisman towards the ghost. Nangong Qianyu, alerted by Xia Wuming, swiftly retreated, unleashing a wave of sword energy. The ghost found herself ensnared by the crimson talisman, unable to break free. As Xia Wuming recited an incantation, the talisman blazed with light, illuminating the night sky with a brilliant flash. Boom! From above, several bolts of crimson lightning descended upon the ghost ensconced beneath the talisman. Chapter 42. The Ghost Emperor. The female ghost was struck by a crimson lightning bolt, her entire body enveloped in a dazzling display of electric light, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. Gu Cheng'an, lying on the ground, glanced at the struggling specter. His thoughts tangled and chaotic. He rushed to Li Qinghuan, grasping his sleeve and imploring loudly, "Qinghuan, please, tell them to stop. She has done nothing wrong." Seeing Li Qinghuan shake his head in silence, Gu Cheng'an's heart sank. Is there truly no way to resolve this? The county magistrate trembled as he made his way into the courtyard, gazing at the wailing ghost with tears streaming down his face. "Oh, dear girl. I do not blame you. I only lament my own impotence in ridding the world of that vile spirit. The last time, I failed to prevent your suffering, and I have carried that guilt throughout my life. Now, witnessing you unable to even become a ghost, I find myself utterly ashamed to continue living." With that, he drew a dagger concealed in his sleeve and plunged it into his own heart. Gu Cheng'an and the county steward rushed forward in alarm. The county steward, with a bitter smile, exclaimed, "Old magistrate, why do this?" The magistrate waved his hand weakly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, as he gazed at the tormented female ghost. "Dear girl, I hope my death can quell your lingering resentment." With that, his head fell limply. The female ghost, amid the storm of lightning, coldly laughed. "Your death is merely an act of guilt. How selfish, even in death. I shall never grant you an ounce of forgiveness." Yet ultimately, beneath the crimson lightning, her form began to fade, and she lamented to the heavens, "In the end, they have eradicated me. What a relief." Suddenly, A brilliant flash streaked across the sky, dispersing the storm clouds and restoring the serene night, the thunder ceasing abruptly. Everyone stood in shock, their eyes wide. Bai Qingwei looked up at the heavens, then turned to Li Qinghuan, who stood calmly with his unsheathed sword. Incredulity etched on his face. You deceiver, it was you who struck, wasn't it? Li Qinghuan offered no reply, amidst the varied gazes of the crowd. He slowly approached the female ghost, dispersing the red talisman with a wave of his hand. He glanced at the deceased magistrate and spoke softly to the ghost. Since someone is willing to repay the debt, perhaps we should bring this matter to a close. Of course, an old man like this cannot possibly atone for your tragic existence. No, I can add myself to the tally. Without hesitation. The county steward drew the dagger from the magistrate's chest and aimed it at his own heart. A crimson sleeve flashed, knocking the dagger from his grasp. The female ghost. Looking at the dazed steward, coldly remarked, grievances have their origins, and debts must be repaid. The entire county owes me, but you alone do not. Li Qinghuan clapped his hands and exclaimed, very well. Clear distinctions between love and hate. The female ghost regarded Li Qinghuan and said, you may spare me. But I shall not let the others go. Li Qinghuan lowered his hands dismissively, it matters not. But you are certainly not their match at present. He then stepped closer to the ghost, inhaling deeply, I sense something amiss, yet you have not mastered your craft. Return and practice further. Fear flashed across the ghost's pallid face, as if she were the one witnessing a specter. Suddenly, ominous winds swept through the sky. And a swirling mass of black smoke descended. Xie Wuming exclaimed, be cautious. Such terrifying ghostly energy. He summoned a talisman to subdue the spirit, flicking his fingers to send it toward the dark smoke. However, as the talisman approached within mere inches, it halted mid-air, unable to advance. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a figure clad in a black robe, a wide-brimmed hat obscuring their features, adorned with intricate dark gold patterns depicting various ghostly visages, each displaying a different emotion. Upon seeing the figure, the female ghost trembled uncontrollably and involuntarily knelt. Li Qinghuan's expression shifted from indifference to concern, murmuring, this is troublesome. The figure reached out, pinching the talisman between two fingers, their icy voice echoing, I wonder if your talisman can subdue a living ghost? With a flick, they sent the talisman hurtling toward Li Qinghuan. Li Qinghuan let out a wry smile, seizing the talisman and igniting it with a burst of flames before swiftly extinguishing the fire. Xie Wuming, clutching a peachwood sword, attempted to invoke a spell. But Li Qinghuan mocked, are you truly attempting to exorcise the ghost of the Ghost Emperor, one of the three rulers of the Ghost Realm? At these words, the crowd gasped in shock. Even the creature on Yu Yinhua's shoulder cowered in fear, sensing the impending danger. The Ghost Emperor, a legendary figure. Xie Wuming trembled, unable to believe his ears, stuttering, Ghost Emperor? The figure ignored him, addressing Li Qinghuan with indifference. Once more, we meet. Should I refer to you as Ma Wuda, one of the 7 Ghost Kings, or simply as a certain Qi practitioner? Bai Qingwei gasped in astonishment, deceiver. You are actually a Ghost King? Li Qinghuan offered an awkward chuckle, I was young and reckless, merely dabbling under the Ghost Emperor for a time. The figure chuckled derisively. Calling him a deceiver is quite apartment. He has masqueraded as a ghost, conning his way from a minor specter to a Ghost King. Such a feat could only be accomplished by him. Bai Qingyue's mouth hung agape, filled with disbelief, yet she couldn't help but feel a tinge of admiration for Li Qinghuan. Li Qinghuan smiled at the figure, given your stature, let us not dwell on past grievances. You are here for the female ghost, and I have spared her. The Ghost Emperor, upon hearing this, ceased his interrogation of Li Qinghuan and addressed the female ghost. I shall not pursue who incited you to escape from the Ghost Sea. However, to be deceived as a human and as a ghost signifies your failure. Return with me to face your punishment, and once you have mastered your training, you may return. The female ghost, upon hearing this, bowed her head in submission, not daring to voice any complaint. Xie Wuming, despite the overwhelming presence of the Ghost Emperor, mustered courage and declared, though you are the Ghost Emperor, the living and the dead have an agreement to coexist peacefully. You cannot allow her to return to wreak havoc. Enough. The Ghost Emperor snapped impatiently, raising his hand slightly. A gust of wind surged, enveloping Xie Wuming. Within the wind, the anguished voices of countless spirits echoed, filled with lamentation, weeping, manic laughter, and furious roars. No matter how Xie Wuming wielded his peachwood sword, he could not dispel the ghostly tempest. Negong Qianyu attempted to intervene, but Li Qinghuan struck her down with a single blow. Chapter 43. Will you, or will you not? Li Qinghuan gazed at Negong Qianyu, lazily gesturing at the sky. Morong Qi must be blind to appoint someone like you as the supervisor. That is the Ghost Emperor, a being before whom even the ancestors of the Nangong family would bow. He continued, as colleagues, this is my final attempt to dissuade you. I have shown utmost compassion towards you and the human emperor. Negong Qianyu lay on the ground in silence for a long time before finally roaring weakly. I do not need your concern. Yet, as she spoke, tears unconsciously streamed down her face. She realized she had changed from the moment she drew near Li Qinghuan. She began to weep and grow frail. The Ghost Emperor, witnessing this scene, sighed, Supervisor? Alas, the human cultivators have truly declined compared to the past. Should another great war arise, the Central Plains may soon change hands. He then turned his gaze towards Xie Wuming, who still struggled against the sinister winds, and chuckled. Since you are willing to bear debts, the exorcism of ghosts shall not require reason. Therefore, I am curious to see how you, who exorcise ghosts, will manage when you yourself become a living ghost. Turning back to Li Qinghuan, the Ghost Emperor said, Behold a true living ghost. No need to pretend. He raised his hand. 100 ghosts devouring souls, chimeras and specters. In an instant, countless vengeful spirits transformed into wisps of black smoke, invading Xia Wuming's eyes, mouth, ears, nose, and skin, entering without a trace. Gradually, Xia Wuming's eyes lost their whites, leaving only a pool of black. His mouth sprouted fangs that his lips could not conceal, and his skin turned a shade of deep blue-black, with long nails sprouting from his fingers. This was a living ghost, an embodiment of one. Xia Wuming could still move. Gazing at his trembling hands, the Ghost Emperor surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction, nodding, and taunted Li Qinghuan, Hehehe, the carefree Ghost King Ma Wuda. The position of Ghost King in the Rakshasa Sea awaits your arrival. Die early, and I shall come to collect you myself. Do not keep me waiting too long, or I might just transform you into a living ghost. Hehe. With a smile, the Rakshasa Ghost Emperor swept away the female ghost as a wisp of black smoke. Once the Ghost Emperor departed, Li Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief. His dantian still ached from the sword strike. Had the Ghost Emperor chosen to act, his life would have been at great risk tonight. The Rakshasa Ghost Emperor claimed that the female ghost was incited to flee from the underworld by someone. And since the divide between humans and ghosts had not yet fully manifested, this was likely the reason for the Emperor's return to retrieve her. Otherwise, he might have unleashed a massacre. However, Li Qinghuan's detachment was only temporary. Should the strength of the Yunshi nation falter, the ghostly race would undoubtedly ravage the Central Plains. Bai Qingyue approached the contemplative Li Qinghuan, tugging at his sleeve and whispering, That fellow looks quite terrifying. What should we do? Li Qinghuan sighed, feeling that Murongqi had gone too far in suppressing the two supervisors' cultivators. Now, there were hardly any formidable individuals within the supervisors of heavenly affairs and ghost exorcism, where they all believed themselves to be quite powerful. After a millennium of relative peace, these individuals had not faced true formidable divine beings or ghosts and held no clear understanding of their own capabilities. Murongqi must know his own family well, otherwise, he would not have sent Li Qinghuan out. Deep in thought, Li Qinghuan approached Xia Wuming and said, You only know of the pact between humans and ghosts. Yet you do not realize that personal grudges do not count. Even that fool is more aware than you. There is no shame in advising that female ghost. Furthermore, you only exorcise visible ghosts. What then of the invisible ghosts dwelling in the hearts of the people in this entire city? As he spoke, Li Qinghuan raised his hand, conjuring an ancient spell. The surrounding sinister winds surged, and a stream of black smoke erupted from Xia Wuming's 7 orifices and body, coalescing into a mass of black smoke in Li Qinghuan's palm. As the black smoke departed, Xia Wuming gradually began to regain clarity, though the fangs and nails were left for him to trim himself. Once restored, Xia Wuming silently saluted Li Qinghuan before turning to leave, his steps unsteady. The Ghost Emperor's words echoed in his mind, You prefer to exorcise without knowing the reason. And Li Qinghuan's remark, How does one exorcise the invisible ghost in the hearts of the entire city? How does one exorcise the invisible ghost in the hearts of the entire city? Xia Wuming murmured repeatedly, his mindset completely overturned. As he departed the city, he felt not only desolation but also heartache. Yun Yanhuan observed this spectacle and teased, You are indeed remarkable. You even master the Ghost Emperor's techniques. Li Qinghuan smiled wryly, gazing at the mass of black smoke with a hint of exasperation. The technique of chimeras and specters devouring souls was part of the 8th volume of the Rakshasa Ghost Canon, which the 7 Ghost Kings under the Rakshasa Ghost Emperor had only partially learned. In the past, Li Qinghuan had mingled among the other 6 Ghost Kings, piecing together considerable knowledge through clandestine study. The Rakshasa Ghost Canon comprised 9 volumes. The first 7 volumes were accessible to the Ghost Kings, while the 8th was not fully imparted, and only the Rakshasa Ghost Emperor possessed the 9th. The Rakshasa Ghost Emperor's attack on Xia Wuming was, in essence, a test. He sought to discern how much Li Qinghuan had surreptitiously learned and whether he possessed the ability to counter this strike. Bai Qingwei looked at Li Qinghuan curiously and asked, Great deceiver, how do you manage to deceive ghosts? You even managed to fool the Ghost Emperor. Li Qinghuan laughed, It's quite simple. Watch closely. He waved his hand, and the mass of black smoke surged into his body. Soon, his entire being turned a deep blue-black, and his pupils became black. Yet he did not sprout fangs or long nails. Rather, his entire presence exuded a ghostly aura. Li Qinghuan approached Bai Qingwei, revealing a charming yet chilling smile. Fixing his black-eyed gaze upon her ominously, What do you think? Do I look like a ghost? Bai Qingwei recoiled several steps, exclaiming, Do not come any closer. This is too frightening. Before long, Li Qinghuan returned to his normal appearance, having concealed the mass of ghostly energy within his dantian. Should he release that energy, the Rakshasa Ghost Emperor would surely sense it, and he might come back for him. This night was destined to be bleak. Hu Jingjing continuously consoled the dazed Gu Cheng'an. The county magistrate, too, appeared forlorn, weeping over the body of the county chief. Nangong Qianyu was greatly shaken, silently seated in a corner of the county office. Lost in thought, Bai Qingwei also sat in a daze, boredom evident in her demeanor. Only Li Qinghuan and Yun Yinhuan remained unaffected, casually conversing atop the county office roof. Yun Yinhuan remarked, "Not only do you deceive, but you also deceive ghosts. You wouldn't dare deceive me, would you?" Li Qinghuan chuckled. "You are the one who stubbornly insists on following me. The best method to guard against a deceiver is to keep your distance and remain oblivious." Yun Yinhuan replied, "If I leave, your troubles will be immense." Li Qinghuan reclined slowly, placing his hands behind his head and crossing his legs. "I am not troubled. If fate does not favor me, I might as well become a carefree ghost king under the Rakshasa ghost emperor." Yun Yinhuan turned to lie on her side. Gazing at Li Qinghuan, "Why would someone like you willingly bind yourself here, entangled in this vortex?" Li Qinghuan grinned, playfully grasping Yun Yinhuan's shoulder and teasingly kneading it. "I do not wish to, but it is a matter of repaying debts. Yet you, bringing such a little creature here, seem rather naive. It is, after all, not a wind deity." Under Li Qinghuan's playful grip, the little creature protested with gentle puffs of wind, appearing adorably indignant. Observing the creature's struggles, Yun Yinhuan swatted Li Qinghuan's hand away, softly saying, "You owe me 3 favors. If I were to ask you to kill those 2 individuals, would you comply?" Chapter 44, Mutual Destruction. Li Qinghuan was taken aback and inquired, "Who? Hu Jingjing and Bai Qingwei?" Yu Yanhua nodded, her gaze fixed intently on Li Qinghuan. Li Qinghuan shook his head with a smile, saying, "Bai Qingwei might be considered. He is quite talkative yet brings a certain tranquility. However, Hu Jingjing is out of the question. That fool would certainly come after me." Yu Yanhua scoffed, "Are you afraid of that fool? This is clearly an excuse." Li Qinghuan retorted, "I am still an official of Yunshi, and that fool wields the imperial sword, representing the emperor in a sense. Thus, I must adhere to the rules." Yu Yanhua pressed on, "Let me rephrase. If I were to kill them, would you intervene?" Li Qinghuan, with a sly smile, replied, "Within Yunshi, that is not permissible. Beyond Yunshi, you have my permission." Yu Yanhua looked at Li Qinghuan with surprise. "Do you know something?" Li Qinghuan shook his head. "I do not wish to know anything. But your expression reveals that the more you desire to eliminate them within Yunshi, the more determined I am to thwart your plans." Yu Yanhua fell silent. As night passed and dawn broke, Gu Cheng'an, under Hu Jingjing's guidance, regained his composure and temporarily assumed the position of county magistrate in the name of the imperial sword. The people of the county were thrilled to find the ghostly faces behind them vanished, exclaiming that the county of accumulated virtue must be blessed. However, when Gu Cheng'an openly recounted the events that transpired, the townspeople were instantly filled with profound shame. He ordered the construction of a shrine to honor the faceless ghost and her mother, decreeing that each year, all citizens must offer a small piece of their flesh as a form of atonement, while the young would contribute 9 drops of blood. Gu Cheng'an and the county official, in front of the entire populace, were the first to carve a piece of their own flesh to demonstrate their sincerity, prompting the townspeople to follow suit. Simultaneously, Gu Cheng'an, in the name of the imperial sword, renamed the county to Nian Nu, expressing gratitude for the ghost's benevolence and repenting for his past mistakes. After lingering in the county for over a month, Gu Cheng'an documented the situation and dispatched a messenger to inform the emperor, appointing the county official to temporarily assume the role of county magistrate before departing Nian Nu County. As he left the city, Li Qinghuan teased Gu Cheng'an, "Fool. It seems you have become quite clever. Your actions are commendable." Gu Cheng'an, feeling guilty, replied, "Brother Qinghuan, please do not jest. It is only through the enlightenment of Miss Jingjing that I have come to realize things differently. Even so, I still cannot feel at ease or unburdened." Hearing this, Hu Jingjing comforted him, "Brother Cheng'an, there are often more disappointments than satisfactions in life. It is sufficient to do your best in all matters." Gu Cheng'an expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Qinghuan and Miss Jingjing, for allowing me to see today as different from yesterday." Li Qinghuan waved his hand. "It has nothing to do with me. You should thank Miss Jingjing." Bai Qingwei, observing Gu Cheng'an's flushed face, suddenly blurted out, "That fool? You won't have developed feelings for my sister, will you?" Gu Cheng'an was rendered speechless, blushing and unsure how to respond. However, Hu Jingjing interjected, "Qingwei, do not speak nonsense. And refrain from calling him a fool. It lacks decorum." Bai Qingwei, feeling indignant, muttered, "The big liar called him a fool too. Why should he be allowed to call me that, and not vice versa?" Li Qinghuan, uninterested in bickering, gently urged the donkey forward, and the donkey began to trot along with Li Qinghuan and Yu Yanhua. The journey was accompanied by a brisk wind heralding the cold of winter, while the sun shone upon the blossoming flowers, welcoming the warmth of spring. Countless trees and mountains vied for beauty, and clusters of brambles wound along the path. As they traversed the springtime landscape, Li Qinghuan removed the winter cloak given to him by Bai Qingwei, which had been torn while bandaging Yu Yanhua's wound. He tossed it back to Bai Qingwei, stating he would buy another when they encountered better prospects ahead. Bai Qingwei grumbled incessantly yet ultimately did not discard the tattered garment. Yu Yanhua, taking in the vibrant spring scenery by the roadside, lazily leaned against Li Qinghuan's shoulder, gently closing her eyes for a brief rest. Only Nangong Qianyu remained pensive, her head bowed, lost in thought. Accompanied by the spring sunshine, the group journeyed for half a month until they arrived at the city governed by Yunzhou Prefecture, which included Nian Nu County. Upon entering the city, the atmosphere was lively. Every tavern was bustling with patrons, and the shops were frequented by customers, with vendors calling out their wares amidst the clamor. As the sun reached its zenith, Hu Jingjing could not help but ask, "Everyone, do you not find anything unusual?" Li Qinghuan casually replied, "Isn't it just fine?" "Quite lively indeed." Bai Qingwen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite lively." "Big liar, shall we indulge in some wine?" Li Qinghuan smiled. "That suits me perfectly." Under the guidance of the two, the group entered a fine tavern and requested a private room. The establishment served their dishes with remarkable speed, and soon a table was filled with exquisite food and drink. The wine jars were small, and finding it cumbersome, Li Qinghuan drank directly from a jar. Yu Yinhua, not to be outdone, joined in, and a friendly competition of drinking ensued. However, after consuming half a jar, the two ladies could no longer handle their liquor. Their cheeks flushed as they paused to eat. Li Qinghuan shook his empty jar, looking at the two with a shake of his head. "Drinking with you two is truly dull." As he reached for another jar to drink, Nangong Qianyu silently approached, seized a jar, and forcefully removed its seal. With a loud bang, she clinked her jar against Li Qinghuan's and downed it in one go. Coughing, Li Qinghuan was caught off guard, watching in bewilderment as Nangong Qianyu finished the entire jar in one breath. With a crimson face, she mimicked Li Qinghuan, turning the jar upside down and disdainfully declaring, "This wine is simply about drinking or not drinking. There is no contemplation about it." Having said that, amidst the astonished gazes of others, Nangong Qianyu returned to her seat, elegantly resuming her meal. Bai Qingwei, noticing the scene, assisted Li Qinghuan in bringing the jar to his lips. With a bang, she clinked her half jar against his and drank. Coughing, Li Qinghuan spluttered the spilled wine through his nose, choking even more. Before he could catch his breath, his hand was lifted once more. Bang. This time it was Yu Yinhua. After another round of coughing, Li Qinghuan, now panicked, hastily finished his drink and set the jar aside, fearful of further challenges. However, to his dismay, Nangong Qianyu rose again, taking another jar of wine from the table, her cold gaze fixed on Li Qinghuan. Li Qinghuan, startled, raised a jar in anger. "What are you afraid of?" This time, the two openly downed an entire jar together. Following them were Bai Qingwei and then Yu Yinhua. In this rare moment of mutual understanding, the three wary individuals engaged in a drinking contest, taking turns to indulge. After the last empty jars littered the ground, they were left in a state of disarray. Li Qinghuan reclined back in his chair, while Bai Qingwei and Yu Yinhua settled on either side of him, resting their heads on his shoulders. Nangong Qianyu lay alone across the table. Chapter 45, the intoxicated woman Gu Cheng'an glanced at the four individuals and shook his head. Raising his cup, "Miss Jingjing, let us toast and indulge ourselves in a small drink." Hu Jingjing smiled charmingly and shared a drink with Gu Cheng'an. After putting down his cup, Gu Cheng'an suddenly recalled something and asked Hu Jingjing, "Miss Jingjing, what did you mean earlier when you mentioned the unusual happenings in the streets?" Hu Jingjing furrowed her brows slightly, replying, "Brother Cheng'an, perhaps you should take a look out the window. Have you noticed any children wandering through the bustling streets?" Gu Cheng'an was taken aback. He had not observed this before. He hurried to the window and gazed for a long time, only to find no trace of a single child. This was not the scene one would expect in a lively city. He returned to his seat, a look of confusion on his face. "It is indeed so." Thus, the two summoned the waiter to inquire further. The waiter sighed and said, "Esteemed guests, this is no secret. In our city, every couple of months, 1 or 2 children go missing, ranging from 7 or 8 years old to newborns. They simply vanish without a trace. Nowadays, every household keeps a close watch on their children, not allowing them to roam outside." Gu Cheng'an asked in bewilderment, "Has the government not investigated this matter?" The waiter waved his hand dismissively. "They have. 5 years ago, officials were sent to investigate, but there were no results. They later believed it to be the work of demons, even inviting practitioners of Qi to look into it, yet still found no leads. Eventually, the authorities were left powerless to intervene. But do not worry, aside from this issue, everything else in the city is quite normal." With that, the waiter walked away. Looking dejected, Gu Cheng'an's heart sank with worry. Hu Jingjing pointed at the sleeping Li Qinghuan and said, "Brother Qing'an, do not fret. Since both the government and the practitioners have investigated, it is likely not a man-made disaster. If it were indeed demons at work, and this gentleman cannot handle it, then your anxiety would be of no use." Gu Cheng'an poured himself a drink and downed it in one go, saying, "If only I possessed the abilities of Brother Qinghuan." Curious, Hu Jingjing inquired, "What would you do with such abilities?" Gu Cheng'an gazed longingly, filled with passion, and exclaimed, "To wield a sword and drink deeply of life as pleasures, to challenge injustice with a laugh." Hu Jingjing chuckled softly. So, Brother Cheng'an aspires to be a wandering swordsman, yet finds himself bound to the constraints of the court. Embarrassed, Gu Cheng'an scratched his head. "I must have made Miss Jingjing laugh." Hu Jingjing shook her head lightly. To be like Brother Qinghuan, confronting demons and questioning ghosts with a sword, is not without merit. Yet, one such as you, using yourself as a beacon to enlighten the world, can also be fervent and mournful. Both paths can lead to the same destination. Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng'an felt a sudden clarity in his heart. Everyone has their own path, and those with shared ideals can converge despite taking different routes. As the sky darkened, Li Qinghuan finally stirred awake. Noticing the two women resting on his shoulders, he casually brushed them aside and stood up, only to find Gu Chengyan and Hu Jingjing looking at him in unison. He instinctively touched his face and asked, "Is there something on my face?" Both Gu Chengyan and Hu Jingjing smiled and shook their heads. Li Qinghuan, feeling perplexed, teased, "Then why are you two looking at me and smiling in such a knowing way?" Gu Chengyan blushed at the remark. Meanwhile, Hu Jingjing laughed lightly. "We were watching you because we have matters for you to investigate." Thus, Hu Jingjing and Gu Chengyan recounted the mysterious disappearances of children in the city. Li Qinghuan approached the still-sleeping Nangong Qianyu and audaciously patted her cheek, saying, "As a scholar of the Imperial Academy, I am ill-equipped to investigate. It would be more suitable to seek out Lady Nangong." After being roused by Li Qinghuan's repeated pats, Nangong Qianyu groggily swatted at the air, mumbling, "Li Qinghuan, why did you kiss me? You kissed me, and yet why do you repeatedly wound my heart with such humiliations? It hurts, do you know?" Li Qinghuan was startled by this unexpected drunken confession, and he turned to Hu Jingjing and Gu Chengyan to explain, "You all saw it. I merely patted her twice. I shan't take responsibility for this mess." Gu Chengyan nodded in agreement. "I can attest to that." Seeing Hu Jingjing silently observing him with a knowing gaze, Li Qinghuan was bewildered. "Could it be that I drunkenly kissed her just now?" Hu Jingjing shook her head, remaining silent. Gu Chengyan remarked, "Could it be, Brother Qinghuan, that you have been a bit harsh on Lady Nangong?" Li Qinghuan retorted indignantly, "Without me, she would have perished several times over, yet she accuses me of being unkind." With that, Li Qinghuan shook Nangong Qianyu vigorously, chanting, "Lady Nangong, awaken. The Imperial Sword commands you to investigate." Nangong Qianyu, after much shaking, slowly opened her eyes. In her hazy state, upon recognizing Li Qinghuan, she stumbled upright and grasped his collar, tears streaming down her face. "Why? You won't even grant me a moment of peace? When I wake, my heart aches. Do you know?" Li Qinghuan forcefully pushed her away, replying coldly, "If you cannot hold your liquor, then do not drink. Look at you. You hardly resemble the head of the Imperial Academy. Anyone unaware would think you were just a drunken madwoman." Gu Chengyan, witnessing Li Qinghuan's harsh words, quickly intervened, pulling him aside and turning to Nangong Qianyu, "Lady Nangong, do not take offense. Brother Qinghuan has only just awakened and is still intoxicated." Nangong Qianyu cried out, "They say drunken words reveal the truth." In his eyes, "I am nothing but a worthless madwoman." Drunken words revealing the truth. Hu Jingjing observed quietly from the side. Gu Chengyan hurriedly clarified, "Lady Nangong, you misunderstand. Brother Qinghuan awakened you to discuss serious matters. There have been continuous mysterious disappearances of children in the city for several years now." Upon hearing this, Nangong Qianyu fell into a momentary daze, but soon regained her composure and calmly said, "Lord Gu, please elaborate." Thus, Gu Chengyan recounted everything he had witnessed that day, including the waiter's words. After listening, Nangong Qianyu fell silent, quietly picking up the long sword from the table before leaping out the window, disappearing into the night. Gu Chengyan pursued her, calling out, "Lady Nangong, this matter requires careful consideration." Li Qinghuan pulled Gu Chengyan back, saying, "Her role in the Imperial Academy is precisely to handle such matters. Let her go." With Yu Yanhua and Bai Qingwei still asleep, the three of them had no choice but to sit in silence. As night deepened, the waiter came to urge them to close for the night. Li Qinghuan produced several golden leaves, securing the room for the night. Noticing that Nangong Qianyu had been gone for quite a while, Gu Chengyan expressed his concern to Li Qinghuan, "Brother Qinghuan, the disappearance of children could happen at any moment. Shouldn't you go look for Lady Nangong?" Li Qinghuan, setting down his tea, replied, "She is the head of the Imperial Academy. Do you think she needs your concern? Rest assured, she may have returned to the capital already." An hour later, amidst Gu Chengyan's incessant chatter, Li Qinghuan could no longer sit still and stood up to leave. However, seeing Yu Yanhua asleep with Wen Lin on her shoulder, he approached, grabbed Wen Lin, and pointed at Yu Yanhua, saying, "She is drunk, but you are not. You should know what is acceptable and what is not." Seeing Wen Lin nodding in a struggle, Li Qinghuan finally released it and swiftly leaped out the window. Chapter 46. The great demon bird car. The night was as cool as water, and the floating clouds obscured the moon. On the high tower to the west of Yunzhou City, Nangong Qianyu sat with her sword in hand atop the eaves of the blue tiles, surveying the entire city from this vantage point. Her dark robe blended seamlessly with the night, leaving no one to discern whether she was observing Yunzhou City or lost in thought. Suddenly, a wailing cry echoed through the sky, mournful and haunting, followed by a cacophony of orchestral sounds, reminiscent of pearls dropping onto a jade plate. The sound of rolling wheels soon followed, along with the cries of an infant. Startled awake by the noises, Nangong Qianyu gazed into the inky night sky, where the silhouette of a monstrous creature, resembling a bird, soared gracefully through the air, spiraling down towards the tower. A gust of demonic wind rushed towards her, causing Nangong Qianyu to tense, gripping her sword tightly, her entire being focused on the approaching beast. The creature landed on the eaves of the tower 3 levels below her, folding its enormous wings, beneath which lay something. The wails of the infant pierced the air again, emanating from beneath the creature. Sensing danger, Nangong Qianyu quickly harnessed her true energy and hurled a demon-subduing talisman at the monster, simultaneously leaping into the air. Drawing her sword to strike at its midsection, her movements flowing like water. With a flash of light, the creature emitted a series of bird-like cries. The talisman had struck true. In that moment of illumination, Nangong Qianyu was taken aback to discover that the creature was a nine-headed monster bird, each head bearing a human face, expressing the myriad emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, while beneath it lay a swaddled infant. Upon noticing the sudden attack, the monster bird swiftly seized the infant and hurled it towards Nangong Qianyu. Caught off guard, she withdrew her sword, reaching out to catch the child. But before she could react fully, the beast took flight, and one of its heads unleashed a bolt of thunder towards her. Nangong Qianyu, startled, executed a graceful retreat, evading the lightning that struck the eaves, causing an explosion of dust and debris. Protecting the infant in her embrace, she swung her sword to ward off the falling shards. Yet, the monster bird pressed on relentlessly, and one of its heads unleashed a torrent of ice shards that coalesced into a massive ice spear aimed directly at her. Just as she dispersed the debris, the ice spear approached with alarming speed. Without a moment to spare, Nangong Qianyu summoned her true energy and unleashed the renowned sword technique of the Nangong family, the Starry Net Sword Qi. Countless sword energies rained down like a tempest, shattering the ice spear and hurtling toward the monster bird. The creature, recognizing the sharpness of the sword Qi, hesitated to confront it directly and instead flapped its gigantic wings, conjuring a fierce wind that blew the sword energies away. Nevertheless, a few still pierced its wings. The monster screeched in pain, its 9 heads roaring in a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling market. In its fury, all 9 heads unleashed a combination of fierce winds, raging flames, thunder, lightning, and shards of ice upon Nangong Qianyu. With one arm cradling the infant, she could not fully defend herself and resorted to swinging her sword in a desperate attempt to shield them. In the chaos, sharp ice spears struck her shoulder and arm, causing blood to flow freely. At that moment, Nangong Qianyu could not afford to dwell on her injuries. She fought to defend herself, knowing that a moment's lapse could cost both their lives. Yet, the monster bird wielded formidable powers, with ceaseless winds, flames, and relentless bolts of lightning. And ice spears continued to rain down without pause. Nangong Qianyu found herself in a precarious position. Releasing the infant might afford her a chance at survival. But the sound of its cries tugged at her heart. Hesitation gripped her, drawing her closer to the abyss of danger. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as the monster bird plummeted like a shooting star towards the distant forest. It was Li Qinghuan, who had arrived from the sky, delivering a powerful blow to the creature. Terrified, the monster bird took flight once more, vanishing swiftly into the night. As she watched the familiar figure land on the tower eaves, Nangong Qianyu exhaled in relief. Li Qinghuan approached, illuminating the space with a torch. And upon seeing Nangong Qianyu drenched in blood, with the swaddled infant also stained, he noted that the child remained unharmed, gazing curiously at the dim world around them. With a light chuckle, Li Qinghuan asked, "You're not dead yet, are you?" This time, Nangong Qianyu felt no anger. She simply looked calmly at Li Qinghuan and replied, "I'm afraid I may disappoint you." Li Qinghuan nodded. "I am somewhat disappointed. Perhaps next time you might consider dying." Nangong Qianyu fell silent, her body swaying as she began to succumb to exhaustion, yet her hands remained tightly clasped around the swaddled infant. Li Qinghuan furrowed his brows, swiftly lifting her in his arms and soaring away. The layers of clouds obscured the moonlight, and the gentle whispers of the wind were indistinct. However, gazing at the defined jawline of the man carrying her and hearing the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, Nangong Qianyu felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility envelop her. Her thoughts drifted far, imagining a life as a family of 3, rising with the sun and returning at dusk, indifferent to the passage of time, regardless of gray hair. Perhaps this was not an unworthy existence. Regrettably, this journey was fleeting, akin to a mayfly's lifespan. Upon returning to the tavern, Li Qinghuan encountered an amusing scene. Yu Yanhua stood in the center, while Wenfeng hovered nearby, seemingly attempting to dissuade her from something. Meanwhile, Hu Jingjing and Bai Qingwei stood with Gu Qing'an, the latter shielding the 2 women, their expressions tensed. Yu Yanhua impatiently addressed Wenfeng, "Rest assured, I can deal with these 2 without fear of that fool. He won't dare touch me." "Perhaps not." Li Qinghuan floated through the window. Upon seeing his return, Gu Cheng'an and the others breathed a sigh of relief. But upon noticing the bloodied Nangong Qianyu and the infant in her arms, their expressions turned to shock. Li Qinghuan gently laid Nangong Qianyu on a chair, while Gu Cheng'an hurried forward to examine her. Hu Jingjing took the child from Nangong Qianyu's arms, cradling and soothing it. Li Qinghuan brushed off his robe and approached the somewhat astonished Yu Yanhua with a smirk. "I mentioned that those 2 women must not die within the borders of Yunxi. Did you take my words lightly?" With an innocent and aggrieved expression, Yu Yanhua replied, "I was merely trying to scare them. Why are you so fierce?" Hu Jingjing suddenly understood. It was no wonder Li Qinghuan had warned that winged beast before leaving. She and Bai Qingwei had narrowly escaped death. Gu Qingyan turned to Yu Yanhua and asked, "Why are you so intent on killing them?" Yu Yanhua flashed a mischievous smile. "You should inquire of them." Gu Qingyan looked towards Hu Jingjing and Bai Qingwei, only to find them with uncertain expressions. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Jingjing spoke. "If we were to perish in Yunxi, the blame would fall upon the kingdom. That is what they desire." Nangong Qianyu, who had been listening quietly, was taken aback. Out of respect for Li Qinghuan, she had refrained from probing into Hu Jingjing and Bai Qingwei's backgrounds. But now it seemed they were of notable origin and could not afford to die in Yunxi. Li Qinghuan pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let us not dwell on this. Once you leave Yunxi, your fates shall be your own." Gu Qingyan cast a worried glance at Hu Jingjing, but chose not to speak further. Nangong Qianyu took some medicine. Though her wounds were numerous, they were not fatal. She recounted the events of the night to the group and shared her conjecture. That monster bird must be the legendary deity, the Nine Phoenixes. However, it carries a hint of demonic energy, which seems off. Hu Jingjing shook her head. "Lady Nangong, you mentioned that the creature had 10 necks and 9 heads, each with a human face. That cannot be the 9 Phoenixes. The 9 Phoenixes possess 9 necks and 9 heads, each with a face. This is more likely the Great Demon Bird Car. It is said that the Great Demon Bird Car originally had 10 necks and 10 heads. But one was bitten off by a celestial dog, bleeding endlessly and unable to regenerate, requiring human blood to replenish its life force. Demons?" Li Qinghuan sighed softly, a hint of surprise in his voice. Chapter 47. The wife of the prefect Gu Chengyan was troubled by the thought that if the demon escaped, it might return to wreak havoc upon the townsfolk. Thus, the night passed in unease. The following day, after freshening up at an inn, the group resolved to visit the magistrate's office, hoping to enlist their aid in locating the parents of the missing infant. Nangong Qianyu appeared somewhat pale, and Gu Chengyan suggested she find a place to recuperate, but she declined. After a winding journey, they arrived at the prefectural office, where Gu Chengyan produced the imperial sword and the emperor's decree. The officials, in a flurry of panic, rushed to pay their respects. Once seated, Gu Chengyan learned that the prefect was absent, with only the deputy prefect present. The deputy explained that the prefect's wife was ill, necessitating his presence at home. Gu Chengyan briefly recounted the events of the previous day and instructed the officials to investigate which family in town had lost a child. Regarding the tragic incident of the missing child, the deputy prefect reported on similar occurrences over the past few years, which aligned with what Gu Chengyan and his companions had gathered. Anger flared within Gu Chengyan as he recalled Nangong Qianyu's ordeal, suspecting that those children had met a grim fate. At that moment, the whereabouts of the demon remained unknown, adding to his frustration. Li Qinghuan, observing Gu Chengyan's distress, remarked, "Worry not, my friend. There are ways to track down that demon." Gu Chengyan, intrigued, inquired, "What do you propose, Brother Qinghuan?" The group turned their curious gazes toward Li Qinghuan. Li Qinghuan shifted his attention to the creature known as Wenling, perched on Yu Yanhua's shoulder, and playfully lifted it, saying, "You have caught a whiff of Lord Nangong's scent. Surely you can discern that she carries the essence of the demon, correct?" Wenling looked back at Yu Yanhua, confused. Yu Yanhua giggled. "Why should I assist you? If I offend the demon clan, who will protect me?" Realizing the implications, Gu Chengyan and the others understood that Wenling, being a wind beast, could not easily overlook such a scent. However, it seemed Yu Yanhua had no intention of helping, further complicating matters for Gu Chengyan. Li Qinghuan, maintaining his carefree demeanor, declared, "Let it be on my account. Debts do not trouble me. Whether it's 1 more or 10 more, it makes no difference. Besides, the sooner we send our friend to his post, the sooner you all can leave Yunxi, which is surely your desire." With that, he unceremoniously tossed Wenling outside. Wenling flapped its wings in the air, and upon noticing Yu Yanhua's indecision, reluctantly transformed into a gust of wind and departed. As Li Qinghuan mentioned departing, Hu Jingjing and Bai Qingyue's expressions dimmed. Before long, the officials returned with the parents of the missing infant, who expressed heartfelt gratitude to Nangong Qianyu, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. Had it not been for Li Qinghuan's timely arrival, both she and the infant might not have survived. Meanwhile, Li Qinghuan sat in the hall sipping tea, as though the matter had no bearing on him. After about an hour, Wenling returned, brimming with excitement, and began chattering in Yu Yanhua's ear. Li Qinghuan, noticing the smirk on her face, asked curiously, "Do share your findings." Yu Yanhua, with a mischievous smile, replied, "I shall not say. Let Wenling lead the way, and you shall see for yourselves." Though the group was left perplexed, they welcomed the prospect of a lead. Thus, Gu Chengyan instructed the deputy prefect to summon several officials, and they set off in a grand procession. Wenling guided them through winding streets until they arrived at a secluded courtyard. The deputy prefect, astonished, exclaimed, This is the residence of the prefect. Could it be that the demon has taken refuge in his home?" Li Qinghuan waved his hand dismissively. "Why ponder so? Let us enter and find out. Would you kindly knock?" Reluctantly, the deputy prefect approached the door and knocked. After a moment, a servant opened the door, his expression one of displeasure. However, Upon recognizing the deputy prefect, he quickly donned a smile, saying, "Deputy prefect, my master is resting today. Perhaps you could return another time?" The deputy prefect hastily replied, "I am aware of the prefect and Apo's rest. Please inform him that an imperial envoy has come to visit." The servant, startled, glanced nervously at the group outside and said, "I shall inform him at once. Please wait here." He did not dare to close the door again but hurried off to relay the message. Inside the back courtyard, the prefect sat by the bedside of a lovely woman, holding a bowl of medicinal soup with great concern. "My dear, the soup is ready, neither hot nor cold, just right." The woman, looking pale, replied, "My lord, I am so worried." The prefect chuckled, "Do not fret, you merely had a fall. The physician assures me that rest will suffice. I await the day you recover to serve me." The woman smiled gently, "You jest. Once I am well, I shall preparing for you to compose poetry." The prefect laughed heartily, "Then drink your medicine swiftly, for I will feed you." At that moment, the servant returned, announcing, "My lord, the deputy prefect and the imperial envoy await you outside." Gu Qingyan turned to Li Qinghuan, bewildered. "Brother Qinghuan, could this be a misunderstanding?" Li Qinghuan did not respond but glanced at Wenling, who nodded affirmatively. He then explained to Gu Cheng and Apos, "And my friend, the essence of the world is carried by the wind. Unless a powerful sorcery alters it, a wind beast will never forget a scent." Soon, the prefect arrived. Slightly flustered by the unusual gathering, he inquired, "Imperial envoy, may I ask the purpose of your visit today?" Gu Qingyan, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced at the deputy prefect, who understood and recounted the events of the previous day concerning the demon's attack. The prefect grew anxious. Could it be that the demon has sought refuge in my home? Li Qinghuan chuckled, "Let us enter and see. If it is indeed there, we will deal with it. If not, you may rest easy." Thus, Gu Chengyan ordered the officials to cordon off the prefect's residence, and they followed him inside. Guided by Wenling, they arrived at the prefect's bedroom door. The prefect, looking embarrassed, said, "This imperial envoy, this is my private chamber, and only my wife is inside." Gu Chengyan hesitated, uncertain about the implications of a gathering of officials at the prefect's bedroom door. Li Qinghuan, however, remained unfazed. "Perhaps you should invite your wife out to meet us, or allow me and Lord Nangong to take a look." As they spoke, a voice emerged from within, "My lord, what is happening?" The prefect's face flushed with embarrassment. "My dear, it is the imperial envoy who has come to visit." Li Qinghuan, amused by the sight of the dignified prefect in his 50s, remarked, "Fear not. We have no designs on your wife. We merely wish to investigate. If a demon were to lurk in your backyard, it would hardly grant you peace, would it? Do you see this esteemed Lord Nangong? As the chief of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, he need not explain himself to you." Upon hearing the mention of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, the prefect hurriedly bowed to Nangong Qianyu, who gestured for him to proceed. "Let us take a look," she said. Chapter 48. An unexpected turn. The prefect hastily opened the door, ushering the two inside. Upon entering the room, Li Qinghuan discovered a delicate young woman lying on the bed, her complexion pale and exuding an air of vulnerability. Noticing the strangers, a trace of anxiety flickered across her face. Li Qinghuan surveyed the surroundings and found little in the way of concealment. The woman looked at the prefect and whispered, "My lord, has something happened?" The prefect quickly reassured her, "Do not be alarmed, my lady. These two esteemed individuals have merely come to check on you." Li Qinghuan smiled gently, "Fear not. I have heard you are unwell. Our esteemed Lord Nangong is quite adept at healing. She possesses a family heirloom talisman that can dispel your illness, and once applied, you shall surely recover." At the mention of the talisman, Nangong Qianyu recalled the regrettable night she had infiltrated Li Qinghuan's home to apply a talisman. Her mind momentarily wandered, but she quickly composed herself, discreetly approaching the woman while tightly clutching a demon-binding talisman. Hearing that it was a remedy, the prefect exhaled with relief. However, just as Nangong Qianyu produced the talisman, it emitted a blinding light. The woman suddenly sprang up, crying out, "My lord, you have betrayed me." With a crash, she broke through the roof and soared into the night. Anticipating this, Nangong Qianyu swiftly deployed the demon-binding cord, ensnaring one of the woman's feet before taking to the air. Li Qinghuan followed suit, leaping through the gaping hole in the roof. Outside, onlookers gasped in astonishment as the three figures soared from the rooftop. The woman, ensnared by the binding cord, struggled in fury, transforming into a monstrous 9-headed bird, each head bearing a human face reflecting various emotions. With one neck marred by a bloody wound, the prefect emerged from the house, witnessing his wife's transformation into the grotesque creature, and sat down in shock. Hu Jingjing exclaimed, "Indeed, it is the great demon chariot." Yu Yanhua remarked with a grin, "This Yunshi is quite lively, whether demon, ghost, or deity. All are eager to join the fray. How intriguing." The demon chariot let out a mournful wail, and one of the heads, resembling the woman's original form, occasionally glanced back toward the courtyard, her eyes filled with sorrow. Nangong Qianyu grappled with the demon chariot, but its strength was formidable, causing her still healing wounds to reopen with excruciating pain. Li Qinghuan rushed forward, seizing the binding cord and pushing Nangong Qianyu aside. "Rest for now. Nangong Qianyu fell back to the ground, watching in dismay as Li Qinghuan confronted the demon chariot in midair. Li Qinghuan unleashed a mountain-shaking seal against the demon chariot, which, unable to escape the binding cord, was struck directly and let out a series of anguished cries. Seizing the moment, Li Qinghuan soared upward, only to be met with a barrage of icy winds, thunder, and flames from the demon chariot's 9 heads. With a deftness born of experience, he conjured a 3-foot barrier to shield himself from the onslaught. The onlookers were spellbound by the breathtaking battle. Bai Qingyue, unable to restrain herself, made to assist, only to be held back by Hu Jingjing. Your interference would only burden him further, she advised. Feeling disheartened, Bai Qingyue hesitated. In the standoff, the demon chariot, finding Li Qinghuan's barrier formidable, ceased its spell. The 9 heads harmonized their voices, creating a cacophony akin to the turning of a wheel. Instantly, the demon chariot was enveloped in swirling dark energy, and countless ghostly figures surged from beneath its expansive wings, seeking to ensnare Li Qinghuan. Hu Jingjing urgently cautioned, beware. Li Qinghuan, the demon chariot, as its name suggests, carries spirits and feasts upon the souls of the living. When unleashed, it will summon a multitude of ghosts to drain the essence from its victims. Yu Yanhua scoffed, how absurd. This man has once deceived the Ghost King to fool the Ghost Emperor. To unleash a horde of spirits upon him is akin to offering meat to a tiger. Indeed, as the spectral horde approached, Li Qinghuan's lips curled into a smirk. Drawing forth the ghostly essence he had absorbed previously, he pointed and declared, your demon sorcery is lacking in authenticity. Behold my 100 ghosts devouring souls, chimeras and phantoms. From his fingertips erupted a tempest of ghostly winds, accompanied by the anguished wails of countless spirits, cries of despair, laughter, and rage that far surpassed the terror of the demon chariot. In mere moments, the phantoms swallowed the horde unleashed by the demon chariot. As the chariot reeled in shock, Li Qinghuan gestured, and the swirling phantoms coalesced into a dark mist that surged into his body, causing his form to take on a sinister hue. Li Qinghuan then revealed an enchanting yet chilling smile, instilling dread even in the demon chariot. He leaped into the air, landing above the chariot, binding it tightly with the demon binding cord. The more it struggled, the brighter the cord glowed, constricting even further. The prefect, witnessing the transformation of his beloved wife into a monstrous bird, felt a surge of panic. Yet, seeing her in torment, he could not bear it and implored Gu Cheng'an. Esteemed envoy, could you spare her life? In indignation, Gu Cheng'an retorted, spare her life only for her to wreak havoc upon the citizens of Yunxi? If she is to be pardoned, who will protect the innocents? The prefect fell silent, shame and regret flooding his heart. Meanwhile, Li Qinghuan had secured his victory, delivering another mountain-shaking seal that caused the bound demon chariot to sway precariously. Suddenly, a colossal shadowy claw materialized from the ether, descending upon Li Qinghuan with ferocity. Caught unawares, Li Qinghuan hastily summoned his barrier. With a thunderous impact, the claw shattered his defense, sending him plummeting like a shooting star into the prefect's chamber, collapsing the room in a cloud of dust and debris. In the midst of this chaos, a figure appeared in the air, white-haired with fierce eyes and 2 pairs of black wings. He grinned as he effortlessly seized the demon binding cord. The demon chariot, grateful for its salvation, gazed at him with admiration. With a mocking tone, the newcomer addressed the chariot. The human race has fallen so low. Why hide your appetite? I can render the entire city powerless for your feasting. Nangong Qianyu, witnessing this brazen figure, unsheathed her sword, charging forward to unleash a torrent of starry sword energy upon him and the demon chariot. Beware, this sword energy is formidable, the demon chariot cried. Yet, the man dismissed it with a sneer, a mere parlor trick. With that, he unleashed a deafening roar, the sound waves dispersing Nangong Qianyu's sword energy, sending her crashing back to the ground. Chapter 49. A fearsome visitor. Countless houses within the city crumbled under the roar, while numerous individuals covered their ears in excruciating pain, blood streaming from their orifices. Below the man, Gu Cheng'an and others were shielded by Hu Jingjing's azure light, which provided them some relief, though it flickered incessantly as Hu Jingjing struggled to maintain it. Yu Yanhu turned to survey the collapsed ruins, surrounded by a wind wall conjured by Wen Lin, rendering the sound waves impotent. How maddening! A thunderous shout erupted from the ruins as Li Qinghuan emerged, soaring from the debris. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a colossal white palm imprint that rose into the air, effectively blocking the sound waves. The man, witnessing his roar thwarted, displayed a moment of surprise. But upon seeing the imposing palm descending upon him, he too extended his hand, transforming it into a dark, ghostly claw that lunged towards the great palm. With a thunderous clash, the ghostly claw met the white palm, erupting in a tempest of wind and scattering air currents. Amidst the chaos, Li Qinghuan broke free from the tumult and aimed a fist directly at the man's face. The man, with a scoff of disdain, made no attempt to evade, countering with a punch of his own. The collision of their fists sent shockwaves through the air, causing Li Qinghuan to plummet 30 zhong, his arm tingling with numbness. The man, however, ascended 10 zhong, his disdain replaced by a focused gaze. Li Qinghuan shook his hand and chuckled. Relying on a sneak attack to gain an advantage doesn't afford you the right to be dismissive. The ghostly vehicle, witnessing Li Qinghuan's unscathed return, cautioned, do not underestimate him. Remain vigilant. The man, exuding confidence, replied, I can see you possess some skills. However, I've come today to take someone with me, and I have no time to waste here. With that, the man flapped his wings and dove towards Li Qinghuan. Come at me. Li Qinghuan charged forward. Yet, the man, grinning with a sinister smile, allowed his pupils to swirl, emitting an enchanting, sinister light. As Li Qinghuan's gaze met the man's, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. In that fleeting moment, the man struck, landing a punch on Li Qinghuan's shoulder and sending him crashing back into the ruins. The man hovered 10 zhang above Gu Chengyan and the others, grinning at Hu Jingjing. Miss Hu, come with me. Hu Jingjing's expression tightened upon seeing the visitor. His formidable presence suggested that escape from this calamity would be difficult. Bai Qingyue tugged at Hu Jingjing, her eyes darting nervously toward the silent ruins, silently worrying for Li Qinghuan. Perceiving the man's intention towards Hu Jingjing, Gu Chengyan swiftly drew his imperial sword and interposed himself before her, declaring, Who dares to create chaos within my Yunqi territory? The man laughed, and who are you? You don't even appear to be a Qi practitioner. What audacity to stand against me? Gu Chengyan's expression hardened. I am the envoy of the Yunqi Empire. Within Yunqi, your reckless behavior will not be tolerated, even if it costs me my life. The man's smile widened. How amusing. If the emperor himself were here, I might consider showing him some respect, but you. Just as he spoke, the man casually exerted a force that drew Gu Chengyan into his grasp. Gripping Gu Chengyan by the neck, the man opened his mouth, transforming it into a cavernous maw adorned with sharp fangs. I'll devour you first. Gu Chengyan gasped in horror, struggling to avert his gaze. Meanwhile, the fallen Nangong Qianyu, witnessing Gu Chengyan's predicament, mustered her strength to rise, though her body was utterly drained. Stop! Hu Jingjing shouted into the air, release him, and I will go with you. Bai Qingyue, alarmed, grasped Hu Jingjing's arm, sister. But Hu Jingjing interrupted. My mind is made up. Seeing Hu Jingjing acquiesce, the man tossed Gu Chengyan aside. Hu Jingjing extended her hand, a gentle force guiding Gu Chengyan back to the ground. Gazing at Gu Chengyan's pained and helpless expression, she forced a smile. Brother Chengyan, do not be sorrowful. The night rain upon the phoenix tree is destiny, and parting is inevitable. My life is my own. Do not worry for me. Take care of yourself. Upon hearing her words, Gu Chengyan's despair deepened, his eyes brimming with sorrow, unable to articulate a response. At that moment, given the choice, he would prefer to wield his sword as a Qi practitioner, even if it meant facing the wind and holding a torch with fervor. Yet, Yu Yanhu stepped forward, addressing the man in the air. You cannot take this person. The man paused, casting a sidelong glance at Yu Yanhu. Do you wish to interfere? Is it merely because of the wind beast upon your shoulder? Yu Yanhu responded with a playful smile. What if I add these two little snakes? As she spoke, two small serpents, one red and one yellow, slithered from her arms into the air. Suddenly, the serpents grew larger, reaching a length of 100 zhang. The red serpent sprouted two magnificent wings, while the yellow serpent transformed into a vibrant greenish yellow. The colossal serpents intertwined in the sky, casting a vast shadow. The man, taken aback, remarked, You can actually command a python and a soaring serpent? What? Do you intend to become enemies with our demon clan? Yu Yanhu floated upwards, perching upon the head of the winged serpent, bursting into laughter. I have no such intention. I simply wish to claim this person. The man, amused, replied. Then a confrontation is inevitable. As the two faced off, a commotion arose from the ruins. Li Qinghuan, covered in dust, emerged once more, brushing himself off and gazing at the two above before turning to the dejected Gu Chengyan. Why the long face? Focusing solely on the lady while neglecting your own life? Everyone gasped in astonishment at Li Qinghuan's voice. Gu Chengyan's face lit up with joy as he rushed into the ruins, grasping Li Qinghuan's arm. Qinghuan, I'm so relieved you're safe. Bai Qingyue exclaimed with renewed vigor. What a trickster. You were presumed dead, and they were fighting over you as if you were inconsequential. Li Qinghuan, somewhat speechless, chose to disregard Bai Qingyue, slowly drawing his sword from his waist and addressing the figures in the sky. Shall you wait a moment while I settle this? Or would you prefer to confront me together? Seeing Li Qinghuan grasping his sword, Yu Yanhu smiled and descended to the ground, the two massive serpents shrinking back to her shoulders. She glanced at Li Qinghuan. Look how considerate I am. While your fate was uncertain, I kept him at bay for you to recover. Li Qinghuan remained non-committal, his gaze fixed on the man above as he gradually unsheathed his sword, discarding the scabbard. In that moment, all present observed clearly. Li Qinghuan's sword, with its pale blue-white blade, was rusted and unremarkable. Bai Qingyue scrutinized it closely, recognizing it as the very firewood stick seen in Li Qinghuan's courtyard. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Li Qinghuan, now wielding the sword, had shed some of his usual nonchalance, adopting an air of indifference. The man, in turn, regarded Li Qinghuan with some surprise. This individual had taken a heavy blow yet remained unscathed. In an instant, as if a silent signal had been exchanged, both parties launched into action. Li Qinghuan's sword surged forth like a dragon, the tip trembling slightly, accompanied by the echoes of a dragon's roar. Chapter 50. The Wingless Beast Before Him. A man manifested a pair of ebony claws, glimmering with an eerie luminescence. With a swift motion, he intercepted Li Qinghuan's sword, mere inches apart, and unleashed a thunderous roar. The sound waves surged forth, causing Li Qinghuan's hair to dance wildly and his robe to billow. Yet, undeterred, he met the oncoming force with a serene smile. Lightly tapping the sword's body with his left hand, suddenly the blade quivered violently, its tip radiating a brilliant azure light as the sword's energy surged forth like a torrential river, shattering the sound waves and hurtling towards the man's face. Startled, he released the sword to shield himself from the oncoming energy and flapped his wings in a frantic retreat. Li Qinghuan was relentless, closing the distance in the air, delivering a frost-laden strike that summoned a tempestuous gale. The man, now fighting defensively, parried several waves of sword energy with his claws, yet the onslaught seemed inexhaustible, leaving deep gashes upon his talons. As he retreated while battling, he drew Li Qinghuan closer, his eyes swirling with a mesmerizing light. Li Qinghuan smirked disdainfully, his entire being emanating a chilling aura, his eyes consumed by darkness, impervious to the man's hypnotic glow. Realizing his attack had failed, the man exclaimed, "What are you, human or ghost?" Li Qinghuan replied with a wicked grin, "You may call me the king of ghosts, or the practitioner of Cloud Dawn. But does it truly matter?" Furious, the man retorted, "My kind has never wronged yours. Should you continue to provoke me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Li Qinghuan remained unfazed, advancing with his sword, the energy swirling around him like a silken ribbon. The man's expression shifted to one of shock and fury as he transformed into a colossal beast resembling a white-headed tiger with wings. Yun Yan whispered to the heavens, "The Beast King Xiongqi? What a formidable display!" With a roar that resonated through the skies, Xiongqi unleashed a torrent of black flames from its gaping maw. The fire, propelled by the wind, engulfed the heavens. Li Qinghuan conjured a 3-foot barrier of energy, barely shielding himself from the inferno. Yet he found himself ensnared within a sea of black flames. Remarkably, these flames bore no heat. Xiongqi, gazing upon Li Qinghuan amidst the flames, sneered, "My fire is malevolent. It burns not only the flesh, but sears the heart, plunging one into a sea of rage, leading to madness." Skeptical, Li Qinghuan questioned, "Can your flames truly incite such fury?" Taken aback, Xiongqi instinctively nodded, "Indeed." Receiving confirmation, Li Qinghuan dispelled his barrier, allowing the black flames to envelop him, the fire infiltrating his very being, igniting his heart. Nangdong Qinyu, witnessing his reckless act, cried out, "Li Qinghuan, have you lost your mind?" Even Xiongqi was momentarily taken aback by Li Qinghuan's audacity. Li Qinghuan absorbed the entire inferno into his core, where the weak water and raging fire clashed, with the former gaining the upper hand, entwined by a ghostly wind. The pain in his core, the thoughts of the weak water, the anger from the malevolent fire, and the lingering dread of phantoms interwove into a perplexing emotion. Li Qinghuan closed his eyes to savor the sensation, feeling a profound disconnection from the world. Since mastering the secret technique of the Empress, coupled with the elixirs he had consumed, he maintained an air of nonchalance, yet internally, he felt increasingly indifferent and disenchanted with life, struggling to recall the last time he had truly been angry. The technique, known as the Return to the Void, allowed one to reach a state of enlightenment, transforming the energies of the universe into true qi, enabling him to wield it effortlessly. Having mastered the 7th level, he was on the brink of the 8th, but such heights were unattainable within the Empress's realm. However, this technique bore its flaws, particularly for Li Qinghuan. The deeper he delved, the more his state of mind became one of emptiness. Despite his attempts to find a remedy, even disguising himself as a ghost to study forbidden texts, he found no solution. After a lengthy silence, Li Qinghuan opened his eyes and addressed Xiongqi. "This anger is insufficient. I require more." Xiongqi, having witnessed his flames devoured, felt a mix of anger and dismay, yet feigned a calm demeanor. "You, masquerading as a ghost, are merely a shell of fury, desperate and fading. If you wish to test me further, I shall oblige." With that, Xiongqi unleashed another wave of black flames towards Li Qinghuan. "Ah, splendid." Li Qinghuan laughed, consuming the flames within him, allowing the weak water to intertwine with the malevolent fire. Then, he commanded the weak water to release the fire, igniting an unbridled rage within him. In an instant, his eyes blazed a furious crimson, his body trembling, resembling a feral beast consumed by madness. Xiongqi chortled at Li Qinghuan's transformation. "Now you're truly enraged." But before he could revel in his triumph, he was met with Li Qinghuan's ferocious and relentless sword energy. Xiongqi, alarmed, began to evade, yet the pain in Li Qinghuan's core fueled his frenzy and excitement, unleashing a chaotic barrage of sword energy with reckless abandon. Under the relentless onslaught, Xiongqi sustained numerous injuries, panic rising within him as a sudden flash of blinding light captured his gaze. The radiance was breathtaking, yet it filled him with dread, and in a moment of desperation, He flapped his wings and narrowly avoided the attack, only to have one wing severed at the root. With a mournful cry, Xiongqi, no longer willing to fight, expelled a thick cloud of black smoke to obscure the sky and fled, pulling the ghostly chariot along with him. Unperturbed, Li Qinghuan tore through the smoke, pursuing relentlessly, unleashing another dazzling strike that cleaved through the air. Xiongqi and the ghostly chariot dared not linger, exerting all their strength to escape. Alas! A cry of despair echoed as the radiant strike struck the chariot, severing 5 heads, one of which bore the visage of the state's beloved matron. Terrified, Xiongqi summoned every ounce of strength to flee, lamenting the fiery wrath he had unleashed, which had summoned forth a harbinger of doom. Li Qinghuan ceased his pursuit, the pain in his core bringing clarity, and he reined in the malevolent fire, drawing it back into his being. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved the severed heads of the ghostly chariot and, on his return, claimed Xiongqi's massive wing as well. Chapter 51. Grilled wings. Upon the return of Li Qinghuan, Gu Chengyan and Hu Jingjing let out a sigh of relief. For the moment, the day's peril had been averted. Li Qinghuan cast the 5 heads of the ghastly vehicle onto the ground, one of which bore an uncanny resemblance to the wife of the prefect. The prefect, taken aback, collapsed onto the ground, his heart a tumult of emotions rendering him speechless. Bai Qingyue stepped forward, grasping Li Qinghuan's hand, and whispered, "You great deceiver. You were rather terrifying just now. Please refrain from such antics in the future." Finding his anger once again ignited, Li Qinghuan's mood brightened, and he teased, "You speak lightly. Should someone attempt to capture your sister again, I shall be indifferent." Bai Qingyue, sensing Li Qinghuan's playful demeanor, sulked and ceased their conversation. Gu Chengyan, observing the prefect, suddenly recalled something and urgently inquired, "Over 20 years ago, did you report disturbances caused by malevolent spirits in Jishan County? How did you handle it?" Lost in thought, the prefect began to ponder, his expression wavering as he stammered, "I struggle to recall the details from 2 decades past." Gu Chengyan then shifted his gaze to the deputy prefect, who, after a moment of contemplation, exclaimed, "Indeed, there was such an incident, but..." He glanced at the prefect, hesitating to continue. Gu Chengyan insisted sternly, "Speak plainly." The deputy prefect, looking resigned, replied, "I recall the event distinctly. At that time, I was merely a clerk. There was indeed a report, but it coincided with the disappearance of the prefect's wife, and he was preoccupied with searching for her. Thus the matter was temporarily shelved." Gu Chengyan, perplexed, queried, "But what of the wife transformed into this creature?" The deputy prefect sighed. The prefect met his current wife 5 years ago. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to his previously missing spouse, hence, Hu Jingjing mused, "That wicked, ghastly vehicle can morph into the likeness of those it has consumed. If my conjecture holds true, the prefect's former wife may have suffered at the hands of that ghastly vehicle and has now returned in her form to conceal itself here and perpetrate further misdeeds." Upon hearing this, the prefect wept bitterly, lamenting, "What a fateful bond. I have unwittingly shared my bed with a demon who devours wives for 5 years. I was oblivious to its consumption of the children in the city. This is my sin, my sin." At this juncture, the circumstances became clearer. Gu Chengyan, acting in the name of the emperor, temporarily suspended the prefect from his duties, appointing the deputy prefect as his stand-in. The prefect's transgressions would be reported to the court for further adjudication. Subsequently, Gu Chengyan busied himself with the deputy prefect, inspecting the damage inflicted by the monstrous creature on the city's dwellings while ensuring the welfare of the citizens. His relentless efforts deepened his empathy for the innocent populace and intensified his disdain for the supernatural beings. The deputy prefect arranged for everyone to stay at an inn, and the evening meal was hastily prepared with a simple spread laid out. Yet, after the harrowing events, Hu Jingjing and Bai Qingyue remained tense, while Nangong Qianyu, still nursing old wounds, sat in silence, contemplatively. In contrast, Li Qinghuan set up a bonfire in the courtyard, grilling the enormous wings of the ghastly creature. With his sword, he deftly removed the feathers and skewered the wings. Wen Feng stood nearby, puffing out his cheeks to fan the flames. The 2 small snakes belonging to Yu Jinhua coiled around Li Qinghuan's shoulders, staring intently at the sizable wings. Yu Jinhua observed quietly as Li Qinghuan meticulously turned the wings over the fire, using what he had specially gathered from the mountain, struck by lightning, to fuel the flames. She felt a potent attraction towards this man who dared to roast a demon king's wings. However, she also noticed that despite his gentle smile, Li Qinghuan occasionally curled slightly, suggesting lingering internal injuries. Soon, an enticing aroma pervaded the courtyard. Li Qinghuan pinched the wings, deeming them perfectly cooked. He quickly fetched 2 large wooden basins, for the wings stretched an impressive 3 zhang in length. With a swift motion, he lifted the wings, withdrew his sword, and tossed them into the air. With a series of swift cuts, he transformed the wings into 2 overflowing basins of grilled delicacies, nodding in satisfaction. The hissing sound of the 2 small snakes flicked their tongues nearby, and Wen Feng leapt in front of Li Qinghuan, eagerly gesturing with his forelegs. Sensing the rich essence contained within the wings, Li Qinghuan, amused by Wen Feng's urgency, turned to Yu Jinhua and asked, "What is he saying?" Yu Jinhua rolled her eyes at him, replying, what else could he mean? He claims to have contributed the most, guiding you and stoking the fire. And he expects a generous reward. Li Qinghuan chuckled, acquiescing to the demand by setting aside an entire basin of wingtips. Then retrieving another empty basin to serve half of the bounty to Wenfeng, gently patting the creature's head. This is for you. Wenfeng, elated, transformed into a creature the size of an adult pig, snatching the designated basin and scampering to a corner of the courtyard to feast heartily. Li Qinghuan felt a coolness at his neck, realizing the two small snakes were nuzzling him, which tickled. He pointed to the remaining half basin. This is for you. Upon hearing this, the two snakes descended from his shoulders, morphing into two zhang-sized beings and began to devour their share. The wings clearly provided immense benefits, enhancing their cultivation. As Yu Jinhua observed Li Qinghuan's generosity towards her creatures, her eyes involuntarily sparkled with delight. However, Li Qinghuan, oblivious to her radiant smile, carried the remaining large basin of grilled wings into the house. Upon entering, he found Negong Qianyu and the other two women still seated, the table untouched. Li Qinghuan couldn't help but chuckle. What's the matter? Is the food unpalatable? You must try my grilled wings. They are simply delightful. He offered a tender piece to Bai Qingwei, who, enchanted by the aroma, eagerly took a bite. Li Qinghuan then extended a piece to Hu Jingjing, who hesitated before accepting and began to nibble cautiously. Finally, he approached Negong Qianyu, saying, this delicacy invigorates the blood and hastens recovery. Would you care for a taste? Negong Qianyu was momentarily taken aback by Li Qinghuan's unexpected concern, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, in her moment of hesitation, Li Qinghuan seized a wing for himself and began to relish it, popping open a jar of wine to wash it down with gusto. A hint of annoyance flickered across Negong Qianyu's face as she silently chastised Li Qinghuan for not waiting a moment longer. However, having spent some time in his company, she had come to recognize his sharp tongue and brash demeanor. Any quarrel with him would only serve to vex herself. Thus, she quelled her emotions and began to eat as well. Chapter 52. What is Qi cultivation? As Bai Qingwei consumed a piece, a warm current surged through his limbs, invigorating his entire being and even enhancing his vitality. He quickly grabbed another piece, disregarding his image, and began to eat heartily, imitating Li Qinghuan as he poured himself a bowl of wine and drank several mouthfuls. Hu Jingjing, too, found the experience increasingly enchanting and shyly glanced at Li Qinghuan, who was engrossed in drinking and feasting. Seeing him preoccupied, she indulged in another piece. On the other side, Negong Qianyu no longer hesitated, pouring herself a bowl of wine while eating. Yu Yanhua, after observing for a while outside, entered and was greeted by the sight of everyone feasting heartily. In a huff, she chided Li Qinghuan. Why didn't you call me when you started eating? Unexpectedly, Li Qinghuan retorted, I thought you were dining outside with the others. This incited Yu Yanhua's ire, stripping away her charm and leaving her as a fierce woman, transforming her indignation into a voracious appetite. Noticing everyone engrossed in their meal, Li Qinghuan raised the jar and exclaimed, Come, let us not be so solemn. Let us toast. Bai Qingwei, wiping his greasy lips, was the first to lift his bowl. The other three, inspired by Li Qinghuan's carefree spirit, including Hu Jingjing, poured themselves a bowl as well. The four women exchanged knowing glances, synchronously shedding their previous apprehensions. Cheers. The jar clinked against the four bowls. Li Qinghuan downed half the jar in one go, while the four women consumed their wine, their faces blooming with a rosy hue. As the platter of roasted wings dwindled down to 3 pieces, the four women tacitly refrained from further eating. Li Qinghuan, rising to grab another piece, noticed their restraint and suddenly realized, I almost forgot to leave some for that fool. He then returned to his seat, patting his slightly round belly and burping contentedly. It would be nice to leave a wing for Qiongqi when it comes again. We can have another feast. Ah, if only there were more demon kings like it around, it would be perfect for a sumptuous banquet. The women couldn't help but smile at his words. To others, the demon king was a figure of terror, but in Li Qinghuan's eyes, it became a delicacy. His jest lightened Hu Jingjing's mood considerably. She chuckled at her own overthinking, realizing that with a troublemaker like Li Qinghuan around, she needn't worry excessively. On a tranquil spring night, Gu Cheng'an arrived, weary from his travels. Upon seeing him, Li Qinghuan pointed at the platter of roasted wings and said, Fool, you are fortunate. Eating those Qiongqi wings will strengthen your body and prolong your life. Gu Cheng'an felt touched that Li Qinghuan remembered him and replied, Thank you for your concern, Qinghuan. I shall partake. Li Qinghuan then used his abilities to warm the remaining wings. Perhaps due to hunger, Gu Cheng'an ate heartily, drank a bowl of wine, and felt a warm flow coursing through him, causing his body to heat up and his face to flush as sweat began to bead. Noticing Gu Cheng'an's state, Li Qinghuan slapped his forehead and laughed. How could I forget? After just a little wine, I forgot you're just a fragile fool. He then approached Gu Cheng'an and, using his finger, tapped several points on Gu Cheng'an's body, guiding the essence from the Qiongqi meat to circulate within him, finally concentrating it in his dantian before stopping. Gu Cheng'an felt entirely at ease, shaking off the fatigue of the day and becoming invigorated, as if his body had lightened significantly. Aware that Li Qinghuan disliked his sentimental words, he poured a bowl of wine for him and clinked bowls with him, to which Li Qinghuan responded with a smile. Yu Yanhua rested her chin on her hands, silently observing Li Qinghuan and Gu Cheng'an, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes unbeknownst to herself. As Gu Cheng'an continued to eat, he suddenly exclaimed, "Qinghuan, I feel as if I've been reborn. Does this mean I'm beginning to cultivate qi?" Li Qinghuan looked at him with a teasing smile, not even close. A qi cultivator, as the name suggests, cultivates the essence of heaven and earth, transforming it into true qi for their own use. Today, you only consume qiongqi meat, which merely nourishes and strengthens your body, prolonging your life. Gu Cheng'an persisted. Then how did you become a qi cultivator, Qinghuan? At this question, Li Qinghuan paused briefly before chuckling. There are no qi cultivators, merely those estranged from their kin. As he spoke, the expressions of the four women varied. Nangong Qianyu recalled her research into the archives, finding no trace of Li Qinghuan's origins. But today she sensed some clues. After a long silence, Gu Cheng'an, sensing the atmosphere had grown heavy, sought to continue the conversation. So, how does one cultivate qi? Li Qinghuan took a few sips from the wine jar, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Cheng'an. It's not as complicated as it sounds. For a beginner, find a serene and beautiful location, practice a specific method of breathing to refine the essence, and store it in the dantian to transform it into true qi. Some people achieve this by mere coincidence. Gu Cheng'an exclaimed in excitement. Is it truly that simple? Nangong Qianyu took a sip of her wine and doused his enthusiasm with cold water. He asked, deceiving you. Those with deficiencies in their dantian or weak meridians cannot cultivate qi. Moreover, the methods of breathing vary, and they are closely guarded secrets of qi cultivators. Those with poor aptitude will never succeed. Incorrect breathing can lead to chaos in true qi, resulting in death or disability. Upon hearing Nangong Qianyu's words, the excitement on Gu Cheng'an's face faded, and he awkwardly replied, I knew it couldn't be that simple. Li Qinghuan chuckled. It's not as convoluted as she suggests. I just helped you channel the essence from the qiongqi wings into your dantian, which is akin to your own practice. Gu Cheng'an's spirits lifted again, and he joyfully asked, Is that true, Qinghuan? Does that mean I can cultivate qi? Li Qinghuan did not answer immediately. He stood up, gesturing for Gu Cheng'an to rise, then supported his right hand while tapping specific points on his dantian and meridians. Gu Cheng'an felt a warm sensation in his abdomen, followed by a surge of energy coursing through his right arm, which felt exceedingly hot. Then Li Qinghuan gently commanded, Focus your mind and sense the energy. Gu Cheng'an complied, feeling a powerful presence surging through the meridians of his right arm, almost bursting forth. Li Qinghuan patted Gu Cheng'an's shoulder, and instinctively, Gu Cheng'an thrust his palm outward, unleashing a stream of true qi toward Nangong Qianyu, who was observing. Caught off guard, she swiftly waved her hand, redirecting the energy toward the window. With a crash, the wooden window shattered. Li Qinghuan laughed, clapping Gu Cheng'an on the back. Did you see that? With true qi, the remaining challenge is merely learning how to wield it. Gu Cheng'an stared in awe at his somewhat sore and swollen right palm, then glanced at the broken window, trembling with excitement. Chapter 53. The cycle of the five energies. Hu Jingjing and Bai Qingwei were taken aback to witness Li Qinghuan inadvertently guiding Gu Cheng'an, who was utterly clueless about qi cultivation, to unleash a palm strike. In contrast to their surprise, Yu Yanhua seemed rather nonchalant, akin to a child with flowing golden locks. Nangong Qianyu glared at Li Qinghuan and exclaimed, Are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? Li Qinghuan, unfazed, replied, With your strength, Lord Nangong, do you really fear that you cannot handle such a simple move? There is no need to make a mountain out of a molehill. As Gu Cheng'an regained his composure and noticed the quarrel, he hurriedly apologized to Nangong Qianyu multiple times. After a lengthy pause, he turned to Li Qinghuan and asked, Elder brother Qinghuan, what comes after the accumulation of qi? Li Qinghuan stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, Well, at this stage, one should circulate their true energy throughout the body's meridians. This process familiarizes one with the flow of true energy while nourishing the physical body. Once you master this circulation, you can then employ various techniques to manipulate your energy in specific ways. This is the essence of being a qi practitioner. Bai Qingwei could not help but scoff. You big deceiver. You find amusement in the ignorance of others. Why does the path of cultivation sound so deceptively simple when it comes from your lips? Li Qinghuan retorted with disdain, What do you expect? Should it be any more complicated? Gu Cheng'an, who had always held unwavering faith in Li Qinghuan, looked at him with eager anticipation and asked, Elder brother Qinghuan, how can I achieve what you have? The women around them regarded Gu Cheng'an as if he were a fool. Only Li Qinghuan remained patient, slowly explaining, It requires a process. In the beginning, the true energy in the dantian is like mist, and you must condense it into a lake, then transform it into a river. This way, your true energy will increase. Subsequently, expand the river into an ocean, and at this stage, your true energy will flow abundantly. These stages pertain to the quantity of true energy. Further refinement will allow you to condense the ocean into a dan, resulting in pure and potent true energy, making your techniques significantly more formidable. With that, Li Qinghuan paused to sip his drink. Nan Gongqinyu was quite familiar with these concepts, having already condensed her true energy into a dan. She had inquired about further advancements from her family's elder, who advised her not to rush. She was certain that Li Qinghuan possessed knowledge of subsequent cultivation stages, and her heart brimmed with hope, though she hesitated to voice it. Bai Qingwei could no longer contain her impatience and urged, "You big deceiver. Do not stop at the edge of revelation." Li Qinghuan chuckled, "If my hand is on you, then you might as well scratch that itch yourself." Bai Qingwei, taken aback by Li Qinghuan's retort, felt a surge of frustration. Nonetheless, Gu Chengyan, captivated by the conversation, pressed on, "What comes next?" Li Qinghuan, amused by Gu Chengyan's eagerness, gazed at the radiant moon and stars outside, and said, "It is permissible to speak of this. At this stage, the true energy within the Dan is solidifying, yet it remains chaotic. There are many elements in the world: the sharpness of metal, the solidity of earth, the gentleness of water, the vitality of wood, and the ferocity of fire. This means that at this moment, the Dan contains the 5 energies. Though they may not be balanced, you must strive to harmonize them, allowing the 5 energies to flourish perpetually. Thereafter, regardless of which energy you absorb or refine, you shall enhance the 5 energies. If you deplete one, the others will compensate. For the average person, mastering the cycle of the 5 energies signifies considerable progress. What remains is merely to refine various techniques and learn how to wield true energy." Upon hearing this, Nan Gongqinyu experienced a moment of clarity. Realizing that her Dantian's true energy felt unstable because she had yet to separate and balance the 5 energies. Gu Chengyan, though confused, continued to inquire, "Elder brother Qinghuan, how did you acquire your extraordinary abilities?" At this moment, none of the women mocked Gu Chengyan, for they recognized that he was the only one capable of eliciting such insights from Li Qinghuan regarding the secrets of Qi practitioners. Li Qinghuan smiled once more and explained, "Becoming a Qi practitioner is quite straightforward. Accumulation of Qi is the foundation. With this foundation, you can utilize energy, but you must learn the methods of energy manipulation. This manipulation can strengthen the body and serves as the prerequisite for casting spells. Different techniques correspond to different applications of true energy." He continued, "For example, constructing a house requires a solid foundation and raw materials. Without a foundation, the house would be a mere illusion. Without materials, how could one conjure a structure from thin air? The methods of energy manipulation are akin to the construction techniques and the framework of the house. While casting spells represents the harmonization of the two." Li Qinghuan's profound yet accessible explanation left Gu Chengyan enlightened. Hu Jingjing observed Gu Chengyan's fervor for becoming a Qi practitioner and felt a twinge of concern for him, given his nature. It was likely that he would become enmeshed in new turbulence upon embarking on this path. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qingwei could not resist asking, "You big deceiver. It is rare for you to divulge so much today, yet you mentioned that the cycle of the 5 energies pertains only to the average person. What if one is not average? What should come next?" Li Qinghuan, seemingly ignoring Bai Qingyue's question about the 5 elements, continued to drink. Bai Qingyue huffed and kicked Gu Chengyan under the table. Nan Gongqinyu, from another side, also delivered a kick. Caught off guard, Gu Chengyan blinked in surprise at Bai Qingyue's furious gestures and Nan Gongqinyu's sudden glance. Suddenly enlightened, he mustered the courage to speak, "Elder brother Qinghuan, I am utterly captivated by your words. Could you elaborate further?" Li Qinghuan, momentarily at a loss, subdued his smile, his expression becoming ethereal and distant. He began, "A Qi practitioner dedicates their entire life to the cultivation of Qi. The path ahead may either rely on chance and talent to explore the rhythms of the universe, leading to insights that allow one to manifest the 5 elemental true energies, seamlessly commanding the winds, conjuring clouds, summoning rain, and wielding swords with grace. Or, at this point, he glanced at Yu Yanhua, who was smiling radiantly back at him. A hint of melancholy crossed Li Qinghuan's face as he fell into contemplation. Seeing Li Qinghuan fall silent mid-sentence, Bai Qingwei urged, "Or what?" After a prolonged pause, observing the eager expressions of the 4 others, excluding Yu Yanhua, he smiled and replied, "Or one may seek the divine, the supernatural, or the spectral to learn their innate talents or unparalleled techniques." Li Qinghuan's words opened a new realm of understanding for Gu Chengyan, who questioned, "These deities and spirits often wreak havoc upon us. Do they also practice Qi like us?" Li Qinghuan took another sip of his drink, wiping his mouth, and replied, "Indeed. It is said that the divine beings are born with inherent talents upon birth. They possess a reservoir of energy, and with slight cultivation, they can comprehend the cycle of the 5 elements." At this point, Li Qinghuan glanced at Wen Lin, who had quietly nestled against Yu Yanhua's shoulder, and continued, "For instance, I am unaware of how the innate wind deity came into being. But they can adeptly manipulate the 5 elemental true energies into wind, a skill they are naturally equipped with, which can be perfected with practice. Most descendants of divine beings inherit such talents." Wen Lin, perched on Yu Yanhua's shoulder, twitched her ears and closed her eyes. Chapter 54. Contrary to your wishes, Li Qinghuan continued, stating that there are also deities appointed by the Heavenly Emperor who can learn certain techniques more easily than humans. As for the demons, the innate ones are somewhat similar to the deities, yet their cultivation is more arduous. Nevertheless, formidable demons can rival the gods. Among the mountains and seas, the spirits of birds, beasts, plants, snakes, insects, rats, and fish can transform into demons through serendipity and postnatal cultivation. Ghosts are no different. Some are innate, while others are souls of living beings after death, and they too can cultivate. Humans, gods, ghosts, and demons differ in kind. And there is no inherent notion of one harming another. Each has their own desires, and the paths they tread are simply divergent. Upon hearing Li Qinghuan's final words, Gu Chengyan found himself in a quandary, as it starkly contrasted with his previous understanding, which deemed such notions as utterly rebellious. Similarly, Nangong Qianyu wished to argue, but soon realized she had no grounds for debate. Yu Yanhua was slightly taken aback by Li Qinghuan's words, though not shocked. A fleeting surprise quickly transformed into a gentle warmth in her eyes. Hu Jingjing, expressionless, was also deep in thought. Bai Qingwei suddenly exclaimed, recalling something. Every race has its secret techniques. No wonder you masquerade as a ghost to deceive ghosts and study the Rakshasa ghost scripture. Li Qinghuan chose not to respond. Remaining non-committal, Bai Qingwei, however, grew intrigued. A great deceiver, can I learn the Rakshasa ghost scripture? Li Qinghuan raised an eyebrow, giving Bai Qingwei a disdainful glance. Even if I taught you, you wouldn't be able to learn it. Bai Qingwei tightened her small face, defiantly retorting, how can you know I wouldn't learn if you haven't taught me? Seeing Bai Qingyue's inquiry about the Rakshasa ghost scripture, Hu Jingjing hurriedly interjected, Qingwei, cultivation techniques are a personal secret that should not be divulged. Brother Qinghuan has already shared so much. We are fortunate to hear it. Do not be reckless. Unexpectedly, Li Qinghuan waved his hand. If you aspire to reach great heights, you might as well give it a try. With that, Li Qinghuan unleashed a stream of true energy, which condensed into a sphere in the air. He then pointed at the sphere, causing it to split into 5, each transforming into a different color, gold, green, blue, red, and brown, forming a pentagon of equal sides. Everyone held their breath, not daring to blink, their gazes fixed intently. Yet, while the knowledgeable discerned the intricacies to Gu Chengyan, it was a marvel that defied verbal description. Li Qinghuan softly commanded, watch closely, the 5 elements reverse, where extreme yang gives rise to yin. And the yin is even more profound. With that, he infused the golden sphere with another stream of energy, causing the 5 spheres to release streams of true energy that merged into the other colored spheres. Subsequently, the 5 spheres flickered with various colors, ultimately converging at the center of the pentagon to form a mass of black, ghostly energy. Li Qinghuan casually summoned the mass of ghostly energy, allowing it to float gently in his palm. Approaching Bai Qingyue, he presented the ghostly energy before her. After the 5 elements, the evolution of ghostly energy is roughly like this. If you wish to learn the Rakshasa ghost scripture, you must first master the transformation of ghostly energy. Feeling the chilling aura of the ghostly energy before her, alongside the contempt in Li Qinghuan's expression, Bai Qingwei abandoned her usual playfulness and shot a resentful glance at him. Then gradually calmed, her eyes becoming as clear as a tranquil spring. She slowly extended her delicate hand, hovering over the ghostly energy in Li Qinghuan's palm. Li Qinghuan, intrigued by the unusual demeanor of Bai Qingwei, found himself subconsciously drawn to her clear gaze. Hu Jingjing wanted to stop Bai Qingwei, but upon seeing her determined expression, she held back. Suddenly, a white radiance burst forth from Bai Qingyue's hand, enveloping the ghostly energy. With a deft motion, she controlled the energy and tossed it into the air, followed by several fingers directing the white light towards it. The mass of ghostly energy began to shift colors, faintly displaying the 5 hues, and after a few moments, it astonishingly split into 5, transforming into spheres of true energy in gold, green, blue, red, and brown. Li Qinghuan's expression flickered with surprise as he witnessed this. Bai Qingwei then pointed again, causing the 5 colored spheres to merge into one, transforming into a colorless true energy that flowed into her palm. As the true energy entered her body, Bai Qingwei closed her eyes to sense it. Her hair moving without wind, and true energy surged from her body, causing her robes to flutter dramatically. When she opened her hands, a chilling mass of ghostly energy appeared in her palm. Yu Yanhua observed the ghostly energy in Bai Qingyue's hand, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Hu Jingjing was both astonished and delighted. When Bai Qingwei extended her palm towards her, it was now Li Qinghuan who was taken aback. The technique he cultivated, the myriad forms returning to the void, made the evolution of ghostly energy effortless for him, yet he was perplexed by how Bai Qingwei had managed it. Could it be that she had been concealing her talents, or perhaps she possessed this innate gift all along? While Li Qinghuan was lost in thought, Nagong Qianyu raised her hand, causing the air within the room to swirl violently, rattling the utensils incessantly. Everyone's attention was drawn to her. In her palm appeared a mass of true energy, but its color fluctuated erratically, unstable and flickering. Soon, the turbulence intensified, and blood trickled from the corner of Nagong Qianyu's mouth. Li Qinghuan inwardly cursed and muttered, foolish. Yet, he swiftly moved closer to her, pointing at her dantian. Upon contact, His expression changed slightly. The five energies are chaotic and indistinct, let alone achieving harmony. How can you dare to attempt the evolution of ghostly energy? It is akin to courting death. Blood continued to seep from Nangong Qianyu's lips, yet she remained defiant. Why can she do it? But I cannot? Li Qinghuan did not answer, channeling his true energy to suppress the chaotic energies within her dantian and meridians. Nangong Qianyu felt a gentle true energy circulating throughout her body, recognizing it to be Li Qinghuan's, and was immediately filled with shame, guilt, and resentment. While Li Qinghuan managed to stabilize her true energy, he noticed that the five energies within her dantian remained in disarray, battling each other. If this continued, Nangong Qianyu would surely damage her true energy's condensation, prompting a frown from Li Qinghuan. Nangong Qianyu sensed the turmoil within her dantian, despairing, yet she looked at Li Qinghuan with a calm demeanor. Withdraw your true energy. If it explodes and backfires, you might be destroyed as well. The onlookers turned pale, their expressions grave as they focused intently on the two. After a moment of silence, Li Qinghuan smiled. This is partly my fault. However, if I withdraw my true energy now, even if the ancestor of the Nangong family arrives later, they would be powerless to help. You may become a cripple, forever unable to cultivate. Nangong Qianyu resolutely replied, it was my reckless attempt to practice your technique. It has nothing to do with you. There is no need to worry about the Nangong family. I will explain myself. If it is fate, then so be it. In your eyes, I am already a failure. As she finished, a hint of bitterness mixed with acceptance appeared on her face. Unexpectedly, Li Qinghuan smirked. I rather enjoy watching you suffer. If you become a cripple, I would lose my source of amusement. I will not grant you your wishes. With that, Li Qinghuan's aura surged, radiating with 5 colors of brilliance. Using his other hand, he thrust 5 streams of true energy, gold, green, blue, red, and brown, into Nangong Qianyu's dantian, shouting, no more nonsense. Focus your mind and energy, and follow my guidance in cultivating. Chapter 55, The Demon Ghost Scripture. Nangong Qianyu gazed at Li Qinghuan, slowly shaking her head. A singular thought consumed her. She did not wish to acquiesce to Li Qinghuan's desires. At that moment, Li Qinghuan's serious demeanor brought her a sense of joy. Seeing that Nangong Qianyu was not yielding, but instead was countering her with true energy, Li Qinghuan's anger flared. With a cold smirk, he retorted, very well. You wish to contend with me? How fortunate, for I, Li Qinghuan, relish the challenge of those who defy me. Gu Cheng'an, observing the tension, felt anxious yet powerless. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, Lady Nangong, do not be obstinate. Just yield to Brother Qinghuan. At this proclamation, the other 3 women cast strange glances at Gu Cheng'an. Nangong Qianyu's face flushed with embarrassment. She turned her head sharply, gritting her teeth, and declared, I shall not. Li Qinghuan disregarded the bystanders' chatter and proceeded to press his fingers against several of Nangong Qianyu's acupoints, sealing her meridians. Subsequently, he used his 5 elements true energy to untangle the chaotic flow of her internal energies. The erratic energies were drawn towards Li Qinghuan's essence, gradually aligning into the 5 elements and soothing her turmoil. This meticulous process lasted an entire hour, during which beads of perspiration began to appear on Li Qinghuan's forehead. Noticing the imbalance in the 5 elements, he then extracted excess true energy to restore his own balance. Finally, he withdrew his hand and channeled a formless wave of true energy into Nangong Qianyu's dantian, proclaiming, 5 elements, harmonize and flourish. In an instant, as Li Qinghuan's final surge of energy infused her, Nangong Qianyu felt her internal energies, comprised of the 5 elements, intertwining in perfect order, pulsating with vitality. It was a state that many cultivators labored for years to attain, yet she had achieved it with Li Qinghuan's assistance. After completing this intricate task, Li Qinghuan released the acupoints he had sealed on Nangong Qianyu. He then slowly returned to the table, picking up a wine jar to drink. Nangong Qianyu, in disbelief, sensed the continuous flow of energy within her, the 5 elements coursing through her limbs and bones, filling her with unparalleled comfort. By chance, her gaze fell upon the spectral energy that Bai Qingyue was toying with, prompting her to recall Li Qinghuan's method of manipulating ghostly energy, igniting her stubborn nature. Suddenly, her aura surged once more as she spread her hand, conjuring a chilling orb of ghostly energy that leapt into her palm. This spectral essence was more potent than that which Bai Qingyue possessed by a factor of 10. Hu Jingjing, Bai Qingyue, and Yu Yanhua all gasped in astonishment. Only Li Qinghuan, indifferent, continued to drink, unfazed. After harmonizing the 5 elements, it was not difficult for a person of exceptional talent to manipulate ghostly energy. This merely indicated that Nangong Qianyu's aptitude for cultivation was indeed remarkable among the human race. Otherwise, she would not have been selected by the Nangong family to serve as the overseer of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau. Seeing this, Bai Qingyue's earlier excitement about conjuring ghostly energy dissipated, and she withdrew the spectral orb back into her palm. She approached Li Qinghuan, wrapping her arms around his, and inquired, You great deceiver, may I learn the demon ghost scripture now? Li Qinghuan chuckled, lightly patting the back of her head 3 times, and replied, Your talent is indeed high. but I have no intention of teaching you." With that, Li Qinghuan stood and sauntered out of the room, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Yu Yanhua, observing Li Qinghuan's departure, cast a scornful glance at Nangong Qianyu and remarked, "Your manipulation of the situation is truly masterful. Even a crafty trickster like Ah Shun has fallen for your ruse." Nangong Qianyu shot a cold glare at Yu Yanhua and retorted, "What do you mean by that? With your cryptic insinuations?" Yu Yanhua offered no response, slowly rising to leave. However, Nangong Qianyu commanded, "You had better clarify your words before you go." Yu Yanhua turned slowly, her form enveloped in ghostly energy, which brought an immediate chill to the room. Bai Qingyue watched in horror as she realized that Yu Yanhua had silently mastered this technique and was evidently more skilled than herself. Fear gripped Hu Jingjing. She was far more unwilling to confront Yu Yanhua, who harbored inexplicable animosity towards her sister, than to deal with the ambiguous Nangong Qianyu. Yu Yanhua cast a disdainful glance around the room, finally fixing her gaze upon Nangong Qianyu, saying, "If you believe that this feeble trick will enable you to contend with me now that you have reached the state of harmonious 5 elements, then by all means, give it a try. Let us see if Li Qinghuan will come to your rescue again." With that, Yu Yanhua turned and departed, feeling that any semblance of kindness would be wasted in Li Qinghuan's absence. Nangong Qianyu stood frozen, clearly wounded by Yu Yanhua's words. To her, it felt as though she had been branded a despicable woman who deceived Li Qinghuan. However, Bai Qingyue approached her and softly reassured, "Do not heed her falsehoods. It is she who is engaging in manipulation. Do you not recall that you wounded her with a single strike?" Nangong Qianyu paused, nodding thoughtfully. Bai Qingyue continued with a sneer, "Last time, her serpents did not even reveal their true forms, and her techniques were barely showcased. It was plainly a deliberate ploy to have you injure her, thereby making Li Qinghuan owe her a favor." Upon reflection, Nangong Qianyu's pupils widened in realization. She understood that she must exercise greater caution in dealing with Yu Yanhua from now on. Gu Chengyan, who had been silently observing, felt an awkwardness pervade the atmosphere, recognizing the terrifying complexities that lay within the dynamics of women. As the hour grew late, the banquet came to an end. The sound of the watchman's bell echoed, 3 chimes in total. A series of rustling noises roused the lightly dozing Li Qinghuan from his slumber. In the dimness, he perceived a shadow moving at the head of his bed. Without hesitation, he summoned his true energy, sitting up and seizing the figure's neck. The person struggled, gasping intermittently. "Be big deceiver, it's me." Upon recognizing Bai Qingyue's voice, Li Qinghuan paused and quickly released his grip, exclaiming, "What brings you to my bed in the dead of night? Are you lovesick?" Cough cough. Bai Qingyue clutched her throat, gasping for breath, and delivered a few playful punches to Li Qinghuan's chest, retorting, "You are the one who is lovesick. What about that alluring woman with the beastly aura beside you? What else could it be if not lovesickness?" Since Bai Qingyue had mentioned Yu Yanhua, Li Qinghuan chose to bypass the topic and asked, "Why are you sneaking around here?" Bai Qingyue responded, "Did you not summon me?" Li Qinghuan was at a loss for words. "When did I summon you?" Bai Qingyue replied, "You said you wanted to teach me the demon ghost scripture. You even patted the back of my head 3 times, saying I was talented but that you did not wish to teach me." After considering her words, Li Qinghuan acknowledged, "That is indeed what I said. But how does that relate to your presence here?" Bai Qingyue smiled and said, "You were testing me, weren't you? You praised my talent and patted my head. Isn't it clear that you were indicating your approval? The secret techniques of the Ghost Emperor cannot be taught publicly, so you must have meant for me to come find you at the 3rd watch to learn." In the darkness, Li Qinghuan was left dumbfounded, speechless. He was uncertain whether to commend Bai Qingyue for her cleverness or to suggest she had overthought the matter. His unintentional actions had somehow been woven into a narrative that, despite being unfounded, held a semblance of reason. Chapter 56. Li Qinghuan's instruction. Bai Qingyue leaned closer to Li Qinghuan, asking with pride, "What do you think? Am I clever? Teach me the Rakshasa Demon Sutra quickly." Li Qinghuan, puzzled, replied, "I observe that you have already reached the 5 qi harmonization, and with such talent. Why have your family not imparted any magical arts to you?" Bai Qingyue chuckled lightly, "Because I have no interest in cultivation. I only love to play and have never mentioned my talent to anyone." However, her tone shifted slightly anxious, this time. "That beastly woman wants to kill me and my sister. I wish to learn some magic for self-defense, lest we venture beyond the borders of Yunshi Kingdom and you abandon us, leading to our demise." Li Qinghuan pondered for a moment. He was indifferent to their petty disputes, as long as they did not encroach upon Murongqi's boundaries. Instead, he was intrigued by the extent of Bai Qingyue's talent. Merely glancing at the techniques of the luck route, she could reverse the ghostly energy into the 5 elements and further transmute the 5 elements into ghostly energy. This gift rivaled his own cultivation of the myriad forms returning to void. How had she achieved this? Li Qinghuan's interest was piqued by Bai Qingyue, and he decided to transmit the 1st volume of the Rakshasa Demon Sutra to her through secret sound transmission, demonstrating the crucial techniques as he had during the banquet. Bai Qingyue sat at the head of Li Qinghuan's bed and began her practice. After the 4th watch, Bai Qingyue shook Li Qinghuan awake once more. Upon opening his eyes, He was met with the sight of flickering ghostly flames dancing all over the bed, illuminated by their eerie blue light, revealing Bai Qingyue's excited little face. Li Qinghuan exclaimed, "What time is it now?" Bai Qingyue replied proudly, "It is the 4th watch. Only an hour has passed. Look at how well I've practiced this ghostly flame." With a wave of her hand, countless specks of ghostly fire gathered in her palm, forming a quietly burning flame. Li Qinghuan was astonished, indeed impressive, but this flame's intensity is still somewhat lacking. As he spoke, Li Qinghuan reached out to press against Bai Qingyue's abdomen. The proximity made Bai Qingyue acutely aware of the warmth of his palm. She grasped the back of his hand, her face flushing slightly. "What are you doing, big liar? If you are truly lovesick, I can call that woman for you." However, as soon as she finished speaking, Li Qinghuan withdrew his hand, saying, "Stop with the nonsense. I have no interest in the yellow-haired girl. I was merely sensing the energy in your dantian." Bai Qingyue responded with a soft, "Oh," and after a moment of silence, she asked, "What did you sense?" Li Qinghuan frowned. "The 5 elements harmonization of your true energy is flawless, yet the true energy within is rather weak. The quantity of your true energy even pales in comparison to that of a qi refining cultivator who transforms energy into a river, thus hampering your ability to fully utilize magical arts. Do you not practice energy cultivation regularly?" Bai Qingyue shook her head. "As I mentioned, I only learned a bit of foundational techniques and have not practiced anything else." Li Qinghuan fell into contemplation. Bai Qingyue appeared akin to an uncut, flawless jade, and with her astonishing comprehension, with a little refinement, she could surely achieve unparalleled accomplishments. This elicited in him a sense of admiration, tinged with a hint of envy and an indescribable affection. Seeing Li Qinghuan in silence, Bai Qingyue leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Big liar. I'll tell you a secret. Watching you cast spells up close tonight, I discovered your true energy is unlike that of others." Li Qinghuan's eyes widened in shock. Turbulent thoughts surged within him. This was his secret, the result of his cultivation of the myriad forms returning to void. He had transcended the 5 elements, yet could still manifest his true energy as 5 elemental energy, a fact nearly no one could discern. Now, however, Bai Qingyue had revealed it, genuinely startling him. Thinking of this, Li Qinghuan instinctively grasped Bai Qingyue's hand, coldly asking, "How did you discern that?" Bai Qingyue winced at the pressure on her wrist. Bewildered by Li Qinghuan's sudden change in demeanor, unsure what had offended him, she looked at him with a pitiful expression. "You're hurting me." Realizing his reaction was excessive, Li Qinghuan released her wrist. Bai Qingyue rubbed her wrist, looking apprehensive. "Don't worry, others can't see it. This concerns my secret, and I'll tell you." Li Qinghuan interrupted, "No need. I have no desire to hear other secrets. Knowing them would bind me with invisible shackles. How tiresome." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyue felt a wave of relief wash over her, a comforting sense of joy blooming within her. Soon, she earnestly reassured Li Qinghuan, "Don't worry. I won't disclose your secret. Just consider it a bond between us." Li Qinghuan paused, reflecting on his own reaction. What did it matter if she knew? Being overly cautious was unnecessary for a qi refining cultivator. Bai Qingyue's earnest demeanor, however, left him both amused and exasperated. "As you wish." Having come to this conclusion, Li Qinghuan recognized that Bai Qingyue was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps in the future, she could even identify some flaws in his techniques. With the time remaining, Li Qinghuan glanced at the sky outside. There was still an hour before Li Tianming would arrive. He then pulled Bai Qingyue outside, taking to the skies. Bai Qingyue gasped in surprise. "Big liar. Where are you taking me at this late hour?" Li Qinghuan feigned a sinister tone. "I'm taking you to a remote mountain forest to kill you and bury you, so no one will ever know my secret." Bai Qingyue, with a tearful tone, pleaded. "No, big liar. For the sake of our friendship, spare me. I promise I won't learn the Rakshasa Demon Sutra anymore." Li Qinghuan continued to smirk. "How could you not learn? It would be perfect for you once you become a ghost." Thus, under Li Qinghuan's playful intimidation, Bai Qingyue was brought to a quiet mountaintop. Beneath the azure sky, only the mountain wind howled. Li Qinghuan glanced at the heavens and remarked, "Time is short." Bai Qingyue was frightened. Was he truly going to harm her? While she was lost in her thoughts, Li Qinghuan spoke sternly. "Focus your mind and calm your spirit. I shall teach you the method of energy cultivation. Listen carefully." Bai Qingyue was startled again, but her heart finally settled as she pouted. "Big liar. You tricked me for fun." Li Qinghuan, impatient, retorted, "Enough chatter. Will you learn or not?" Bai Qingyue eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Yes. But how long until I can defeat that snake-raising woman?" Li Qinghuan chuckled. "That depends on your fate." He then imparted to Bai Qingyue a set of energy cultivation techniques he had devised himself. Of course, it was not the myriad forms returning to void, a technique he dared not teach. He was curious, however, whether Bai Qingyue would uncover the emotional detachment inherent in his technique. In less than a moment, Bai Qingyue comprehended the energy cultivation method, and the mountain winds coalesced into a swirling vortex around her as she sat cross-legged. The multicolored flecks of light within the airflow all entered Bai Qingyue's body. Bai Qingyue's ability to absorb and cultivate true energy using this method surpassed that of ordinary qi refiners tenfold. This miraculous scene further convinced Li Qinghuan of Bai Qingyue's unparalleled talent among countless others. Chapter 57. The Three Prohibitions. As dawn broke and the sky began to lighten, Li Qinghuan halted Bai Qingyue's training and escorted her back to the inn. Before parting, Li Qinghuan earnestly cautioned Bai Qingyue, "Do not casually reveal your magical abilities or talents unless absolutely necessary, lest you invite fatal calamities." Warmed by his concern, Bai Qingyue smiled sweetly and teased, "Oh, great deceiver, may I interpret this as your way of caring for me? Why are you so kind to me?" Without turning back, Li Qinghuan replied, "Just ensure that if anything happens to you, you do not disclose my teachings." With a frustrated stomp, Bai Qingyue retreated to her room. She had specifically requested a separate chamber, opting not to share with Hu Jingjing, all for the sake of receiving Li Qinghuan's instruction. Li Qinghuan was unlike anyone she had ever met. She possessed an instinctive feeling that he would indeed teach her. After lingering in Yunzhou Prefecture for a month, Gu Chengyan finally completed the necessary affairs alongside the prefect. During this time, he humbly sought the prefect's insights on governance, and the prefect generously shared his knowledge, which proved immensely beneficial to Gu Chengyan. He began to grasp the emperor's thoughtful intentions. Throughout their journey, he witnessed the chaos caused by deities, demons, and spirits, as well as the complexities of governance, and he became aware of the people's suffering. By the time he arrived in Huge County, he would be prepared to apply what he had learned. At Gu Chengyan's persistent request, Li Qinghuan, albeit somewhat exasperated, imparted to him the fundamental techniques of breath control and energy cultivation. Lacking Bai Qingyue's innate talent, Gu Chengyan found Li Qinghuan's patience somewhat limited. Fortunately, with the guidance of Nangong Qianyu and Hu Jingjing, he eventually grasped the basics of energy cultivation within half a month. Yu Yinhua approached Li Qinghuan, similarly desiring to learn the methods of the Rakshasa demon scriptures. Li Qinghuan attempted to evade her, but with Wen Lin around, she always managed to track him down. It was not that Li Qinghuan particularly coveted the Rakshasa demon scriptures. Although the initial 8 volumes were commendable, the true essence likely resided in the 9th volume. However, if he were to disseminate the scriptures indiscriminately, it could attract the wrath of the Rakshasa demon emperor, who would not hesitate to resort to extreme measures against him. Li Qinghuan found Yu Yinhua enigmatic, prompting him to keep his distance. It was not until she mentioned 3 debts he owed her that he realized evasion was futile. Yu Yinhua's mention of these debts seemed to serve as a test of Li Qinghuan's integrity. Ultimately, he acquiesced and began teaching her the Rakshasa demon scriptures. Although Yu Yinhua did not possess the terrifying talent of Bai Qingyue, her aptitude was nonetheless exceptional. With her solid foundation and Li Qinghuan's insights, she made remarkable progress in mastering the scriptures. Li Qinghuan speculated that she might be a deity or a descendant of one. He inquired why she would pursue the demonic arts despite presumably possessing superior techniques. Yu Yinhua laughed, calling him naive, explaining that few could refuse the power of the demon emperor, and that only Li Qinghuan dismissed its significance. One day, when Li Qinghuan noted that Wen Lin exuded an ominous aura, he felt a headache coming on and warned Yu Yinhua that if she continued to divulge secrets, he would cease her instruction without hesitation. To his surprise, Yu Yinhua quickly yielded, asserting that Wen Lin had been her companion since childhood, promising she would never leak information and even offering to atone through personal sacrifice. Li Qinghuan's stern warning seemed to have struck a chord, leaving him feeling somewhat vexed as he imagined the dire consequences should he fail to resist the demon emperor. With the emperor's formidable strength, he felt uncertain of his own capabilities and contemplated retreating to the abode of the Queen Mother on Kunlun Mountain, disregarding all else, including any potential encounters with deities, demons, or spirits. Fortunately, after a month had passed, the group prepared to depart from Yunzhou Prefecture once more. Before setting off, Li Qinghuan visited a money exchange and secured a substantial amount of gold leaves, effectively covering their expenses along the journey, for he was not lacking in resources. As summer arrived, the journey along the smooth official road was uneventful. Yet, each night past midnight, Nangong Qianyu, Bai Qingyue, and Yu Yinhua would venture out to secluded spots to practice. Nangong Qianyu focused on mastering the balance of the 5 elemental energies, while Bai Qingyue practiced the Rakshasa demon scriptures to enhance her inner strength. Li Qinghuan would occasionally monitor her progress, providing insights into key techniques. He discovered that Bai Qingyue faced minimal obstacles in her training, and with time, she would only need to deepen her understanding and refine her skills. Yu Yinhua and Wen Lin practiced the Rakshasa demon scriptures with fervor. Gu Chengyan also trained but lacked the stamina to practice at night like the 3 women. He only practiced during the mornings and evenings. Nevertheless, under the tutelage of Li Qinghuan, Nangong Qianyu, and Hu Jingjing, Gu Chengyan considered himself fortunate. He had developed a thin layer of inner energy and commenced learning basic energy circulation techniques, marking his entry into the realm of energy practitioners. Throughout this time, Wen Lin grew familiar with Li Qinghuan, engaging in playful banter and eventually resting on his shoulder, much to Yu Yinhua's delight. Gu Chengyan, summoning his courage, struck up a brief conversation with Yuan Hua, realizing she bore him no ill will. He timidly requested her to put away the two small snakes, which startled him. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Hua complied and tucked the snakes into her sleeve, granting him a small favor. After more than a month of travel, as noon approached on another day, the group spotted the distant, towering mountains, a mile from the foot of the mountains. They came across a humble tavern and decided to pause for lunch. A keen-eyed waiter greeted them with a smile, bowing courteously, "Greetings to our esteemed guests." Dismounting from his donkey, Li Qinghuan produced a gold leaf and handed it to the waiter, saying, "We have no particular dietary restrictions. Please serve us your finest food and drink. Ensure our donkey is well fed as well, and if it is insufficient, do not hesitate to ask for more." The waiter, elated by the gold leaf, replied, "Certainly. Right this way, I will ensure you are well taken care of." As he gestured for them to follow, he suddenly paused, a serious expression crossing his face as he pointed to a wooden sign nearby. "Esteemed guests, for your safety, I must convey some important information beforehand." Following the waiter's gesture, they read the sign, which stated, 3 prohibitions, 3 bowls of brewed wine do not enter the mountains. No fewer than 10 individuals may enter the mountains. No goods unprepared may enter the mountains. Otherwise, return to Yunzhou and take a detour. Gu Chengyan, perplexed, inquired, "What does this mean, brother waiter?" The waiter chuckled, "Esteemed guests, it is a lengthy explanation, and since there are no other patrons at the moment, allow me to prepare the food and drink while I elaborate." Chapter 58. The unfathomable nature of desire. The crowd nodded in agreement and followed the waiter to a table beneath the outdoor awning of the tavern. Shortly thereafter, the waiter presented a large platter of succulent boiled chicken, several fragrant stir-fried dishes, and an assortment of pastries. He then brought forth a jar of wine, modest in size yet sufficient for 4 or 5 bowls. Upon seeing the wine, Li Qinghuan eagerly opened the jar to partake, but then paused, recalling something. He filled a bowl for Bai Qingwei and Yu Yinhua, laughingly urging, "Why are you still dawdling? Let us drink." The two women cheerfully raised their bowls. After consuming a substantial amount of the wine, its rich and potent flavor lingering in his palate, Li Qinghuan felt a wave of exhilaration and exclaimed, "What a fine wine! Truly splendid! Waiter, come here." The waiter approached with a cheerful grin, saying, "This is our homemade brew. As long as it pleases our guests, we are content." Li Qinghuan then produced 3 golden leaves, placing them firmly in the waiter's palm, instructing, "Go, reserve a couple of jars of your finest wine for me, and bring the rest here." The waiter hesitated, glancing at the golden leaves. Noticing his reluctance, Li Qinghuan asked, "Is the payment insufficient?" "Do not worry, I have more. Rest assured, I never deny anyone even the cost of a single bowl of wine." The waiter shook his head, replying, "It's not that the payment is lacking. The golden leaves you provided are more than adequate. It's just." Li Qinghuan interjected with a smile, "Enough of that. Consider it a generous tip. Whatever else there is can wait until after I've had my drink." With a resigned sigh, the waiter accepted the golden leaves and returned to fetch more wine. Upon returning to the tavern, the waiter began to gather the wine. The elderly innkeeper, noticing the commotion, asked in surprise, "Did you not speak with the guests?" The waiter replied, placing the 3 golden leaves upon the counter. "The guest praised our wine and said that any issues could be discussed after they finished drinking. This is a generous reward." The innkeeper pondered over the golden leaves for a long moment before finally slipping one into the waiter's pocket, saying, "You are no longer a child. Save some of this for a future bride. Remember, while we conduct business, it is essential to communicate. Do not fear annoying the guests. We must earn a living with peace of mind." The waiter expressed gratitude with a glance towards the innkeeper and took 2 jars of wine, assuring, "Do not worry. There is little business at the moment, so I shall entertain the guests with tales." The innkeeper chuckled, playfully reprimanding, "You mischievous little rascal." As the wine arrived, Li Qinghuan joyfully filled his gourd, then poured a bowl for the waiter, jesting, "Do you possess a strong constitution for drinking? If so, drink this bowl and sit down to chat." The waiter, encouraged by Li Qinghuan's generosity, pulled up a stool beside him, raising his bowl. "Your hospitality is commendable. I can manage 1 bowl." Li Qinghuan nodded in approval, clinking his jar against the waiter's before taking a hearty swig. The waiter, after downing a bowl, felt warmth suffuse his cheeks and wiped his mouth with a smile, saying, "While you enjoy your meal, let me narrate the tale of the mountains." He began to recount the story of the 9 linked mountains, with the current peak, known as Zhuang Mountain, resembling a heel. This region was governed by a nearby county, where the locals relied on the bounty of the mountains for sustenance, fishing, lumbering, agriculture, and hunting. The mountains were also home to mischievous mountain spirits and fierce beasts, with the spirits resembling hairy humans and possessing monkey-like agility, adept at illusion. In the past, an astute county magistrate had brokered a deal with the mountain spirits, offering them curious goods and silver in exchange for the safety of those venturing into the mountains. The spirits, in turn, would occasionally visit the village to trade fairly, and some even excelled in woodworking, crafting exquisite items beloved by the villagers. However, they preferred solitude. Those in need would leave their payments and requests at the forest's edge, and the next day their orders would magically appear. Yet, 20 years prior, a new magistrate, fiery and resolute, decreed that humans should not be subjugated by spirits. He unleashed a campaign to exterminate the spirits while recklessly exploiting the forest resources. This provoked the wrath of an unknown deity, resulting in the magistrate's tragic demise and the disappearance of the practitioners he had enlisted. Since then, those who ventured into the mountains to gather wood or hunt dared only to remain at the foothills, for deeper excursions were fraught with peril. The fate of passing travelers was similarly grim. After the new magistrate's reign, the hunting of spirits ceased, and after many years, a tense stalemate emerged between the two parties. Nowadays, the spirits no longer actively safeguard the beasts, and if a traveler encounters a spirit willing to accept offerings, they may safely traverse Zhuang Mountain. However, if they do not meet a spirit or if the spirit chooses to ignore them, their fate remains uncertain, especially for those traveling in small groups, who become easy prey for the lurking beasts. As the waiter continued, he noted that the tavern's wine was potent and robust, often causing patrons to lose their senses after just 3 bowls, making the notion of venturing into the mountains while inebriated quite reckless. He looked at Li Qinghuan with admiration, stating, "You have already consumed 2 jars of wine, a total of 10 bowls, yet you remain composed. Truly impressive. However, I advise you, with ladies in your company, it would be wise to wait until you have a larger party before venturing into the mountains." Li Qinghuan chuckled in response, and the women offered no objections. Just as they were engaged in conversation, 3 burly men entered the tavern. Clad in sturdy attire, one had slanted eyes, another a yellowish complexion, and the last bore a thick beard, each armed with swords at their waists. They chose a nearby table, and the bearded man called out, "Waiter, hurry with the food and drink. We must be on our way." The waiter, acknowledging their presence, excused himself to attend to their order. He briefly recounted the tale of Zhuang Mountain to the trio, but they waved him off impatiently. Yu Yanhua, having downed another bowl of wine, felt her cheeks flush, and an alluring charm emanated from her countenance. The 3 men could not help but steal glances at their table, particularly fixating on Yu Yanhua and Nan Gongqinyu, whose feminine allure captivated their attention. Observing the enchanting expression on Yu Yanhua's face, Li Qinghuan shook his head in amusement, reflecting on how desire can ensnare even the most discerning souls. After another half hour, the 3 men, having finished their meal, approached Li Qinghuan's table. The man with slanted eyes spoke, "Friends, the journey through Zhuang Mountain is perilous. Shall we travel together?" Chapter 59, The Mountain Demon. At that moment, the innkeeper appeared to tidy up, accustomed as he was to the comings and goings of various patrons. He discreetly signaled to Li Qinghuan with a glance, urging her to remain silent. However, before Li Qinghuan could utter a word, Yu Yanhua spoke first, her expression one of delicate fragility. "That sounds splendid. I was just worried about these embroidered pillows, which are merely beautiful yet useless. With your company, traversing the mountain should be without peril." The burly man with a twisted beard laughed heartily and approached. "This young lady has discerning taste. Traveling with us will surely ensure her safety." Meanwhile, Yu Yanhua conversed amiably with the man, while Wen Lin rested his head on Li Qinghuan's shoulder, eyes closed in slumber, a fleeting smirk of derision gracing his lips. The others glanced at Li Qinghuan, and seeing her lack of dissent, remained silent. The 3 burly men busied themselves with leading the donkeys, and Li Qinghuan was the last to rise, inadvertently colliding with the innkeeper, who wore a worried expression as he quietly scrawled the words "Be cautious" on the table with hot water. Li Qinghuan maintained her unchanging smile as she turned to leave. Negong Qianyu and Yu Yanhua each rode a donkey, while the burly man and the squint-eyed fellow led them. Hu Jingjing and Bai Qingwei chose to walk beside the donkeys. Li Qinghuan opted not to ride but instead followed leisurely, holding onto the reins of Gu Cheng'en's donkey. A yellow-faced man brought up the rear, ostensibly to keep watch over the group. The mountain path wound sinuously, leading into secluded groves. The forest was alive with the melodious chirping of birds, the gentle flow of clear springs, and the soft rustling of leaves, rendering the mountain more tranquil. Throughout the journey, Yu Yanhua engaged in lively conversation with the 2 donkey handlers, revealing that her group was in commerce and headed eastward to procure goods, carrying substantial wealth. The 2 men grew increasingly cordial upon hearing this. As they reached the midpoint of the mountain, several donkeys suddenly brayed incessantly and collapsed wearily onto the ground. Gu Cheng'en also felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body growing weak as he fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Hu Jingjing and Li Qinghuan exchanged glances, and Li Qinghuan, clutching her head in agony, cried out, "Oh dear, I feel so dizzy and weak." The squint-eyed man discreetly released some sleeping powder into the wind, which naturally did not escape the notice of the others, save for Gu Cheng'en. Bai Qingwei, observing Li Qinghuan's distress, struggled to suppress a chuckle, but managed to mimic Hu Jingjing and feigned collapse beside her. Negong Qianyu caught Li Qinghuan's pleading gaze and, though speechless, felt an inexplicable urge not to thwart her intentions, thus tumbling from her donkey to the ground in pretense. Yu Yanhua fell to the ground, panting in a delicate manner. The 3 men gathered together, witnessing the others collapse, and erupted into laughter. Yu Yanhua, with glistening tears and a quivering lip, implored, "Gentlemen, what has happened to me? You must save me." The 3 men gazed upon her with greedy and lascivious eyes, the squint-eyed fellow eagerly declaring, "I and Oppos. I'll take this flirtatious woman first." The burly man chuckled. "You're in such a hurry. I'll take the icy one over there, and I'll ensure she blossoms with laughter. The yellow-faced man chimed in. I'll dispatch the men first and gather their riches. Once you're done, I'll enjoy both of them. The fallen Li Qinghuan and her companions exchanged terrified glances. And Li Qinghuan pleaded, Gentlemen, we will surrender our wealth, spare our lives. The flirtatious woman is yours. Bai Qingwei, suppressing laughter, quickly echoed, Yes, yes, she belongs to you. Yu Yanhua glared at Li Qinghuan, anger flashing in her eyes. You heartless traitor. Do not blame me for my actions. With that, she turned to the three men. Her expression one of sorrowful resolve. Gentlemen, I am willing to submit to you, provided you ensure that the heartless man suffers a fate worse than death. The three men found amusement in the ensuing quarrel, the squint-eyed man grinning. This young lady is indeed charming. Rest assured, we desire you and your wealth. But their lives are what we truly seek. Yu Yanhua, in a soft voice, replied, I am delicate and fragile. I hope for your mercy. The men patted their chests in assurance of their gentleness. Suddenly, the yellow-faced man unsheathed his dagger and advanced toward Li Qinghuan, while the burly man approached Negong Chenyu. The squint-eyed man was particularly eager to seize Yu Yanhua on the ground. A deafening roar echoed through the forest, carried by the mountain winds that rustled the trees. The squint-eyed man felt a tremor of fear. As he turned, he was met by the gaping maw of a magnificent striped tiger. In an instant, the tiger clamped down, severing his head from his body. Witnessing this, the burly man drew his weapon, only to be swiftly dispatched by another tiger that sprang forth, ending his life. The yellow-faced man, overwhelmed by panic, fled, but was soon met with the jaws of two fierce tigers, perishing in their grasp. Li Qinghuan and her companions were momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events, exchanging bewildered glances. Li Qinghuan turned to Yu Yanhua, suspecting her of summoning the beasts. Yet Yu Yanhua feigned innocence, indicating her lack of involvement. The two tigers returned, their blood-stained mouths agape, roaring fiercely as they approached the group. Enough! A commanding voice rang out, halting the tigers in their tracks. The group turned to see a creature perched upon a branch, resembling both human and monkey. Its deep-set eyes observing them from above, poised with a single foot suspended in the air. It was undoubtedly the mountain demon spoken of by the innkeeper. The mountain demon regarded the group with a mocking expression. It is said that we mountain demons and fierce beasts are a threat to you. In truth, your own kind are far more treacherous than we. Gu Qingyan, having witnessed the intentions of the three men, recalled his initial encounter with Li Qinghuan and the tiger. Feeling a wave of shame wash over him. Before anyone could respond, the mountain demon coolly declared, A friend of mine alerted me to your peril. He saved my life. And thus, I shall allow you to depart. But heed my warning. Within the confines of this mountain, I can assure your safety. Once you leave, you are on your own. As Gu Cheng'an prepared to express his gratitude, a cacophony of voices from afar interrupted. Soon, a group of armed men, wielding spears and swords, entered their line of sight. Upon seeing the scene before them, scattered corpses, the fallen Li Qinghuan and her companions, the two tigers, and the mountain demon perched in the tree, the officials were momentarily stunned. One officer stepped forward, addressing the mountain demon with authority. Are you the mountain demon that terrorizes and harms people? The mountain demon, incensed by the accusation, let out a piercing whistle, and suddenly, a multitude of bears, wolves, tigers, leopards, serpents, and birds surrounded them. From the trees emerged an additional 30 or so mountain demons. The officer and his entourage, taken aback, gripped their weapons tightly, bracing themselves for what was to come. Chapter 60. What position does Dr. Lu hold? Li Qinghuan patted Gu Cheng'an on the back, causing him to feel a sudden sense of relief. He quickly stood up and said, It's a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. The official looked at Gu Cheng'an in confusion and asked, Who are you? What misunderstanding are you referring to? In response, Gu Cheng'an promptly produced his official robe, hat, seal, imperial edict, and sword, then publicly read the imperial decree. Initially skeptical, the official knelt in reverence upon verification, saying, This is unexpected. Please forgive me, imperial envoy. I am the county magistrate of the nearby Zhongshan County. I heard from a tavern boy that someone had entered the mountain, possibly accompanied by notorious bandits. Hence my hurried visit. Gu Cheng'an quickly helped the magistrate to his feet and said, Please rise. The bandit has already been slain by this fierce tiger. It was the mountain spirit that saved us. While it is indeed crucial to save lives, do not act rashly in the future. What you see is not always the truth. Feeling embarrassed by Gu Cheng'an's words, the magistrate looked up only to find the mountain spirit coldly blocking his path, saying, Are you planning to yield simply because the situation is unfavorable? Your human race is truly cunning. Before Gu Cheng'an could explain further, Li Qinghuan stood up to intervene. Smiling at the mountain spirit and asking, What do you mean by an unfavorable situation? The mountain spirit replied with a smirk, Can't you see for yourself? Li Qinghuan surveyed the countless fierce beasts and insects in the forest, all with fierce eyes, shook his head, and then, channeling his energy, struck the ground with a powerful fist. In an instant, the earth trembled, springs gushed forth, trees swayed, and the beasts roared in fear while birds took flight in alarm. The mountain spirits perched in the trees felt the entire Zhongshan tremble and gazed at Li Qinghuan in terror. After a long while, the shaking gradually subsided. Li Qinghuan turned to Gu Cheng'an with a smile and said, Now we can have a proper conversation. The floor is yours. Gu Cheng'an nodded, gratefully looking at Li Qinghuan. and sincerely addressed the mountain spirit. Thank you for saving my life today. The mountain spirit scoffed, with your abilities, why feign gratitude? Gu Cheng'an bowed again, saying, it is precisely because you do not know that I must express my thanks. Hearing this, the mountain spirit fell silent, wary of Li Qinghuan, who possessed the power to obliterate the Zhongshan and was unreadable in his intentions. Gu Cheng'an continued, may I ask, mountain spirit, is your friend human? The mountain spirit remained silent, unwilling to betray the one who had once protected him during his youth. Noticing the mountain spirit's hesitation, Gu Cheng'an quickly added, do not misunderstand. I am not pursuing that individual. I merely wish to say that we can return to a peaceful coexistence. The mountain spirit skeptically retorted, it was the same before. We ensured your safety in the mountains, yet you recklessly harvested the trees, leaving us with nowhere to reside, while also hunting us down. Who would believe your words now? Throughout his journey, Gu Cheng'an had developed his own understanding of the gods and spirits, realizing that sometimes humans could be more terrifying than the supernatural. He had shifted from an extreme perspective to a more moderate one. And he had learned from Negong Qianyu and Li Qinghuan that mutual non-interference was sufficient with those spirits that did not cause chaos. After contemplating, Gu Cheng'an drew the imperial sword and solemnly proclaimed, in times of cultivation, we do not disrupt the harvest. In fishing, we do not deplete the waters. In logging, we choose the right time. Humans and spirits can coexist harmoniously, yielding mutual benefits. Such an elementary truth was lost on the former magistrate. But today, as the imperial envoy Gu Cheng'an, I wish to offer my sincere apology and seek reconciliation. I vow to this with the imperial sword as witness. And the heavens bear witness. Gu Cheng'an's heartfelt declaration resonated deeply with all present, moving everyone. Even Li Qinghuan, who had been aloof, regarded Gu Cheng'an with newfound respect. The mountain spirit, considering Gu Cheng'an's words, whispered among the others, their skepticism lingering. After a moment, the previously seated mountain spirit spoke solemnly, are your words truly sincere? Gu Cheng'an pointed to Li Qinghuan and replied, mountain spirit, do you think I would go to such lengths to fabricate this lie? The mountain spirit pondered. Realizing that the calm cultivator before him was unlike any ordinary practitioner, he possessed the capability to eradicate his entire clan. It seemed that he was feigning a trap to punish the three bandits. The chance encounter with the tavern boy had led to this unexpected alliance. With this thought, the mountain spirit asked, if in the future, someone enters this mountain to indiscriminately fell trees or hunt, what should be done? Gu Cheng'an turned to the magistrate, who stepped forward and declared, you may capture them and bring them to my county office for public punishment. The mountain spirit nodded, saying, we have discussed this and are willing to trust you one last time. Should you betray this trust again, even if you possess exceptional cultivators, we will not be afraid. Gu Cheng'an was overjoyed and turned to the magistrate. Do you have paper and ink? Let us formalize this agreement today for clarity. The magistrate, looking regretful, replied, I came in haste and did not bring any. Li Qinghuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, why complicate matters? With that, he drew the imperial sword from Gu Cheng'an's side and, with a swift motion, cut a towering tree in half. He then stepped onto each half, driving them into the ground. With a few elegant sword strokes, he inscribed the agreement into the wood, which read, mountain spirits and humans each have their own way. Humans uphold the mountain's rules, and the mountain ensures human safety. Let us coexist harmoniously, and both will prosper, creating a river of goodwill that flows endlessly. Witnessed by the imperial sword of the Yunqi Empire, let this be etched. Li Qinghuan landed gracefully and returned the sword to Gu Cheng'an, saying, imperial envoy, magistrate, and esteemed mountain spirits, let us seal this agreement. Seeing the well-crafted document, Gu Cheng'an couldn't help but admire it. Without hesitation, he retrieved his official seal from his satchel. And the magistrate produced his own seal as well. As they pondered how to stamp the seals without ink, Li Qinghuan casually waved his hand, sending the two seals towards the massive tree. With two firm strikes, the seals imprinted deeply beneath the agreement. The mountain spirit prepared to stamp his seal, but then looked at Li Qinghuan and asked, might you also leave your mark? Li Qinghuan was taken aback, shrugged, and said, as you wish. With a flourish, he turned his sword into a pin and inscribed, Li Qinghuan, astrologer of the Yunqi Empire, hereby witnesses. Seeing this, the mountain spirit no longer hesitated, placing a foot on the agreement to leave a reverse footprint. The other mountain spirits followed suit, leaving over 30 footprints on the two documents. After completing the agreement, the leading mountain spirit glanced at the document and inquired, one thing perplexes me. What exactly is the position of Dr. Liu? Huh. Negong Qianyu chuckled, her laughter blooming like a flower. Chapter 61. The mountain spirit Gu Cheng'an was also flushed, nearly suffocating from embarrassment. Li Qinghuan lightly coughed and, with utmost seriousness, stated, the term KLU refers to time, as in KLU doctor, the officer who measures time. Is it not perfectly fitting for one who enters the mountains with axe and hatchet at the right moment? The mountain demon nodded, enlightenment dawning, indeed, KLU doctor. Quite apartment, Li Qinghuan swiftly changed the subject and inquired of the county magistrate and the mountain demon, where shall we place these two oaths? The magistrate pondered for a moment and suggested, I propose one be housed in the county town for the citizens to observe and uphold. Li Qinghuan nodded in agreement and turned to the mountain demon. The mountain demon considered and added, and the other, let it be placed at the entrance of your ascent to the mountain? Li Qinghuan smiled and said, "In that case, both of you shall accompany me. Firstly, to clarify matters in the town, and secondly, to establish this oath." With that, Li Qinghuan approached the two logs, sweeping his hands skyward and beckoning. Both the mountain demon and the magistrate were lifted by the wind, and Li Qinghuan kicked the logs with both feet, propelling them directly towards the county town. The townspeople, upon seeing the two massive logs, were filled with awe. The magistrate and the mountain demon appeared before them, spreading their words, and the citizens erupted in cheer, offering various goods for the mountain demon to take back, filling an entire cart with cosmetics, vegetables, grains, oils, wines, teas, and toys for children. This left the mountain demon feeling somewhat bashful. Once the matters were concluded, Li Qinghuan lifted the mountain demon and the magistrate once more, taking the laden cart of goods, while another log containing the treaty soared into the air. Passing by the mountain path, Li Qinghuan firmly planted the treaty into the earth, and thereafter returned with both the people and the cart of goods. At that moment, Gu Chengyan was boldly conversing with some mountain demons when a cart of goods suddenly descended, startling him. The crowd of mountain demons, upon seeing the magistrate and the mountain demon return joyfully, felt reassured. The mountain demon leader pointed to the cart and declared, "A gift from the people," which filled the other mountain demons with elation. They hurriedly produced exotic flowers, wild fruits, and filled another cart to send back with the magistrate as a gesture of goodwill. Unexpectedly, Gu Chengyan and his companions lingered for several more days, primarily to foster connections between the mountain demons and the townsfolk. Simultaneously, he drafted a report to be co-signed with the magistrate, detailing these events to the emperor. The emperor praised Gu Chengyan for his diligent efforts on behalf of Yunqi, his loyalty, and his contributions to the people, stating that with time and experience, he could become a pillar of strength. The emperor also instructed one of the inner servants to convey his decree to the magistrate of Zhuan County, expressing his approval of the treaty and the assurance that Yunqi would uphold it. 2 copies of the decree were made, one to remain in Zhuan County and the other with the mountain demons. This matter, however, shall not be delved into further. The mountain demons spent a few days in the town, graciously receiving the hospitality of the townspeople. Only upon seeing the report that Gu Chengyan had presented to the emperor did they finally feel at ease. Li Qinghuan found the leader of the mountain demons and gifted him 12 golden leaves, saying, "Those who accumulate goodness shall reap lasting benefits. Please convey my gratitude and best wishes to your friends." The mountain demon understood and was deeply moved. Previously, he had held contradictory views about humans. Some wished to kill him, while others sought to save him. Humans, indeed, were more complex than mountain demons. The one before him taught him that not all powerful beings are arrogant or dismissive. Some are truly grateful and loyal. Subsequently, the mountain demon leader personally accompanied Li Qinghuan and the others over Zhuan Mountain. Days passed as they explored the scenery and savored the mountain's delicacies, thoroughly enjoying themselves. The mountain demon leader offered exquisite mountain fruits and fine wines, and as they shared cups, they felt a deep connection. Li Qinghuan spoke eloquently, his wisdom and open-mindedness earning the mountain demoness respect. Upon reaching the mountain summit and gazing down at the sheer cliffs, everyone finally understood why this mountain was called Zhuan Mountain, for one side resembled a human heel. Thankfully, with the mountain demon as their guide, they navigated winding paths until they discovered a few gentle slopes. Had an ordinary person ventured forth, descending the mountain would have been nearly impossible. Upon reaching the mountain's base, the mountain demon earnestly cautioned Li Qinghuan and Gu Chengyan. "Those with pure hearts and no grudges shall surely cross the 9 mountains in safety." Gu Chengyan took this to heart and expressed his gratitude. The group bid farewell to the mountain demon and descended the mountain. The donkeys that had feasted on the mountain's fruits regained their vigor and trotted down the path exuberantly, mirroring Gu Chengyan's uplifting spirits. After traveling 30 miles, they beheld verdant mountains stretching across the horizon, shrouded in mist. As the sun set, they arrived at a village nestled at the mountain's foot. The villagers, surprised by the arrival of Li Qinghuan and his companions, welcomed them warmly. Through conversation with the village elder, they learned that this settlement lay between Zhuan Mountain and Wangge Mountain, a place seldom trodden by humans, hence their astonishment at the visitors and Appo's presence. During the feast, upon hearing that Li Qinghuan and the others intended to traverse Wangge Mountain, the elder furrowed his brow and sighed, "Were it a century ago, you would have crossed safely, but now it is perilous." Gu Chengyan, perplexed, inquired, "May I ask, dear elder, what makes it so dangerous?" The elder's weathered face revealed a flicker of nostalgia, quickly followed by a hint of guilt as he replied, "The past is too painful to speak of. Fierce tigers now roam the mountains, and those they consume rise as vengeful spirits, aiding the tigers in their hunt. We in this village must remain vigilant every day, let alone you who would cross the mountains." Li Qinghuan took a few swigs of wine and asked, "Why was it safe 100 years ago?" Noticing the elder's silence, Gu Chengyan recounted the events surrounding Zhuan Mountain and informed him that should the need arise, they could summon the mountain demons to reside in the area to manage the ferocious beasts. The elder, recognizing Gu Chengyan's imperial identity, excitedly led his kin in reverent bows. Gu Chengyan hastily assisted them to their feet, presenting the imperial decree, sword, and official seal to affirm his status. He further clarified that their journey had not followed a straightforward path but was directed by imperial intent to pacify the chaos wrought by spirits and beasts. The elder, overwhelmed with emotion, realized that Yunshi had not forgotten the mountain folk. After a long pause, he sighed. This is indeed good news. Regarding Wangui Mountain, it is permissible to share. Our ancestors have resided here for generations, originally dwelling in the valley, all thanks to the mountain spirit's protection. In those days, during festivals, we would gather wild orchids and dance adorned with vines, singing and offering fragrant grasses, honoring the mountain spirit. The spirit would grace us with longevity herbs and nourishing food. Wangui Mountain was indeed safe to traverse, for the mountain spirit as protection allowed us to rest in the mountains without fear. Alas, a century ago, a rogue cultivator, disguised as a traveler from Yun, was warmly welcomed by us. Upon learning of the mountain spirit's legends, he set a trap during our rituals, attempting to deceive the spirit to obtain the elixir of immortality. Upon hearing this, Yu Yanhua scoffed. Humans, so insatiably greedy, lacking their own abilities, always trying to deceive the divine, foolishly yearning for eternal life. Gu Cheng'an felt a pang of guilt at her words. Chapter 62. The malevolent spirit Li Qinghuan regarded the conversation among the group with indifference. The concept of immortality had become quite tiresome to his ears. Whenever immortality was mentioned, even the mighty Emperor Murongqi could not escape its allure. Whether it be demons or the ghosts of the deceased, all yearned for eternal life. Of course, Li Qinghuan himself was no exception in his youth. However, after witnessing various events, he came to see immortality as a form of confinement, a shackle that bound one between the mountains and seas, entangled in the web of emotions and grudges, without any hope of liberation. Nonetheless, although Li Qinghuan had abandoned his desire for immortality, he still failed to fully comprehend the state of his own body, perhaps having already achieved a form of eternal existence akin to the most exalted deities. With this thought in mind, Li Qinghuan inquired, "Elder Patriarch, what happened afterward?" The elder remained silent for a moment before responding. That Qi practitioner overestimated his abilities and perished on the spot. However, the mountain spirit was disappointed in us, and we pleaded for forgiveness. She then stated that if we could journey to Forgetting Return Mountain, ascend the cloud ladder, and chant the sacrificial song until we reached the highest peak, she would be willing to grant us her protection once more. Bai Qingwei, intrigued, asked, "Did you not attempt it again?" The patriarch shook his head. "We have tried many times. The mountain is loyal to the fierce tiger spirits, many of whom were once our kin, and now they assist the tigers in tormenting us. This betrayal is perhaps the mountain spirit's mockery and punishment towards us." Li Qinghuan understood that most of the gods, demons, and spirits within the Yunshi realm were hidden among the mountains. Murongqi had decreed that Gu Cheng'an lead him into the mountains, under the pretense of pursuing the ambitions of the mountains and seas, but in truth, it was to uncover the nature of these spirits and whether there were other tribes lying in wait within the Yunshi realm. Now that they had arrived, they must at least catch a glimpse of the mountain spirit before departing. Before Li Qinghuan could speak, Gu Cheng'an interjected, "Patriarch, do not worry. My companions here possess great powers, and the fierce tiger spirits are not difficult to deal with. It is the demons within the human heart that are truly challenging to expel. If you are willing, command your people to join us in summoning the mountain spirit. If she is benevolent, I shall establish a peaceful pact with her in the name of the emperor." The patriarch appeared uncertain. "You would not act as that last Qi practitioner did, would you? Forgive my directness. We have benefited from her grace for generations, and after betraying her once, we cannot afford another transgression, even at the cost of our tribesmen's lives." Gu Cheng'an glanced at Li Qinghuan with a troubled expression. Li Qinghuan shrugged. "I cannot blame them. Were it me, I might very well seek out the entire clan of that Qi practitioner for retribution. Let us simply observe when we traverse the mountains." Gu Cheng'an had no choice but to relent. After dinner, the patriarch arranged accommodations for everyone. The next morning, when Li Qinghuan and his companions awoke, they found the entire clan waiting outside. The patriarch approached Gu Cheng'an and said, "Your Excellency, we have reconsidered and are willing to enter the mountains with you. We no longer hope for the mountain spirit's protection, regardless of whether she sees us. We only wish to express our remorse and gratitude for her past blessings." Gu Cheng'an gladly agreed, and the villagers selected 50 strong men, each armed with self-made weapons, to accompany the patriarch into the mountains. Forgetting Return Mountain was even more tranquil than the previous one, with towering ancient trees and scarcely a bird's call or insect's chirp to be heard. As they ventured deeper into the forest, a thin mist began to envelop them, floating ethereally. Suddenly, Gu Cheng'an and the others found their feet sinking, unable to move. Eugene Hua chuckled lightly, seeing Li Qinghuan remain still. She too chose not to move. Gu Cheng'an looked down and was startled to see a multitude of figures, men, women, and children, emerging from the ground, grasping their own feet. They radiated an eerie green glow, their pupils a deep shade of green. It was undoubtedly the malevolent spirits. However, as Gu Cheng'an surveyed the surroundings, he noticed that the elder patriarch and the other villagers were unharmed, with only his group ensnared. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the air as 8 fierce tigers leapt out from all directions, surrounding Gu Cheng'an and his companions. Gu Cheng'an had an inkling of what was happening, but still incredulously asked the patriarch, "Elder, what is the meaning of this?" The elder's expression darkened. For centuries, this place has been neglected by the Yunshi kingdom, left to fend for itself. Yet today, suddenly, the Emperor's envoy appears. You claim to be merely passing through, but ask those spirits at your feet if they believe you. Gu Cheng'an looked down to find the spirits mocking him, all shaking their heads. The elder sneered, you see, even the spirits do not believe you. Your presence here suggests one of two possibilities. Either you truly are the Emperor's envoy, seeking the secret of immortality for him, or your identity as the Emperor's envoy is a fabrication, and you are in league with that Qi practitioner from before, harboring treacherous intentions. Regardless of which is true, your motives are not favorable to the mountain spirit. Li Qinghuan chuckled and sighed. It seems the mountain spirit treats you quite well. These spirits are likely not volunteers for their own demise. The patriarch's face briefly showed surprise, then his murky gaze deepened as he looked towards the distant mountains. You see through it. Indeed, we cannot repay the mountain spirit's grace. We misjudged her, having betrayed her once. We cannot afford to betray her again. Knowing that the fierce tigers consume humans, transforming them into spirits, our kin willingly offer themselves to the tigers, becoming spirits to block any potential threats to the mountain spirit. Gu Cheng'an could not help but lament, even among your own kind, trust has eroded. Oh, humanity, the human heart. Why? Eugene Wa. Visibly irritated, interjected, have you finished your lamentations? I am uninterested in your disputes. I do not like being grasped by these filthy hands. With that, she unleashed her true energy, sending the spirits scattering away from the ground. She then pointed into the air, where a massive vortex of ghostly energy materialized, revealing a grotesque face within. This was the technique from the 7th volume of the Demon Spirit Sutra, Ghost Control Technique, capable of refining lesser spirits down to mere shells for the practitioner to control. Bai Qingwei watched with eager anticipation. She had also learned this technique, but had yet to find a suitable spirit to test it on. However, recalling Li Qinghuan's warning, she restrained her eagerness. The spirits beneath Gu Cheng'an and his companions were all drawn into the airborne vortex, hundreds of them swirling around, wailing in despair. The tigers, sensing the dangerous aura emanating from Eugene Hua, refrained from advancing, their low growls echoing in the air. Seeing this, the patriarch led the villagers in an assault. But they were swept away by a gust of wind unleashed by Wen Lin, as the spirits began to fade within the vortex. Eugene Hua prepared to strike again to extract their essences. Unexpectedly, Li Qinghuan gently grasped her delicate hand, causing a jolt to surge through her, leaving her puzzled as she turned to him. Chapter 63. Only with a heart can one be moved. Li Qinghuan chuckled. If you wish to test the method, I shall take you into the ghost city on another day. Why trouble a few wretched souls who have sacrificed their lives? Upon hearing this, Yu Yanhua smiled sweetly. You said it, I shall remember. With that, Yu Yanhua dispelled her magic, and the 100 or so wraiths fell to the ground. Li Qinghuan approached the fallen chieftain and extended his hand. The chieftain hesitated for a moment, but eventually accepted Li Qinghuan's assistance to rise. Li Qinghuan remarked, why bother? Go and consult the mountain spirits. If they do not wish to meet again, then let it be. The chieftain, with a bitter expression, asked, and you all? Li Qinghuan casually replied, of course, we shall go together. If she truly possesses the vast powers you claim, she would not be concerned about us. If she feared we might cause harm, she would not have appeared. After much contemplation, the chieftain finally nodded in agreement. The group meandered up the mountain, traveling for a day and night. At dawn, they finally reached the summit. However, upon arrival, they discovered that a higher peak loomed across from them, shrouded in clouds, rendering the height of the summit indiscernible. Below the two peaks lay a seemingly bottomless gorge. What was more astonishing was that at the edge of the cliff on the summit, 3 feet above the ground, a cloud ladder's first step floated serenely, while the second step hovered precariously beyond the cliff's edge, ascending step by step into the ethereal mist above. Gu Cheng'an gazed at the cloud ladder and said to the chieftain, is this the ladder you mentioned that leads to the return peak? The chieftain, lost in thought as he gazed at the distant mountains, replied, indeed, we have come here several times, but we lack the courage to ascend. Li Qinghuan looked up at the floating clouds and said, then you should climb the ladder. Upon hearing this, the chieftain and his kin silently retrieved white two-horned masks from their garments and donned them. The chieftain explained, when we meet the mountain spirits, we wear these masks. It has been passed down through generations, and we don these masks during our rituals to the mountain spirits. Li Qinghuan and the others examined the masks closely. The fierce eyes and sharp tiger teeth were etched upon the white surface, yet they exuded an air of enigmatic beauty rather than savagery. The chieftain then straightened his attire and confidently stepped towards the cloud ladder. However, a bizarre occurrence unfolded. The chieftain's foot sank through the cloud ladder, nearly causing him to tumble off the cliff. Startled, the chieftain exclaimed, what is the meaning of this? He repeatedly tested the ladder with his foot, only to find it was insubstantial beneath him. He then urged his kin to try one by one, but each met the same fate of stepping into thin air. The chieftain removed his mask, tears streaming down his face, and lamented, mountain spirits, do you refuse to forgive us and protect us once more? Gu Qing and Apos and the others watched in astonishment. Except for Li Qinghuan, everyone attempted to ascend the cloud ladder but found it insubstantial. Yu Yanhua, undeterred, leaped to reach the second step beyond the cliff, only to plummet straight down. Fortunately, Li Qinghuan reacted swiftly, grabbing her hand and pulling her back. Seeing this, Wen Lin leaned over the cliff, inhaling and exhaling repeatedly. After several moments, he returned to Yu Yanhua's shoulder and whispered in her ear, Yu Yanhua gazed at Li Qinghuan in shock and said, "This place might be the abode of the divine. There seems to be a barrier beyond the cliff that prevents the wind from rising." As she spoke, Yu Yanhua picked up a fallen leaf and flicked it with her finger. The leaf shot out, but as soon as it crossed the cliff's edge, it was seemingly pulled down by an invisible force, plummeting into the abyss. Yu Yanhua murmured, "Mountain spirits? They are merely mistaken. The deity here is likely invaluable." Li Qinghuan, feeling skeptical, waved his hand to send several blades of wind flying off the cliff, yet they vanished into thin air the moment they crossed the edge. Meanwhile, the chieftain and his kin knelt upon the ground, calling out to the mountain spirits, singing the songs of their rituals. The mountain has a maiden, entangled in brambles. Li Qinghuan, listening to their songs, furrowed his brow. It sounded more like a love ballad than a ritual hymn. Yet they sang with utmost sincerity. Despite its beauty, no echoes returned from beyond the mountain. Li Qinghuan, dismissing his thoughts, shouted towards the clouds, "Oh, mountain spirits. There exists a kind of person not seeking longevity from you, yet you end up yearning for their immortality. Can you guess what kind of person that is?" His voice echoed throughout the ethereal mountains, leaving everyone dumbfounded, yet the clouds remained silent. Li Qinghuan continued, "I am merely curious to see what you look like. Is it as beautiful as they sing? I shall take a glance and depart." After uttering these words, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Li Qinghuan bent down to don the white mask laid on the ground by the chieftain, clasped his hands behind his back, and cheerfully stepped onto the cloud ladder. As if traversing familiar ground, to his astonishment, the ladder felt solid beneath his feet. As the others regained their composure, they rushed to step onto the cloud ladder. But still, it yielded no support. A man from the village, mustering his courage, echoed Li Qinghuan's earlier words, donned the mask, and attempted to ascend, only to find himself stepping into nothingness. Bai Qingyue stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "If it comes to deceiving spirits, the great deceiver may be second only to none." From above, Li Qinghuan's mocking voice rang out, "Ha, one after another, you all seek protection and long for immortality, while the foolish remain foolish. Have you ever considered what the mountain spirits owe you, or whether they are even familiar with you? Why should they wish to meet you? To bestow you with blessings only to have you cling to them? To atone for sins? Or to once again obtain the herbs of longevity? What do they treasure about you? With your secretive nature, you are no better than those who brazenly seek to cultivate their power." Li Qinghuan's words left the old chieftain and his kin blushing with shame, speechless. Suddenly, a melodious laughter, akin to celestial music, echoed from the clouds. Leaving everyone in awe, the mountain spirit was laughing, and it carried a tone of joy. Soon after, a voice like silver bells drifted through the mountain air, asking, "Will you be the second to brazenly seize what you desire?" Li Qinghuan sensed that as the mountain spirit spoke, the cloud ladder beneath him seemed to grow faint. Yet he maintained a nonchalant demeanor, replying, "That depends on what you have that I might covet." Yu Yanhua and the others observed the ladders fading. Astonished by Li Qinghuan's audacity, the mountain spirit laughed lightly and asked, "Do you wish to steal the elixir of immortality and the secrets of eternal life?" Li Qinghuan, still at ease, replied without a second thought, "I truly do not desire that, and it would be futile for you to implore me." After a long silence, the mountain spirit inquired, "Then what do you seek?" Li Qinghuan smiled and said, "As I mentioned, I wish to see what you look like." The mountain spirit chuckled, "What if you find yourself captivated? Would you attempt to seize me as well?" With another laugh, the mountain spirit's tone began to shift, growing somewhat cold. Li Qinghuan stepped into the sea of clouds, the ladder beneath him becoming increasingly insubstantial, resembling mere mist. Yet he grinned and said, "Then I must trouble you, mountain spirit, to retrieve my heart for me. Only with a heart can I be moved." Chapter 64, Where to Return. A desolation that cannot be depicted. The mountains echoed no more. And after a considerable time, Li Qinghuan spotted two towering stone pillars, upon which rested a massive rock inscribed with the words Wangui Peak. As he passed through these pillars, a different scene unfolded before him. A grove where meandering paths led to tranquil spots, with fragrant grasses blooming beneath his feet and the mountain flowers glistening with dew. As he ventured deeper into the woods, he heard the gentle calls of deer feasting on wild greens. After strolling for over 3 miles, Li Qinghuan found himself in a clearing, where he gazed up at the azure sky and down at the pristine lake, its surface smooth like a mirror, seemingly binding heaven and earth together. Standing by the lakeside, he marveled at the reflection of the sky and the water, feeling an indescribable sensation. A soft easterly breeze stirred, rippling the lake's surface and blurring the reflections until they gradually sharpened. Before him appeared a petite and delicate woman, adorned in a flowing green veil, her graceful neck and shoulders resembling a finely carved sculpture. She rode a crimson leopard, cradling a literary creature in her arms, while the white clouds mirrored in the lake drifted lightly beneath her feet. In a moment of surprise, Li Qinghuan looked up to see her wearing a mask identical to his own, descending from the leopard and approaching him. Her form was as graceful as a startled swan and as fluid as a floating dragon, evoking a sense of déjà vu. Though he could not recall the last time he felt this way, it seemed like a lifetime ago. Curiosity piqued. He could not help but wonder about the visage of the mountain spirit beneath the mask, so he spoke first. "May I have a glance?" The ethereal voice of the mountain spirit responded, The last person who beheld my face has perished. Are you certain you wish to see? Li Qinghuan removed his mask, took a swig from the gourd at his waist, and with a carefree grin, replied, I am certain. Thus, the mountain spirit lifted her delicate hand to caress her face, revealing that her mask was not merely a facade but her true appearance. As her fingers glided over her features, they began to transform into a breathtaking visage unadorned by cosmetics, her eyebrows elegantly arched, her enchanting eyes sparkling with a hint of mirth, and her lips a delicate shade of crimson, accented by dimples. As the gentle breeze blew, Li Qinghuan momentarily lost himself in her beauty. But a twinge of pain from his abdomen brought him back to clarity. He shook his head lightly, murmuring, I thought you would resemble someone else. I was mistaken. With that, he turned and began to walk away, a self-mocking smile gracing his face. Behind him, the mountain spirit's curious voice inquired, Who is the person you speak of? Without turning back, he replied, The one who left half my heart atop the majestic Wu Mountain and the other half submerged beneath the depths of the 3,000 weak waters. Upon hearing this, the mountain spirit expressed surprise. Atop Wu Mountain? Are you referring to the Princess Meili? The name Meili resonated within him, familiar yet distant. He struggled to recall clearly, perhaps having uttered her name a few times in the past, only to abandon it later. As he pondered and walked, Li Qinghuan returned to the entrance he had come from, only to find that the ladder of clouds had vanished from the cliff's edge. With a soft sigh, he turned back, only to see the mountain spirit seated atop the crimson leopard, gently stroking the literary creature in her embrace, her face aglow with smiles directed at him. Li Qinghuan remarked, I said I would merely take a glance and depart. Please, grant me a path back to the clouds. The mountain spirit did not respond to his request, but asked instead, Why did you dare to tread the cloud path? Are you not afraid of falling? Li Qinghuan laughed. If you know Meili, you should also know that I have traversed this cloud path more than once. Wu Mountain has its own as well. Do you have any more questions? If not, I shall take my leave. The mountain spirit chuckled, I do not intend to stop you. You are free to depart. Li Qinghuan replied with a wry smile, I lack the ability to come and go freely within this barrier. The mountain spirit, intrigued, asked, How did you traverse the cloud path on Wu Mountain? At her inquiry, Li Qinghuan was reminded of his youthful memories and could not help but chuckle. The mountain spirit, noticing his amusement, asked, What is so funny? Li Qinghuan waved his hand. It is nothing much. I first caught a glimpse of her in a secluded part of the forest, awestruck by her beauty, and I quietly sought the cloud ladder, calling out that I wished to see her a second time, and thus I crossed over. The mountain spirit fell silent for a moment, deep in thought, before playfully asking, And how did you leave? Li Qinghuan stroked his chin, recalling the events of that day. She resided amidst a profusion of fragrant blossoms, and I deceived her into believing I would gather a flower she had never seen before, then slipped away. The mountain spirit burst into laughter, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Did she truly believe you? Li Qinghuan shook his head. She did not trust me. Eventually, she found me and struck me down into the weak waters. The mountain spirit chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. Serves you right. Li Qinghuan, now lighthearted, said, Well then, may I return now? The mountain spirit did not answer but smiled cunningly. You might want to consider how to deceive me instead. But be cautious. Kunlun has its weak waters, and below the cloud path you arrived on is the North Sea's eye, not much different from the weak waters. Li Qinghuan scoffed. Are you trying to fool me? This is not the North Sea. The mountain spirit's smile darkened with a trace of sorrow. How many years have you lived? Do you know the changes of the world? Li Qinghuan was taken aback. Could it be that this was once the sea? The mountain spirit responded with a melancholic tone. Indeed, this was once the realm of the North Sea. Below us lies the eye of the sea, my final resting place. Sensing her sorrow, Li Qinghuan fell silent. The crimson leopard lowered itself, and the mountain spirit rose, pacing and speaking to herself. Back then, I was playful. I once secretly ventured to play upon the sea. I was discovered by the son of the god of Zhongshan, Zhu Jiuyin, who coveted me and entangled me in his desires. When I sought to leave, he summoned the god of the North Sea, Yu Jing, who trapped me with monstrous waves. Unbeknownst to them, in a moment of carelessness, I fell into the unfathomable eye of the sea. At the brink of death, my soul escaped, returning to the mountains where I transformed into a spirit. The mask you wore earlier is the manifestation of my ghostly form. At this point, tears welled in the mountain spirit's eyes, her voice trembling. Li Qinghuan sighed. Unprotected beauty is, in itself, an extreme danger. Did you not seek revenge afterward? The mountain spirit's expression darkened with memories of sorrow, her lovely face transforming into an anguished, ghostly visage, her eyes ablaze with fury. I drift through the world as a spirit, unable to quell this rage and resentment, wishing to fill the sea and reclaim my body. Day in and day out, I traverse between mountains and seas, moving stones from the heavens to the sea. Eventually, my father learned of it and commanded the transport of 9 mountains from Kunlun to suppress the eye of the sea, causing the North Sea to wither into its current state. Alas, my body fell into a mysterious place beneath the eye of the sea, a realm where even gods cannot tread, and I, without a divine form, can no longer return to the heavens. My father, in his wrath, struck the drums east of Zhongshan, and imprisoned Yu Jing in an everlasting drought, ordering the god of destiny to forge my current form. Thus, the mountain spirit came to be, and the 9 mountains were born from this tale. Wangwei Mountain? Wangwei Peak? Where to return? It is merely a desolation that cannot be depicted. Chapter 65. The Princess Li Qinghuan was taken aback, instinctively asking, "Your father cannot possibly be." The mountain spirit nodded and replied, "Indeed, he is the heavenly emperor." Li Qinghuan was left speechless, and after a long pause, murmured, "You are also a princess." "Then that Mei Li?" The mountain spirit replied coldly, "Yes, she is my sister. My dear sister, who has never come to see me even once in this grotesque form. She practices that bizarre technique with such indifference. I have heard it said that she believes my fate is simply the result of my own folly." As she spoke, the mountain spirit slowly approached Li Qinghuan. Her ghastly visage twisted in mocking laughter. "Do you think she allowed you to ascend the cloud steps out of goodwill? With her beauty, countless beings, divine and demonic alike, have been captivated by her. During my lifetime, she was oblivious to the countless lives she extinguished, all in pursuit of her own supremacy. Yet, having encountered you, it seems she wishes to explore whether love can breed hatred and whether regret can yield greater results. Otherwise, do you truly believe those sweet lies she spun for you would grant you freedom? Fool, she deliberately allowed you to deceive her, seeking justification for hating you and perhaps even wishing for your demise." Li Qinghuan shook his head repeatedly, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Unable to reconcile the mountain spirit's words with his belief that Mei Li had spared him with her blade. After a considerable time, he steadied himself and gazed calmly at the mountain spirit, saying, "Have you said enough? If so, please allow me to leave." Hearing this, the mountain spirit shed her ghastly mask once more, revealing her breathtaking beauty, and gently shook her head, "Not yet. It has been ages since I have conversed with anyone. Let us speak of me. I resided here for many years, until the ancestors of those tribes arrived. Observing them brought me some amusement. They danced and sang in the mountains, seeking love through their melodies, which you have heard. Such sincerity and beauty stirred something within me, causing me to bury my hatred deep within, allowing me to live free of resentment. Even my ghastly visage began to fade. Yet, I still presented myself as a spirit, granting them some protection, ensuring their health and longevity, safeguarding them from the beasts of the mountains. They were not greedy, and thus were able to endure. Perhaps because they lacked the capacity for greed. Even when that cultivator appeared, I bore them no ill will. As you said, our connection was merely serendipitous. And when interest wanes, so too does fate. At this juncture, the mountain spirit's expression turned icy once more. But today, you have come, demanding to see my true form, rekindling my resentment. You should carefully consider how to deceive me into letting you go. However, let me remind you, do not seek flowers and herbs for me." Li Qinghuan smiled wryly, exhaling softly. "You certainly pose a challenge." With that, he began to stroll slowly along the lake's edge. A gentle breeze stirred the fallen leaves, gliding across the tranquil surface of the water, splitting the clouds reflected in the sky as if severed in two. Pensive, Li Qinghuan gazed at the clouds, suddenly lifting his head to the mountain spirit, exclaiming, "I have an idea." The mountain spirit regarded him impassively, curious to see what trick he might conjure. Li Qinghuan proposed, "What if I attempt to cleave the sea at the mountain's base with my sword, to recover your corporeal form?" The mountain spirit scoffed, "And if that fails?" Li Qinghuan shrugged, "Then I shall practice diligently and return when I feel ready to try again." Upon finishing his words, he noticed the mountain spirit's stoic demeanor showed no sign of release. After pondering for a moment, he unsheathed the long sword at his waist, grasping it firmly. With a resounding dragon's roar, the blade shimmered, and a dazzling arc shot forth, aiming for the heavens. Yet, as soon as it left the sword, it was scattered by the breeze, vanishing without a trace. Li Qinghuan was secretly astonished. It appeared he was still within the confines of a barrier. The residence of a princess was no simple matter. The sensation of that sword strike felt akin to being submerged in the depths of weak water, as if the sword's energy could not rise. Contemplating his next move, he hurried back to the entrance from whence he came and shouted toward the distant peak, "Mountain spirit, allow me to remain here for a while. You may return first if you cannot wait." On the other side, his intermittent voice startled those waiting at the cliff's edge. Gu Chengyan, the old chief, and the women deliberated and decided to return to the village, awaiting Li Qinghuan's return. Li Qinghuan returned to the lakeside, disregarding the mountain spirit's puzzled expression, and closed his eyes, centering himself, standing sword in hand. This was a rare opportunity. The way of the sword is also the way of Qi, the heart and Apos, energy, the true essence within, and the sword's energy must unite as one to wield the blade with devastating force. When faced with a formidable adversary, lacking focus and hesitating will sap the courage to strike, rendering the true essence ineffectual, leading to flawed sword energy. Yet, many practitioners, when confronted with difficulty, retreat and seek other paths. Thus their sword energy remains unfulfilled. Li Qinghuan had not felt such tranquility in a long time. At this moment, he cast aside all emotions, quietly attuning himself to everything on this mountain peak. Gradually, he began to perceive the clear sensation of being bound by the barrier. It was a chain forged from the endless essence of the 5 elements. Opening his eyes, he nonchalantly swung his sword once more, this time balancing the energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He attentively sensed the sword energy as it confronted the intricate, interwoven chains of the 5 elemental energies. Each strike severed a link. Yet others swiftly took its place, transforming the 5 elements to bind and assimilate the sword energy. Just as the sword energy appeared on the verge of dissipating, Li Qinghuan unleashed another strike, sharper than the last. Remarkably, the net of 5 elemental energies grew stronger in response, continually suppressing the sword energy. Li Qinghuan repeated the process several times, with each attempt yielding the same result. The mountain spirit observed quietly, akin to an elder watching a child at play.